On the construction site, construction workers are still working hard. Behind them are high-rise buildings and the beautiful pink sunset light contrasts with their tired work. Baek Lee-soo was working very focused, then there was a phone call and he had to put his work aside. It was difficult to pick up the phone to listen, wipe it away while listening. Beads of sweat were flowing down his face. On the other end of the line was a scolding voice. "Hey, Baek Lee-soo, why didn't you answer the phone, dude?" Confused, he explained, "It's so noisy here that I couldn't hear you. What's going on?" The person on the other end of the line clicked the pen and said leisurely, "What's going on?" Something had to happen to be able to contact his younger brother. It had been a long time since he had seen his younger brother's face. He walked and talked in the style of a CEO. There were many people behind him, secretary, with bodyguards following closely behind. The guy Baek Lee-soo refused. "Today, I'm a bit busy." "What are you doing so busy?" Another guy on the construction site stood behind Baek Lee-soo and shouted, "Really? What are you doing over there? Everyone is upset. Don't rush in like that." Baek Lee-soo looked to the designated direction. Down there were many corpses of soldiers lying around in the sand and gravel. "Otherwise, behold, they will float up there." The older brother said on the phone again, "Okay, can you come later? Tell me before you hesitate today." Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly a person fell into the yard, from the emergency exit. The shirtless man said each word, "Hey." Then he slowly approached, one hand holding a sharp knife, the other holding unknown ropes. That was the man from the Southern Working Group, of the 525th Special Operations Team named Ri Yongkil. He has infiltrated the South 4 times. When the two people from the other side were about to rush in and use their fists at each other, Baek Lee-soo from this side slowly walked over, talking on the phone very innocently, "Now that deceitful guy, I know he will come soon." After that, Baek Lee-soo came to ask the guy who was punched, Kia, the new soldier's condition. That guy was punched to the point that his eyes were big and small, his mouth was distorted, and the wound on his chest kept bleeding. "I was fine, very deep." Baek Lee-soo calmly took off his jacket and said, "Then. Stop the bleeding," he said. Then he gave the shirt to his teammate Kia. He was a member of the HID task force. The leader of the Northern Working Group. Baek Lee-soo had long infiltrated North Korea, with 4 years of experience, 12 times, northern penetration work. Ri Yongkil is currently on one side, gritting his teeth. "How long will it take?" "I'm sure about 10 seconds. "Hey, he can endure about 30 seconds. "Captain, come on, everyone." He saw that and got angry, swung the knife and shouted loudly, "Damn you brats." Baek Lee-soo quickly leaned back to avoid this move. Then, without hesitation, he threw a strong punch at him, causing Cho to fall backward. This punch caused Ri Yongkil to vomit blood. He was also very angry. But before he could regain his composure, Baek Lee-soo gave him another punch from above, causing him to fall completely unrecognizable. At this point, Baek Lee-soo was satisfied and used a towel to wipe away the blood on his hand. Another person assigned to treat the new soldiers and clean up the place. Baek Lee-soo calmly put on his jacket, turned to tell the person next to him, "I have an appointment so I should go first." "Yes, we know." His juniors responded. They packed Jin Young-kian's body onto a turtle cart carrying construction materials. A junior guy commented, "How can we say we are doing something with someone else? Let's just say that he was working at the construction site." Baek Lee-soo slowly walked away from the construction site under the poetic golden sunset. After that, Baek Lee-soo slowly walked to the meeting place with his brother. The waiter politely told him, "Please stop walking. Today the restaurant is completely surrounded by outsiders. You can't go inside." Baek Lee-soo explained, "I had an appointment with my brother here," but the waiter still refused to let him pass. He gently smiled and stopped. "Very sorry to you, our restaurant. You must dress politely to enter. Can you go back and prepare and then come back?" Very soon, his cold, handsome tycoon brother came to relieve Baek Lee-soo. He stood proudly waving at him. "What is this kid doing there? What's wrong? You didn't say you had an appointment with me." Then he walked over and hugged Baek Lee-soo very intimately, causing him to shout out to the waiter, "This is my younger brother. What's going on? There shouldn't be any problem, right?" When the waiter saw his brother's sky-high aura, he could only bow his head repeatedly, apologizing, No, I didn't know you were a guest, Director B." After that, Baek Lee-soo didn't say much, but went directly inside. His older brother stood looking at him from behind. On Baek Lee-soo's shirt, 4 words were written, "Safety first." Then, the older brother turned to the waiter and said sarcastically, "First safety, wow, that sounds like a good name." The waiter could only bow his head to the ground. At this time at the construction site, the workers were drinking. Drunken conversations were also heard. "What is this all about? Why are you treating us like this?" A gray-haired guy, now drunk and unconscious, screamed that the company party after 3 months only had frozen pork belly. The others are still eating and drinking very enthusiastically. The manager told us to wait, he will probably buy something delicious. The guy next to him is eating grilled meat with rice, extremely delicious. I see it's delicious. How long has it been since we last ate meat? Eat a lot. If you have meat, you should drink less. Seeing that, the gray-haired guy also stood up, reached out to grab the beer bottle that was still on the table, then struggled to open it. His face was already red and his mouth was still chattering. Knowing that, I followed the team. The manager gave it to him. That place is expensive, so it must be delicious. His words were truly extravagant. The guy sitting across from him reminded him, the manager is here. Several shiny black luxury cars stopped not far from their drinking table. A man pushed the door and got out of the car. Then the brown-haired guy, who was attentively eating grilled meat, suddenly stood up and raised his hands in the air. The set of people saluting the flag respectfully said loudly, loyally, the department head has arrived. The other guys, including the silver-haired guy and the square-faced black-haired guy, also said the same. Look how agile he is. Right, I'm a newbie. The department head is here. Please have a drink first. The manager, who looked middle-aged, walked over and said hesitantly, I'm sorry, the project has ended. But because there was something I needed to talk about, I kept you guys here. But I don't see Captain Beck anywhere. The black-haired guy, still holding a glass of wine in his hand, replied, the captain was busy with personal matters so he wasn't present. The silver-haired guy next to him didn't seem to care much. She drank the entire bottle of brown wine in her hand. The captain put his hand in his chest pocket, looking for something. Then things would get messy again. The brown-haired guy turned to ask him very seriously, yes, what's wrong, only to see suddenly a line of blood splattering out on his forehead. After that, he fell backwards and did not react at all. On the other side, the man holding the gun, his hands were still pointing straight at his forehead. His face showed a dangerous domineering look. Fatally, his teammates only now regained consciousness from their drunken stupor and confirmed that the brown-haired guy had indeed been hit by the fatal bullet on his forehead, which was fresh blood. A cold, icy voice rang out. I now announce the disbandment of the Special Forces team. The Special Forces soldiers were already wearing protective gear, glasses and AK guns in their hands. At this moment, they were very focused when going to the side. When the man holding the pistol loaded it again, they also appeared next to him. Everyone carried big guns on their shoulders, ready to shoot and kill. The remaining brothers were so scared that their faces turned blue, their eyes widened lifelessly, and their mouths were agape. They seemed to have lost their souls after seeing the might of the Special Forces army in front of them. Ordered, black out, destroy all. The man in charge of the department just now, at this moment, Duong raised his pistol. His face was filled with an unbelievably sinister and deceitful expression. He almost sounded as if he was about to start a hunting war. It's all been hard. On the other hand, the scene in the restaurant was still extremely peaceful. Delicious dishes such as delicately arranged steak salad were placed on the table, and there was also a chilled bottle of red wine on it, with dry ice. Beck Lee Su's older brother spoke first. Beck Lee Su. The man took out a business card and said in a drunken state how working at his company was like. After that, he placed the business card on the table and slowly pushed it towards Beck Lee Su. Why did he join the safest company in the military? On the business card, it said Director Beck's company had the abbreviation as TSFG. Beck Lee Su did not rush to accept the business card but just replied leisurely. People's Aid Director Beck also immediately asked, these days, because of People's Aid, soldiers have to do manual work. Then the irritable guy picked up the bottle of wine, continued to fill his glass with wine and grumbled. He was in business and his younger brother was working for a low salary. He felt uncomfortable. His job was not good either. It's not difficult, I just need to manage a few restaurants. Seeing that Beck Lee Su seemed to be losing concentration, he asked again, is the number one safety listening to me? Beck Lee Su just leisurely replied, let's talk about this later. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in his pocket. It was an incoming call. Beck Lee Su took out his phone and saw that the caller was coming from an unknown number. Beck Lee Su calmly said, brother, wait a minute, I'll go answer the phone. Director Beck also seems to be drunk at this time. He said a bit angry again, did you hear what I said? It seemed like Beck Lee Su didn't pay much attention to him, but went into the men's bathroom to answer the phone. Yes, Beck Lee Su, please listen. On the other end of the line, the voice of the person speaking was somewhat difficult. The sounds he made sounded quite distorted. Captain, what should I do? There are many expensive dishes. Have you eaten yet? Beck Lee Su. I also quickly recognized my teammate, Cyan. What's wrong with your voice? Lee Cyan was breathing heavily and speaking weakly. Except for the captain, we ate a lot of expensive food. I ate a bit too much so I felt a bit uncomfortable. Beck Lee Su also noticed something unusual, so he seriously corrected him. Lee Cyan stopped joking. What happened? At this time he told the situation that happened on this side. The captain of all of them. We were ordered to black out, The guy was sitting in a corner with one hand holding his stomach, which was constantly bleeding. The blood flowing out had soaked his clothes. Lee Sion still said, "We are all expelled." Baek Lee Soo felt confused, asked again what was the meaning of this. "This time it's because we were too careless. Chief Jang, that old fox sold us all out." Only then did Baek Lee Soo realize the importance of the matter, and he hastily said, "There is no way I will come back right away." Until then, Lee Sion only reminded him in panic, "The captain quickly ran away, they will soon find you and run away." After hearing this sentence, Baek Lee Soo seemed dumbfounded. The phone on the other end of the line was also turned off, and he quickly said, as if shouting, "Sion, Sion." Then Baek Lee Soo looked helplessly at the call screen ending. At this time, in the lobby of the restaurant where the male protagonist and his brother had dinner, a person appeared. He walked towards the waiter on duty there. The waiter was also very polite, gently raised his hand to stop. "I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Today, our restaurant was completely packed, so we didn't accept customers." But before the waiter could finish his sentence, Kia rushed over quickly, then slashed the waiter's neck and then rushed in quickly. In his hand he also held a sharp knife covered in blood. His figure left the lobby, looking extremely cold and dangerous. In the luxurious dining room, Director Baek lay unconscious on the table after drinking a lot of wine. When he heard a noise outside the door, he raised his head and excitedly asked, "Ah, I'm here." But facing him was not his younger brother named Baek Lee Soo, but 3 assassins from the Special Task Force, wearing protective vests, shoes, hoods that covered half of their heads, and holding knives in their hands, ready to attack him. The assassin's knife shined brightly, reflecting Director Baek's slightly surprised and scared face. At this time, outside the restaurant lobby, Baek Lee Soo was running towards the dining room. On his face, he could not hide the worry and shock. On the other side of the hallway, there were 6 assassins dressed in Special Forces gear and masked, just like the people in the dining room confronting Director Baek Lee Soo's brother. He realized in panic, "Over there, bro." A leading assassin spoke up when he saw him, confirming that Baek Lee Soo had killed him. Then, he rushed forward at the fastest possible speed, holding a weapon in his hand, his whole body exuding the deathliness of a murderer. Baek Lee Soo was also not an ordinary person. He quickly took the assassin's hand. Then he kicked him in the face with unbelievable speed. He also quickly snatched the knife from his hand and threw it at him with a powerful blow. That assassin was so injured that he fell backwards. Then another assassin rushed in. He had cold eyes without warmth. I only saw Baek Lee Soo quickly leaning to the side to avoid the attack from his sharp knife. Then, he quickly grabbed the other assassin's thigh and threw him to the ground. Baek Lee Soo's sudden attack caused the assassin to fall backwards by surprise. Meanwhile, Baek Lee Soo quickly took the knife and stabbed the assassin's leg. The sharp blade pierced his shoe, splattering blood on the cold metal knife. Blood also sprayed out a lot and landed on his face. Baek Lee Soo's pupils turned red and then shrunk, without any surprise. The assassin lay unconscious after Baek Lee Soo's sudden attack earlier. He slowly retracted the knife to look at it, then said coldly, "The blade's trajectory was too straight." He calmly took off his first safety shirt, revealing a faded patterned shirt inside. At this moment, Baek Lee Soo's face changed to an unpredictable and dangerous look. He seemed to have entered a new state, brandishing the knife still with blood stains in front of the assassins and saying in a challenging voice, "Come on." When those guys saw that, they ran up with the intention of attacking Baek Lee Soo's body. As he swung his short knife, he immediately moved faster and used another short knife to slash his neck. Later, he also very gently rushed to deal with the remaining guy. During the fierce battle, Baek Lee Soo was unlucky enough to let a guy slash him to the point that he was injured in the left shoulder. The laceration was quite long and deep. The outer layer of his shirt was also torn. The open wound inside just kept pouring out blood. After that, the guys behind continued to rush to attack him. On the other side, the man in black, known as Department Head Jang, stood quietly on the rooftop of the building. Behind him someone came to report. The construction site had been cleared. Department Head Jang asked again, "How about Baek Lee Soo?" The guy in the back raised his hand to look at his watch and replied, "The first squad of the new Special Task Force is in combat. There should be a report soon." Chief Jang picked up a cigarette and smoked, smacking his lips and saying, "Squad 1, not enough. Send another squad to kill them all, leaving no witnesses." At this time, Baek Lee Soo is attacking with a squad of assassins dressed in black. He had defeated quite a few guys. His face still had red stains of their blood. He nervously called out, "Brother." On the other side, Director Baek was also in the same situation. He had blood stains on his face. He asked in a harsh voice, "I just ask one question. Where are your family members on a beautiful day like this?" he said, grabbing that guy's head with one hand and holding a bloody knife to his neck with the other. He even raised his voice and asked if that guy was going to work. Another stream of blood spurted out from his neck, surprising him. His voice softened a bit. If I kill him, I won't be able to hear the answer anymore. The assassin said each word weakly as if out of breath. No, target Beck, yes. What is this again? Report Beck Lee, find out, immediately. Director Beck dejectedly wiped his hands and said, do gangsters still use this stuff these days? The assassin still weakly said each word, item, target. Beck Lee Sue, immediately destroy if detected. Repeat, Director Beck held a thin white towel to wipe away the blood stains on my hands. Just now, Beck Lee Sue discovered it and immediately destroyed it. When he heard someone wanted to kill his younger brother, Director Beck went crazy. He angrily said every word. Who are you talking about killing? I am the head of TS Financial Group, General Director Beck Do-kyung, boss of Tae-san Association. Beck Lee Soo killed the assassin with one knife. He saw blood splatters on the wall of the room. He panicked and ran in to call out. Director Beck replied, it's okay. Beck Lee Soo's older brother held his head and said, Beck Lee Soo. He smoothed his hair back and looked at his brother. They were all my guests. In his hand, he still held a bloody knife, and at his feet were corpses lying around. The atmosphere in the car was extremely tense. Beck Do-kyung felt his head aching. That's how it was. I still can't accept the truth and ask again. You are HHI. The driver looked at Beck Do-kyung through the rearview mirror. Director Beck was still holding his head, his hair hanging down. He asked his younger brother again, what did you just say? The driver named Jin Yong raised his arm back and spoke up, it's HID, it's too hard to remember, let's call it intelligent. Beck Do-kyung took the hair tie from his wrist. That's right, intelligent. He tied his long hair as he continued, saying that he is not a normal soldier but an intelligence officer, so he is stopping the North Koreans and killing people too. Beck Lee Soo is also doing his best. Confused, he is not an ordinary thug but also the boss of the Tae-san Society, a large gangster organization in Seoul. Mr. Do-kyung looked over, speechless, but because he was a twin brother, he thought you lived a very good life. Lee Soo asked me to come down here. Do-kyung was confused. What? Why did you suddenly come down here? Lee Soo replied, I also saw those guys just now. If I were still with you, I would also be in danger. They would chase me until I die. Mr. Do-kyung frowned. Agu, yes, I'm scared. Come down over there. Why don't you go down in front of the police station so they can find you easily? Lee Soo frowned. Seriously, this is no joke. Kyung looked out the car window and got out. He opened the door and went down. Lee Soo ran after him. Brother, I know what I have to do now. Mr. Kyung spoke softly. Lee Soo. Scene change, someone's voice urging everyone to work. Funeral wreaths are moved into a building. Dozens of people dressed in black were busy preparing something. Kyung tilted his head, looking at him like he was joking. Lee Soo was stunned. All of this. A girl walked towards Mr. Kyung. The director is here. Mr. Kyung looked at her. Yes, I just arrived. The girl reported, I have prepared as the director said. It is expected that everything will be completed in the next 2 hours. Kyung called, Lee Soo. I have to die for everything to end. Lee Soo clearly understands this too. Kyung was holding a photo of his younger brother, that's why he intended to let him die. Beck Lee Soo's photo was placed neatly in front of the coffin. Kyung explained that this is a performance where he learned this from the Yakuza community in the past, heard they used this method to wash their hands of their swords or change their identity. Lee Soo asked if they believed it. Kyung replied, of course he would be skeptical. But the most important is this. Our Tae-san group is an organization that knows more than you think. Funeral arrangements have been completed. But if your brother died, the family members of the deceased bow their heads in response to the visitor. Younger brother of Beck Do-kyung, boss of Tae-san Association. Those with high status will come to visit and become witnesses. Doubt. Beck Kyung's face was cold, not showing any emotion. No, as long as you believe, they are forced to believe. A car stopped in front of the funeral gate. But after a while, no one was seen coming down. Do-kyung's juniors frowned. What is it? Are you guys coming to eat at the temple? Why are you sitting in the car when the older people have all gotten off? The person in the car checked the information. Wait a minute, are you twin? They even said they were moving house or something. Chief Jang held a cigarette in his mouth. Just a thug. Beck Kyung's juniors held their hands and tapped on the car window. The glass was dark so he couldn't see anything. He said inside, Hey, uncle, this is not the place to park your car arbitrarily like that. Chief Jang said to the people behind him, this is the last mission before going to the battlefield. The group put on their black hats, preparing to carry out their mission. Chief Jang continued to order, is Beck Lee Soo dead or not? Please open the coffin lid and confirm it. The black hat men received the order and got out of the car. Mr. Kyung's subordinates angrily said, raise your head, What is that? Why are you wearing that cheap shirt here? He snapped, you came here to walk. Saying that, he pushed up his hat. Shut up, you son of a bit. Turning the car around in another direction. Before he could finish his sentence, this person was punched in the face by the black hat guy. His eyes were cold and emotionless. The man in black fell to the ground in pain. The other black-shirted guys were stunned when they saw that. They rushed up angrily, this son of a bit. Chief Jang's soldiers also coldly rushed in, and both sides rushed to fight. Perhaps because of the difference in strength, the black shirt side was weaker and was constantly defeated. The black hat's face was filled with murderous intent. Kyung's juniors were quickly overpowered by them. This group of people are members of the HID task force, working in the north, Hanla Assassin Group Number 2. Mr. Kyung and Mr. Jinyong stood at the top of the stairs. The assassins also looked up at the two of them. Mr. Jinyong reached out to unbutton his shirt. He took off his jacket and walked down the stairs. The head assassin walked towards him. Mr. Jinyong is cold, our funeral family only welcomes people who have received the message. The black hat guy tilted his head and turned black, so he should stop. The leader of the black hat task force didn't let Jinyong finish speaking and punched him from under his chin. But he didn't seem to feel anything at all, but finished his sentence, turned around and drove away. Could he? He was a member of Taesan Financial Group, the captain of the guard team of Taesan Association. Han Jinyong of Hanam Ward, rubbed motionless. Jinyong's big hand grabbed the black hat's face, his veins bulging. Mr. Jinyong snorted softly. The black hat guy standing next to him looked strangely small. The remaining assassins were stunned. What's going on? The other guy's knees buckled. Mr. Jinyong used his left hand to roll up the right sleeve of his shirt. The assassin from the special task force was held by his face and couldn't move. His face was red from lack of oxygen. His eyes widened. Huh. The assassin soon collapsed to the ground, his face smeared with blood. The remaining assassins were alert and used their bare hands to break his chin. They all rushed up at the same time. You uneducated guy, don't be careless, let's all rush in together. Mr. Jinyong flexibly avoided attacks from two assassins. His left hand grabbed a guy's face. The remaining guys rushed forward. This thug. One guy jumped up and punched Mr. Jinyong in the face, causing clear bruises on his face. The other assassin continued to attack. Go away, you son of a bit. Jinyong's powerful fist was raised. The assassin was still boasting, but was knocked face down by his punch. Another guy was grabbed by his face and lifted up high. This guy used all his strength to resist. One hand grabbed Jinyong's wrist, the other grabbed his collar, his legs wrapped around Jinyong's body. He turned around to wrestle Jinyong but failed. Jinyong still stood still. The assassin was strangled by Jinyong after his failed attempt. He groaned and trembled. Mr. Jinyong lifted his head high, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The assassin who had just been defeated groaned, held his head and crawled up, his eyes looking scared at Jinyong's huge figure. He had not yet regained his composure. Then he was sent flying by Jin's blow. Several assassins were beaten unconscious and laid on top of each other. Before long, Mr. Jinyong finished dealing with the assassin. Chief Jang sat in the car. He let out an annoyed sound. Chief Jang put on his glasses, his mouth was still grumbling. Damn the coffin lid, just open it, no one in this group can do anything. He got out of the car. Manager Jang smiled. Aha, sorry about what happened just now. It seems there was some misunderstanding. He took out his business card. This is my business card. I'm the superior of the deceased Lee Soo. We only met once on the way here, so maybe that caused a misunderstanding. I have a few words to say. Mr. Jinyong looked at him expressionlessly, then he looked up at where Baek Do-kyung was standing. Baek Do-kyung nodded to indicate agreement. At this moment, Mr. Jinyong spoke up. Please follow me, Chief Jang replied. Ah, yes. Chief Jang took a stick of incense. Standing in front of Baek Lee Soo's photo, old Jang thought to himself, are you really dead? If so, then Baek Do-kyung. How much do you know? Go back a few hours ago, when the funeral was still being prepared. Kyung, after hearing the story from his younger brother, was angry. Damn, that's why he started betraying everyone and causing this. It was all because of that department head Jang. He turned around and asked, what should I do? Can I pretend to be dead too? Lee Soo replied, about that. You don't have to show up either. Mr. Kyung suggested, then, give him a bowl of soup and send him away. Lee Soo firmly said, no, Chief Jang. Because I will face him directly. Baek Lee Soo used Baek Do-kyung's identity to face Mr. Jang directly. He pulled out a knife and called out, Chief Jang. He turned and replied, yes. Lee Soo's eyes were filled with anger. He looked at old Jang like a demon wanted to devour him. Please talk to me for a moment. He held the knife out in front of Jang. The small knife reflected Lee Soo's sharp eyes. he asked, do you know what this is? He pointed the tip of the knife towards him. I took this from my brother's body, explain this well, otherwise there will be more of your body lying here with my brother. Lee Soo put a knife to Jang's neck and angrily asked, who killed my brother? Chief Jang thought in his head, who killed his younger brother, could it be that Baek Lee Soo is really dead? He said, first of all, please calm down, in fact, he passed away while on a national mission, he thought, in that case, we just need to get past this thug. However, this involves a national secret so I can't tell you. Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Soo punched him straight in the face. Jang's nose bled and cried out in pain. Lee Soo scolded, damn, why are you talking so much? Manager Jang fell to the ground and covered his face. Lee Soo roared and rushed forward and shouted, I ask who killed my brother. Jang raised one hand to block, the other hand slid into his chest. Suddenly, the female secretary ran forward and stopped in front of Lee Soo. Mr. Jin Yong patted the department head's shoulder from behind. Chief Jang, you better go home. Lee Soo looked excited and shouted loudly, hey, come back here, I told you to come back, damn it. As department head Jang left, he did not forget to grit his teeth and turn around to stare at Lee Soo. The scene changes to a room. Baek Do-kyung is reenacting Lee Soo's face when facing the guy named Jang, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Who killed my younger brother, that damn guy? After speaking, he turned to ask the secretary, is it the same? The secretary helped him adjust, shoulders and arms should be like this. Lee Soo was helpless, you two are doing what's up. Do-kyung sat down next to his brother. Aida very good acting. Do intelligence officers also learn acting, like disguising and then infiltrating? Lee Soo bowed his head. Anyway, it will buy a little more time, he will definitely come back, Mr. Do-kyung said, follow him, I'll tell someone to set up the locator. Anyway, why don't you try going inside, I've always welcomed you with my two hands up. Lee Soo picked up his backpack and went out, saying to his brother, anyway, you can't hide here for the rest of your life. Do-kyung frowned, what, where are you going, guy? Without turning around, Lee Soo added, I asked you at the funeral was it an act, not an act. I really intend to kill him. Mr. Do-kyung asked, that's why you're here, are you planning to go there and duel with him? Do-kyung came next to Lee Soo to comfort her, I know what you're going to say, I understand but, can't you do anything and stay here with me, you're still alive. So please stay and work with me, Lee Soo asked again, are you telling me to live here and be a gangster with you? Mr. Do-kyung suddenly fell silent. Then he put his hand on Lee Soo's shoulder and replied, yes, that's right, gangster, anyway, you and I are both the same people who do dirty things. Hearing that, Lee Soo pushed his brother's hand away and went out without saying anything. Do-kyung saw his younger brother leaving without looking back so he called out, hey Baek Lee Soo, but received no response. He held his head, damn, he's so stupid that he can't be my twin, he reminded his bodyguard, Jin Yong, take the kids with you, just in case he causes trouble, story. The scene moves to Lee Soo, who is waiting at the red light at the intersection. Realizing someone was following him, he cautiously looked behind him. A man wearing a black shirt opened the car door, got out and walked towards Lee Soo. He pulled his hat low to cover his face. He asked the other person, are you going to continue following me like that? It turned out that it was the bodyguard Ha Jin Yong. He responded to Lee Soo's question, yes. Not only Jin Yong, but also a group of bodyguards coming down from black cars. He continued, this is the director's order. In a hidden corner, someone was holding a knife and observing them. At Chief Jang's office, he was listening to a report from someone. Is that so? Continue to monitor. After turning off the phone, he pondered, that expression. It's clear that he identified himself as the murderer. It seems like Baek Do-kyung knew something. In that case, suddenly a shadow appeared behind him. The man in black placed his hand on Mr. Jang's shoulder and reminded, shush, don't come back. That person leaned close to his ear and continued, if you want your daughter to return safely. Manager Jang panicked and asked again, what do you want? I did what you said, now my daughter. The other guy wrapped his arms around his neck, what I want. It turned out that Chief Jang's daughter had returned home. The girl jumped on Chief Jang's back and happily called out, Dad. Mr. Jang kindly held her legs to prevent her from falling. He helped his daughter pull her suitcase and said as he walked, you're here, are you very tired today? The girl punched her leg and whined, of course, the chair is hard and the footrest is not comfortable at all. Manager Jang loved, sorry, daughter, next time I will choose a seat for you, better. The girl rushed to hug her father, most of all, I'm tired because I miss you, Mr. Jang teased, oh my god, then next time Dad will point at the plane and make it fly faster. Manager Jang smiled and narrowed his eyes, ha ha, that has never happened before. On this side, Do-kyung adjusted his shirt. He put his hands in his pockets and walked back and forth, He asked the secretary, you're all gone, buy me a pack of cigarettes. The secretary replied, then I will send the person below to work, I have to hear with you. Do-kyung complained, hey, let me go, let me breathe, it's like being detained here. The secretary objected, no, department head Ha has already taken someone with him to protect your younger brother, the director is the only one here, if you go out, it will be very dangerous. Mr. Do-kyung sat leaning on the edge of the sofa and said, if there is no security guard, can I not go? The secretary replied, yes, anyway you can't be alone. Mr. Do-kyung smiled crookedly and suggested, then let's keep it like this. The elevator appears to be moving down from the 57th floor. Mr. Kyung holds the secretary's hand and goes down, followed by two juniors. He proudly teased the secretary, can you buy me a pack of cigarettes? The secretary blushed, two will buy it. Kyung turned back to remind his juniors, this is your big sister saying hello. The secretary looked down shyly, stop. The two juniors bowed their heads and shouted, hello, big sister. Suddenly, Do-kyung's face darkened. He put his arm around the shoulder of a junior and asked again, our big sister is getting more and more beautiful, right? That guy replied loudly, yes, that's true, you are also very beautiful today, big sister. Kyung admitted, that's true, but everyone calls Sua sister. He changed his face and asked angrily, who are you? A subordinate of Chief Jang. The other guy was stunned and tried to argue, what are you talking about? Suddenly, the man swung a knife and cut Kyung's neck, but he avoided it. He frowned, this is. Kyung and Sua were pressed close to the corner of the elevator, and the two juniors also took off their disguises. Mr. Kyung asked, does Sua still have a knife? I forgot the knife. The other two guys stared at them, preparing to attack. Sua replied, yes, in a skirt. Kyung took out the knife from the secretary's skirt and sighed and said, then I'll ask your permission. Two assassins attacked. Kyung leaned over and easily avoided the attack. He pushed him aside and at the same time used his knife to cut across the bald assassin's body. He frowned, look, you dress so well. The other guy's vest was torn by Kyung, revealing the protective vest inside. The assassin continued to attack, holding the knife towards Kyung. He thought, damn, his knife is so sharp, it cut through my protective gear. Kyung used his shoulder to push this guy to the side of the elevator. He turned to look at Sua and saw that she was being attacked by another guy and was about to be unable to resist. When the assassin raised the knife to stab Sua, Kyung ran to block his stab. The assassin stabbed Kyung in the shoulder. The sharp tip of the knife pierced deep into his skin, but he was still worried about Sua. Sua, are you okay? It's been a long time since I've tasted being stabbed by a knife. He discovered that these guys deliberately targeted Sua. He thought, at this rate, Sua will be in danger. Kyung cut hard into the assassin's knife hand. He screamed in pain, and at the same time the knife stuck in Kyung's shoulder also flew out. The bald man took advantage of the opportunity to attack Sua. When he was about to stab the knife into Sua's body, Kyung quickly slashed the knife away. The knife flew towards the remaining assassin. He used his uninjured hand to catch the knife on the floor. Seeing that, Sua quickly kicked it away. Then, she used all her strength to stab him in the neck, knocking him down. The remaining bald man's knife was also slashed away immediately afterward. He used his bare hand to block Kyung's stab. With his other hand, he took out another knife from behind his back and attacked Kyung from the right. But very quickly Kyung grabbed his arm and turned the knife back towards the assassin. His shirt popped off, revealing his beautiful body. He angrily said, come here, I'm raising my two hands to welcome you guys. The bald guy stammered in fear, wait. After that, only a scream rang out in the elevator. The elevator door opened, the bodies of the two assassins were kicked out. Kyung and Sua stepped out. Kyung yelled at his juniors outside, didn't you do your job properly? Didn't detect anything, usually in the elevator. The junior standing outside asked worriedly, Director, your shoulder. He expressed that it was okay. Okay, do you have any cigarettes? It's really hard to smoke even one cigarette. The junior immediately looked in his chest. I have them. But when he reached out to take the cigarette, a knife stabbed him in the stomach. Sua saw that and was frightened. Kyung's hand squeezed the other guy's face tightly. Hey! With his other hand, he firmly grasped the blade of the knife pinned to his stomach. In case it stabbed deeper. Kyung's tone was not good at all. Damn, I said it was a cigarette. This is so big it makes me sick. It feels heavy. The layer of skin on this assassin's face was gradually pulled off by him. That guy laughed excitedly. Director, don't pull it out. I deliberately prepared a big one for you. After a brief struggle, Baek Do-kyung was able to peel off the assassin's mask and kick him away. The man in black twirled the dagger in his hand and smiled sinisterly. Baek Do-kyung smiled faintly. This guy is fast. Hey, stop giving me cigarettes, lend me a knife. The subordinate next to him eagerly said, Director, I'm still here, You two quickly step back, Do-kyung emphasized. Give it to me if I tell you, don't just rush straight at that guy. Taking the knife in his subordinate's hand, Do-kyung told him, take Sua, protect her, go quickly. Sua was not willing to leave alone, she repeatedly called out, Director, but was still dragged away by her subordinates. Do-kyung carefully instructed her, don't open the door to strangers, you understand. After seeing Sua leave safely, Baek Do-kyung turned to the assassin and said, what should I do now? I have already guessed your lucky number, don't talk nonsense in the future. Hearing that, the other guy didn't want to hide it anymore. He took off his wig and asked Baek Do-kyung, are you always talking that much? This guy is actually a member of the HID task force, the core of the assassination team, of unknown origin, nicknamed Ur-yong, Ghost. Do-kyung looked surprised, oh, you know my name, could it be that you killed my brother? He thought to himself, the wound seems deep, we must end this war quickly. Ur-yong, hitting two daggers together, frowned slightly and said, if I have the chance, I'd like to do that too. After finishing speaking, he rushed forward and shouted, I just asked you one question, Thug Baek Lee-soo, are you really dead? Do-kyung sarcastically said, who are you kidding, you guys were also paid a large sum of money for this. Ur-yong blocked Do-kyung's counterattack and said, then I will change the question. Where is Baek Lee-soo? Do-kyung responded, damn, your ears are full of shit so you can't hear clearly. At the same time, on Baek Lee-soo's side, Jin-yong followed Do-kyung's orders and always followed Lee-soo closely to protect him. Jin-yong noticed that behind the two people appeared a person wearing a white shirt who had been following for a long time. Seeing that, he and Lee-soo deliberately walked quickly and turned into a small alley nearby. Afraid of losing track, the other two trackers also followed quickly. At the beginning of the alley, he was about to turn in when Jin-yong shook his fist in front of him. Not having time to avoid the stalker, Jin-yong's punch sent him flying away. He fell to the street, holding his arms in pain, thinking to himself, that's too strong, he must have broken a bone. While that guy was still lying on the ground in pain, Baek Lee-soo approached and interrogated him. Did Chief Jang send you here? Did he tell you to check to see if I was alive or dead? The white-shirted man's arm trembled and he replied, yes, indeed, Baek Lee-soo doesn't die that easily. Hearing the familiar voice, Lee-soo's eyes faltered in doubt. What did you say, could it be? The other guy took off the hat that was covering half of his exposed face. As soon as he saw his face, Lee-soo exclaimed, Lee Sion. Lee Sion greeted, long time no see, Captain. Jin-yong curiously asked, you two know each other? Lee Sion pointed at his swollen hand and scoffed, of course I know Uncle Gorilla, what should I do about this? Look at this. Lee-soo grabbed Sion's shoulder and said, I'm sorry, Sion, I should have been with everyone at that time. I'm the only one alive. Sion pondered for a moment before speaking, it's okay to be alive, me too, so is the captain, so from now on. In the future, when you go out to eat delicious food, you must bring me with you, noble. Saying this, he suddenly shouted, oh my god, I have goosebumps, that's enough now, leave it, why don't you do anything, you nobleman? Only then did Lee-soo notice Sion's wound and ask, ah, that's right, where is the injury? Sion whined, don't talk anymore, there's a hole in your stomach, just now, even my arm was broken. Not paying attention to Sion's story, Uncle Jin-yong calmly listened to someone's phone behind him. Lee-soo and Sion looked towards Jin-yong. Sion continued, and that person is not a gorilla to be strong. Before finishing his sentence, Sion noticed something unusual and exclaimed, but that uncle. Why do you suddenly have such an expression? It seems like something very bad happened. Returning to Do-kyung, he had more and more wounds on his body. Ur-yong crazily aimed at Do-kyung and attacked. Both sides fought back and forth for a long time, neither side willing to be outdone. After a while Ur-yong finally revealed his opening. Do-kyung quickly used a knife to attack and injure the opponent. Seizing this opportunity, Do-kyung continuously threw moves at the assassin, causing him to continuously dodge. He said to the white-haired assassin, hey you have to fight like that when you're in charge, okay, come here, he thought to himself, the longer this goes on, the worse it gets, my eyes are slowly fading. As if noticing Do-kyung's abnormality, Ur-yong smiled sinisterly and emphasized, Baek Do-kyung is Baek Lee-soo's brother. Do-kyung tried to regain his composure, held the knife and stabbed it hard at the opponent. The assassin Ur-yong used a rope to wrap his hand around him, then he looked at Baek Do-kyung with sharp eyes and said, I have to admit it, a thug like you. So that's quite good. As he finished speaking, he tightened his grip on the rope and pulled it down, causing a knife in Do-kyung's hand to fly out, blood flowing all over the floor. Ur-yong asked in a low voice, I'll ask again, where is Baek Lee-soo? Do-kyung grabbed his long hair and put the knife to the end of his hair and asked the other person, have you often heard people say you're not observant? The other guy was still bewildered and didn't understand anything. Without waiting for the assassin to answer, Do Kyung cut off his long blue hair in front of Ur-yong's surprise and bewilderment. "What are you doing?" Do Kyung clutched the bundle of hair that had just been cut, brought it forward and said, "You have to do this to understand. I am Baek Lee-soo." His eyes were full of anger, the wounds on his body were constantly dripping blood, but all that could not hide his handsome and cool appearance. Ur-yong looked at the person in front of him incredulously, wondering, "What? No way." Before the other guy had time to calm down, Do Kyung grabbed a knife and rushed to his mouth, still muttering, "That's a guy with no eye." Before Do Kyung's attack, Ur-yong quickly dodged. He sneered, "Baek Lee-soo can't be that clumsy, end it, thug." Ur-yong quickly held the dagger to attack Do Kyung, but this time Do Kyung was one step faster than him, using his bare hand to firmly hold the rope tied to the opponent's knife. Even though Do Kyung's hand was constantly bleeding, he didn't care and said to the other guy, "Just now, that hair was a bit of an eyesore." Seizing Ur-yong's knife, Do Kyung used the knife in his hand without hesitation to cut a long line on his opponent's face. Ur-yong held his bloody face and screamed in pain. Seeing that, Do Kyung provoked him, "Come on, stand up, keep fighting." Ur-yong gritted her teeth bitterly and struggled to stand up. He rushed towards Do Kyung furiously cursing, "Ignorant, uneducated thug." Before he could even touch a strand of Do Kyung's hair, he held his hand. "Next, make a straight cut across the waist." Ur-yong unwillingly gritted his teeth and blurted out, Could it be? Like this, really Baek Lee-soo." Do Kyung provoked again, "Next." Ur-yong used all her strength to attack him, still saying loudly, "No way, die." Do Kyung continuously counterattacked the opponent's attack and immediately blocked it. On the contrary, the injuries on Ur-yong's body became more and more numerous. While beating Do Kyung, he urged the other guy, "Continue." At this time, Ur-yong was completely in a weak position. After Do Kyung's consecutive counterattacks, Ur-yong collapsed. His eyes clearly showed fear as he thought, "It's really Baek Lee-soo." Do Kyung stood tall in front of this guy and emphasized, "Next." But Ur-yong did not dare to attack and begged in fear, Don't come here." Do Kyung raised the knife in his hand to pin the assassin on the floor and said, "Baek Lee-soo is right, just similar to his brother." Ur-yong used his last strength to hold a knife and stab Do Kyung before he could strike him. Seeing that the knife had penetrated Do Kyung's neck, he was a bit surprised. This assassin lay still and stood still for a few seconds to confirm that he kept calling Baek Lee-soo's name. At that moment, Ur-yong saw a black car arriving outside the gate. It turned out that Baek Lee-soo had returned. He got out of the car with a panicked look on his face and called out, "Brother." Seeing his brother lying on the floor, Lee-soo quickly ran over and kept calling, "Brother." Baek Lee-soo helped his brother up and muttered a prayer, "Please me." After Ur-yong saw someone coming, he quickly ran away. As he walked, this guy proudly opened the notebook and crossed out Lee-soo's information, constantly saying, "Baek Lee-soo, Baek Lee-soo, Baek Lee-soo, I killed you, I killed Baek Lee-soo." But he did not know that Baek Lee-soo was actually hugging his brother Do Kyung in regret and crying. That night, after Do Kyung's unfortunate incident, Sua sat down with Jin Yong and discussed, "We can't continue like this." Not only the General Association but also other regional organizations noticed the absence of Director Baek Do Kyung. "At this point, we have to choose a new representative." Head of Department Jin Yong, "You too." Sua had not finished her opinion when Jin Yong stood up and interrupted. "Tae-san without Baek Do Kyung is no longer Tae-san," Sua asked, "so we just watched the organization collapse." She frowned, "Director Baek has become like this, now you have to calm down and maintain Tae-san for him. He also doesn't want Tae-san to collapse like that." Jin Yong shouted, "That's enough." Jin Yong's tears suddenly flowed out. He said seriously, "Do you really not know? There is no such person, no one can replace Baek Do Kyung's position in Tae-san." In the main male side, after taking care of his brother, Lee-soo angrily went looking for Ur-yong. Lee Syan saw that he was in such a hurry and quickly ran after him to stop him. "Captain, stop, where are you going?" Lee-soo said in a low voice. The wound on his body was caused by a trained person. It was definitely someone from the Special Task Force following the orders of Chief Jang. Most of the special forces under Chief Jang are carrying out missions in the north in disguise like us. If we find them, we will be able to catch Chief Jang's tail. Syan continued, I know, but what should we do now?" Lee-soo angrily said, "Chief Jang, he made my brother become like this. We must find and kill them all, just like what happened to our team." As he spoke, tears unconsciously flowed out of his eyes. At the same time at Pangyo Techno Valley, an industrial complex in Pangyo City, Seongnam, South Korea, dubbed the Silicon Valley of Korea, a group of people are gathering in a row on the rooftop of a high-rise building. The guy in the yellow shirt said while peeling a pear, "I don't like Pangyo, there's nothing to eat here. right, this name is ICTT1 President Kim Kyung-chun. He stood up and continued to speak to his subordinates. There are only suit tailors here, so there is no corner to dig for money. In the past, men had to swim under the big floods in Seoul. I wanted to sit in one of the 4 major organizations under the General Association, but at that time, our department head just whispered some meaningless sweet words into my ear. Right, the red-shirted department head who was tied up hanging on the railing of the statue floor angrily responded, "Sweet words, what should I say?" Kim Kyung-chun put the peeled pear into his mouth and ate it, then used a knife to cut off part of the red shirt's rope while calmly saying, "This pear is not ripe yet, just leave it alone." Making the red shirt department head so scared that he shouted, "Ah, President, that's not true, Tae-san was attacked. A friend in Seoul told me, Tae-san encountered an unknown force and is currently not making any move. Plus, there's been no sign of Baek Do-kyung, Tae-san's boss, lately." Kim Kyung-chun looked surprised when he heard that. He cut off the next rope hanging the department head and asked again, "Oh, don't you see Baek Do-kyung anywhere? Is this news accurate?" The red-shirted department head was so scared that he was sweating and repeatedly affirmed, "Yes, I'm correct, my information is correct. He wasn't present at the meeting at the general meeting." Kyung-chun asked further, "Isn't there something else?" The other guy firmly affirmed, "I've told you everything I know." Kyung-chun replied, "I know." Having finished speaking, he bluntly cut the last rope so that the guy in the red shirt could fall freely from the top floor. Kyung-chun still held the half-eaten pear in his hand and ordered his subordinates to gather everyone. He solemnly ate the pear and confidently affirmed to his juniors, "Tae-san, we will eat it today." The manager actually only fell to the lower floor. He was so scared that he was breathing heavily, not believing he was still alive. On Lee Su's side, he was going to Ma Yang Ward, livestock market, he thought, the best place is under the candlestick. If you leave it where you want it, anyone can find it, you have to hide it in an unexpected place. That's Chief Jang style. These guys have also been trained by Chief Jang. If we're careless, we'll encounter them. Thinking so, he acted very carefully, observing everything meticulously. As soon as he entered a room, Lee Su was shocked to discover that the room had a strong smell of blood, and dead bodies seemed to be all over the floor. He raised his voice, "No one, your target isn't Baek Lee Su, is it?" The only skinhead still breathing said, You're still alive." He continued, Hey, clean up that mess, even if it wasn't you, I would still be dead." Lee Su approached the bald head and asked clearly, "What's going on?" The bald head replied, "What, department head Jang was caused by him." The bald man thought back to the scenario of being suddenly attacked and said angrily, "Damn it," he gathered everyone together and everyone was shot like a sieve. They used radio equipment. Other companies have also been cleaned up. Maybe other places are similar. The bald man reached for Lee Su and patted his shoulder. Lee Su interrupted him. Don't say anything more, but the bald man still tried to finish the last words. He shouted indignantly, "Baek Lee Su. You don't have the strength to confront Chief Jang right now, that's not an organization that you alone can deal with, you should run away to survive, run away." With that said, the bald guy passed away. Knowing the situation, Lee Su's eyes became colder than ever. He held the bald man's body in his arms and muttered, an organization like this. On the other side, Kim Kyung-chun came to the Tae-san group for a surprise attack. Looking at his people gaining the upper hand, he said triumphantly, "How disappointing, isn't that all for one of the major organizations under the General Association, Tae-san?" At this moment, Jin Yong appeared, his face sharp and cool, his hands grabbing the 2 men who had been imprisoned. Seeing him, Kim was surprised and wondered, "Ha, Jin Yong, the yaksha is motionless." Jin Yong angrily said to the other group, "You guys are the 4th group." He threw the man in black aside and continued, "I don't know where you heard what you heard from. You guys are the 4th bunch of brats to come here this week." Kim Kyung-chun smiled faintly, "You brat." The name Kim took the knife from his chest and said arrogantly, I planned to be humble when I attacked you. But since you said so, I have to play properly." A group of thugs holding knives surrounded Jin Yong. Jin Yong sneered contemptuously, warning the troublemakers, "I'm a bit tired now. So you all go up." Jin Yong raised his muscular hands to beat the others, still wearing Director Baek Do-kyung's hair tie in his hand. It can be seen that he is very sad about the incident that just happened to Director Baek. Suddenly Lee Su appeared from nowhere, pushing the black-shirted men blocking the way out. He walked towards Jin Yong in front of the curiosity of the surrounding people. "What is it, Tae-san's people, are your nerves broken?" Seeing him, Jin Yong immediately asked, "What's wrong, Baek Lee Su?" The male protagonist told him, "To avenge him, I need an organization, I can't do it alone. So give me Tae-san." Lee Su's eyes were filled with determination and hatred. Jin Yong asked in bewilderment, Give Tae-san to you. Kim Kyung-chun ran over and interrupted. Hey, what are you guys playing? He pointed the knife at Lee Soo and said, it's not just your family that's busy. You have to know how to line up. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lee Soo punched him in the mouth. Kim held his bleeding nose angrily, screaming, damn, you. He paused when looking closely at the male lead's facial expression, wondering, Baek Do-kyung. The bewildered subordinates followed in the noise. Isn't it true that there is no Baek Do-kyung? What is it, Baek Do-kyung? Could it be that Baek Do-kyung has returned? Mr. Jin-young still stood there motionless, observing. Kim Kyung-chun stubbornly said to his subordinates, What, we are outnumbered anyway, let's all rush. Hearing that, the other juniors grabbed knives and rushed forward, shouting, Die. Lee Soo didn't say a word, alone weighing dozens of people in front of him. He quickly used the small horse he had just snatched from Kim's hand to deal with those people who did not know good or bad. Looking at his decisive movements, one person had to say, That's crazy. Seeing that the guys in front were beaten miserably, Kim urged the guys behind, What, let's go up. A group of Kim's juniors rushed up to attack Lee Soo, shouting today is the end of Tae-san. Lee Soo was angry, his face darkened with murderous intent. Each and every guy was quickly defeated by Lee Soo. Kim Kyung-chun stood and watched with a burning fire in his heart and directed, You idiots, get out your knife. His useless subordinates didn't even have a chance to touch a strand of Lee Soo's hair. However, Kim Kyung-chun had to take action directly. He silently attacked from behind the male lead's back. Baek Do-kyung, you thought the knife wouldn't be able to stab you. Lee Soo quickly turned around, knocking aside the knife in Kim's hand, who took an offensive stance. Kim Kyung-chun was so scared that his face turned black and he faltered, Baek Do-kyung, this is. Lee Soo looked at him with sharp, scary eyes. The Kim family name was scared and ran away, calling back to his subordinates, Retreat, Pangyo, return to Pangyo. The people of Tae-san also mumbled happily, Director Beek, the director is back. Jin-young stood numbly to one side thinking, Tae-san cannot exist without Baek Do-kyung, I thought so but. The others continued to say, the director is here to help us, director. Jin-young walked closer to the male lead and whispered, You want Tae-san, right, Baek Lee Soo? If you want Tae-san, there's only one way. After a while at a meeting, a table of 4 people gathered together to discuss, within a month. Baek Do-kyung did not appear. The man in red continued, Damn, the General Assembly is really funny, I told you to get rid of that thug. The pink-haired woman also chimed in, Sounds interesting, right, Baek Do-kyung is dead. The other person spoke up, If that's true, Tae-san is dead. Continuing the sentence that Jin-young said to the male lead, Tae-san is Baek Do-kyung's organization. If you want to have Tae-san, there's only one way, Baek Lee Soo, you have to become Baek Do-kyung. At this moment, a hand slowly opened the curtain. The male lead and Jin-young entered the room where the other 4 people were sitting and chatting. Lee Soo spoke sarcastically, Hey everyone, you must be worried about me, right? What should I do? I already bought souvenirs knowing that. Baek Lee Soo appeared with the same style as his brother. Standing behind him was the big bodyguard Jin-young and his younger brother Lee Syan. That's right, Lee Soo replaced and took on his brother's identity to run the Tae-san Association and take revenge on those scum. The scene shifts back to the days when Baek Lee Soo followed the habits of his older brother Do-kyung. Sua is Do-kyung's close secretary, she understands Do-kyung's habits and activities well, so she helped teach Lee Soo, adjust your finger so it's behind the blade, obviously you need to do that to get more power into the blade, Baek Lee Soo complained, does anyone pay attention to details like that? Sua was serious, there will definitely be people who do that, and if your opponent is on the board, then you should be more careful. The most notorious criminal gang boss in Seoul meets with the board of directors. The aim is to prevent conflicts between gangs and encourage cooperation, but in reality, they are waiting for an opportunity to profit for themselves, waiting for a conflict to happen. Baek Lee Soo replied, That's why Tae-san Hoi and I got involved. Ms. Sua nodded, Yes, that's why I told you to be more careful. Ms. Sua confided heavily, Honestly, I'm not sure if this is the right choice. Why do we have to protect the Tae-san Association? Baek Lee Soo learned how to hold a knife but Ms. Sua just firmly said, I need Tae-san to join. A gang out for revenge is stronger than the others. That's why I need the Tae-san Association and the board of directors to fulfill my own aspiration. On the other side, a group of people stood in the construction site. People sitting on chairs said, This must be a big deal. He was Seoul Police Chief Cho Won-ho. He grinned, Chief Jang, you did well, your skills are truly admirable. Chief Jang replied, It's all thanks to your help. They're all very good. The police chief expressed, No, your working skills are the most important. He pointed down at the construction site, That's why all those guys are buried here, right? Head of Department Zhang's tone was unemotional. It's a sacrifice for a brighter future. The police chief clapped his hands. Very good, you are truly a special person. I like it very much. Is this what they say, doing dirty work to have a brighter future? His voice was mocking. The delegates have been worried lately. It's impossible to know the mood of the people in the north from those old-fashioned clothes. Chief Zhang replied, of course. The police chief suddenly said, I've been under a lot of pressure lately. They keep telling me to do this and that, so I'm busy making up for it. The police chief put his hand on Chief Zhang's shoulder. But his face darkened. But why are you trying to make me angry like that? Is it so difficult to deal with those insects out there? He pressed his fingertips on Chief Zhang's chest and criticized, why do you create so much trouble for me? Don't you know how much resources I want to deal with the trouble you cause? Chief Zhang bowed his head. I'm sorry for causing trouble. The chief continued to criticize until foam splashed. And what? Eliminate the Tae-san Association and that bastard Baek Do-kyung. Do you know how the Tae-san Association affects you? And do you know what that means? Chief Zhang explained. That's why we asked you. Because all power belongs to you. The chief gritted his teeth. My power, you bastard. Manager Zhang interrupted. Hey Cho Won-ho. The chief thought he heard wrong. What, Cho Won-ho? Chief Zhang quickly snatched the badge from the chief's chest. He held up the badge he had just taken down. You should know who is the boss here. Your role in this is a police chief. What we need is a leader, not a puppet like you, sir. Do you understand? He threw the police chief's badge onto the construction site. There are countless people who can replace you. If you don't like your role, then get out. The police chief's bodyguard grabbed old Zhang, his hand holding Chief Zhang's shirt showing blue veins. This guy has such an insolent attitude. Is the sheriff your friend, you rude guy? The police chief exhaled. TCH, this guy, how dare this guy throw away his badge? He turned and shouted, are you going to get my badge back? But before anything else, I saw a scene where Department Head Zhang kicked that big junior guy down. The guy hit his head hard on the ground and groaned in pain. Ah! Not stopping, Chief Zhang also gave him a follow-up blow with a heel kick straight to the face, while his hand very leisurely stopped his glasses from falling off his face. The police chief saw this scene and was stunned. The remaining bodyguard following him was also stunned. What the hell? The cold muzzle of the gun was pressed against the police chief's head, making him not dare to say a word. Chief Zhang said in a sharp voice, should I bury you with him? The police chief raised his hands above his head in panic. Mr. Zhang, I was wrong. Chief Zhang was still very polite with his expressionless face. Sir, I have buried my people alive before. Why should I care about Chong Hui? The police chief shouted in fear. Sir, I will handle this matter. I know the person on the board. Chief Zhang put the gun back in his shirt. Do this without touching your hands or feet. Chief Cho Won-ho. The sheriff bowed. Yes, sir. Chief Zhang suddenly called out. Ah, hey police chief. The police chief bowed. Yes. Chief Zhang said, Baek Do-kyung, I want to meet him. The scene returns to the luxurious room. 4 people sit around a dining table. The 5th chair is still empty. Jurang Resort Director Ryu Tai-yong, boss of Jurang Yongsangu headquarters, holding a cigarette and sitting cross-legged. This guy Baek Do-kyung is dead. I told you so. I told you, he's not big enough to sit here. Director of HHS Entertainment Han Hae-sung, boss of the Gangnam area, sipped a cup of wine. He said he was on a business trip. Why do people always get angry every time Baek Do-kyung is mentioned? The red-shirted Ryu replied, me, it's not just me, a crazy dog with no foundation but took over Han Nam-dong's important area. That bastard should die. The owner of the trading company Chun Wong Cha Yua, the head of Gurogu district, the leader of Sanhap Hue, and the commercial director took down the glasses on their faces. Wow, you sound like you want to stab him. You must really hate Baek Do-kyung, right? Ryu tilted his head back and covered his eyes with his hands, laughing loudly. This bitch is making me mad, trying to make me look like the bad guy, the other person reminded. That's enough, Mr. Ryu. The guy is CEO Lee Sung-min, boss of Jongno-gu area, boss of Gu-do, 9 Swords, he continued saying, the reason we are having a meeting today is to resolve tensions between us. Ryu put his cigarette ash on the table. This Chinese guy, Hae Sung-min. He smirked and said, if you act like that, I will become uncomfortable with you. You don't deserve to sit here in your current position. You just think you deserve a seat here, because you control a small ward. Lee Sung-min replied, Chong Hui was founded by Yil Hak, the first president. Someone interrupted, Sung-min, give me soy sauce. Han Hae-sung was staring at his phone. He clearly didn't care about Lee Sung-min. Give me the bottle of soy sauce, Sung-min, it's too far. Lee Sung-min said nothing, picked up the bottle of soy sauce. Ryu raised his middle finger and mocked, coward. He continued, okay, whatever, while we still allow you to be here, show some respect. At this moment, Cyan put his hands in his pockets and lifted the curtain and walked in. Is this the place? Ryu's face darkened and he looked out. Who are you? Why do you look like some nightclub hostess? Cyan didn't pay much attention to him, turned around and said, Sir, we've arrived, with such a tense atmosphere, I'm sure this is the place. Lee Soo, as Baek Do Kyung's older brother, appeared, both hands in his pockets and arrogantly walked in. When everyone in the room saw his presence, they were immediately shocked and stopped what they were doing. They all turned their heads to stare at Lee Soo. Recalling the time when on the way here he saw the information of each person in the association, Lee Soo looked at the information file. Are all the members of Chonghwa here? Not much. Mr. Jin Yong replied, yes, but the important part is the relationships, including them gathered together with a good relationship. Lee Soo, he folded the documents and continued, Jin Yong, then I will also find their weakness. Lee Soo thought, I need to handle this the way I, Baek Do Kyung, know how to handle it. Lee Soo pulled out the only recliner and asked, Service, are you talking about me? Father Yuo was surprised. Baek, are you serious? You even cut your hair. I didn't recognize you. Lee Soo sat down. I was trying to impress, and you didn't even recognize me. Ryu crossed his arms over his chest and scoffed, I thought someone stabbed you to death. It's so bad I thought it wasn't your turn. Lee Soo reached for the eating utensils and responded to Ryu, don't you use chopsticks? If you're going to eat like a dog and not use a knife and fork, can I have them? While you were away, we had a conversation. Lee Soo looked interested. Really, you guys must be really worried about me, right? I should have brought a gift or something. Han Hae-sung probed, we heard that your younger brother passed away. It must be very difficult. You haven't even contacted us. Normally you're not like that. Ryu scoffed again. The funeral was pretty crazy, wasn't it? I heard there was a knife fight too. Father Yuo also said, ah yes, I'm also very curious about that. Han Hae-sung put the wine glass on the table. Is that so? There's so much to talk about. To summarize, does Baek Do Kyung deserve to be here right now? Lee Soo stood up and said to the others, if you know someone is in trouble, why don't you come help? He pulled out a sharp knife and continued, but anyway. Lee Soo stabbed the knife hard on the table in front of the other president's eyes. The tip of the knife stabbed hard into the table, and that's when Lee Soo's face changed. He arrogantly asked again, who are you talking to about Tae-san's status? Do you think Chonghwa has the right? Han Hae-sung frowned unhappily and said, how can we accept those words? Are you planning to turn us into enemies? Lee Soo put his hands next to the corner of the table firmly. I will be frank like this, so listen carefully. This is all what Tae-san wants. He coldly declared, Tae-san will not join Chonghwa from now on. You guys can do whatever you want. The car drove quickly on the quiet road. Lee Soo returned from the meeting, resting his chin and looking out the window thoughtfully. Cyan curiously looked at the car's interior. Mr. Jin Young focused on driving. Jin Young looked at Lee Soo through the rearview mirror and asked, Chonghwa is now our opponent. Do you have any plan? Lee Soo did not answer Jin Young's question but still looked out the car window as if waiting for something. A car suddenly came out of a bend, blocking their path. Mr. Jin Young was surprised and immediately turned the wheel. Car wheels rubbing on the road create a shrill screeching sound. Cyan rolled down the car window and cursed loudly, what son of a bit. At this time, 3 other cars also surrounded their car. Another car came and the door opened. Ryu stepped down from inside. He called out Baek Do Kyung and held the weapon tightly in his hand. He walked towards Lee Soo's car and said, talking nonsense like that at a conference. The bare fist in Ryu's hand shined. As you say, I will do what I want. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and gathered strength. He punched hard on the car window where Lee Soo was sitting, and the window was broken, but Lee Soo remained motionless. Jin Young and Cyan looked down angrily. Lee Soo glanced at the guy, his face darkened. Ryu arrogantly declared, so. Please let me be the leader of the Tae-san guild, you son of a bit. A few minutes ago, Cyan was so surprised that he stammered, team, captain, no, director. He pointed, if you turn this, will the rearview mirror move? Lee Soo nodded, that's right, Mr. Jin Young reminded, you're preventing me from driving, please behave yourself. Jin Young looked at Lee Soo through the rearview mirror and continued, but we have withdrawn from the General Association, now they will be our enemies, is it okay? Lee Soo propped his chin and replied, I'll trample all of them under my feet, but before that. Must catch mice at the general meeting. Lee Soo seemed to have planned it in advance. Cyan was curious, rat, at the general meeting, who is that? Mr. Jin Young asked, why do you think like that? Lee Soo analyzed, they said the funeral was noisy and killing. Jin Young continued, if it's a funeral, the director has already reported the obituary to the General Association, it's not anything special. Lee Soo continued to analyze, the killing that happened in Tae-san has nothing to do with the funeral. Cyan held his head and exclaimed, that's right, that's true, wow, I get goosebumps, why don't I understand anything? Mr. Jin Yong tightened his grip on the steering wheel. So, in the context of the general meeting, it turns out you knew what happened back then. Lee Soo continued, so I avoided going to the general meeting before finding that mouse. Mr. Jin Yong asked, how do you plan to find the director? Lee Soo calculated, maybe we have to look for it directly, because we've already messed up the rat's nest, it will know and crawl out on its own. Returning to the present, Ryu poked his head into the car to face Lee Soo and taunted, hey, Baek Do-kyung, get out. Aren't you coming down? I have to drag your precious body out before you agree. Despite Ryu's provocations, Lee Soo remained motionless, thinking, Ryu Tae-hyung. Up until now, Tae-san and Jorang have had the most animosity and clear hostility between the two sides. This guy, rat. Ryu looked at him sarcastically, are you the beaky guy from before? What did you just say? Beaky is a vulgar expression for someone who attracts customers on the street to sell goods. Cyan got out of the car and calmly replied, what are you going to do? Today is my first time riding this car, I'm in a very happy mood. Seeing Cyan's joking attitude, Ryu frowned, does this guy want to be beaten? You're quite pleasing to my eye, besides Baek Do-kyung, do you want to work for me? Cyan scoffed, oh, so I'm your superior, ah, okay then. Let's go to the car repair place first. Suddenly a fist flew towards his face. It was Ryu who didn't say anything and punched Cyan. Cyan's body also tilted back. Cyan used his hand to catch Ryu's fist. Even though it was very painful, he still acted unharmed and said to Ryu, oh, look at your habits, are you a scoundrel? Ryu smiled disdainfully, oh, can you block it? Hey, I really like you, bye key. Suddenly, several white cars came from afar, attracting Ryu's attention. Ryu exclaimed, what's going on? Are you planning on having a celebration party here? Cyan stood to one side, puffing his cheeks and blowing on the sore hand that had just blocked Ryu's fist. Ryu looked at the person who had just arrived and asked, what's going on? Lee Sung-min. Lee Sung-min calmly said, Representative Tae-hyung, stop here. Ryu raised his middle finger in contempt, oh my god, if Master Sung-min says stop, then we have to stop, but soon he changed his tone, what should I do? Isn't that enough for you? You must have been chasing me for a long time, right? He bowed his head jokingly, we're planning to hold a party, does Sung-min also want to participate? Il Hawk doesn't know if he's capable or not. Suddenly there was a big hand placed on Ryu's shoulder and he laughed loudly, ha ha ha, you're capable, Ryu Tae-hyung, you're just a big mouth. I remember not long ago you were crying because of the scar on your back, right? It's gotten a lot bigger lately, hasn't it, Ryu Tae-hyung? Ryu looked at the other person warily, Nine Knives, Choi Chun-ho, old man, what are you doing all the way here? Cyan leaned against the car window and asked Jin Yong, what's going on? Who is that uncle in the white suit? Those two people look like they're about to film a long-running drama. Can we call cut? Mr. Jin Yong replied, it's the Nine Knife, part of Il Hack's elite team. I didn't expect the Nine Knife to appear. Cyan was curious, Nine Blade. Mr. Jin Yong explained, currently, Il Hack's reputation has declined a lot. The previous generation of Il Hack was a leading organization in Seoul. At that time, Il Hack's elite team had 9 people called the Nine Knives. Understanding what happened, Cyan exclaimed, it's true that things related to those thugs are really great. But looking at everyone's reactions, it's probably not a lie. Ryu's juniors were stunned. 9 swords, Choi Chun-ho, is that old man really Choi Chun-ho? Il Hawk CEO, Choi Chun-ho, the leader of the 9 swords and 2 swords, looked at the crowd with disdain, you kids have no ambition. Ryu bit his lip and thought, damn it, why is Il Hawk here? This is between me and Tae-san, why are we sticking our noses in? Mr. Jin Yong got out of the car, senior, long time no see. Ryu saw that they knew each other and frowned, what? The 2 swords patted Jin Yong's shoulder loudly, hey, Jin Yong, why did you become so big? Mr. Jin Yong was polite, you should have come to greet your senior, I didn't expect to meet you here. Lee Sung-min spoke up, Representative Tae-hyung, we want to invite Tae-san to Il Hawk as a guest, is that okay? Ryu left unwillingly, fuck it, it's up to you guys. Lee Sung-min came to Lee Soo's window, Director Beck, please go in my car, this car's glass is broken. Lee Soo silently glanced at him and thought, Lee Sung-min, what are you thinking about? He walked out of the car as if nothing happened, wow, that sounds cruel, is it all over? Lee Sung-min raised his hand and said, ha ha, the director is too talkative, please go this way. Old Choi had an opinion, you two go this way, I still have something to discuss with this old friend, Mr. Jin Yong said, I will go with the director. Lee Soo waved his hand, I'm fine, I can take Cyan with me, that car is too small, you won't fit in. Cyan heard that and tried to puff out his chest to show, I'm not small either. The white car drove across the road. Lee Sung-min asked, did Tai-san really withdraw from the General Association? Lee Soo looked at him, it says retreat, but it doesn't mean retreat. What kind of status? Just a decision in anger. Lee Sung-min replied, if we continue to withdraw from the General Association, other organizations will be very constrained. Lee Soo leaned his head against the car door, his fingers tapping on the window and said calmly, that's right, there was another attack today. I have to ask for money for repairs. He silently thought to himself, what do you want to say, Lee Sung-min? Lee Sung-min still tentatively probed, the General Assembly is a place of restraint and competition between organizations. To live, you must have strength. Lee Soo asked directly, what do you want to say, Representative Lee Sung-min? The car stopped at a large harbor. Lee Sung-min looked over with determined eyes, Director Baek Do-kyung. Now I need strength. Lee Soo looked at him thoughtfully, then suddenly someone knock outside the car window. Lee Soo glanced out. On Choi's side, he looked at the broken car window and exclaimed, compared to biting other people's backs, that brat Tae-hyung was able to punch pretty well just now. Jin-young didn't care but was still looking at the direction Lee Soo had just left, worried. Mr. Choi advised Jin-young, don't go to Il Hawk. Mr. Jin-young interrupted, if that's the case, don't say it anymore, you're Tae-san's person now. Old Choi was sincere, you also have a destiny with 9 swords, there is still a place for you. Mr. Jin-young turned his head and replied sharply, I am Tae-san's person, above all, I have work to do here. Second Sword Choi tried to advise, Jin-young, you have nothing to do. He announced, Tae-san will collapse today, it's over now. Turning back to Lee Soo, the person outside the car door said, hello, Director Baek Do-kyung. The group of people dressed in white stared at him, welcome to the 9 Sword. Lee Soo admired, Representative Lee Sung-min, it's beyond my imagination. Lee Sung-min replied, this is our highest welcoming ceremony. Lee Soo hugged his face and laughed, leaning his head back on the chair. Suddenly he coldly stood up, looked straight at Sung-min and asked, is it you, Mouse? He called out, Cyan. He looked at him through the rearview mirror and replied, yes, Director. Lee Soo ordered, capture Lee Sung-min. Cyan obeyed, yes, I will do it now. The driver's face darkened, what, this arrogant guy. Cyan gave him a strong knockout. He grumbled, this puppy is too loud, please be a little more obedient. The driver foamed at the mouth and slumped over the steering wheel. Cyan looked out the car window, Lee Soo advised, stay there for a bit. Having said that, he got out of the car and faced the group of 9 knife men. He continued, it won't take much time. Ryu exhaled white smoke into the air, cursing, Lee Sung-min, damn, you bastard even brought 9 sword. His junior asked, just how terrible is the 9 sword? The guy turned down to look at Ryu, we've added more people to this opportunity. Ryu Tae-hyung suddenly asked, hey, are you good at fighting? The other guy didn't understand, what? Ryu gave him a painful slap on the back of the head, then damn it, give me a few hits. He frowned, this guy really doesn't know anything and is talking too much, damn it, how did Il Hawk take over all of Seoul before? He squeezed his junior's face, how come you still dare to leave your butt at the general meeting, you idiot, that guy only knows how to endure the battle, cry ah. Ryu continued, before, I was wondering the same as you, Il Hawk had 9 knives, at that time, I saw with my own eyes, with just 3 people of Il Hawk, they destroyed the entire organization in the Gongbuk area. 9 people, now there are only 6 left, anyway, as long as there are 3 people of the 9 swords, everything will be resolved smoothly. What kind of crazy person would dare to fight with 9 sword? What if someone destroys the 9 blade? Then that guy will swallow Seoul whole. Back to the Dark Knight a few days ago, at a lake, I'm telling you this because I'm kind. The police chief looked at the person next to him, Tae-san is not the same now as before, right, it's just a mountain behind the neighborhood. Because of the project above, Baek Do-kyung lost his younger brother, Tae-san got involved in that, that's why it turned out like this. He advised, that's why Il Hawk must act first. The person sitting next to him was the president of Il Hawk, Lee Sung-min. He wondered, even so, there must be a good reason to go to war now. The police chief interrupted, Sung-min, if you keep hesitating like that, everything will be robbed. He tapped the cigarette butt on the fish bucket, anyway, you are too careful, you keep avoiding like that, that's why Il Hawk became what it is now. If he was the former president, when he was still asking for money, he would have fought, long time ago. He hooked the bait on the hook, if the General Assembly were 9 knives, no one would dare to say anything, we have the best Tao, why do we have to keep to ourselves like that? I'm really thinking about the president so I'll help, let's rebuild Il Hawk from Tae-san. Lee Sung-min stood up from his chair, as if he had decided something. He said firmly, "We will make Tae-san collapse." The police chief was pleased. "That's right, now go." Lee Sung-min requested, "Let us participate in this project instead." The police chief glanced at Lee Sung-min. He changed his face and smiled contemptuously. "You should also know your fate. I just praised you a little, so don't misunderstand. It's one sink, but how can Il Hawk sit in the same place?" Back to the present, the bald guy wearing glasses sarcastically said to Lee Soo, "It doesn't take much time, dreams are a bit different from other people." The girl hugged his arm and at the same time gave her thumbs up in approval. "Indeed, it is my father. Is this the power of an intelligence officer?" Old Jang laughed. "Ha ha, Dad just does office work. Just someone who edits documents here and there." The girl drawled, "What, so Dad isn't fighting?" Hearing that, Ryu got angry. "This son of a bitch." Ms. Cha Yua laughed. Han Hae-sung pushed his glasses. "Mr. Du." Cyan poked his head out from the front door and scolded. "Hey, I'll just open it. Why do you have to break the window? This car is very expensive. Get rid of your dog's paw. Basic decency is thrown to the dog." "Huh?" He snapped at his junior. "Hey, damn it, get out." Cyan covered his mouth and laughed. "Ha ha." He looked like he was being dragged into the car like a puppy. Lee Soo didn't hesitate to punch him, sending him flying back. He didn't stop but continuously gave him many more fists. The bald man fell to the ground in pain. Lee Soo's voice was cold. "I'm away, so you think you can make Tae-san collapse? Whether it was someone who instigated you or whether you did it yourself, you guessed wrong. Now he is Baek Do-kyung." He coldly said, "I will find you guys and today Il Hawk will fall." Lee Sung-min was worried and seemed like he wanted to go out. Suddenly a knife passed in front of him, sticking into the seat next to him. Cyan played with the knife in his hand. "Didn't you hear me? I was assigned to watch over you." Lee Sung-min's face darkened. He gritted his teeth in anger but didn't dare say anything. The bald guy took off his glasses. "Oh my god, our director Beck, if it was normal, it wouldn't be like this. If you were 10 years older, you'd be lucky to get the door." A few people behind laughed loudly and criticized. "I thought you were high. It's been a while since I saw you being beaten." Black Hair asked, "Do you find it strange, bald head?" "Hey, I just got beaten up. Are you guys just standing there watching?" Black Hair flew around and threw a fist at Lee Soo. "There's no such thing." Lee Soo used his hand to block his punch. The red-haired man took the opportunity to swing his fist from the front at Lee Soo, but he leaned back to avoid it. Next, the bald man approached from behind, grabbed Lee Soo's collar and squeezed tightly. Seeing that, the red-haired man Il Hawk Capital, the seven-bladed Choi Kwangful, quickly punched Lee Soo in the stomach. He shouted, "We are Il Hawk's nine-bladed sword." An Il Hawk Capital nine-bladed Lee Gyuchong jumped up and kicked Lee Soo in the head. "Is Il Hawk collapsing?" Lee Soo used his left hand to block the kick. A nine-bladed Il Hawk Capital, the eight-bladed Jang Deekbi, punched down from above. Lee Soo quickly jumped back, successfully avoiding their attack. Nine-blade Choi caught him. Lee Soo assessed each person. Each person was very strong, and was also very proficient in coordinating attack. These names form a closed quadrilateral, so just attack one corner. If a counterattack defeats one person, everything will collapse. The bald man was hit by Lee Soo's punch and fell down. The black-haired guy rushed in. He supported his senior's back and said loudly, "You're old so you can't be sober." Being reminded by his junior to be bald, he then reminded him, "Don't say that." That Gyuchong rushed forward to attack. He grabbed Lee Soo's shirt and confidently said, "Tae-san will collapse today, disappointing you." Another nine-bladed man, Il Hawk Capital nine-bladed Lee Sun Mung sixth-bladed, he held Lee Soo's head tightly, letting the bald man Il Hawk Capital use nine swords. Dokdo Younggil took the opportunity to punch Lee Soo in the face. Cyan gasped, "What, those uncles?" Lee Sung-min tilted his head and looked out. Il Hawk's knife is a nine-blade. All said so, the Il Hawk of the past is gone, the glory days of Il Hawk are over, but there is one thing that everyone has overlooked. On Jin Yong's side, he was beaten hard on the front of the car window under his back was cracked. Two-blade Choi turned his wrist. "Don't be too hasty, Jin Yong." He looked at Jin Yong coldly. "This is the end of our feelings, Il Hawk still has the nine sword." Lee Sung-min is confident, "You guys are not opponents of the nine swords." Cyan got out of the car. "These gangsters are really gangsters? Sung-min, don't go anywhere, just sit still." Lee Sung-min reminded, "Even if you help, nothing will change." Cyan turned around to look at him in the car. "Help? Who should I help?" He waved his hand. "Actually, you guys don't know who you're really dealing with anyway." He was serious. "Lee Sung-min, if I don't go, those uncles will die." At this time, 7th Dao was punched hard in the stomach by Lee Soo. causing saliva to splat. He realized that someone else was attacking him. As expected, the sixth sword jumped up and punched him hard in the stomach, causing Lee Su pain. The sixth blade looked at him. Enough, Tae-san will fall. Several other members of the nine swords also ran to attack Lee Su. One shouted loudly, "Don't play with it anymore." Cyan rushed towards the group of 9-knife people. He kicked the 9-knife man hard in the face. Seeing that the 9th knife was caught by the 8th knife, he said contemptuously, "Do you want to try it too?" Cyan joked, "Agu hasn't gotten to that point yet, wouldn't it be better for you guys to deal with me?" The six-bladed fist pointed straight at Lee Su's face and attacked, but Lee Su was not afraid at all and became even colder. He quickly launched consecutive counterattacks into the sixth blade's hand. The attack was so fast that he had no time to dodge. The fourth blade and the seventh blade also had to stand still when they saw Lee Su's attack. After Lee Su's continuous attacks, one of the sixth's arms hung down, unable to move. He thought, "It's dislocated, I can't move." In that short moment, the fourth knife angrily shouted, "Wait, wait." That statement was not to Lee Su, but he wanted to stop the seventh who was trying to attack Lee Su, Kwangful. At the belated reminder, Lee Su raised his hand without changing expression. Before being trained by the district, Chief Jang admitted that Baek Lee Su was not only strong but also had a very beautiful body. There are no shortcomings, both fighting and life are the same. That guy is not the type of person who will back down when he is hurt. Sometimes there are people like that, both their mind and body are extremely strong, so they absolutely will not fall. At times like that, you have to tie your legs and hands, not allowing them to move. As a result, the spirit will not be able to withstand the body. Lee Su was training and called the teacher in pain. Manager Jang asked again, "It hurts, right?" "No, do it again, Baek Lee Su." Returning to the present, the seventh knife was holding his knees lying on the ground screaming in pain. The fourth had to exclaim, "Baek Do Kyung, are you a monster?" Lee Sung Min was sitting in the car when he saw this scene and was extremely shocked. "Baek." He frowned, remembering the words the school police officer had said. Chief Hong met him before he left and asked, "But what are you planning to do with Baek Do Kyung?" Lee Sung Min asked, "What are you trying to say?" The police chief waved his hands. "Baek Do Kyung has a twin brother, so Baek Do Kyung is probably a bit different from other thugs, right? Blocking, blocking and hitting like that." In the middle of speaking, he excitedly lifted the fishing rod. "Damn Ida, you missed it." He asked himself, what is that younger brother's name?" Back to the match at this time, Lee Su was also broken. He could only sit on the ground and call out Baek Do Kyung. Lee Su pressed his fist down. The fourth man panicked. This is really too much. When Lee Su's fist was about to land on the fourth-bladed bald man's head, a voice rang out to stop him. "Stop." Lee Sung Min got out of the car. "Stop here." Lee Su turned her head to look at him coldly. The fourth was surprised. "You." Lee Sung Min put his hand on Lee Su's shoulder and whispered, "Please talk to me." He called out in an affirmative tone, "Baek Lee Su." Sung Min thought to himself, "From the beginning I saw something strange, even though I defeated Lee Su. Now I understand why it was necessary to destroy Do Kyung too. This is a pair of twins." Thinking so, he whispered into the male lead's ear, "The actions at the guild and just now are not like Do Kyung at all." Lee Su pushed Sung Min's hand away from her and replied, "So is there anything different? Do you know my identity? Will you be able to continue living?" Lee held Sung Min's hand tightly and looked at him with murderous eyes. Sung Min closed his eyes, frowned slightly and emphasized, "Mr. Lee Su." "No, Director Do Kyung, we can negotiate a bit." Lee Su glanced at the other person with suspicion. At that moment, a hand from somewhere signaled a ceasefire. Lee Cyan smiled awkwardly and said to the two people of the nine swords, "What are you two talking about? A temporary truce, everyone?" Those two guys sighed and replied, "Okay." After a while, the two sides sat down to negotiate. They kept their distance and sat facing each other to negotiate. Sung Min spoke first, "I admit, we despise the Tae-san Association." Choi Chun-ho turned to ask his juniors, "Are you guys okay? Did Do Kyung alone beat you all?" The bald guy nodded and replied, "Yes, a real brat. It's a monster, we can't fight him." Lee Su continued, "Sung Min, so what do you want to negotiate?" Seeing Jin Yong, Cyan immediately called out to Uncle Godzilla, "Does it still look as healthy as if nothing had happened?" He leaned closer to Jin Yong's ear and added, "Are they sure they are weaker? What if more troops arrive? Even though we are winning," Jin Young interrupted, "because it's a senior, it's okay." Hearing that, Cyan smiled and said, "Well, if you say so, it should be okay." Jin Yong reminds Cyan to focus on going. Sung Min at the same time received the document in his subordinate's hand and said, "Il Hawk has received a request to erase Tae-san. Who made that request and their purpose are all in this document." Lee Soo rubbed his face and asked, so? Lee Sung-min continued, I will let Tae-san know this information, but in return, Tae-san and Il Hawk will become allies. He thought to himself, kill two birds with one stone, Il Hawk will be stronger, Tae-san will have support. Lee Soo stood up and flatly refused, no, let's stop with such condition. He walked away and said coldly, if I just defeat Il Hawk, I will have that document, right? He Dao Choi said in a threatening voice, that's good, just try it, you're a bit arrogant, kid. Jin Yong stopped the male lead and advised him, you can reconsider. This is a good offer for both of us, we will gain Il Hawk's trust. Lee Soo pondered for a moment before speaking, is that so? Your behavior makes me bored. Il Hawk or whatever, they're just a bunch of gangsters. Faith, because of those two words, my comrades and brother had to fall, isn't that right? Jin Yong still stubbornly advised, Mr. Beek Lee Soo. The male lead grabbed his collar and reminded Jin Yong in a low voice, call me Baek Do Kyung, sir, Ha Jin Yong. Cyan saw the tense situation and quickly separated the two, it's okay, calm down, are you two fighting each other again like this? Let's finish things here first. Lee Soo glanced at Lee Sung-min, he approached him to negotiate, Sung-min told him, Baek Lee Soo, please think again about that offer. Lee Soo continued, just give me that file, then I can trust you guys a little. Sung-min held the document close to the burning fire as a threat, reminding the male protagonist, be careful of what you say, there is no copy of this document somewhere. Lee Soo pulled out a knife from his waist and challenged, try to do it to me. Jin Yong behind saw this and his heart was on fire as he shouted. Director Baek Lee Soo was not inferior and shouted, Il Hawk. How can I trust you bastards? I don't trust anyone anymore. You'll have to give me the documents here, there's no negotiating at all from now on, you must know that I will give orders, and you will only follow orders. All of Il Hawk will have to surrender to Tai-san, plus this. I'll take Lee Sung-min, someone from your side, as a hostage. The CEO was taken hostage. Dokdo Young-gil couldn't help but scold, those bastards Tae-san. Seeing that Dokdo Young-gil was about to attack, Choi Chun-ho reminded him, 9 swords, everyone stand still, no one can move. He turned to hold the male lead's hand to negotiate, Mr. Baek Do Kyung, is it necessary for you to go to this extent? Faced with this sudden action, Sung-min was a bit surprised and exclaimed, Mr. Choi Chun-ho. Choi Chun-ho took the document back from Sung-min's hand and said, sorry, Director. 9-blade leader, Choi Chun-ho would like to be your hostage replacement. I will be the one to come to Tai-san as a hostage, is that okay? Lee Soo emphasized, I said I'm the leader of Il Hawk, can your head be compared to his, do you have the right to make such a suggestion here? Seeing Jin Yong's tense face, Simon came closer and whispered, Uncle. Jin Yong gently advised the male protagonist, the 9 swords are Il Hawk's representative in the world, that's enough. Lee Soo said in a low voice, think I don't know that? Jin Yong continued, yes, if it were Mr. Baek Do Kyung, he wouldn't behave like that. Hearing this sentence from Jin Yong, the male lead showed a pensive expression. He advised teammate Lee Cyan, please observe Mr. Choi Chun-ho's every move for me. Before this decision, Jin Yong did not have any further comments. The male protagonist recalls that 5 years ago in the investigation room, the supervisor sitting opposite the male protagonist said, it's okay, record it, so Baek Lee Soo is a member of the Bok Thu team, right? The male lead obediently replied, that's right, at that time, he was a member of the HID task force, in charge of operations in North Korea and was in the process of investigating his identity. After the mission ended, he invaded North Korea. Kim Jae-wook, supervisor of the investigation force, continuously asked interrogative questions, so what is your mission? Lee Soo honestly replied, everything needs to be kept confidential, sir. The Kim family asked further, security, what are you saying? Think about your situation when you set foot in North Korea and become their soldier. That side also can't check your information and identity, right? Lee Soo replied, due to the nature of the mission, all my information has been deleted. Kim Jae-wook added, so please talk about your superiors, the station or something related. Lee Soo firmly said, as said, everything must be confidential, give me a secure line of communication so I can talk to them. Kim Jae-wook was angry, slammed his hand on the table, and said in a low voice, tired, Mr. Baek Lee Soo. Our side absolutely does not like that North Korean campaign at all. You have an obligation to cooperate with us and declare your identity, but there seems to be some misunderstanding. This is what you have to do, because it is your duty to the country. You heard clearly, right? Do as I say. All my words will stand. If I say you are a communist, it cannot be otherwise. You are not pure either, are you? Just tell us honestly, then everything will be done. Chief Jang walked in from nowhere and respectfully said to Kim Jae-wook, Sir, I am Major Jang Sung-ho, in charge of the Special Intelligence Unit. I heard that my people are here, so I came to bother you a bit. Kim Jae-wook held out the document and said, Major, is that it? It's no trouble, internal investigation is our duty. Jang Sung-ho defended the male lead. Yes, you're joking, what kind of insider? This kid is like my relative. Kim Jae-wook took out a cigarette from his pack and replied, Hey Major, do you think I have time to joke or something? You heard it, I say this kid is a spy. Jang Sung-ho went into the water. Sorry Lieutenant Colonel, maybe you're a little confused, I said. Kim Jae-wook interrupted, that's true, if anything happens in the future, you need to say it clearly, to avoid unfortunate misunderstanding. He lit a cigarette in his hand. Jang Sung-ho took off his glasses and emphasized, listen carefully to what I said, this boy is like a relative of mine, not an insider or anything. No matter what you think, I'll tell you again, that boy is not a communist, do you understand? Having finished speaking, Jang Sung-ho took the male lead away right in front of Kim Jae-wook. Looking at their backs walking away, Kim Jae-wook angrily said after him, this will not be peaceful, I will report to the top about the major's behavior. Ah! He shouted, where are all the guards? Catch those two for me quickly. Not receiving a response, he ran out to take a look. The scene in front of him made Kim Jae-wook exclaim, oh my god, what the hell is this? Coming out of the interrogation room, Jang Sung-ho said to the male lead, hey Lee Soo, you're causing me so much trouble, I've only just returned and I've already been scolded and slapped by my superiors. Lee Soo calmly replied, it's not my fault, it's because he kept trying to frame me as a spy. Jang Sung-ho smiled bitterly, look at your appearance, who would believe this? Just say it again and say you agree. We trust each other as a family, look at the way you dress. If my daughter or you were a spy, I would personally purge them to relieve fatigue. Lee Soo smiled slightly. Lee Soo asked Mr. Jang, isn't Lieutenant Colonel Kim your superior just now? Would acting like that? Jang Sung-ho reassured, it's okay, it's all national, I'm not afraid of anything either. When he saw the male lead step out, Cyan was waiting in the car and teased, what took so long for the spy to be questioned? Let's all go eat, I'm so hungry, ha ha. With their hair and clothes, they look no different from North Korean soldiers. Jang Sung-ho reached out his hand and said to the male lead, welcome back to your home, Captain Baek Lee Soo. Looking back at the commemorative photo of that year in his hand, Lee Soo tiredly lowered his face to the table. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and he said to the person outside, come in. Jin Yong stepped in and said, Lee Cyan is monitoring Choi Chun-ho's every move according to your wishes. Lee Soo tiredly held his head and continued, thank you, Jin Yong. Jin Yong politely replied, it just needs to be done. I also need to tell you about the last thing. Lee Soo interrupted, about Il Hak's matter. Jin Yong suddenly grabbed Lee Soo's collar and lifted him up. He emphasized, I made a mistake, Mr. Baek Lee Soo, Tae-san cannot leave it to you to manage. You are you can't become Baek Do-kyung. On Jang Sung-ho's side, he was sitting in the restaurant calling his daughter, yes, daughter, have you eaten yet? Dad, I know, I'm eating now, my daughter, remember to eat well too. It's not a nagging, I'm just worried about you. At that moment, a man wearing a blue shirt entered the restaurant. He waved to greet, hey, Manager Jang. I know a lot of good places, knowing that, I've already sent you messages about those places, why does it have to be this place? Mr. Jang replied, yes, sit down. He signaled the other man to be quiet and said to his daughter on the phone, no, this place is a bit noisy. Yeah, I'll call you back later. The man in the blue shirt took the opportunity to order, miss, give me something like that, does it have internal organs? I don't eat internal organ. He turned to Jang Sung-ho and asked, daughter, it seems like she just came back from studying abroad. Jang Sung-ho avoided and talked about other things. Chief, the matter on the General Assembly's side has ended well. The chief asked tentatively, what? I'm sure the table is already prepared, we just need to eat everything one by one, but we've eaten until we're full and still have no news. Jang Sung-ho said in a low voice, the General Assembly is a thug after all. The chief just poured rice into the bowl and asked, are you going to keep it going like this? He smiled faintly, hey, it's like that again, just mixing the rice made my mouth water. I'm also covered in blood because of this, but those guys aren't that easy to deal with. I admit, our department head has very good abilities, but it's not as easy as you think. Jang Sung-ho continued, anyway, we're just novices in this matter, right? We have to handle it professionally. Soon the One Sync project will be launched. Now I must go directly to the General Assembly. The chief wondered, you, who, Seungmin, if not, what about the other henchmen? Anyway, if you want to have a foot in One Sync, you have to start managing the General Assembly. If you take this opportunity to give the parliamentarians a taste of the sweetness, things will proceed more smoothly. Let's see, In the end, Baek Lee-soo and his men were suspected by the command of following the three stripes and were dealt with. So, taking this opportunity, will the department head and new members show off their true strength? Jang Sung-ho replied, if that's the case, then we have to act. The supervisor continued to pour rice into the soup bowl and said, hey, this is so messy. Back to the main male. When he looked at the file that Sung-min gave him, he sadly held his head. It seems to be this one. He took the photo taken with his old squad from his chest, for that kind of reason. So we all have to die. Lee-soo looked at the photo and couldn't help but feel sorry for his teammates. Continuing the story, when Jin Yong went to report to Lee-soo, Jin Yong knocked on the door. He carefully walked in and said, sorry for bothering you. Jin Yong reported, as you said, Cyan is following Choi Chun-ho. The male lead continued, you've worked hard. Jin Yong humbly replied, this is Tae-san's business. At the same time, Cyan was watching the Choi family. He called someone and laughed and said, nothing special, Tae-san isn't too bad. By the way, it's really nice to have a vacation like this. On the other end of the line, Seungmin told him, I'm sorry, it's all because I'm too clumsy. Choi Chun-ho told him, what clumsiness? But this is not about the organization's judgment, so we're all just following that judgment. I believed and followed the organization's judgment. The results were a bit unexpected, but from the beginning, I didn't think it was a wrong judgment. We will meet again soon, old Choi advised Seungmin, just take it slow, I will take this opportunity to rest well. Cyan asked curiously, is it because of that boss that you were brought here like this? If we bother you, what should we do? Choi Chun-ho opened the plate of food and replied, this is my choice, I accept. Only then did Simon realize, isn't it the boss's choice? Whatever you say, do it. In the end, you were caught and brought here like this. Choi Chun-ho sighed, I have a slightly different thought about this. Is Tae-san such an organization? If so, then Tae-san is really disappointing. Cyan heard that and pondered in his mind, raising a big question mark. Returning to the male lead, Jin Yong told him, I think I was wrong, Baek Lee-soo, I shouldn't have given Tae-san to you. Let it go, Baek Lee-soo. Lee-soo gritted his teeth angrily, you treat me like a child who gives me what he wants, or doesn't leave it alone. What are you going to do? You want to protect Tae-san, and I need an organization to take revenge. That's why we acquired Il Hawk. So what's the problem? Jin Yong explained, there's a problem with our approach. First you have to become Baek Do-kyung. Lee-soo turned his head away in annoyance and said, that's why I'm impersonating Baek Do-kyung. Jin Yong shook his head, no, if it was Baek Do-kyung, Tae-san wouldn't do that. Tae-san is an organization built on trust in Baek Do-kyung, so you must make everyone in the organization believe in Baek Do-kyung. Lee-soo was confused, faith or some method, what should I do? Up until now, the General Association still just thinks that the kids are playing. Believe it, it's not an organization, so you just have to follow the boss's orders. How? I can use absolute strength to oppress them all like thugs do. There's a problem. What? Jin Yong took off his shirt and challenged Baek Lee-soo, Mr. Baek Lee-soo, if that's the case, then first, show me how kids play. Hearing that, Lee-soo looked at him with cold eyes. He rushed forward to actively attack Jin Yong. Jin Yong quickly blocked the attack. He refused to give up and grabbed Baek Lee-soo's collar. Then swing your fist decisively. Lee-soo squinted one painful eye and stared at the other person. Jin Yong was provocative, is that all? Intelligence officer or something? While Jin Yong was distracted, Lee-soo kicked him in the chin. He forced himself to hold on to the edge of the table and stood up. Jin Yong's chin was also swollen and purple after the knock. Returning to Cyan, Mr. Choi was analyzing him, an organization that uses force to subdue and force others to obey. Who will obey such an organization? You often call us thugs, do you know what that means? We are people who live by our fists and believe in each other's dignity. People like that, because of their interests, gathered together and caused war. There will be people who fight together and there will also be people who stab others in the back. Thugs are like that, and then there will appear people who believe and are completely loyal to you. After the fight between Lee-soo and Jin Yong, the room became extremely messy. Lee-soo gained the upper hand and grabbed Jin Yong's collar. His face darkened as if he wanted to devour someone else. He thought Jin Yong would continue to beat him, but no. Lee-soo stood up and left. He echoed, I think I was wrong. Solving things in a thuggish way is not the problem, but their way requires more than just superior strength. If an organization operates with superior strength, it is the military. Cyan sighed, phew, what an army. At that moment, Cyan's phone rang. Cyan said goodbye to Mr. Choi, you're really interesting, let's talk again next time, enjoy your vacation. Choi Chun-ho wondered, aren't you here to monitor me? Cyan replied, what, I didn't think you would run away, but hey. Everyone can't believe it, but I really don't want to use my strength to overpower you. Having finished speaking, Cyan went to see Lee Soo. The male protagonist tells him, "Let's do it our way from now on." Cyan heard that and nodded slightly. Lee Soo continued, "Create a new organization with capable people. Let's approach the guy we talked about before, because over there are the pros, do it the way the pros do." Lee Soo coldly ordered, "The deadline is 1 week, deal with the General Association within that time limit." Jinyoung was still lying thoughtfully on the ground, surrounded by a mess of broken objects. Jinyoung lay motionless for a few hours, then gradually reminisced about the past. 4 years ago, at a small roadside restaurant, Jinyoung was still a small chef at that time. He asked someone who often came to the restaurant, "Why do you keep coming?" A man with blood all over his shirt, he slowly lit a cigarette in his hand and replied, "Is there anything else to do when coming to a restaurant? Of course I came here to eat." That man was Baek Do-kyung. He looked at Jinyoung, smiled slightly and said, "Is that how you treat regular customers? Don't you know what customer care is? That's why the store's business is not doing well." Jinyoung approached Do-kyung and said, "No smoking here." Do-kyung smiled and replied, "Ah, sorry, it's just a habit, but..." Looking at the corpses lying on the ground, he continued wonderingly, "These people aren't counted as customers, right?" Jinyoung replied dejectedly, "Go, before things get more complicated." Do-kyung replied, "Ah, it's a bit late to go now." At this time, suddenly a guy with long curly hair came in and said aggressively, "Is that dog guy? I heard rumors, that's why I came here, but looking at them like this, I can be sure that you are Ha Jin-young." The debt collection manager's name is Hook, an organization affiliated with the Jialang gang. Lee Hung-gu continued, "Why don't you come to Il Hak anymore? Are you afraid of seeing the captain's faces?" Baek Do-kyung, standing next to him, saw this and immediately said, "Hey, the owner here said the shop doesn't accept gangsters. I'm the only regular customer here." Lee Hung-gu frowned at him and replied, "What is this idiot barking at? If you have the guts, just try." He stared at Do-kyung for a long while, then added, "Aha, if you look closely." He leaned closer, put his hand on Do-kyung's face, touched it and said, "Every brat looks like this now, right? You really don't have any taste at all. Just try touching Hook in Han Nam Dong. It's beautiful, but go somewhere else and sell it." "Oh, I forgot, you don't have that nerve." Do-kyung coldly replied, "Hook is really a walnut name." After hearing this, Lee Hung-gu stood still and exclaimed, "What the hell?" Do-kyung held Hung-gu's hand with one hand, raised the knife towards him with the other hand, looked at him with a small smile and continued, "But to talk about that Hook hand, shouldn't you only have one hand?" As soon as the words ended, a scream rang out, making Lee Hung-gu's subordinates outside extremely panicked. Lee Hung-gu groaned and cursed continuously, Ah, you crazy dog, don't you know who your father is? La Hook is under Jia Lang's command, then Jia Lang will chase and kill you." After hearing this, Do-kyung smiled happily and replied, "Is there anyone who cares? Your father is Tae-san, quickly call all of your people here." Lee Hung-gu's subordinates ran in, saw that Do-kyung had cut off 2 fingers of their big brother's hand, bleeding continuously, and urgently said, "Brother, go to the hospital first." Hung-gu looked at his hand being cut off and cursed loudly, You crazy dog." Lee Hung-gu and his subordinates left. Now only the restaurant owner Jinyoung and Do-kyung remained. Jinyoung spoke up, "Let them go like that. How are you going to deal with Jia Lang?" Baek Do-kyung smiled calmly and replied, "What do you mean? You're in the same boat as me, there's nothing to worry about. The restaurant is dusty and doesn't even have a menu. I don't see any hope of doing business here. You just want to clean up the gangsters around here, right?" Do-kyung took a cigarette and turned to look at the shop owner. Although his face seemed to be smiling, his eyes were extremely serious and sincere. "But this is something I can help you with. How about, follow me?" Jinyoung hesitated for a moment then asked, "Do you know who you will face?" Do-kyung frowned, looking dissatisfied and replied, "What else? I already told you we are Tae-san. Have you never been bored with anyone before?" Jinyoung extended his arm with a hair tied towards Do-kyung. He shyly turned away and said, "Tie your hair up and hold a knife, you look like a monster." Do-kyung took the hair tie from Jinyoung's hand and happily replied, "Oh ho, thank you, but the food at your restaurant is not delicious at all. Stop trying to do business, be 100% serious." Jinyoung always carried the hair tie with him that year. He lay on the floor, looked at it thoughtfully and then slowly fell asleep without realizing it. The absence of the leader has caused countless large and small gangs to prepare to take over the office of the Jia Lang Association. The scene changes to where Lee Hung-gu is now. Not only is he missing a hand but also has one eye. Looking at his left hand, which is missing 2 fingers, it is a work Do-kyung created in the past. Up to now, Lee Hung-gu is still resentful. He is angry again. "That damn son of a bitch, what business can you do with your hands and feet like this?" He clenched his fist and said solemnly, "But even so, Today will be the day of our death battle. During the past 4 years, I have never forgotten this hatred for even a second. After saying that, Lee Hong-gu immediately gathered his juniors and announced, "This is the moment, when Tae-san has withdrawn from the General Association and is seriously weakened." Lee Hong-gu added with arrogance and determination, "Today, will be the day we destroy Tae-san." "Go ahead, brothers." Immediately after the announcement, the crowd below chanted in unison, "Yes, sir." They have a total army of 50 people, affiliated with Jia Lang and HK Finance, Hook. However, the excitement didn't last long. Suddenly, the door of the room where they gathered was banged with a loud noise, attracting everyone's attention. One guy exclaimed in bewilderment, "What kind of dog is that?" Then, the door was kicked open and a man in black was sent flying out. Seeing that, the other black-shirted man couldn't help but be surprised and confused. A large foreigner, named Boris, boldly entered. Hook's men stood still for a few seconds, not knowing what Boris intended to do. After dealing with the guys at the door, Boris slowly walked in. As soon as he arrived, he immediately touched his head and took off his hat. Remember the day before when he was working as a porter at the construction site? The manager shouted, "Boris, did you see anyone doing this?" The manager pointed at the nearby wall and angrily said, "This kind of lack of awareness. Who would randomly draw and paint at a construction site like this?" On the newly constructed wall at the construction site, someone painted a star-shaped logo. Seeing the drawing on the wall, Boris's face immediately changed. He did not respond to the manager but pondered for a moment and then left. The manager bewilderedly called out, "Boris." At a warehouse, Lee Sion smiled happily and said, "You mean of Charka, Captain? He returned to Russia a long time ago." Baek Lee Soo seriously replied, "He is hiding as a foreign worker." The sunlight outside filtered through the crack in the door where Sion and Lee Soo were talking. The warehouse door was being opened by someone. Boris coldly walked in. Based on the letter on the wall, he came here. Boris is a member of the Russian Mafia security investigation team, the hunting dog of boss Pa Khan, commonly known as Ovcharka. He held a knife and walked in, thinking, "I will not return until I find the traitor." Upon arriving, Boris did not say anything, immediately grabbed a knife and rushed towards Lee Soo, attacking him. Seeing Lee Soo, Boris pondered, "Ovcharka, is he also part of the organization? Impossible." Just as the knife was about to stab his neck, Lee Soo promptly held out a USB and coldly said, "I came to make a deal, devil." Hearing this, Boris immediately stopped and stared at the USB. Boris took off his helmet, revealing a tattoo of a demon hand on the back of his head. Boris is the devil in the guise of an orthodox man with a tattoo on his head and long black and red fingers like a devil. Back to reality, when he saw Boris enter, One Eye was still unaware of the seriousness of the situation but still said aggressively, "What? Who is that guy? What is he doing on such an important day? Get rid of him." Hearing that, the whole group rushed up to attack. But when they saw the shiny silver gun in Boris's hand, they froze in horror. One man trembled and exclaimed, "Guns, guns, this." The whole crowd was bewildered when Boris immediately took the gun and hit one guy in the face, causing him to faint on the spot. The guy next to him saw that and pulled out a dagger from his shirt to attack, but Boris quickly threatened him with a gun. Boris smiled happily and cursed, "You motherfuckers." As soon as the words finished, the black-shirted man was immediately knocked out by Boris with a direct punch. The whole group rushed up at the same time following the command of one-eyed Lee Hong-gu. Everyone rushed up. Boris was surrounded and hugged tightly by 3 or 4 men, unable to move his arms or legs. Another guy took the opportunity to jump up and hug his neck from behind, happily shouting, "Caught him." Boris quickly bit his hand hard, causing him to let go in pain. In just a few notes, One-Eye's Jr. was cleaned out by Boris. Boris picked up the knife. He slowly approached the man in black lying on the ground, pressed his head down, and laughed savagely. His junior Lee Hong-gu's blood splattered all over his face, screaming for help. Hong-gu saw that and trembled in fear. What is this, my hand?" From Boris's hand, drops of blood flowed to the floor. He coldly said, "People nurture demons inside themselves to hide their own weakness." One-eyed Lee was forced to kneel on the ground by his head and shouted loudly, "Crazy man, what kind of dog is that? Wait, let me go." Boris laughed with delight, then placed the knife on his head, adding, "Is there a devil inside you?" When he was about to strike, Lee Sion promptly stopped him. "Boris, stop, good job, Boris, stop." "Okay." The one-eyed man smirked and said, Where did you guys come from? Have you heard of the name Jia Lang?" Lee Sion took out his phone to call and replied, "I know, Jia Lang, it's so miserable and we are Tae-san's people. HK Finance, Hook, under Jia Lang now has only one person left in the total army." As soon as the other end of the line picked up the phone, Lee Sion immediately reported, "Dear Director, these guys are HK financial agents from Jia Lang. Looking at all his juniors defeated by Boris, one-eyed Lee Hong-gu knelt on the ground in surprise, saying, "What kind of evil corporation is Tae-san?" Baek Lee-soo pondered as his subordinate reported the situation, "But Captain, this witness honestly, I don't really believe it. I know his strength, but can you control him, okay him?" He thought for a while then replied, "His strength is also good and above all, as long as he gives money, he never disobeys." Lee Sion exclaimed in bewilderment, "Huh?" At this time, Lee Soo was following a guy in a purple shirt. He hid behind the wall to listen to Sion's phone call, but it seemed that the guy had realized that someone was following him, so he immediately walked towards where Lee Soo was hiding. Sion kept talking on the other end of the line, "No way, anyway, go ahead, too, damn capitalist." At this moment, the purple-shirted young man immediately took out a knife and attacked Lee Soo from behind. Lee Soo was agile and was able to block one of his knives in time. He looked at Baek Lee Soo and said, "You better have a reasonable reason who asked you to come here. He's a North Korean agent." The boy looked at Baek Lee Soo in surprise, thinking, "Is that guy a spy in the South?" He asked Lee Soo again, "Who are you? Who sent you here?" Seeing that Lee Soo did not answer, the boy continued to ask, "If not, could it be that someone from above sent it down?" This boy is an anti-Korean teenage spy, nicknamed White Belly, 17-year-old Lim Kyung-chun, the main surveillance subject of the National Intelligence Agency, currently on the run. "I object." Lim Kyung-chun rotated the dagger in his hand a few times, then began to slash repeatedly. The two of them fought and dodged like that for a long while. Lee Soo dodged the attack and thought to himself, "Too young, that kid." He quickly kicked Lee Soo's knife away. Looking at the cut on his right arm, Baek Lee Soo spoke up, "Even though I'm young, my strength is quite good. It's been a long time since we met." White Belly, hearing the previous name, Kyung-chun was extremely surprised. "Do you know me? This is so magical. When I went out, I killed everyone who knew who I was, right?" The boy spoke while observing Lee Soo, thinking, "Because I killed all my teammates and superiors and went south." Suddenly, an acquaintance appeared that made me feel confused. 3 years ago, in Gaesong Industrial Park, a deserted industrial park far from Pyongyang. During a gathering, a majestic voice rang out, "Attention everyone, I am Major Lee Woo Chang of the Reconnaissance Department. Do you guys know where you are? The so-called comrades here are all children." Major Lee Woo Chang said, "This is where North Korea and others gather to make profits, Gaesong Industrial Park. If it is built in North Korea, it will be shipped to South Korea and used there to fill your stomach." He looked at the children below, clenched his fists, and continued, "The kids in South Korea look at us like they look at wild dogs, but that's good. So North Korea created it, try it, but the things we do are not just products of capitalism. Bite off their necks like wild beasts." That nickname White Belly is your duty and mission. Team White Belly is a plan to train teenage spies in the Gaesong Industrial Park to infiltrate deep inside South Korea. According to the plan, they worked in the industrial park during the day, and at night they were trained to become spies in the south and move south with the industrial park's goods. But this plan was not taken seriously. One day, someone's voice rang out, "Kyung-chun." Kyung-chun, the boy was working hard when he heard the call and immediately turned to look. The driver held something in his hand and excitedly said, "Hey, Kyung-chun, a delicious box of choco pie." Immediately, the box was brought before him. "Eat this." Seeing the chocolate-covered cakes, little Lim did not maintain his image and ate them greedily. The driver put his hand on his head and gently said, "Eat slowly, share it with your friends too." The kid said while eating the cake, "Lim, my last name is Lim." The other guy smiled wryly and replied, "Is that so? It's the same." The teenagers here are extremely excited because they are exposed to the flavors of capitalism in the Gaesong Industrial Park where they work. For Kim Kyung-chun, who came from the SLU MS, it was even more profound. The huge cake box was cleaned up in just a blink of an eye. The price of hard training, the reward is the taste of capitalism. 2 years later, naive teenagers have been trained to become sharp knives. Looking at the sharp knives he created, the commander thoughtfully said, "How long will it take?" The comrade next to him immediately replied, "Now, if you want a complete ideological education and put it into use, it will take about 2 years. The commander said sternly, "Let's start this week." "This week, that's an order from above." He whispered in his heart, "Gaesong Industrial Park will be cancelled, so we must prepare immediately. We must show the results to our superior." A few days later, I saw the driver grimacing and said, "Oh my God, what should I do with this?" Lim Kyung-chun asked in confusion, "Uncle, what's going on? Why is your face as white as a piece of paper?" The driver turned around and saw the boy looking at him with expectant eyes, so he understood. "Ah, Kyung-chun is here. I'll give you your stuff tonight, so please wait." The uncle lowered his head and sadly added, "There is no other way, we have to wait until night." The driver thought of the commander's words at that time, put everyone in the car and take them to South Korea. Soon it was late at night. Seeing Lim Kyung-chun standing absent-mindedly eating cake, the comrade next to him called softly, "Hey Lim Kyung-chun, let's go quickly, what are you doing? Hurry up, once you reach South Korea, you can eat comfortably." Kim Kyung-chun looked at the cake in his hand and said coldly, "Is your stomach exploding? Is South Korea full of this stuff?" The comrade from before immediately replied, "First we have to deal with the driver, everyone, prepare to go." Hearing this, Lim Kyung-chun immediately exclaimed in horror, wait, the driver, shouldn't we just ask that driver to take us?" When the soldier pulled out a knife to attack the driver, Kyung-chun quickly stopped him. "Wait, there is another way, think about it more." The other comrade frowned and continued solemnly, "Don't joke, we don't have time." Thinking about what, before he could finish his words, he was sent down to meet his ancestors with a knife by Kim Kyung-chun. Another person spoke up, "What else do you want to think about now?" Very quickly, the name he just mentioned was neatly handled by him. Kim Kyung-chun looked at the remaining group of people and said, "Wait a minute." Everyone looked at him in surprise, wondering, "What are you talking about?" Seeing them like that, Kim Kyung-chun immediately rolled his eyes and replied, "Comrades, don't you listen to me." At this time, the driver still did not know anything, but was immersed in a dream. Kim Kyung-chun opened the car door. His sparkling eyes said, "Uncle, can you give me a ride to South Korea? Anyway, South Korea suits me very well." The group of people who were with him earlier were killed and lying on the ground. A commander, seeing the cold face of Comrade Commander Lee Woo-chang, exclaimed in horror, "Major Lee Woo-chang, don't do that."
Why did other comrades become like that? At 3:30 a.m., all members, including the teachers of the new special working group, died at the hands of Kim Kyung-chun. At 3:55 a.m., a spy suddenly appeared and intervened in Lim Kyung-chun's sudden action.
Looking at the person in front of him who took off Commander Lee's mask, the remaining commander immediately exclaimed in horror, What is this? Who are you?" Afterwards, Lim Kyung-chun, known as White Belly, was requested to be appointed as a subject of surveillance management. The person who reported the anomaly, Baek Lee-soo, Hid Task Force, Northern Working Group. Baek Lee-soo has 4 years of experience, fighting in the North for a long time, penetrating the North 8 times. Returning to the present, after listening to Baek Lee-soo's story, White Belly immediately exclaimed, "That's really good, Captain Baek." At this time, Lee-soo placed the knife on Lim Kyung-chun's jugular artery. He excitedly added, "This is the knife skill we learned in North Korea, but..." Lim Kyung-chun saw that there was no way to beat the guy in front of him, so he raised his hand high and said, "You learned this really quickly, I surrender." Baek Lee-soo immediately replied, "I'm not chasing you, Lim Kyung-chun." Lim Kyung-chun smiled slightly and continued, "I just heard that now, as expected, it came from the north. Are you hunting me? If you weren't following me, then why did you come all the way here?" Lee-soo replied, "I came to propose a trade." Lim Kyung-chun opened the chocolate package in his hand and replied, Trading. That's a word I really like, it sounds very capitalist, say it quickly, comrade." Scene changes to Jeorang Mountain. At Red Crown Hotel, the sky has gradually turned dark. A man was hit in the head with a wine bottle, accompanied by a curse, "What the hell is that?" After hearing his subordinates report the situation, the hotel owner angrily said, "In half a day, 3 hotels were suspended from business." The scared employee replied, Sorry, director." The district also said there was no other way. The boss walked out wearing a swimsuit, laughing maniacally, "Ha, damn." He grabbed the employee's hair and pulled him back, saying, "Then you guys have to find out, you dogs only know yes," and closed the hotel. The employee quickly said with tears in his eyes, "I'm sorry." The boss continued scolding, "Don't just follow orders from your superior." When he raised his hand to continue torturing his subordinate, "Damn it, you idiot has a full head of hair, quickly go find out." Suddenly another guy ran in panic and shouted, "Director! HK credit in Han Nam Ward has been destroyed by Tae-san." Hearing that, the director angrily shouted, "Tae-san, was it all caused by those dogs? Gather everyone, go to Tae-san and Han Nam Ward." The entire army aggressively followed the director. Down in the lobby, a man saw this and said, "Oh my god, look at his tail, look at those thugs." One of the guys saw a stranger and said, "Damn, what is that?" The ghost's movements were quick and he grabbed his hand in the blink of an eye. He smiled softly and continued, "Oh, I'm sorry, I bent it too much, now you have to eat with your left hand." Immediately, a punch rushed straight towards the ghost. He dodged the attack and replied, "Did you think I was caught off guard?" The director smiled evilly and said, "Lately, many people like to eat dirty food." Manager Jang next to him immediately stopped him. "Ah, sorry, Director Tae-hyung. Our kids are a bit rough, But we've looked around, the hotel business has a lot of problem. If you just say a few words, everything will be resolved well. First, let's sit down, right? Taehyung smiled triumphantly and replied, ha ha, look at him. Stopping my hotel business, not Tae-san, but you talk so much and what are you talking about? What you ask me now is to save your life. Taehyung sat on a nearby chair and spoke aggressively. The silver-haired guy heard that and burst out laughing. Ah, what a bunch of thugs, no matter how you look at them, they don't look good. If you do that, you'll die right there, you thug. He is Phantom Yuryong. Taehyung's face darkened, he tried to stay calm and replied, this is my area, you dare? Chief Jang immediately interrupted, Director Ryu Taehyung. He took off his glasses and said seriously, let's do it well, I came to ask you a favor. Next, I won't ask for help anymore, but we'll fight you, do you understand? Wolves are the top predators among animals, they are smaller carnivores than bears and tigers. However, the reason why they can be top carnivores, dominating all species, is because they are not similar to other carnivores. They often gather in groups to hunt and live in groups, and there is one wolf who is the leader and dominates the whole group. The leadership force that represents this wolf is considered the leader. Large organizations with structures similar to wolf packs are Earth Wolves. The main leader is Earth Wolf Ryu Taehyung. Taehyung frowned, smirked and said, fuck you, that's unreasonable, borrow, me, Earth Wolf. Head of Department Jang puffed on the cigarette in his hand and thoughtfully replied, what is an Earth Wolf? These words made Director Taehyung freeze and exclaim, what? Manager Jang added, the hotel business is in every alley throughout the Jongsan area, and is also involved in this and that. After all, you guys are thugs, right? Got it. As he spoke, he pulled out a gun from his shirt to show his authority. Hunters with guns come after the wolf pack, we are different from you amateurs, we are professional. Taehyung heard this and was extremely angry, he started to move his wrist and then replied, damn it, what are you talking about, so you mean you want to fight, right? Manager Jang calmly replied, so you should relax a bit. Then let's talk about business, Director Taehyung. After saying that, he immediately gave Taehyung a stack of documents. Taehyung took it, grimaced and said, fucking business, what else? After a while of research, Taehyung found that there were many extremely lucrative terms in there. He said thoughtfully, this. Do you really want to feed us? Maybe it's so delicious that you want to share it with us. Why do you give such good things to us? If there's something wrong, we'll be the ones who eat it, and you're the only one who gets the better deal, right? How can we trust you to accept it? This one. Manager Jang rubbed his glasses and said seriously, I told you, this is business. Yuryong next to him then spoke up, we will provide the necessary manpower, they are all professional. As soon as the words ended, Director Taehyung immediately tore up the contract in front of Manager Jang. He threw them at them and replied, fuck you, you've been talking about experts and experts all this time. We also have to confirm carefully before we can talk about business. First, let me see the strength of these professionals. The scene changes to a small roadside shop. Lee Sion arrived at the meeting point, but there was no one around. He picked up the phone and frowned, oh my god, really? It's been a long time since the appointment time and I still haven't seen anyone. At this moment, Beck Lee Su's phone call. Lee Sion asked, Captain, what's going on? Oh, where did you disappear to? Lee Su asked, do you hear clearly? Lee Sion replied, yes, Captain. Lee Su advised, for now, you just wait there and I will call you later. This side. After we were taking action, we approached the ferret. Lee Sion replied, Iron Weasel, no problem, right? The two doormen saw them entering and immediately looked bewildered. What is this? Look over there. Lee Sion continued, is he useful? A doorman said ferociously, where is this that you dare to enter? Immediately, Lim, the name Panther, quickly took out his knife and flashed in front of the two doormen. When they regained consciousness, their jugular artery had been cut. Lim Kyung Chun said happily, if you don't want to die, then tell us everything. Beck Lee Su next to him calmly answered Lee Sion's phone call, he's also useful. Lee Sion thoughtfully added, okay, but is he too young? Captain Beck replied as he went inside, is that guy planning to approach us, is it useful? When they opened the door, a knife immediately rushed towards them. A bald guy inside rushed forward aggressively, die. Beck Lee Su grabbed the hand holding the knife and stared at him. In the blink of an eye, the bald man was sitting on the ground in pain, holding his hands and screaming, this bastard. The voice in Lee Su's Bluetooth headset rang out, this side is also great, I was also surprised to see it. While the captain went to the north, I was sent to the US Army in the Middle East, I went there to teach English. Even though the guys in front of him had their knives ready for battle, Lee Su still calmly replied, you said so. Beak Lee Su replied, just say it, Cyan continued his story. There's a guy named Deadline, he's the guy who just needs to give money and he'll listen to that person right away, that's why he's called servant. Captain Lee Soo responded while dealing with the Earth Wolf group, the servant, does everyone listen to everything? Cyan replied, that's right, just give him money and he can do anything. At the same time, Lim Kyung Chun was also acting extremely enthusiastically, continuously defeating several Earth Wolf Jr. Baek Lee Soo stepped forward, patted Kyung Chun's shoulder and said, let's continue to act, we have to take down all the organizations under Jia Lang, right? Now that we have captured the player, we must destroy the organization under the giant Earth Wolf. Lee Cyan on the other end of the line said, so it's a guerrilla battle, let me handle it a bit and then reunite with you two later. Captain Beak replied, I know, you also have to act quickly. Suddenly, an axe blade flew across Lee Soo's face. He coldly grabbed it and replied to Lee Cyan, because that side also acted faster than we thought. A guy wearing a white vest saw that he couldn't hit him and scowled and cursed, damn, what is this, what do you want to cat? He said to his juniors, are they the guys from the Hyunggu investigation group, do you dare to meddle with our Earth Wolves? This person is the owner of Doki Doki Nightclub, a member of the Kim Doki Wolf Association. Baek Lee Soo calmly said to Kyung Chun, quickly clean them up, we Iron Weasels are just amateurs. Lim Kyung Chun took the chocolate cake and immediately rushed towards Dookie and said, it seems like that, right, we have to deal with you guys quickly. When Iron Weasel was about to attack the Earth Wolf's big brother, suddenly, two bodyguards behind him rushed to block the attack. Their counterattack also caused Kyung Chun to almost lose his life, but luckily, that knife only hit Kyung Chun's mouth with a piece of cake. Looking at their quick reaction and decisive action, Iron Weasel Lim exclaimed in surprise, what a surprise, these guys are players, they are trained in the army. He thought, so there are guys like this on the Earth Wolf side. When the big brother saw that his group of people had blocked the attack, he showed his face and said arrogantly, what, these guys were sent to me by Director Ryu Taehyung of Jia Lang, I heard that you guys are educated, there's a difference in ability, right, even I'm surprised. They've probably come to your Tae-san by now, you're not the only ones using your brains, you guys should go home and take a look, maybe your organization and your boss have all been beaten to death, there. Doki was still proud, boldly provoking the two Lee Soo, what, are you scared? Baek Lee Soo heard that and immediately thought, did Chief Jang directly intervene in one sink or did he entice the Earth Wolf? Behind, Lim Kyung Chun looked at the situation, happily raised two fingers towards Baek Lee Soo, smiled and bid, double. You have to give me double, these guys are players, so you have to give me double. Otherwise, I have some questions, so I'll try to check again, after all, I'm a North Korean spy, I don't know if I can take down the South Korean players or not. Having said that, Kyung Chun rushed up as fast as he could and attacked the bodyguards. Before his opponent's knife touched his body, Chon Lim quickly delivered a fatal blow to his arm. Kyung Chun quickly grabbed his opponent's hand and rotated his knife around. A sharp knife cut into his artery, sending him out immediately. The guy behind intended to take advantage of Iron Weasel's lack of attention to stab him a few times, but immediately, Kyung Chun lightly slashed him a few times, causing that guy to collapse on the spot. Very quickly after that, he finished taking care of the remaining guy. A few minutes later, Kyung Chun turned back to look at Captain Beak and said, I've cleaned them all up, hurry up, hurry up. Lee Soo immediately replied, of course. The scared big brother standing next to them did not dare to breathe loudly, seeing the two of them leave, he still couldn't recover. Baek Lee Soo didn't hesitate any longer and ran straight to Tai-san. As he ran, he thought to himself, Chief Jang has gotten involved with the Earth Wolves, why is this so fast? Back that day, holding the contract in hand, Director Tae-hyung of the Earth Wolf said to Manager Jang, what is this, he looks like a useful guy, this guy will do what we do, request, like these amateurs. Thought Room Jang adjusted his glasses and answered Ryu Tae-hyung, Director Tae-hyung, do you know why we are professional? Old Jang explained, if income and expenditure are not balanced, you will not work. So as long as you have money, what anyone says doesn't matter. At this point, that guy is the number one professional among the professionals. Baek Lee Soo was quickly running back to Tae-san when a motorbike came at him with an iron rod and attacked him. A large group of neatly dressed people gathered at the foot of the building, watching everything that happened. In their hands are sharp daggers, ready to stab anyone who gets in their way. The offices in the building above are always lit day and night. Behind, not far away, there was a luxurious black car stopping there. In a nearby car, Ur-yong lowered his head and said deeply to the sinister department head Jang Sung-ho, I still don't believe we're involved in the association's business. Hearing that, the manager was a little surprised and asked, what? He replied without hesitation, you know what I mean. He showed an unexpectedly sinister face, stroking his hair with one hand to signal to listen. His lips half open in a bland smile. There was also a long scar on his face extending from his right eye to his left eye. He said in an unpleasant voice, "I definitely killed Baek Lee-soo. Then why is he still alive?" The man, Jang Sung-ho, just faintly asked one question, "Are you sure you killed him?" He continued uncomfortably, "If you had brought his body back or something like that, this wouldn't have happened, don't you think so?" Then he smiled faintly and let out a loud sigh. As for the long-haired Ur-yong, he sat in silence, unable to say anything more. After that, he used his two fists to hit each other as if he had thought of some plan. "Aha, that's right, I should bring the body back, that's right, why didn't I think of that?" At this moment, that Ur-yong seemed to have gone crazy. He opened his eyes wide and laughed loudly. "I should bring it back, I should do that." As for department head Jang Sun-ho, he looked at himself reflected in the car glass, looked out into the distance, and said coldly and without concern, "Forget it, do you agree, Lee-soo?" A man was now riding a large motorbike, carrying an iron rod, speeding at an unbelievable speed, passing by the guy Baek Lee-soo was about to attack. Lee-soo nimbly avoided the assassin's sudden attack. Then he leaned over, bringing the car to a horizontal stop. The tall and steady figure on the cool car thought to himself, "Is it the end of the road? Can't Cyan meet them? Don't mention Boss Jang." When he saw Baek Lee-soo holding a knife and confronting him, he also realized his current situation. He held a red stick, stood mentally ready to enter the fierce battle. He thought, "This is going to be difficult, so many new variables appear." In the Middle East, Afghanistan is the most dangerous war zone in the desert. The soldiers wearing Muslim clothes were also very alert, holding guns and guarding, not daring to let their guard down even for a second or a minute. This is a desolate land with countless sand dunes. To overcome this harsh environment, the 66th Nomadic Battalion established a Special Action Unit. United States Special Operations Team, SOCOM, 66th Nomad Battalion, Special Operations Unit. In the barren desert, they mainly explore on off-road motorbikes. On the patrol area, an announcement sounded, Romeo 3, target Alpha has been eliminated, we are seizing guns and ammunition, over." A guy covered in Muslim clothing, after examining the seized goods, said blandly, "It's all equipment from the Allies, I don't know where they got it from, but even so, there are many variables, number." He carried his suitcase and left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn to look at the guy lying tied up on the ground. "To survive in this place with many variables, you must find a way to survive." He quickly used his motorbike to move to a typical Afghan mud house and knocked on the door from the outside. A man with brown skin and brown eyes opened the door cautiously. Behind them, there were several people wearing scarves and holding guns, ready to attack at any time. It is an extremist group that needs weapons to cause chaos and hungry wolves that provide weapons for personal gain. After that, the other guy quickly put his backpack on the motorbike and drove away. Life has many variables. Above the vast sand desert, there are many dangerous creatures lurking. It was a desert lizard, a large cobra lying with its tongue hanging out. What they all have in common is brown skin caused by the harsh heat. This is also a place where they can easily hide and wait for prey. This is the most dangerous war zone right now. The backpack of the guy wearing camouflage clothes was filled with thick stacks of dollar bills. There was also a bomb with a bright red signal that had been activated. And if you don't anticipate the variables, you will be their victim, like the way the giant cobra turned the lizard into its light appetizer. In another corner, the guys holding the suitcase of weapons from earlier still hadn't left, keeping their vigilance. They still hold dangerous machine guns in their hand. An experienced guy frowned uncomfortably, waiting for the countdown on the clock to see when the bomb would explode. Another guy suddenly raised his gun, aimed straight at his teammate and shot without any hesitation. The other teammate also followed suit and fell down and logged out. At this time, a familiar assassin rode a motorbike and rode quickly. He was also holding that big red iron rod, ready to swing it. The gunmen mysteriously covered their faces. In this desert, you must stand at the top of the food chain. After the surrounding dust and smoke cleared, the other guys also realized the identity of the person in front of them, so they were extremely frightened and surprised. After that, the guy riding the motorbike continued to ride past, without any hesitation. At this moment, loud cries of pain rang out, oh. He is the most dangerous enemy named Baek Lee-soo. Lee-soo was not afraid at this time, he calmly prepared to attack the assassin. The assassin also quickly increased his speed and rushed towards Lee-soo. In his left hand, he holds an iron rod aimed at his opponent's weak point. After that, the motorcycle's lights were quickly turned off. Baek Lee-soo quickly realized what he needed to do, which was to adapt to the darkness. When moving from light to dark, it takes a while to see clearly in the dark. Baek Lee-soo flusteredly waved the knife. I can't see clearly anymore, is that why he keeps shining the light directly at me? Lee-soo panicked, not paying attention to the fact that the large iron bar was swinging straight at the hand holding the knife. Li Su's hands were shaking in pain. After the assassin's unfortunate attack, Li Su's arm was painfully injured, and the assassin parked the car behind him, waiting for the opportunity to attack again. Li Su was angry and indignantly looked at that assassin. That guy continued to drive towards Li Su, intending to attack him a second time. The scene moves to a large building, which is Tizen Corporation. Inside the building there was a fight going on. A bald guy shouted, "Hold on." Then one side wearing a black vest and the other side wearing a white shirt rushed at each other, scuffling and cursing, "Gia wolf dogs, kill them." A few guys shouted loudly, "What a bitch, we haven't met the director yet, what about leader Ha?" Another guy replied, "We can't meet the leader either." A fierce fight was going on. There were a series of blood stains on the floor. A tall guy wearing a shirt and glasses stood behind him and said calmly, "TSK, I don't see Boss Jang, what are these guys?" The leader shouted loudly to encourage his brothers, "Don't waver." Immediately, a powerful punch was thrown straight at his face, causing him so much pain that he bled. The knife in his hand also followed suit and fell straight to the ground. He also fell hard to the ground, weakly said KHK. The guy wearing glasses turned around and said contemptuously, "Look, they're just two thugs." The two sides continued to attack each other, a never-ending melee. A guy from the Earth Wolf group grabbed a knife and rushed forward, shouting, "Go ahead, kill all those bastards, Tizen." Immediately, a punch flew straight into that guy's face. The powerful attack force seemed to transform an area. The attack also caused Jia Langs Jr. to receive a ticket to log out of the Earth. After that, he just said faintly, "Oh my god, I just want to rest." It was Choi Chun-ho, adjusting his gloves and saying in a hoarse voice, "But if Jin Yong asks, there's no other way." The other guys from Jia Lang saw him and were startled. "Judo, why is Choi Chun-ho here?" The commander wearing glasses also asked suspiciously, "Judo?" Choi Chun-ho turned to him and said, "Hey, that guy over there, you don't look much like the person next to me. It's too bad that this is our first meeting today." Hearing Mr. Choi say that guy, he still stood still with a suspicious look on his face. Mr. Choi slowly took off his vest. Today, Choi Chaho is currently holding the position of executive director of Ilhak. He is also a second dan in judo. Old Choi said coldly, "I'm on Tizen's side." The outer shirt was taken off, revealing Chun-ho's large, muscular body. The reason he is here is partly because of Mr. Jin Yong's request, partly because he is holding a temporary position at Tizen Corporation, captain of Tizen Group's security team. The commander of the Jia Lang team slowly took off his glasses. He said contemptuously, "It's so troublesome." "Oh, old man, doesn't your son give you money for retirement? Why do you always like to participate in childish games?" He was previously in the Special Military Police Team, and is currently the captain of the Special Operations Team. Park Chang-hoon has been expelled from the army for violence and disruption. Park Chang-hoon was too arrogant. He did not know that Mr. Choi Chun-ho was one of the leading members of the Nine Swords, of Il-hak. Il-hak has ushered in a glorious era. And Mr. Choi was once Il-hak's sharp sword, as well as Il-hak's pride. But now he fights for Tae-san's side. Mr. Choi wondered, where have all the real men gone now? A junior from Jia Lang frowned. Why the hell is Choi Chun-ho from Il-hak on Tae-san's side? Park Chang-hoon was annoyed, took off his glasses and said, "What are you planning on doing here?" Park Chang-hoon's face turned cold and he put the glasses in his chest pocket. "Hey, old man, didn't your son send you money? Why are you still participating in such childish games when you're old?" This. Choi Chun-ho said as if warning, "Ho ho, you don't look like someone in our line of work, do you? What you lack is attitude." As soon as he finished speaking, Park Chang-hoon attacked old Choi. Park Chang-hoon quickly swung his fist from bottom to top, hitting Mr. Choi Chun-ho in the face. Very quickly, his brother made the next attack, consecutive fists hitting Choi Chun-ho's face, leaving him unable to avoid it. After a series of preemptive moves, he also punched Choi Chun-ho in the stomach. Then Park Chang-hoon supported Lao Choi, who had collapsed and could not stand up on his own. Park Chang-hoon asked, "What the hell are you talking about, attitude? You and I don't even know each other, do we, this ordinary old man?" Park Chang-hoon is indeed no ordinary man. He used to be a soldier from the affiliated military police team and he is currently the captain of the One Sync project. Li Su stood far away thinking, "Is it broken? I've wasted too much time here. I can't just let myself be kept here forever." The assassin accelerated his attack towards Li Su. He rushed forward quickly, flying over Li Su's head. Li Su still considered calmly, a linear attack from a motorbike, supported by its speed, then I'll aim for the chassis. Li Su immediately bent down to attack the car. The assassin realized his intention, he quickly swung his iron bar and attacked again. This made Baek Lee Soo turn around and look at him without saying a word. Then the guy on the motorbike also turned his bike towards him. He rushed forward at an unbelievable speed, then braked suddenly, leaning forward to hit him with that red iron bar. But instead of hitting with an iron bar as expected, he used the rear wheel of the motorcycle to injure Baek Lee Soo. The hat on his head also fell to the ground. Baek Lee Soo was injured on his head, blood flowed down his cheek. He looked at the motorcycle assassin with cold, bullet-shaped eyes. He thought, that's the fifth one, the variables just keep piling up on top of each other. Captain Jang, Geo rang, and now even deadline, my plan is slowly falling apart. Baek Lee Soo, you have to calm down and prepare for anything. You have to observe your opponent carefully and act in the most appropriate and optimal way. The motorbike continued to roll, bringing with it a lot of dust, dirt and rock. Baek Lee Soo continued to think, he's creating smoke by rotating the edge of his wheel. What? Is he planning on blocking my vision with that smoke? I can't see him now. Is there going to be an attack to the left, or is he planning to attack my injured right side? Variables are things that cannot be completely predicted or controlled. However, not every variable in situations is a bad thing. A tall figure adjusted the button of his vest and calmly said slowly, is this how a professional works? In my opinion, this is not a very professional way. The person who came was Jin Yong. Baek Lee Soo was extremely surprised with his appearance here. Lee Soo spoke up and asked the tall man in front of him, why did you? Jin Yong coldly took off his shirt and replied, how about this, do you want to get some help from this amateur? Returned to the Tae-san Company building. The scenery around the building was extremely quiet, in contrast to the situation inside. Park Chang-hoon turned around, raised his hand to scratch himself and sighed. Next to him were several juniors with murderous expressions on their faces. He rubbed the back of his neck and tilted his head to look at Choi In-ho sarcastically. Hey old man. You're tougher than I thought. Choi In-ho stared at him, his eyes unfriendly, his hand reaching up to rub his stomach. Park Chang-hoon silently assessed, how can a gangster's body be like this? There's no point in prolonging this forever, I'll end this right away. While Park Chang-hoon was still thinking, Choi In-ho swung a strong punch at him. Park Chang-hoon quickly tilted his head to the side and dodged gently, without any hindrance. He thought to himself, a speed that is not reasonable for that body at all. This means that strength is not his only strong point. I will keep my distance and... Choi In-ho rushed over angrily, screaming, actually, I've been feeling a bit bad lately. Because the government's hunting dogs have started stealing our gangster jobs. Park Chang-hoon was hit by a punch, gasping in pain and screaming. Choi In-ho continued, this matter weighs heavily on our head. Very quickly after that, Park Chang-hoon pulled out a short, shining knife, preparing to swing it strongly at Choi In-ho. But before he could make a move, he was punched by Choi In-ho until his mouth bled. The knife in his hand also flew out of his hand, spinning beautifully in the air. Choi In-ho did not let go, squeezing Park Chang-hoon's mouth hard, causing him to only hum a few times. His face was distorted to the point of being unsightly, his eyes clearly showing surprise, his whole body trembling to the extreme. Choi In-ho spoke up threateningly, do we look that easy in your eye? The old man was so angry that his face turned red. He kept increasing the pressure on Park Chang-hoon's mouth. Do you think you can really defeat me just because you colluded with that cunning snake? Even though his face was squeezed tightly, Park Chang-hoon still stubbornly resisted. He intended to use a knife to attack old Choi. But Choi In-ho calmly grabbed the knife and kept saying, well, we're not alone. But the way we work is extremely simple. Park Chang-hoon didn't pay attention to what old Choi said but tremblingly thought, are the gloves made from Kevlar bulletproof vest? Choi In-ho still squeezed the face of the other Park name. He continued, for family, friends and for the organization. That's what we fight to protect. After saying that, he threw Park Chang-hoon's head hard on the floor. The throw caused Park Chang-hoon's head to hit the ground hard and he logged out. Resolving the name of Commander Park Chang-hoon, Choi In-ho proudly and arrogantly said softly, see, it's simple and easy to understand, isn't it? Returning to Lee Soo's side, Jin Yong asked with concern about Baek Lee Soo's injured arm, is it broken, or is it simply dislocated? Lee Soo replied, I'm fine. More importantly, Tae-san, Mr. Jin Yong reassured, there is nothing to worry about. Tae-san right now, is not something that can be defeated. Jin Yong prepared to fight. Lee Soo reminded, that guy is a professional, he's not an easy guy. Jin Yong calmly stroked his hair and replied, who cares if he's a professional or not? Lee Soo asked in surprise, what did you say? Jin Yong looked straight at the assassin sitting on the motorbike and said, let's deal with that guy first. Lee Soo was worried, you shouldn't face him without any preparation. He wrapped his shirt around his arms and said firmly, why do you have to think so much that you'll get tired? All I have to do is treat him well. The assassin turned the accelerator hard and rushed towards Jin Yong, smoke and dust flying. Yin Yong still calmly talked to Baek Lee Soo, Director Beak Dokyung told me this. So what's the matter, we're Tae-san? The other assassin fell to the ground with just one punch from Yin Yong. Yin Yong continued, how do you feel, although sometimes we use Beak Dokyung's methods to work. But this time, we have to become Beak Dokyung. This statement makes the male lead recall old memories of when Beak Lee-soo was 11 years old at that time. Thinking back, at that time, we were twins, but unlike me, who is weak both physically and mentally, he is the strongest brother in the world. When Kyung was also 11 years old, while the male lead was standing and sobbing, his brother's familiar call rang out, hey, Beak Lee-soo, why are you crying again? Didn't I say that if I saw you cry, I would give me a beating? Lee-soo sobbed as she recounted, those guys were in 6th grade, they beat me so I was scared. You'll get hurt. The 6th grade bullies were all beaten unconscious on the ground by Dokyung. Dokyung gave the half-eaten rice cake to Lee-soo and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Eat it. Lee-soo shook his head and refused, I don't eat. Dokyung appeared strong, smiling and reassuring his younger brother, tell them to try coming here again, I will absolutely never lose. He is also a very obnoxious older brother. When the 15-year-old male lead was studying at Nyetling Middle School, in the 2nd grade of 4th grade, news suddenly spread in the school, hey, Baek Dokyung is fighting again, they're at the stadium. Really, where is it, show me. Is that guy's nose bleeding? He'll lose this way. Wow, is that guy already crying? If he cried, he would still be beaten to a pulp. One person pointed out the window and said loudly, that's Baek Dokyung's group there, right? The name next to him confirmed, that's right. Why are those guys so cruel? Hey, the top guy is Baek Dokyung. Baek Dokyung is now 15 years old and studies at Korong Middle School in 2nd grade 5. Baek Dokyung spoke up, I really couldn't believe it, only the 3 of you appeared. The muscular red shirt guy standing opposite replied cockily, I look like a bully like this, don't I? A guy standing around in the same class as the male lead suddenly shouted, what, a high school student, doesn't that guy look like a martial arts player? The red shirt underneath put his hands on his hips and raised his chin, saying, after all, I've already taught your friends, but you still don't know how to behave. Then it's time for your lesson, junior. Dokyung responded, senior, aren't you already a high school student after graduating? Then you have to go there, right? What do you think you're doing hanging around middle school? Is your mind that bad, or haven't you been taught by anyone since you were little? Hearing that, the red shirt man was so angry that he gritted his teeth. This son of a bitch, Dokyung told him. So, follow me out, I don't want to be bitten by dogs right on campus. The remaining people on both sides looked at each other tensely. Dokyung waved his hand and signaled, you don't have to follow me, I will go alone, your current situation will only cause more obstacle. The group of people standing around talking excitedly, what's going on? Is Baek Dokyung trying to handle everything alone? That guy is so cool, that's amazing. At this time, Lee-soo also came out to observe the situation. After going to a deserted corner, Dokyung suddenly slammed his head on the ground. I'm sorry, senior, because the atmosphere at that time was quite tense, so I got a bit too excited. The guy in the red shirt asked in bewilderment, what's wrong with this bastard? Why did his attitude suddenly change? Dokyung continued, I heard that senior is studying at J1 High School, I really admire that senior, you must have dealt with a lot of liars there, right? The guy in the red shirt softened his voice and said, yes, that's right. Dokyung repeatedly bowed his head to flatter the red-shirted man, you are truly the best of the best, senior. The guy in the red shirt came closer, pressed Dokyung's head to the ground and said proudly, wow, look at this kid, he's really sensible, isn't he? I'm planning on treating you like my brainless friend. But you're good at soothing other people's moods, I'll spare your life, but let my friends impregnate you instead, okay? What do you think? Hearing that, Dokyung sighed. He clicked the pen in his hand while standing up and facing his cards, you damn son of a bitch, I thought you'd let me go if you humble yourself a bit. The muscular red shirt guy exclaimed in surprise, what? Before he could recover, Dokyung rushed forward and stabbed the tip of the pen into his leg. The guy in the red shirt screamed in pain, ah, my leg. Taking advantage of this moment, Dokyung repeatedly stepped on him, cursing, bastards like you. Ji-hoon has to jog to deliver newspapers every morning, I still tease him to the point of crying. But to be able to take care of his sister's living expenses, he still has to work tirelessly, and then you guys broke his left leg. Among his subordinates, the blue shirt rushed forward, punched Dokyung hard, and angrily shouted, barking so much, you damn son of a bitch. Dokyung quickly dodged the purple-shirted man's attack and continued, and Sung-guk too. Sung-guk has been very happy lately. He even makes kimbap with his mother, his house is a kimbap shop, so every day he's out in the sun delivering kimbap, but these days he can't do anything because he can't roll kimbap anymore. As he spoke, Do-kyung gently broke the blue shirt man's arm. Do-kyung clicked his tongue, "TSK, I was planning to go eat kimbap at his house after being introduced by Ji-hoon, but I broke his arm." The guy in the blue shirt was in so much pain that he screamed. My hand. The remaining group rushed forward to control Do-kyung. Two guys rushed forward, one hugged Do-kyung from behind, the other held his hand tightly. The guy in the blue striped shirt took advantage of Do-kyung being held and swung his fist. This time, Do-kyung was punched in the face and his head fell back. But Do-kyung didn't complain a word, grabbed the striped shirt guy's hair and continued, "Oh right, there's more. Even Woo-sok with that ugly head, why did you guys hit his head like that?" Do-kyung used his head to hit the guy in the blue striped shirt. He held his head and cried out, "My head, do you know how much it hurts, dog?" The group of people shouted to each other, "Let's all go up." Do-kyung raised his middle finger and said loudly, "You bastards, even if you call more people here, your father will still receive them all. Touching my body won't do you any good, do you hear me, my children?" At that time, Lee Soo's feelings about his brother, frankly, were, "I don't like my brother who has a fiery temper, running around causing trouble all day. Things that only my brother can do. I envy his determination, I'm jealous and I want to be like him." At that time and now, I still want to become someone like him. When Do-kyung was alone confronting the red shirts group of people, the male lead ran out of nowhere to help his brother. Seeing him, Do-kyung looked surprised and exclaimed, "Hey, why are you out here, Beak Lee Soo?" Looking at the two Beak brothers, the other guys hesitated. "What is that, Beak Do-kyung, why are there two Beak Do-kyung here?" Do-kyung asked the male lead, "Hey, do you know where this is?" Lee Soo firmly replied, "Why not? Anyway, I can't learn anything, I can't understand anything if I sit forever." Do-kyung laughed and asked again, "Are you crazy? By the way, Beak Lee Soo, if you quit studying, what are you planning to do?" Lee Soo replied, "Why do you suddenly ask that? What about you?" Do-kyung replied, "I will become a businessman, like a real man, even though I can't imagine what it will be like. I promise to let you be the director." "Okay." Hearing that, Lee Soo could only exclaim, "What?" Returning to reality after Jin Yong's punch, the assassin fell motionless on the ground. The male lead wisely asked Jin Yong, "So what should I do? I thought I had become Baek Do-kyung, but after this time, maybe I was wrong. The current Baek Do-kyung, I don't know what kind of person my brother is." Chief Ha, as the person closest to Baek Do-kyung, "Do you think I can really become Baek Do-kyung?" Jin Yong replied in a low voice, "I will tell you what kind of person Baek Do-kyung is. I will help you become Baek Do-kyung, the person who created the Tae-san of today." As he spoke, Jin Yong knelt down on one knee in front of Lee Soo. On Choi Chun-ho's side, he put his hands forward, brushing the dust from his hand. After that, he started his hands and thought, "The Earth Wolves must have lost all fighting spirit, let's clean them up just like that." He said to the other guys, "Wow, my bones are all sore, I don't have the strength to continue fighting. At this age, I should have retired." Thinking of Lee Sung-min, IL Hack's executive director is sadly thinking for the association. Choi Chun-ho shook his head to refute his own words, "If I don't retire now, it's still a bit early." Facing the group of Earth Wolves surrounding him with weapons, Choi Chun-ho was not afraid but provoked them. "Whoa, hurry up, let the rest get up. Young people these days are so slow." From the star's side, the ghost named Ur Yong suddenly rushed forward. Returning to Lee Soo, Jin Yong was kneeling in front of Lee Soo. He continued, "And I will turn you into Baek Do-kyung, a true symbol of the Tae-san society." Jin Yong slowly stood up and said coldly, "However, he's still there." The assassin on the motorbike is now awake. He stands up his bike and prepares to attack again. Jin Yong wondered, "But who is he?" Lee Soo looked at the motorcyclist and retorted, "You're asking now, when before that you let him fly all the way over there." Jin Yong explained, "It's because he rushed towards us, or is he one of your pro-friends?" Lee Soo denied, "No, I don't know anything other than that he is part of the US military." The motorcyclist heard this scene and angrily said, "Hey, what do you think about my car's lights?" Jin Yong continued to wonder, "Didn't you just say he was in the US Army? He speaks Korean." Lee Soo continued, "Today is definitely an interesting day." The assassin held the iron bar in his hand, spinning around in a dangerous manner. At the same time, Jin Yong took a step forward and said, "Never mind, I don't have to hold back, right?" At that moment, the assassin's phone rang. He picked up his phone and read the message, "The sender of Jorang has received 20 million won in storage fee, go to the location below, when you complete the task, the remaining amount will be sent later." After reading the message, the assassin turned around, not forgetting to point at Jin Yong, "You, the guy who broke my car lights, I will remember your face." Having finished speaking, he turned on the accelerator and sped away as fast as the wind. Jin Yong said to Lee Soo, "He's gone, I thought he wanted to play until the end, Lee Soo continued. He only did it for money. I can only guess that he completed his mission. Or maybe he just got a better job. At the Taesan Association's headquarters, the Tizan office, the outside scene was still quiet as if nothing had happened. The room became so silent, even the organization's underlings and the sharp vegetarian agents could feel it. The two subordinates of Taesan, Choi Youngjin, who had worked for 2 years at Taesan, and Lee Yeonyo, who had worked for 6 months, stood bewildered. It was a battle they could not intervene in. Special One Sync agent Jang Subin also had his vacation postponed. He was reviewing the situation of the Park family who had just been logged out by Mr. Choi. Mr. Choi Chun-ho was still fighting the ghost Ur-yong, punching him straight in the face. Ur-yong also quickly injured Choi Chun-ho. Old Choi thought, this guy is not ordinary at all. If I relax my defense, I will immediately lose. But he was definitely injured by my attack. Well, let's use this time to end it. Ur-yong spoke up, this isn't enough to defeat me, old man. He gave a manic smile. Choi Chun-ho frowned with suspicion. The opponent quickly used a knife to attack Choi Chun-ho. He used the knife to cut several lines on the Choi's or MS waist and back. Mr. Choi held his wound and thought, he's so fast I'm almost done. As soon as I blocked the attack, he added another blow. Where did he come from? I misjudged him. My defense isn't something I should worry about. Ur-yong smiled contemptuously and provoked. More, give me more. He raised 2 knives to prepare to attack again. His face suddenly darkened, and coldly said, let's try again. 9-blade second. Choi Chun-ho was thinking to himself, this was not an opponent that he could maintain his strength in fighting. However, Il Hacks 9 swords also think that he cannot be defeated when he is protecting something. Ur-yong still caught Dokyung's words and provoked old Choi, not like that, let's do it again. He quickly jumped up and stabbed Choi Chun-ho hard. Choi Chun-ho used his hand to block the knife, causing the knife to pierce his hand. Very quickly, Choi Chun-ho counterattacked, using his other hand to punch the ghost Ur-yong straight in the stomach with a painful blow. Ur-yong grabbed Mr. Choi's hand and provoked, is this all your strength? That's too humiliating, old man. As soon as he finished speaking, Choi Chun-ho broke his arm. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to teach the other guy a lesson. Seeing Mr. Choi turn off the phone, Cyan dared to speak up, hey, it's not the boss but your nephew? Choi Chun-ho laughed, why is it a nephew? Of course he is Il Hack's boss. The voice on the phone came, you guys work so hard. How do you feel about Boris? Lee Cyan quickly replied, you really can't joke with stupid Russians. While answering the phone, he stopped Boris from continuing to attack. Hey. Stop. Don. Don't. No, those are nonsense words of South Korea and dirty capitalism. Do you understand capitalism? Those are the words of Major of the General Reconnaissance Department, head of the new Special Task Force Lee Woo-chong, who has 4 years of experience in long-term work in South Korea, a total of 12 incursions into the South. Lee Cyan said excitedly, do you know what's interesting? There are some strange kids over there driving motorbikes. The captain's line kept making loud noises. Quickly catch him. Hearing that, Lee Cyan immediately said, did you hear clearly? On Lee Soo's side, the assassin riding a motorbike, holding a long iron bar, was fighting face to face with the male protagonist. And Lee Soo was clutching his injured arm. Ur-yong suddenly burst out laughing. Ha, again. That's Beak Lee Soo's sentence, right? While fighting, suddenly a familiar voice rang out, everyone step back. Ur-yong asked bewilderedly, what? Everyone retreat immediately. Why? Seeing people in his group leaving one by one, Ur-yong cursed loudly, hey, you bastards, where are you going? Park Chang-hoon, who was still not dead, came over and said, you bastards, Jurang changed the plan, we received orders to return. It seems like the plan is having trouble, so we'll retire. We will go and obey the leader's orders. Before he could finish his sentence, Ur-yong grabbed Park's head and shouted, retreat. Is that your hobby? Why do you keep babbling this way and that? You're making me angry. He let go of Park Chang-hoon and continued, why do you like to go so much? The fun has just begun. This guy said to Chief Jang over the intercom, hey, Chief, this is really nonsense. I will carry his body back this time, so let me continue. Mr. Jang protested, stop arguing and meet us here quickly. Our chairman Tae-hyung said he has a plan. Tae-hyung said to Mr. Jang, hey department head, it's a bit strange that you told me to be here, we all know that. Ur-yong continued to provoke, hey, do it again. Look at a bigger picture, I also hate Tae-san-hoi, however. Do you think all problems will be solved by crushing the Tae-san guild? In this case, we have to use gypsy law. Tae-hyung smiled with a sinister expression, as if he was planning something. In Tae-san's large room, Lim Kyung-chun was eating cake and spinning his tie in his hand with a very innocent look. He whined and said to Cyan, "Why do I have to do all this? Over there, help me." Cyan reluctantly replied, "Yes, hey, parrot, come here." Lim Kyung-chun innocently asked, "What is parrot?" In fact, parrot means parrot, but Cyan deliberately lied to Kyung-chun that it was something very cool and super strong. Kyung-chun innocently believed it was true and continued, "Oh, that's right, from now on, just call me parrot." Seeing the bald head take out a knife, Cyan immediately reminded him, "Hey, Boris, don't bring a knife out, it's just miserable, I don't know." At that moment, footsteps echoed, someone is slowly approaching them. A voice of admiration rang out, "Wow, you're dressed better than I thought." Looking at this, I understand. Baek Lee-soo walked in with a very cool and handsome demeanor. He said to everyone, "So now we will discuss this as genuine side society. Where should we start?" Having said that, Lee-soo also sat at the table with everyone. Before that, Jin Yong had a private conversation with Mr. Choi. Mr. Choi angrily asked Jin Yong, "After what I did to help the association, did they tell me to go home?" Jin Yong hesitantly replied, "No." "Well, that's it, Mr. Dokyung's idea is to just leave if you want." Mr. Choi Chun-ho burst into laughter and interrupted, "Just kidding, I was planning to go home anyway, I'm so sick of the food here." Jin Yong added, "Senior, I want to ask you. If you can, please stay at Taesan Guild a little longer." Mr. Choi patted Jin Yong on the shoulder and said, "I know where this comes from, Jin Yong. However, seeing Taesan meeting right now, a thought came to my mind. It's not too late for us, and Il Hak can rise again. So I have to return there, to my home." The lights at Il Hak's headquarters are still on. The scene outside was gloomy and strangely quiet. Doko Young Gil frowned and said, "You lost, don't you realize who you just fought with? Do you think the Nine Blades will let this go so easily?" Inside Il Hak's headquarters was an extremely chaotic scene. Il Hak's juniors were all covered in blood and lying motionless on the floor. Doko Young Gil angrily asked, "Who the hell sent you here?" In front of them is the motorcycle assassin who assassinated Lee-soo before and the ghost Ur-yong. Seeing that Ur-yong was a bit angry, Tae-hyung quickly stopped him and said, "Damn, you've aged so fast since the last time we met." He came in front of Young Gil and said, "It's been a long time, my beloved senior." Earlier at Il Hak's headquarters, the junior reported, "This is the amount of money we earned this month." Lee Sang-min checked the books and commented, "It seems less than last month." The fourth sword Doko Young Gil took responsibility, "I am truly to blame, young master." Sang-min put the documents on the table and comforted him, "No, this is partly due to my carelessness. Most of all, are you okay?" The remaining brothers in the Nine Knives were happily chatting on the sofa. Seeing Sang-min care about his wound, he laughed and kicked back, "Ha ha ha, of course, young master, is this worth it, what is it?" The seventh used his hand to knock on the eighth's casted leg, causing him to hug his leg and scream in pain. The seventh knife said, "I'm fine, but I don't think this guy sees it that way." Another guy praised Lee Sang-min, "You're quite hardworking, you're a boss but you don't know how to fight." Their story was interrupted by a noise outside. Ninth Blade Lee Gyuchong stood up, "I'll go out to see if anything's going on." He went out and asked, "What is all this? Can someone give me an explanation?" The junior reported, "Yes, it seems like the noise is coming from downstairs." Another junior was skeptical, "Isn't that a motorbike? This is the third floor." They were stunned. A motorcyclist, his whole body covered, rode forward. In his hand he held an iron bar. Through the helmet windshield, he saw three faces ahead. This guy did not pay attention to anyone, drove a motorbike, broke the door and rushed in. People inside Lee Sung-min's office were all stunned. He did a drift in front of Il Hak people. The iron bar in his hand was also swung. The eighth knife was hit by a blow. He fell backwards, coughing up blood. The Il Hak gang is completely passive, even though they are veterans who have gone through countless vital battles. Like a former boxer, they are always ready for any situation, using their skills and past experiences to take on their enemy. However, a completely new type of opponent they could never have imagined appeared. For Il Hak, this stunned him and in the end, this became their biggest obstacle. The sixth knife used his hand in a cast to block the crowbar. He assessed the situation. "We're still injured." The sound of many people's footsteps coming in. When the assassin saw them, it didn't look like he was going to attack. Obviously the same group, the badges on their chests flashed and stood still. The Yondaime roared, "You are J-Rang's people, right? You violated the truce. Do you want to become enemies of the entire council?" The leader was annoyed. "What the hell is this old man babbling about?" Another guy ordered, "Brothers, clean them up for me." The seventh threw away the leg brace and gave him a thunderous kick. "You dog, who do you think you're grinding your teeth against? I'll purge all of you." The fourth saw that the seventh's ankle was swollen and worried, Damn, Kwang Fei's wound is still. The motorbike wheel whirled and rushed towards the sixth. The fourth quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him back. The fourth was furious. I have to at least beat that driver to a pulp. He shouted loudly, Sumong, go protect the young master, we will hold them off. The eighth tried to hold off the assassin. Yugil, you can't do this alone. Eighth Jang Deokbi gritted his teeth. He won't be alone. Big brother Yonggil, beat him to death. The assassin turned his attention to his side. The fourth stepped out and kicked him across the head. A guy in a black vest was punched in the face. He screamed. The sixth looked at his brothers. I give it to you, Kwang Fei. The seventh smiled brightly. It's difficult for me to worry about. Lee Sang-min wanted to avoid his sixth brother's resistance. Gudo, please let me stay, he shouted. Gudo. The sixth pushed Lee Sung-min into the car. Get in the car. Young master. Lee Sung-min struggled. What are you doing? We have to fight with them. The sixth said to Song-min, Bang Jorang has started to act, which means we are in danger. Lee Sung-min still stubbornly shouted angrily, that's why I want to stay. Their running away alone is so humiliating. The sixth was serious. Young master, if you fall, everything we have built will be in vain. Lee Sung-min roared, so you want me to run away like a coward, no matter what, is that so? The rain became heavier and heavier, even leaving everyone to sacrifice. A sarcastic sound curled across the tip of his tongue. Oh my god, Ryu didn't know when it appeared, so this is how Il Hawk collapsed. I was expecting more than this. He glared fiercely. What corner is our young master hiding in? The car drove quickly on the road. The atmosphere in the car was suffocating. Lee Sung-min lowered his head. What if I'm the only one who survived? I tried my best to raise Il Hawk back from the ashes, but in the end I lost it all again. The sixth turned his eyes to look at him. Young master, Lee Sung-min shouted, don't call me by that name. He punched the back of the chair in front of him hard. How much longer do I have to be a young master? I'm not the boss of Il Hawk. The sixth spoke softly. That's not what I. Sparks flashed across the side of the car, interrupting the sixth sentence. A motorcyclist rushed in front of their car, and something was dropped on the road. It was a long spiked fence. The sixth reacted quickly and turned the steering wheel. The car's wheels rubbed on the road in an arc, then stopped before crashing into the fence. Because of this, Lee Sung-min hit his head somewhere and bled. He panicked. What is that? The sixth's condition was no better. He opened the door and got out of the car. I can only send you here. He opened the back door of the car, to where you will be headed. The sixth man's large hand raised up to cover the raindrops on top of Lee Sung-min's head. I believe you already have your answer. Il Hawk headquarters, 9 swords, Lee Sun-mung, 6th sword. He gently wiped away the blood on his young master's face. That's all you need to understand. Shoe soles stepping on the road caused standing water to splash. The original white material was contaminated. Sung-min ran with all his might in the rain, not looking back. In his head, the sixth voice still echoed, you are our boss, President Sung-min. He stumbled along the way, and we, the 9 swords, are Il Hawk's sword, as well as your sword. Passers-by saw him and turned their heads to look out of curiosity, but obviously no one took the initiative to help. It doesn't matter how humiliated you feel. Lee Sung-min stood up and continued, he was Il Hawk. The silhouette of 3 people appeared in his eyes. Of course the decision is in your hand. Lee Soo frowned. President Sung-min, 9-bladed Choi, turned his head to look back, and couldn't help but be startled. Lee Sung-min, his whole body was so shabby that he couldn't see his usual elegant appearance. There's nothing we can't do. He shuffled forward. Becky. 9-blade Choi called out in panic, young master. Lee Soo stood on the stairs and looked down. Look at you, President Lee Sung-min, you look so pathetic. Lee Sung-min looked at him hesitantly. Me. I need to rely on Tae-san. He bowed his head. I beg you, Tae-san. To save Il Hawk, 9-blade Choi seemed to be shocked by this image of his young master. Lee Sung-min fell to his knees. Please save. I can be humiliated as much as I want. A hand reached out to catch Lee Sung-min before he knelt down. Oh my god. Lee Soo helped him up. Did you slip? Be careful. Let's go inside first. You're all wet. Lee Sung-min looked at director Baek Dok-young suspiciously. He grabbed Lee Soo's arms tightly. I'm okay, our 9 sword. Lee Soo reassured. Please speak slowly, there's no need to be in such a hurry. More than that, we just talked about a very interesting issue, but we can't make a decision yet. He said back to Lee Sung-min, we are planning to overthrow the council, but we haven't chosen where to start yet. So who do you think we should start with, Chung Wung or HHS? Lee Soo's eyes were cruel, or Jurang? Lee Soo's eyes suddenly turned cold, or Jurang? Sunlight shines through the window, illuminating the room. Someone is adjusting the 4th bag. Miss Sua looked at the person lying on the bed. The medicine passes through the tube into the other person's body. A familiar hand appeared. Is Baek Dok-young still alive? In some quiet place, a stubborn child's voice shouted, I told you not to smoke anymore. The first president of Il Hak Group, Lee Sung-hak, the ruler of Seoul, was about to light a cigarette when he had to stop. He hid the cigarette and lighter behind his back. Ha, cigarettes, there are no cigarettes here, you quit smoking a long time ago. A boy ran up, don't try to trick me. The boy was very dissatisfied and raised his toy sword. No, you said you would deal with me if I saw you smoking again. The person behind him was confused. Not young master, this boy is Lee Sung-min at 8 years old, Lee Sung-hak's nephew and heir. Chairman Lee looked at his nephew lovingly. Oh my, I'm so scared, I won't smoke anymore, you should put this thing away. Sung-min, he was curious, but my Sung-min studies whose words are those? The boy replied, Uncle Chun-ho, he told me to say that so no one can look down on me. Is that so? Mr. Lee laughed. Uncle Chun-ho taught you these things. Sung-min's eyes lit up. Grandpa, I heard you're very good at fighting. Is that true? Mr. Lee replied, yes, you are. How can you fight? Sung-min pulled his grandfather's hand and stood up. Why, you are the strongest person in Seoul. Don't lie anymore. You don't know how to fight, so how can you? Mr. Lee pampered. You don't know how to fight? Really? But Chun-ho is really good. 8-year-old Sung-min's head jumped. So that means Uncle Chun-ho is the strongest, not you. Mr. Lee stood up. Hey, your grandfather is the strongest man. Strong people don't necessarily have to be good at fighting. His back is sturdy and straight. Instead, the great must be strong here and there, never allowed to bow before others. Young Sung-min opened his eyes wide, but then he innocently asked, what is that? You have to deal with those damn people out there. Mr. Chun-ho helplessly held his head. Oh, young master. Mr. Lee lovingly patted his nephew's head and laughed loudly. Ha ha. Mr. Lee Sung-hak scolded Chun-ho. What are you teaching Sung-min? Chun-ho quickly replied, President, it's actually Sumung's fault. Il Hak once reigned at the top of Seoul with President Lee Sung-hak as its head. Il Hak and his grandfather are like a dream to Sung-min. Lee Sung-min silently reassured himself, yes, it was all just a dream. Nine-Knife Choi saw him awake and quickly ran to ask, young master, are you okay? Because it was a dream, Lee Sung-min said, Il Hak. Tears flowed down his cheeks. Il Hak has collapsed, so it will be time to wake up. Lee Sung-min and Lee Soo sat on the sofa in the living room. Behind them were Choi and Jin Yong. Lee Soo spoke up, how? Lee Soo brewed tea and asked with concern, are you feeling better, Director Sung-min? Nine-Blade Choi spoke up, thanks to the director, he's better now. Lee Soo added, that's good, we also owe you too, so let's just focus on resting. Nine-Blade Choi politely said, ha ha, I thank you very much, isn't it nice to help each other like that? Lee Soo picked up the teapot and talked about helping. Let's get to the point. He poured out the finished cup of tea. Can Il Hak help us? Nine-Blade Choi replied, that's natural, if Tae-san begins to act, we will give our full support. Lee Soo put down the teapot. Sir, Choi Chun-ho, I'm asking Il Hak's boss. He placed a cup of tea in front of Sung-min. Could it be that you are now the leader of Il Hak? Nine-Blade Choi was silent. Sung-min spoke up, just go out for a while, I have to talk privately with Director Baek Dok-young. Nine-Blade Choi could only follow Jin Yong out. Lee Sung-min looked at the other person. If you want to talk to boss Il Hak, I also have something to ask the director. Baek Lee Soo, have you really become Tae-san's boss? Where is Baek Dok-young? Lee Soo put down the teacup. Mr. Lee Sung-min, he clasped his hands in front of him. You still call me Baek Dok-young? It seems that Mr. Choi Chun-ho still does not know my true identity. Sung-min replied, because you are still hiding it, of course I won't reveal it. Lee Soo asked, are you scared now? Surely you know you can't confront them, right? Lee Sung-min's face turned pale. Lee Soo looked at him in fear. At this time it's nothing to be ashamed of, so stop hiding it and trying to probe me. Lee Sung-min bowed his head slightly. The pressure was pouring back towards him. Okay, now I have to show a friendly attitude to Tae-san, he said. I understand, then let's talk about work. Will you really join hands with us, Il Hak? Lee Soo slowly drank tea. Il Hak, leave now, you guys are too weak. Did I ask you if you guys could help me? He put down the teacup. This is not a yes or no question, but how Il Hak will help me. I'm asking about the course of action, how Il Hak can help Tae-san at this time. Lee Sung-min asked again, you said you would solve the Earth Wolf in the General Association, but can Tae-san do it alone? Il Hak is still part of the General Association, but Jia Lang violated the contract and unilaterally attacked us. Therefore, if I, the boss of Il Hak, convene an emergency meeting and expose this matter, then Il Hak Lang will definitely pay the price for violating the signed term. Sung-min continued, Yes, I admit Il Hawk is currently weakened, but the Jia Lang cause and the sign agreements can help. Lee Su interrupted, that's not the weakness I'm talking about, the weak one is you, Lee Sung Min is you. He exposed, if you didn't have the 9 swords, would any of them consider you the boss of Il Hawk? Scene changed to Gangnam, HHS headquarters office. A voice said, damn, this place is amazing. You've been so arrogant lately. Ryu played with the desk lamp. Knowing this, back then I would have jumped into the entertainment industry, not the hotel business, right? Han Hae-sung replied, stop talking nonsense, why did you attack Il Hawk? Ryu chattered, why, are you really asking such stupid questions? After all, it's been your problem for a long time, but you can't think of anything. Han Hae-sung pointed the tip of his fountain pen at Ryu, I can't be on your side this time, understand, your game has gone beyond the limit. Ryu was still not worried at all, surely everyone is too. There are a lot of thoughts, the next meeting of the General Association will surely be fun, Han Hae-sung replied, so, I hope it won't end with just teasing Sung Min. Ryu laughed until tears flowed from his eyes, ha ha ha, Sung Min, why don't you know where this meeting is being held? Ah, that's the place I specially prepared for our young master. This meeting of the General Association will be held at the private home of the great President Lee Sung-hak. When he heard that the meeting would take place at his grandfather's private house, Lee Sung-min angrily shouted, Ryu Tae-hyung, do you have to go to this extent? Sung-min went to the meeting. Someone scoffed, oh my, what kind of thick-faced guy came in? I see, the bosses must have called the waiters in there. Oh, now I know which hole to crawl into to get rid of my humiliation. They burst out laughing, ha ha. Lee Su once said, listen clearly, Lee Sung-min, without the 9 knife, you are just a young master of a rotten organization. From now on, you must continue on the path without the 9 knife. A few guys in black suits blocked Lee Sung-min's way. Look, isn't that Il Hawk's young master? Oh my god, it seems like this young master is looking for chocolate. That's the way for you to prove yourself. I am worthy of the role of boss Il Hawk. Saying that, he threw the cigarette butt into the shoulder of Lee Sung-min's vest, leaving a dirty stain. But Sung-min didn't react, he was still deep in thought about the words Lee Su said the day before, just like how all the 9 swords are trying to prove your worth. The others threw away the cigarette butts and smiled contemptuously. Sorry, the round-faced and pot-bellied guy was condescending. The meeting was going on, only the bosses of the 4 major organizations invited were allowed to enter. This guy is a member of the Jia Lang Association, named Jang Man-sok. Then prove it to me this time. Lee Sung-min's voice was cold. Get away. Jang Man-sok was surprised. What? Lee Sung-min waved his fist. Shut the fuck up, you pig. The watchman above noticed something coming from the front door. Lee Sung-min leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. The name Jang Man-sok was defeated by him. A few other guys grabbed sticks and rushed over. Dog, where do you think you are? The stick hit him on the head. His words rang in his ears. Sung-min, you don't have to fight, instead, become strong here, you are never allowed to bow to others. The sole of the shoe rubs against the ground to stay steady and the body does not fall down. His blue-veined hand squeezed the other bastard's neck, making him frown. Although Lee Sung-min's body was shaking and his head was bleeding profusely, his hand's strength did not decrease. He put all his force into the man's chin. The guy holding the knife behind saw him and had to exclaim, that crazy dog. Someone pushing a small cart passed by and smacked his lips, oh my. He grabbed the knife wielder's shoulder, that's a bit too much. Just before he could understand what was happening, the worker put a glass bottle in his head. It was cyan. He took off his hat. I don't know if I'll get a bonus for working overtime or not, I can't tell who is who. After dealing with all the subordinates guarding the door, Sung-min boldly stepped inside. He coldly said, in the end, only the bosses can enter. Inside, Ryu started the conference, so let's start slowly, okay, don't rush me with questions. Ms. Cha Yua crossed her RMS, shouldn't we wait for Il Hawk to come? Perhaps this issue needs to be discussed more seriously. Ryu propped his head up and laughed. Il Hawk, how could Il Hawk come here, especially after the recent incident? He took out a cigarette. Next time it will be someone who won't come here anymore. Father Yua was not happy. Di Lang, if this continues, I will leave here. The door behind her was pulled open. The room became silent when they knew who was coming. Hey, Ryu Tae-hyung, there was disbelief on Ryu's face. There's something you don't know. This house is non-smoking, you son of a bitch. Lee Sung-min walked up to Ryu Tae-hyung and took the cigarette out of his mouth. Sung-min continued coldly, I'll tell you what I told the owner of this building. He lit a cigarette in his hand and said indignantly, if you smoke, I will kill you, do you hear me, you dog? Golden Age, the symbol of supreme rule of Seoul, Il Hawk President Lee Sung-hak. In the underworld at that time, All rules had to revolve around Il Haq, and Chairman Lee Sung-hak was like a powerful king. Not stopping there, the president tried to shake off the darkness to move towards a higher position, bigger than politics, a total failure. From now on, Il Haq entered a period of decline. The beasts hiding in the darkness of the underworld gradually revealed their fangs, frantically attacking Il Haq's dwindling business. And a war between Il Haq's 9 swords and organizations across Seoul broke out. The underworld at that time was filled with the smell of blood, but then that war also came to an end. Chairman Lee Sung-hak, seeing the damage becoming more widespread, made a decision. That is dividing the business into 4 areas and recognizing the head of that area as a tycoon. Father Yua took off his glasses. The 4 great guilds of Seoul established at that time were the predecessors of the current guild. But Ryu Taehyung, you unilaterally attacked Il Haq, ignoring the unchangeable contract of Chairman Lee Sung-hak and the entire association. Isn't Il Haq allowed to come here? It's not something that can be decided so easily. If there is not a precise reason, Jia Lang will become an enemy of the General Association. Ryu took out a cigarette. Hey, when did you become the leader of the association? Lee Sung-min plopped down and let out a long breath. Lee Sung-min loosened his tie and continued, this is a house for people to live in, not a dog cage, understand? Why are there so many dogs outside? Ryu angrily threw away the dishes in front of him. Ha ha, our young master Sung-min is so cool today. He frowned angrily and said, you've become a bit manly, but you think nothing will change if you come here. Sung-min wrapped his tie around his knuckles. Thanks to you, after breaking my head, I feel much brighter. Father Yua interrupted, Il Haq is here, can we discuss now, Jia Lang? Sung-min said, I'm still talking. As everyone knows, Il Haq was attacked by the Earth Wolf. I mean, it just happened 5 minutes ago outside the main gate. The Earth Wolf violated the prohibition rules, causing a conflict between the organizations of the General. Il Haq's assets and business interests have also been frozen. This is a serious violation of the signed covenants. Therefore, as the boss of Il Haq, I request this Jia Lang must withdraw from the General Association and have his current business interests expelled. Do you want to say anything? Ryu curled his mouth. I have nothing to say, just like you said, I did everything, he thought, so this is how you appear, young master. He took out a photo, but the order was a bit wrong. If we talk about the rules of the association, aren't you Il Haq the ones who broke them first? You're also very close with Tae-san. The photo was taken the day Sung-min had a conversation with Lee Soo after he arrived at the General Assembly. There are also gifts. He referred to the envelope in Sung-min's hand. You were the one who incited Tae-san to attack us, Earth Wolf, right? The remaining 2 people were shocked by this name. Sung-min frowned and thought, it's impossible. What I gave Tae-san is a set of documents related to the One Sync project. Those documents have nothing to do with Jia Lang. Ryu expressed, Tae-san has been quarreling with me and Han Nam-dong for a long time. Now that they are out of the general meeting, they have a chance to bite back right away, isn't that right? Shortly after that, HK Capital and a number of small organizations under Jia Lang were attacked by Tae-san. He accused Il Haq of being the one who instructed Tae-san to attack us first. The name Ryu smirked, am I wrong somewhere? Il Haq, Ryu thought to himself, what kind of counterattack are you planning, young master? No, you won't be able to do anything. You won't be able to talk about the One Sync project in front of everyone here. Ryu closed his fist, let me quickly explain it to you. Lee Sung-min, boss of Il Haq, due to violating the legality and agreement signed at the General Assembly, I request the dissolution of this meaningless General Assembly. A group of people with murderous aura appeared behind him. If you think about it, we're just gangsters. Lee Soo affirmed, Jia Lang will definitely cause chaos at the General Association, because that guy knows that Il Haq's only support is the General Association. Think of this as your opportunity. Lee Sung-min was confused, then I have no reason to attend the meeting at the General Assembly. Lee Soo looked at him, I told you, this is the time for you to prove your position as a boss. On that day, you just need to be the boss of Il Haq. Father Yua got angry, Ryu Tae-hyung, what are you doing? Sung-min leaned back on his hands and knees, just like that. He put his hands in his pockets, indifferently looking at the person opposite, you damn animal. Han Hae-sung advised, Director Lee Sung-min, don't be too excited, you're desperate, so why don't you beg? Sung-min looked at him, are you also on the Earth Wolf side? Father Yua put his glasses back on, Jia Lang and HHS, you made a big mistake. She waved her hand, if you want to start a war, you have to watch the day. The door behind her was pulled open, and a figure holding a knife appeared behind the door. I'm not going alone today, continue if you want, but there will be many people who will have to stay here. Sung-min looked over and thought to himself, is that Tianheng's butcher? I heard that person is in China. Ryu stood up on his hands and knees, oh, it's so scary, Tianheng is like that. He leaned closer to Sung Min. Besides, one sink is a big piece of cake, is the young master planning to eat it all by himself? Sung Min calmly said, it's true that eating alone can make you choke easily. Walking leisurely in the hallway, the guards were surprised. Someone close called Ryu, Taehyung. Lee Soo called out in a mocking voice, come out and play, Ryu Taehyung. He walked inside. What is this? What's with this atmosphere? Are you guys blowing out birthday candles? He smiled brightly. It seems like I'm the only one who's late. Rude. Ryu looked dazed. Baek Do-kyung, didn't you say you were withdrawing from the general meeting? What the hell were you thinking, appearing here? Lee Soo smiled handsomely. You flat-brained boy, didn't you just say that? The General Association has been disbanded, or do I need some permission to enter here? Ryu looked at Sung Min. Oh ho, so this is the reason why our young master withdrew from the general meeting so easily. So sad, were you two always this close? Lee Soo said, yeah, we're so attached, because this is our president. He walked inside. Tae-san will continue the will of the previous president of Il Hak, Lee Sung-hak. Lee Soo walked up behind Sung Min. So we support Il Hak and nominate Representative Director Lee Sung Min to become president. I'm waiting here, Earth Wolf, because I will definitely tear your snout off. And everyone else should listen carefully too. You two will have to make a choice, continue to maintain Lee Sung-hak's legacy or return to being nothing more than cheap thugs. Looking forward to your choice, who doesn't disappoint me. Father Yu was signaled to inform the butcher to stop his action. Lee Soo looked at Sung Min. Let's go. Chairman Lee Sung Min, Il Hak Investment Fund. Chairman Lee Sung Min, organization affiliated with Tae-san Hoi. When he reached the gate, he asked with concern, are you okay? Sung Min replied, do I not look good, and I thought you would come before I was beaten. Lee Soo witty, don't you look very cool? Someone was going in the opposite direction from them, coming up from the bottom of the stairs. Oh my, it seems I'm late, this is my first time going to places like this so I got lost. Lee Soo's eyes turned dark when he saw the owner of that voice. Chief Jang pushed his glasses. Hey, it's been a long time, finally got a chance to see you again, Mr. Baek Do-kyung, right? Lee Soo's voice sounded like he had to suppress his intense killing intent. Chief Jang. Chief Jang walked up, I didn't expect to see you here. Sung Min was surprised when Lee Soo just called him Department Head Jang. He thought to himself, so he is the one responsible for Il Hak's downfall and everything. Sung Min seemed to be able to see Baek Lee Soo's anger. He shouted, Baek. Lee Soo has always held a sharp knife in his hand. With a dinner face, Sung Min called out, Director Baek. At this time, Lee Soo silently calculated in his mind, the distance between me and him is 2,1 meters. Killing him would be as easy as it sounds, just like what he did to us before. For the sake of the goal, I will not hesitate, because Baek Lee Soo, you do it yourself. The two of them are separated by a step. Lee Soo's eyes were dark without any light, the blue veins on his neck were clearly visible. So don't hesitate, he took out a cigarette. Chief, do you have a lighter? Chief Jang took out a lighter. Ah, I have one. He helped Baek Lee Soo light a cigarette. Baek Lee Soo bowed slightly towards Jang Sung Ho. After lighting a cigarette for Lee Soo, Manager Jang put the lighter away and said, I heard that since the funeral, things have been quite noisy, right, Director Baek? Lee Soo took a long drag of his cigarette, then replied, yeah, probably. Chief Jang was concerned. So, has the problem been resolved yet? Lee Soo hinted, I guessed who the culprit was, but I still don't have a way to confirm. But when I saw the department head coming here, I was sure who the culprit was. Manager Jang narrowed his eyes slightly and said, so what do you plan to do next? Lee Soo answered without hesitation, if I were chosen, I would definitely kill him immediately, but one person's death won't end everything. Chief Jang was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Lee Soo threw away the cigarette he was smoking, walked away and said, anyway, see you later, Chief. He tightened his grip on the knife handle and continued, when we meet again, I will tell you what I plan to do. Manager Jang turned his head slightly, looking at the other person's back. He said, yes, see you later, because I have a lot to ask about your brother. He continued, after meeting you today, I'm still not completely sure, but I have a feeling. Lee Soo waved his hand, yeah, well, it's up to you. After that, he left with the other three people. Chief Jang's vision turned upward. Lee Soo's footsteps went in the opposite direction. Sung Min asked about Director Baek. Lee Soo said, yes, let's go. His hand gripping the knife trembled. Let's go. Open another side. At Hanggu Itaeun Loan Service Office 244,001, Lee Hyung-gu slapped the table. Hey, where's the other 46,001? The junior scratched his bald head. That the fruit shop owner, Lee Hyung-gu asked. How is she? She's polite. The juniors were confused. Your daughter is very scary. The junior remembered the scene at that time. It was a fat woman, not very good looking. She gave Hyungu's junior a bag of apples and said, "Take it, come back tomorrow." She said that, Lee Hyungu recalled. "Ah, yes, quite scary." The junior boasted, "In return, I was given an apple, it's quite sweet." Lee Hyungu held his head. "Ah, shut up for a moment," he silently groaned. "Oh my god, why is Hook so devastated?" Hyungu clenched his fists and silently resolved, "Yes, you wait, I will be back." The door to the room opened. A friendly voice rang out, "What the hell did I just see, a cockroach?" Cyan cheered, "Captain, long time no see, do you miss me?" The bald head frowned. "Ha, who the hell is that guy?" Lee Hyungu trembled when he saw Cyan. The bald head came over and sneered, "You little bastard, what do you think you're doing?" Cyan was poked in a sore spot and asked angrily, "What's so tiny?" Hyungu quickly stopped. "Wait, hey, don't do that." But after that there was only a brutal popping sound. "Tiny, who are you calling tiny?" Lee Hyungu was mentally haunted, could only stand to the side shaking like a leaf. Cyan's scolding still echoed, I'm not a little kid, do you understand, do you understand?" After each word, "Do you understand?" there was a cry like a pig being pricked. After Cyan's anger at the fat bald man ended, Lee Hyungu respectfully said, "So you want me to tell you everything about Jia Lang?" Cyan sat across from him. "Yes, for example, information about their locations and businesses." Lee Hyungu still couldn't stop shaking. On the other side the bald man lay unconscious. "Don't you already know the address of their business? You came and destroyed everything." Cyan propped his cheek, biting his straw. "I thought so, but that's not the case. I'm looking for something but haven't found it yet." Lee Hyungu was curious. "Are you looking for something? What is it?" Cyan said, "One person, one location can hide 5 people." Lee Hyungu thought, could it be that the rumors are true? Jia Lang overthrew Il Hawk and kidnapped the 9 Blades. It is said that the chapters have been disbanded. The Taesan Association is also allied with Il Hawk, so the rumors are all true. Seeing Lee Hyungu's strange look, Cyan asked him, "What's that look? Do you know?" Lee Hyungu quickly replied, I know, I was just thinking." He stood up, "I'm thinking of 2 places right now." Lee Hyungu pointed at the map. "I bribed everywhere to secure my position in Jia Lang." Cyan pointed, "Oh, so you're just a shrimp?" Lee Hyungu corrected, "My status is much higher than those shrimps, my friend. Anyway, I'll tell you everything I know, on one condition." Cyan was curious. What conditions? Speak quickly." Lee Hyungu stroked my hair in a cool manner. "Let me join Tae Sanhoi." Cyan was confused. "What, aren't you a member of Jia Lang?" Lee Hyungu expressed, "You don't think I want to change careers," but actually in Hyungu's mind, he secretly calculated, well, who knows, Tae Sanhoi might win. If it ends happily, I will benefit greatly. Cyan put the cup down on the table. "Okay, that's it." Cyan stood up and clasped hands and said, "Captain, let's go quickly." Lee Hyungu was confused. "Let's go, where are we going? Do I have to go too?" Cyan turned to look at him. "Hey, what's wrong? Don't you want to join the Taesan Guild? Then we should go together, right?" Now Lee Hyungu's identity has changed from manager of the lending association Hook Loans. Lee Hyungu used to belong to Jia Lang, now belongs to Taesan Association, temporary position. The scene shifts to some large factory. The large door opened, and there was a person sitting inside. That's the 4th of the 9 swords captured and tied up here. "This place is really empty." Ryu approached and asked, "Are you happy here?" The 4th did not speak. Ryu said loudly, "Hey, don't be silent with me like that. If you believe too hard, it won't be fun." He sat down on the chair opposite the 4th. "I guess you'll feel lonely when we separate, you old men. I should have locked them in pairs." He lit a cigarette and said, "Well, today I came to tell you a funny story. Listen carefully. Tae Sanhoi is now under Il Hawk." The 4th was startled and surprised, but he still didn't open his mouth. Ryu Tae-hyun continued, "Like continuing Lee Sung-hak's tradition or something. It seems they plan to make the little master, Sung-min, the leader. That's why they're looking so hard for you. Anyway, congratulations, the little master has become a leader. You raised him, it's very good." The 4th spoke up, "So the Earth Wolf will have to fight against both forces, Tae-san and Il Hawk. You came here to cry and tell me you're scared." He growled, "We are Earth Wolves, how can a wounded 9-blade and Tae Sanhoi be able to fight us?" Yes, Unmoving Yaksha by Tae-san and Choi Chun-ho of Il Hawk, right. Tae-hyung walked towards the 4th, "Even if they join forces, they still have a purpose, you know what I mean?" The 4th tilted his head back and sighed, "Your purpose makes me really laugh. I don't know what the purpose is," the 4th thought, but on Tae-san's side. The knife in his hand shook. Lee Soo asked, "Hey, I want to ask you something. Lee Soo pressed a guy's head on the ground. Who taught you to use a knife like that? Tae San Hoi already has Baek Do-kyung. Lee Soo looked at the remaining people. He picked up his knife and stood up. It's too chaotic. I think I've gone a bit too far. His index finger was placed on the edge of the knife. Ready to fight, he said to the group of people in front of him. Now then. He loosened his tie and arrogantly provoked Jia Lang's group to come again. The action to rescue the 9 swords began. At Tae San Hoi headquarters, the entire headquarters building is still lit. As soon as the guild member saw Sua, he quickly ran out to greet her. Welcome, secretary, let me carry your luggage. The director is waiting for you in the meeting room. Sua told him, I already grasped the general situation on the way here. The 9 blades could be in one of 2 places. The two of them talked as they walked. The man praised Sua. You're always working hard. Sua humbly replied, don't flatter me, it's just a job I was assigned. When arriving in front of the meeting room door, Jin Yong suddenly asked Sua, is there any progress yet? Sua suddenly stopped and pondered for a moment. She replied to Jin Yong, as you said yourself, Chief Ha, without Baek Do-kyung, there is no Tae San Association. As secretary of Tae San Association, I am just fulfilling my duty and you should do the same. Sua thought to himself, that man, if he knew what he had to do, he would do it. She entered the meeting room. Sorry to keep everyone waiting, I will summarize the situation. Sua begins to summarize, a motel in Itaewon, and an abandoned warehouse in Ikon. These 2 locations are where Jia Lang most likely hid the 9 swords. Because without the advantage of numbers, we cannot go to both places, so we need to concentrate our manpower in a single place. In addition, we need to keep a few people to protect the headquarters, in case someone attacks. Due to the low population density around the Itaewon motel, it is very likely that we will be discovered by the enemy. As such, it would be reasonable if instead of targeting the motel, we attack the abandoned warehouse. Lee Soo continued, no, we will not send our soldiers. If they catch up with us and mobilize their forces, it will be very disadvantageous. Sung Min agreed and said, yes, I agree, it's too dangerous to let emotions affect you. The male lead interrupted, me, Lee Sion and Lim Kyung Chun, the 3 of us will go to the door of their lair. We'll send Lee Sion and Lim Kyung Chun to the abandoned warehouse. They are all experts in penetrating the enemy so they can investigate that area without alerting the Jia Lang. As for the other part, I will handle it alone. A while later, the male lead himself went to the Itaewon area. He went to a hotel and told the receptionist, I'm sorry. The receptionist asked the male lead, I want to book a room. Lee Soo hesitated, yes, actually, I'm looking for someone. The receptionist looked at the male lead with suspicious eyes. Wait, I know you have your reasons, but I can't reveal customer information. Especially for someone like Lee Soo. He took the contents out of his sleeve. Hey, look at this. The other guy thought he was being bribed, so he pretended to squint his eyes and held out his hand. Come on, you heard me. As soon as he spread his hand in front of the male lead, he pulled out a knife and stuck it straight into his hand. How about this? I want to ask you something. Are the 9 swordsmen here? Anyway, leave it alone. There's no need to please tell me, I will ask them. He entered the main lobby of the hotel. In front of him, there were more than 10 people holding weapons blocking the way. In just a moment, one by one, Lee Soo was defeated by Lee Soo. He thought to himself, they are Chief Jang's subordinates, looks like I've come to the right place. Suddenly Lee Soo spoke up, however, you haven't fully recovered from the last battle. Do you need to follow me, Mr. Choi Chun-ho? It turned out that Lee Soo was not alone, but the old man of the 9 swords also followed him. Mr. Choi asked back, this is because of the 9 swords, right? So of course I have to follow. Lee Soo held a cigarette in his hand, smiled faintly and replied, don't overdo it. Mr. Choi thought to himself, Baek Do-kyung, I still don't know anything about your true self. The male lead told him, I don't want the president to be angry. If you get hurt, it won't be. Mr. Choi followed behind the male lead and continued, can I ask you something, Director Baek Do-kyung? Lee Soo continued, so suddenly, you must be very bored. Choi Chun-ho wondered, why did Tae San Hoi appoint our young master as president? Lee Soo frankly replied, it's too obvious, to preserve Il Hak's tradition. Mr. Choi was dissatisfied and said, I didn't ask you just to hear such nonsense. The government has begun to interfere in our affairs. The General Association has been dissolved and a war is about to happen. All this happened in just 3 months. Lee Soo asked directly, in short, what do you want to say? Choi Chun-ho also didn't beat around the bush anymore. Director Baek Do-kyung, I believe you are involved in all those events, and what I wonder is your real motive behind cooperating with us, Tae San Hoi. Lee Soo said in a low voice, I really want to know the reason. Mr. Choi firmly affirmed, yes, I want to. Didn't we promise to fight together? Before he could resolve the problem in his heart, Mr. Jang's group called down from the stairs. Over here at the stairs, they are under the stairs. One of them pointed at the male lead and shouted, "Dog, you stand still." Lee Soo smirked, "It's too noisy, the adults are talking." He grabbed the other guy's leg, yanked it and said, "If you want to say something, come down here and say it." That guy was in so much pain that he screamed. The male lead called Mr. Choi, "Mr. Choi Chun-ho." Mr. Jang's subordinate interrupted him, "You son of a bit." Lee Soo held his hand tightly and turned to Choi Chun-ho. "This conversation is unfinished, we will end it later." He wrestled the other guy down and reminded Mr. Choi, "Pick me up." Mr. Choi quickly coordinated with the male lead and punched the other guy to the ground. The male lead was not idle and continued to deal with the remaining guy. Mr. Choi glanced thoughtfully. The opponent attacks from above. Normally, the one who attacks from a higher position will have the advantage. The other guys were beaten up and could only scream, "Bastard Choi Chun-ho." Choi Chun-ho continued his line of thought, but on the contrary, their attacks will be easier to catch on stairs like this, it's easy to lose balance. The male lead teased Mr. Choi, "Oh, you and I are a good team." Having finished speaking, the male lead continued his battle. He continuously delivered dangerous blows that left the opponent unable to react in time. The other guys were beaten and bruised, lying on the ground grimacing. Lee Soo skillfully rotated the knife in his hand. He clutched the shoulder of the guy's shirt in front of him, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and raised his knife high. Next, he glanced at the rest of the group and spoke up, "Oh, is that all you have? How disappointing. I heard there was a professional in Jia Lang, but you all still lost, a common gangster like me. You guys make me look like a pro." At the same time, at the Yongsan abandoned warehouse, 3 people led by Cyan were discussing, "So we have to search this whole place." "Just 3 people, Lee Hyung-gu spoke up, "Hey, I didn't know I had to go too, I don't even have a voice." Lim Kyung-chun asked stupidly, "What did you say?" Lee Hyung-gu approached him, burst out laughing and replied, "Nothing, let's continue." Lim Kyung-chun wondered, "Who is this old man?" Mr. Lee frowned and whispered, "I said there might be 2 locations, but I believe they are hidden here." Cyan scolded him, "You should have said it from the beginning." Lee Hyung-gu continued, "This is where Jia Lang holds hostages. By the way, I only thought that because I saw some new people walking towards the hotel." Cyan asked suspiciously, "New person?" Lee Hyung-gu affirmed, "Yes, they are not gangsters like me. I also heard that there was one person carrying a gun." Hearing that, Cyan couldn't help but be surprised and exclaimed, "Huh." To the south, the battle with Mr. Jang's subordinates is still going on. While fighting, Choi Chun-ho thought back to the words of his 4th Blade Jr., Baek Do-kyung, "He is a monster, his level is different from a. I heard he was very strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong." Mr. Jang's group of people were beaten miserably, lying on the ground. One guy ran away while muttering curses, "Damn." Before the male lead and Mr. Choi could fight, a familiar figure wearing a white suit attacked them. It was none other than Gyu Chong, Il Hak's 9th Blade. Mr. Choi ran up to him and asked, "What's going on?" Gyu Chong quickly replied, "Big brother Chun-ho, while they were in chaos, I escaped. Another brother Hyung-nim is in danger, this way." As he spoke, he ran quickly to the left. The male lead signaled Mr. Choi not to follow. Next, say to Gyu Chong, "Wait, Mr. Gyu Chong." Gyu Chong urged urgently, "They are right here, please hurry." Looking at the gun in the other person's hand, Lee Soo did not dare to let his guard down for a minute. He held the knife in a defensive position. On Gyu Chong's side, his expression was extremely tense. He firmly held the gun in his hand and pointed it at Lee Soo. He thought back to the time he agreed to cooperate with Chief Jang to take down the male lead. Mr. Jang asked Gyu Chong, "Have you ever used a gun?" Gyu Chong pondered for a moment before responding, "A few times when I was in the army." Mr. Jang heard that and continued, "This will be quite different from being in the army." Gyu Chong confidently asserted, "It's not that different. After all, this is just a gun, load it like this and after aiming at the target, I just need to pull the trigger, right?" He raised the gun towards Mr. Jang, continuing, "I want to ask you something, Chief Jang, didn't you say that in exchange for me betraying Il Hak, you would spare the lives of my teammates, mine?" Jang Sung-ho continued, "We haven't killed them yet, they are still alive now." "A noble cause, just think that you're doing this for a noble reason, after all, it's the truth." Gyu Chong wondered, "Then why did you give me this opportunity?" Jang Sung-ho asked back, "Opportunity, that's not it, I don't give you a chance, you're making fun of us, Il Hak and your 9 swords are just incompetent people. The glorious era, or is it Il Hak's name, don't make fun of me, to me, Il Hak is just a bunch of failures and misfits who have gone too far. What I want to say is that you shouldn't put too much trust in them. Where to go to Il Hak?" Gyu Chong gritted his teeth angrily, "So you're saying that we, IL hack swords, must side with the wolf. Jang Sung-ho calmly smirked, those guys, do you mean Earth Wolf? That's not true, I mean I will invest in you guys. You told me that you guys are the ones keeping IL Hawk alive, so that means Lee Sung-hak and Lee Sung-min are not who should be in charge. So there's no need for any swords or wolves to do anything anymore, people like you should be the ones to do it, more importantly, yourself, can you shoot people? He tightly grasped the tip of the gun, pointed it towards him, and continued, from the closest distance possible, and aim as accurately as possible, then you just need to pull the trigger, that's easy, right? Gyu Chong asked him, are you on Earth Wolf's side? Chief Jang replied, we're more like tamers than their allies, that's why we need you, if there's no leash to keep them under control, they'll think it's all over, this world is theirs. Seeing that the male lead was about to attack Gyu Chong, Mr. Choi quickly grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Lee Gyu Chong blurted out, I'm sorry, Mr. Baek Do-kyung, we have no other choice. Mr. Choi spoke up, Gyu Chong is me, it's Chun Ho, explain, Gyu Chong replied, Mr. Chun Ho, this is all for our benefit. Mr. Choi tried to persuade, our interests, let's talk, Gyu Chong, let me. Gyu Chong interrupted, don't come close, this is all for our benefit and the Nine Swords' sake, we need to admit that. Choi Chun Ho forcibly asked, what do you mean, admit it? Gyu Chong replied, I talked to manager Jang, he said he would guarantee business interests for all of us. Mr. Choi frowned slightly, what do you mean? Gyu Chong continued, now we can become our own bosses. Mr. Choi shouted to remind him, wake up Gyu Chong. Gyu Chong insisted and argued, did I do something wrong? This is IL Hawk that you helped build, why does he have everything? After the president passed away, you should be the one who he should have inherited the organization, all the bad luck we have suffered is because of him. Choi Chun Ho slammed his hand against the wall, gritted his teeth, hissed, stop, just because of that. He slammed his head against the wall, blood flowing from his forehead, and continued, but why did you betray IL Hawk? Faced with Mr. Choi's action, Gyu Chong was confused, Mr. Chun Ho, me. Choi Chun Ho interrupted, don't call me brother, you are no longer my family anymore, Lee Gyu Chong, under the name of IL Hawk, I will defeat you. Saying this, tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. Gyu Chong warned Mr. Choi, don't come any closer, if you come any closer, I will have no choice but to open fire. Choi Chun Ho asserted, no, you don't have to say that to me, you should say it to him instead. Lee Soo took advantage of Gyu Chong's guard down and walked around behind him. He broke the glass door and rushed back to Gyu Chong. Next, use your hand to control the opponent's gun-holding hand and firmly use the knife to chop it down. Gyu Chong was in pain and quickly let go of the gun in his hand. Without stopping, the male lead continued to kick Gyu Chong down, wrestling him to the floor. This guy hit his head hard on the ground, grimacing and speechless. Lee Soo strangled him, his voice full of hate, so you are also a traitor. Seeing that the male lead was about to take action, Mr. Choi quickly ran out to stop him. Director Baek Do-kyung, please wait. Hearing that, Lee Soo let go of Gyu Chong. He smiled and asked Mr. Choi, am I not allowed to kill him? On the side of the abandoned warehouse Yongsan-gu, the mainstay of IL Hawk, the nine-bladed sword Samong was tied to a chair in the middle of an empty room. Hearing the noise, he looked up and asked, what is this, is it time to eat? Soon Mung said to the person outside the door, I thought I was going to starve to death. The person outside the door asked in surprise, food. Kyung Chun shyly replied, I don't have anything, sorry. It turned out that it was Lim Kyung Chun who came to save the people of the Nine Sword. Lee Sumong looked at him bewilderedly and asked, who is it? Kyung Chun came closer, broke the choco pie in half, glanced at the other person and asked, is this enough? The larger part is mine. Lee Sumong wondered, hey kid, how did you get in here? What about the guards? No, more importantly, where the hell did you come from? Kyung Chun hesitated, I'm from the north, I'm from Tae San Hoi. Lee Sumong frowned, Tae San, so Tae San has taken action. Is it the young master? What about the others? Are the others okay? Kyung Chun took out a pair of scissors and reminded, please stop moving, we've already sent someone to save your friend, so don't worry. Cyan and Hyungu were not idle either, they took turns handling Mr. Jang's remnants and looking for the remaining people. Cyan spoke up, probably just around here. After a while of searching, Cyan found another member of the Nine Swords, Jang Deok-bae, the eighth sword. He approached Jang Deok-bae and asked, did you wait long? Are you okay? The situation is really pitiful. Does this old man remember me? I don't remember, I'm very sad. I still remember being beaten by you, there, you know. Come to your senses. He finished speaking, he gently patted the other person's face, calling him up. Seeing movement, Cyan continued asking, do you feel okay? Jang Deok-bae looked confused and said, what? Holding the knife in his hand, he suddenly jumped up and shouted, "Peekaboo." Cyan was startled and dodged back. Seeing him dodge one of his moves, Jang Deokbi showed a dissatisfied expression. Cyan muttered, "It's so troublesome." Deokbi wondered, "How did you dodge that attack?" Cyan replied, "Even if you're sitting on a chair, that figure is still much smaller than what I remember." The other guy took off his mask pretending to be Deokbi and turned around. "That's not a good answer, even Baek Lee Soo couldn't dodge that attack just now. Behind that mask, there is the ghost Yuryong." Hearing that, Cyan was surprised and exclaimed, "What, do you know Baek Lee Soo?" Cyan held a knife and rushed to attack the opponent. He continued, "So you're the one who killed him?" The other guy laughed complacently and confirmed, "Ah, yes, I killed him, I killed Baek Lee Soo." At this time, at another abandoned warehouse, named Yongsan-gu, a man wearing a long red coat was coming. As he walked, he thought to himself, "This is the moment for me to prove myself, the moment for me to show my value." He's the new debt collector who joined Tyne-san, Lee Hyung-gu. After being abandoned by Jia Lang, the big bodyguard guarding the door saw a stranger coming and immediately said, "This is Jia Lang's property. If you are not one of us, please come back." Those are the words of former MSC of Jia Lang, Jang Man-sok. The red coat guy heard that and frowned and replied, "Get out of the way." The bodyguard exclaimed in bewilderment, "Ah." Lee Hyung-gu immediately raised his fist and shouted angrily, "I am Lee Hyung-gu, director of Hook Debt Collection." The bodyguard frowned and fought back. When his fist was about to directly hit Lee Hyung-gu's face, he promptly took out the badge to prove that he was a Jia Lang person. So Lee Hyung-gu successfully went inside. He gingerly pushed the door open and said, "Hello." Seeing a tied-up man sitting motionless in front, Lee Hyung-gu immediately asked, "Are you still alive?" Dokdo Young-gil saw someone entering, raised his face and replied, "Who are you?" Hyung-gu raised his hand to his head and stroked his hair out of habit before introducing, "I'm Debt Collection Manager Hook. Tae-san sent me here to take you out." On Cyan's side, the battle with the ghost Yuryong is still going on. Fishing lines are crisscrossed throughout the room. Yuryong, who was controlling the wires, said seriously, "Where the hell did you come from? How do you know Baek Lee Soo?" Cyan raised his hand to pull off his hat and replied, "I don't think you look like a gangster at all. Are you a professional?" Yuryong heard this and frowned angrily and said, "You can watch your mouth." As soon as the words ended, Cyan rushed forward, aimed straight at Yuryong and slashed. Yuryong quickly dodged the attack, thinking, "It aimed straight for my throat without any hesitation." Not only that, it was also fast and accurate. The next slash he easily dodged. The white-haired man bowed low and said, "You leave your body too exposed." Having said that, he immediately pulled out his knife and intended to retaliate. He added boastfully, "As I thought, you are not suitable for Baek Lee Soo." At this moment, the knife in Cyan's hand rushed towards him as fast as lightning. However, he still managed to avoid that fatal move in time. Whitehair put his hands on the ground to get the momentum to stand up. Although the throw just now couldn't make him log out, it was enough to leave a deep scratch on his face. He looked at Cyan and thought to himself, "Throwing knife." It turns out he was intentionally making an opening to hide his killer move. Cyan was preparing to use the second knife. Before taking action, he said, "Oh, you can avoid it. Are you a professional?" Whitehaired heard that and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, so interesting." He stopped, his expression filled with savagery and said, "You better not die like Pikachu." He stopped, his expression full of savagery warning, "You better not die like Baek Lee Soo." Returning to Lee Soo's side, it seemed like the battle was over. At this time, he was standing with his back against the black car, smoking. He didn't move, thinking about something. Inside the car, Choi Chun-ho clenched his fists, looking helpless as he said, "Where are the other 9 Blade brothers in prison?" Inside the car, Choi Chun-ho was talking to his junior, 9-knife Lee Gyu-chong. Old Choi clenched his hands, looking helpless and asked, "Where are the other 9-knife brothers imprisoned?" Lee Gyu-chong replied, "At Jia Lang's abandoned warehouse. They're probably all there. They have no reason to harm them, but you don't need to go save them?" Choi Chun-ho asked again, "Why is that?" Lee Gyu-chong used a towel to stop the bleeding in his hand, frowned and replied, "Everyone is safe, they just want to kidnap them as hostages." He suddenly continued, "I'm so angry I don't know. Right now we can't fight against the Jia Langs. Times are changing. In this case, you should hand over the master and Tae-san to the Jia Langs. That's it, the only way we can do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately received a punch from Choi Chun-ho. A direct punch to the face made Gyu-chong stagger and fall back. Old Choi angrily pushed his junior down, intending to continue attacking. He grabbed the brown-haired guy's collar and shouted, "Go on, I'll tear you to pieces." Gyu-chong cried and said, "Il Hawk is no more." Director Beck was outside listening to their entire conversation, but he did not intervene but stood there waiting for them to solve their own problem. Chong turned away and said, "Why are you always like that? The 9-blade is no longer the same as before." Old Choi lowered his head, his hands trembling, and did not respond. After a moment, he said angrily, "That's exactly why you're wrong." The glass door cracked everywhere. Inside were a series of physical impacts from Choi Chun-ho to Chong. After a while, the massage ended. Old Choi spoke up and said, "Nine swords, our brothers, the reason we fight is not to win, but to protect what we love." Choi Chun-ho helplessly placed his hand on the brown-haired shoulder. The brown-haired uncle grabbed his senior's bloody hand and replied, "But how can we protect our senior?" Chong sobbed, placed his forehead on Mr. Choi's hand and continued, "With such weak fists." Baek Lee-soo suddenly opened the car door and saw him preparing to drive away. Choi Chun-ho immediately asked, "Director Baek Do-kyung?" Lee-soo didn't say anything but quickly stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Choi Chun-ho was a little worried and asked, "What happened?" Director Baek coldly replied, "Something has come to the south, we have to go to the warehouse." Back at the warehouse, Ur-yong and Sion still haven't finished their fight. Ur-yong said indignantly, "Hey, are you still going to be grumpy? It's time to get serious, understand?" Two people, each with a knife in hand, slashed back and forth. The ghost attacked but Sion dodged the attack. Sion took action and the ghost ran away. Seeing that the situation was not positive, Ur-yong immediately lost patience and attacked continuously. He moved left, Sion moved too, he spun around to distract, and Sion quickly followed suit. This frightened Ur-yong, thinking, "Can it read my movements, or it knows what I will do, then it moves just like that." Sion cut off the white wire on the ghost's weapon and then laughed happily and said, "Oh ho, why do people really use these things?" Ur-yong stood motionless, thinking, "It even knows that it has an extension cord and a backup weapon. As I thought, it's like me." Breaking his thoughts, he said loudly, "Who the hell are you?" Sion did not answer, but walked quickly towards the ghost. He used the rope he just cut to wrap around Ur-yong's body. Sion thought to himself, "If I were a guy like you, I would know your every move." He twirled the knife in his hand, thinking, "I know them so well, I'm sick of it." After thinking about it, Sion pulled hard on the rope. He stared at his sharp blade for a moment, then decisively slashed a diagonal line across Ur-yong's body. Ur-yong's ghost was hit and stood motionless. Suddenly, he smiled sinisterly, then quickly dodged to the side, to Sion's surprise. He grabbed the blade in Sion's hand tightly, ignoring the bleeding. Even more confusing, he personally put the knife on Sion's hand and cut his hand. Sion immediately widened his eyes in surprise. Ur-yong smiled strangely. He became more and more perverted, approaching Sion and saying, "Come on." On the other side of the abandoned Yongsan-gu warehouse, after the two 9-bladed uncles were rescued by Tae-san's reinforcements, they split up to save the remaining people. One person said, "Shh, be quiet, it seems like someone just arrived, let me go take a look." Dokdo Young-gil replied bewilderedly, The other person looked towards the door and continued, "Look, Choi Kwangpul, the 7th sword of Il Hawk 9 swords, he was lying unconscious in a corner near the door." Seeing this, Dokdo Young-gil quickly ran over and said, "Kwangpul, wake up quickly." The red-haired Kwangpul was bumped into by someone, and he was pushed backwards. Seeing his junior motionless and bald, Dokdo was extremely worried and said, "Kwangpul." At this moment, the sound of snoring rang out, causing the bald man and the other person to immediately become speechless. Dokdo Young-gil turned back and asked his teammates, "Do we have to stay quiet because of this guy?" The other person replied with a smile, "Hike, let's just wake him up first." Dokdo Young-gil breathed a sigh of relief and slapped the red-haired guy in the face. "Hey, wake up, are you sleeping, damn it." Soon Mung breathed a sigh of relief. "Now we just need to wait for Tae-san's people to save Deokbi." The red hair felt pain and then woke up lazily. At this moment, Lee Hyung-gu hurriedly walked over and said, "Wait, 9-knife guys, it's not done." Hyung-gu carried a large man wearing a suit along with Lim Ferret and walked over. He continued, "This guy's breathing doesn't seem right at all." Deokbi, covered in wounds, was so weak that he could no longer open his eyes. The 9-bladers saw their unconscious comrades, so they walked forward in fear and called out, "To Deokbi." Lim Kyung-chun pushed the door open and said, "I have contacted the commander, we have to go now." When the group of people were about to escape, a group of cars approached. The blinding light made it impossible for Weasel Lim to see his face clearly. Immediately, footsteps rang out along with a familiar voice, "Wow, look, where are you going, you poor mice?" Tae-hyung clenched his fists and looked at Lim Kyung-chun's group and continued, "Your father came to visit suddenly like this, it surprised you all, right?" Back to the battle between Sion and the ghost Ur-yong, the ghost laughed excitedly and provocatively, "Ha ha, let's do more. Make me feel even more excited." Sion saw this scene and immediately fell into thought. He remembered the time 5 years ago. In the past, He used to be a sharp blade, single-handedly handling an entire gang of arms dealers with just this knife. He was not afraid of anyone. One name after another he signed out in just a moment. The deeper they went inside, the stronger their level became, but Cyan was still not afraid at all, when he coldly opened the door and entered the last room. Seeing him enter, the boss inside laughed loudly and said, "Ha ha, words are enough, why do I have to make my juniors suffer like that, young man, but you can do it, sent from where, North Korea or South Korea?" The main boss is arms smuggler and illegal border broker Yang Jongpal, his nickname is Double Agent, accused of being a spy in both South Korea and North Korea. Seeing that the black shirt did not answer but coldly walked over, he immediately said worriedly, "Don't be so silent, let's set a price, no matter which side we're sent from, we can exchange a lot of information, important." After saying that, he immediately pulled out an imported gun and smiled happily and continued, "That's a lot." While he was laughing happily, a rope was suddenly thrown towards him, catching him unawares. Cyan quickly pulled the rope behind him. Immediately a scream rang out. Aha! The boss held his left arm in pain, screaming, "My arm, you damn son of a bit." Cyan then spoke up, "I heard you're a double agent, that's a warning for you, so I'll just give you a gentle hand. In the future, don't take it for granted and go beyond the limit. Now that you've lost your hand, you can't be an inside guy anymore, right?" Lee Cyan was then part of the HID task force, the group that carried out the top-secret special mission Yuling, and this was his 11th assassination mission. After leaving, Lee Cyan immediately received a phone call from his superior. "What's wrong with that double agent?" Cyan replied, "Now I just put a new sign for him, Duong Kui." The other end of the line seemed dissatisfied and asked, "Did you let him live?" Cyan asked again, "Should I kill him?" His superior is department head Jang Sung-ho. He said, "Hey, this guy, dude, don't do things so superficially." Lee Cyan replied, "But this mission is just a warning, it's not necessary to take his life." The superior clenched his fists, restrained the anger in his heart, then slowly explained, "That's just what was written on paper. As for the mission, you have to do it very carefully." The guy in black repeated, "Do it carefully." Chief Jang replied, "Cyan, I also sympathize with you, but this is a mission. You see the captain of the Yuling team doing business superficially, is that okay? Even though the existence of Ghost is always a secret, so not many people know about it, but you clearly understand the importance and responsibility of a top-secret assassination group." Cyan replied as he walked, "Yes, I always remember." Jang Sung-ho smiled softly and added, "Very good, from now on, you will carry out the mission in the neatest and most perfect way, right?" Cyan immediately replied, "That's right." Returning to the present, Lee Cyan looked at the pervert Yuryong and said, "Do you find this interesting?" Having finished speaking, he rushed forward and slashed him fatally. Although he successfully dodged the attack, it caused Yuryong to lose his focus and fall to the ground. As soon as he fell, Lee Cyan used force to stab him straight down. Yuryong immediately turned around to avoid the attack. Cyan continued to attack aggressively. The ghost now also felt Cyan's threat, and sweat poured down like rain. After a while of rolling back and forth, he used his feet to attack. However, he was immediately grabbed by Cyan. Seeing that, Yuryong immediately widened his eyes in horror. He used all his strength to run out. Looking at the black-clothed devil in front of him, the ghost thought to himself, "Damn, I'll almost lose my entire foot to it. What exactly is this bastard's background?" Suddenly a voice rang in Cyan's ear, "You're not okay over here, need help urgently." After hearing that, Cyan sighed and thought, "Damn, has it been exposed? What should I do now?" Thinking about it, he immediately said to the ghost, "I'm so angry, I can't teach you more today, see you next time, country boy." After saying that, he proudly waved his hand and left. Hearing that, the ghost wanted to become a ghost. He shouted loudly, "What are you? Where are you going?" Lee Cyan left without looking back. The ghost's leg was injured, he couldn't move, so he could only watch Cyan leave in bitterness. "Stop there for me, you son of a bit." On this side, Tae-hyung looked at Lim Kyung-chun and the others and said loudly, "Damn it, after hearing the news, I had to rush here, but look what the fuck is in front of me, a brat with a big mouth, still stinks of milk. Who is that guy? One kid still has milk in his mouth, who is the other guy?" He said, looking at Lee Hyung-gu. Lee Hyung-gu stammered and said, "Yes." His face suddenly turned red, his eyes filled with tears, and he replied, "You really don't know me? Oh, that's not right, you don't recognize me." Tae-hyung laughed loudly and continued, "Ha, enough joking, do you think you can safely walk out of your father's territory?" Lim Kyung-chun heard that and immediately got angry, grabbed a knife and tried to attack. Just when there was about to be a conflict, Lee Cyan arrived. He quickly approached the crazy dog Tae-hyung. He just had time to see a shadow on the ground that was hugged by Lee Cyan's wire. Cyan jumped up from behind, yanking the rope around his neck, he said, "Isn't that enough barking?" Seeing this, Taehyung tried his best to run away, but as soon as he took the second step, he was pulled back by Lee Syan. Taehyung was painfully pulled backwards. Lee Syan then continued, "You always like to use martial arts before fighting. If you don't correct your habits, your life will be much more miserable." Taehyung shouted in pain, "Ah, what the hell is this bastard?" Syan smiled softly and replied, "Consider yourself unlucky, a dog like you who specializes in barking has met a noose player like me." Hearing that, the crazy guy immediately raised his elbow and hit his mother back, but Syan quickly dodged the attack. He angrily exclaimed, "Damn it." Seeing the big brother being strangled, several juniors immediately tried to rush forward. "That dog." Syan looked at Taehyung's subordinates seriously and said, "Come on, guys, let's take a step forward. Do you want me to tattoo a hole in this guy's throat?" Realizing that this group of people did not dare to do anything wrong, Syan immediately glanced at Lim and said, "Kid, quickly check the condition of the injured person and take everyone out of here immediately. Do you hear me clearly?" Seeing that, Lee Hyung-gu, the one-eyed man, was surprised and thought to himself, "It's impossible. Is Ryu Taehyung of Earth Wolf so controlled by him that he can't do anything? After all, Tae-san possesses terrible monsters. Since when?" Lee Syan said to Taehyung, "Do you know what people with brains would do in this case? That is to order the juniors to get out of the way, and then I will mercifully spare a tied idiot like you." But at this moment, from behind, the bastard head of Department Jang suddenly appeared. Syan quickly reacted and immediately noticed. He leaned back to avoid Jang Sung-ho's slash. He looked at Syan with a sinister face and said, "Are you going to use that cow trick to get out of here?" Lee Syan watched him freeze for a few seconds, then he immediately slashed towards him, but Department Head Jang quickly dodged and escaped. He smiled happily and said, "The attack movements are too predictable." Jang Sung-ho saw that Syan was caught off guard, so he turned around and stabbed him hard in the back. This knife strike made Syan immediately collapse on the ground in pain. The sinister head of Department Jang laughed happily and said, "Oh, it looks like that place has been hit by bullets, right? Wow, I didn't expect it, Syan. It turns out you're still alive like this. Looks like my theory couldn't be further from the truth. That brat Baek Lee Soo is the current leader of Tae-san, right?" As he spoke, he stabbed Syan's hand hard. Having finished speaking, Chief Jang looked at the group of 9-bladed men and continued, "I forbid anyone to move. Hostages must be used to the maximum, not threatened lightly like that. I will show you a special performance." Taehyung next to him was able to stand up. He grimaced and said, "Damn it." Chief Jang looked at Syan, "What did I teach you? You must kill the weeds at the root. Absolutely do not do it lightly, remember." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, the crazy Taehyung, after regaining his composure, immediately rushed to attack Syan and said, "If you talk too much, why should I kill this son of a bitch?" He rushed forward and punched Lee Syan with a frontal blow, causing him to immediately fall to the ground. The guy named Ryu grabbed Syan's neck and said triumphantly, "What did you call your dad just now? You're barking again, Dad? Listen to me, you motherfucker." Head of Department Jang saw this and was helpless, standing and looking at this crazy guy. He cursed and punched continuously. "Come on, get up, dance more. Why don't you dance more? Get up, bark more for your dad to hear." Syan quietly observed. When the mad dog revealed an opening, he quickly turned the situation around. Syan's sudden attack caught him off guard. In the blink of an eye, he overpowered Ryu. Taehyung looked at the knife in front of his eyes and exclaimed in horror, "Trash, you." Syan replied, "You have to be taught with violence to be good, right?" Without finishing speaking, he used a knife to slash one of his eyes. Lee Syan looked at Manager Jang, frowned and said, "What? I accidentally started the previous performance. It was worth watching." Taehyung held his eyes, groaning in pain, "My eyes, bastard." Syan continued, "The situation has turned around. This time I will really slit this guy's throat." Contrary to what Syan and everyone else thought, Jang Sung-ho calmly replied, "It's up to you. Whether the idiot lives or dies has no effect on me at all." Having finished speaking, he turned back to look at Taehyung's juniors and loudly ordered, "What are you standing there for? Why don't you hurry up?" But the response to his words was only the indifferent, uncaring expression of Taehyung's junior. Seeing this, Syan burst out laughing and mocked, "Who are you going to give orders to? It seems our department head still doesn't understand the social brothers. Less about creating karma and more about socializing. The way gangsters behave is completely different from our military discipline. A person who only relies on strength can never be considered a leader. Only those who have the trust of their juniors can become a leader. Once you step into the gangster world, you have to play according to the gangster rules. Learn discipline before playing, respected Chief." Chief Jang looked at the current situation and was immediately annoyed. He used his hand to push the glasses, frowned and said, "Laws, rules are created by a few of those silly brotherly love things. Damn, I didn't expect it, they're so crazy. Jang Sung-ho thought to himself, even if that bastard Ryu Taehyung died today, it wouldn't be a big deal. Do these idiots just want to listen to his orders? After a moment of contemplation, the department head said helplessly, Lee Syan, let him go and get out of here. This time you're script 1, and director Ryu Taehyung, we'll meet later, let's be together for a moment. Lee Syan immediately replied, Ryu Taehyung will be released when we reach a safe place, absolutely no one is allowed to follow. Jang Sung-ho didn't say anything but just quietly turned around and went inside. On the other side, Taehyung was still trying to resist. Syan immediately tightened his grip on his neck, making him angrily say, you guys are good, you dog. Syan happily continued, come on, the mine is broken again, next time we meet, I will play with you until the end, take care of your health, wait for the day we meet again. Hearing that, Taehyung immediately punched him in the side. Seeing no reaction, he was startled to realize that there was no one else around. This made him extremely angry, shouting, ha, where are you bastards, I swear I will chew off the heads of all of you, Tae-san dogs, from big to small, I will kill them all this time. Department manager Jang Sung-ho suddenly walked over and said, Director Taehyung, we also have some things to deal with. He caught the 8th, quick, prioritize protecting the young master. Lee Sung-min was stopped by the 6th, let me help. Crazy dog Taehyung clenched his fist, smiled sinisterly and said, ha, the old man came at the right time, I also have something to discuss. After saying that, I saw the manager holding a knife in his hand, raising it, go up. After speaking, I saw the manager holding a knife in his hand, holding it up in front of his face without saying anything. Will there be any battle between them? The scene changes to Syan's group, they have successfully retreated and safely arrived at the rendezvous point. Seeing the group of 9-bladed people, Uncle Chunho quickly got out of the car, he looked at the injured man and ran in panic, calling, Deokbi. Dokdo Young-gil said his condition is not good at all, let's go to the hospital quickly. Baek Lee-soo saw someone he knew and was bewildered for a few seconds, then exclaimed, Lee Syan. The car sped along the highway. In the car, Uncle Deokbi was being rushed to the hospital. The insider Uncle Lee Gyuchong next to him was apologizing, Deokbi, I'm sorry to you, it's only because I brought things to this point. Even though Uncle Deokbi was covered in wounds, he still smiled softly and replied, ha ha, what are you sorry for? Lee Gyuchong clenched his fists in regret, tears falling onto his bloody hands. It's only because I'm stupid that I let you guys. Deokbi quickly continued, come on, ha ha. The tired uncle continued, the person we need to apologize to the most is the young master, as long as the young master is safe, it's okay if we die. The spy Lee Gyuchong sobbed, his eyes and nose were filled with tears, and sadly replied, Il Hawk has been destroyed by my own hands, how can I face the young master anymore? Uncle Deokbi leaned back in his chair and tried to say, don't worry, if the young master scolds you then I will go ask for it for you, don't worry, Gyuchong, I will come with you in front of the young master and... Uncle Deokbi could not finish his sentence and passed away forever. Seeing his friend die in front of him made Gyuchong even more painful. The uncle lowered his head, sobbing like a child, his whole body shaking because of the self-blame in his heart. The uncle stayed like that all the way until he almost reached the headquarters. Gyuchong said thoughtfully, that's right, I'll go with you, Deokbi. At Taehyung's side at this time, Jang Sung-ho was slowly lighting the cigarette in his hand and said, Director Taehyung, it seems you are planning to use your fist. He grabbed Taehyung's hair who was kneeling on the ground and looked indignant. This expression doesn't look like that of someone who has something to discuss. After saving everyone, Il Hawk was taken hostage by the crazy dog Taehyung. At this time, everyone had returned to headquarters. Inside Tae-san's headquarters, the 9-bladed crown prince was questioning, why, tell me, are you going to betray your brothers? Betray Il Hawk? Because of you, our brothers have to be in danger, that life, you know that, you bastard, that's stupid. Waiting for the 9-blade boss to finish speaking, a heavy punch hit Gyuchong straight in the face. The red-haired uncle rushed forward, punching and cursing, what do you still dare to show your face here for? How could you do such a stupid thing? The red-haired uncle rushed forward, punching and cursing, what do you still dare to show your face here for? How could you do such a stupid thing? A cold voice interrupted them, okay, stop, Quankle. The red-haired uncle replied bewilderedly, Chun-ho, I can't sit still, let me teach this bastard a lesson. Chun-ho frowned angrily and replied, what you said is fine, that's all we know about his business, the right to decide life or death is up to the young master. Quankle quickly continued, young master, how can you lay your hands on this dirty bastard, let me do this. Even though he was in the room and witnessed the incident from beginning to end, Lee Sung-min still clenched his hands, thinking without speaking. Baek Lee Soo saw that and immediately stood up and said, "We, Tae-san's side, have no opinion on this." He slowly walked towards the 9-bladed crown prince and continued, "This is Il Hak's internal affairs, you can handle it as you see fit, however, this time, we on Tae-san's side have also spent a lot of time and effort. You should deal with this matter of betraying your comrades properly, no matter how heavy or light the matter is, you must resolve it strongly to avoid similar incidents in the future." After finishing speaking, Lee Soo immediately gave Lee Sung-min the knife he had just taken out from his shirt. He looked at the group of 9-bladed men and continued, "As for you, stay calm, don't be in a hurry, the important things are no longer there, punching or killing him won't solve anything." He approached and placed his hand on Kwankpul's shoulder to reassure him. The main thing is to make him and the others understand their mistake. Baek Lee Soo left, leaving the group of them sitting and staring absent-mindedly. Looking at his eyes on the knife, plus the words engraved on the knife, Lee Sung-min thoughtfully said, "Decision, maybe because I am an incompetent leader, making him disappointed in doing these things, act incorrectly, betray your brothers." Chun-ho heard Sung-min say that and immediately replied, "Young master, why do you say that?" He slowly stood up from the chair, walked towards Gyuchong and said, "Therefore, as far as I can see, he does not deserve any punishment." Hearing this, everyone was stunned and surprised. Lee Sung-min covered his eyes with one hand and held a knife in the other, moving towards Gyuchong. "For all of this, I will forgive you, Lee Gyuchong." He let go of his hair and continued, "Even though I forgave you this time, it's not like I'm lenient or merciful towards you at all. I worked because I realized my weakness, it was my weakness that killed Deokbi, not you. In the end, this judgment is not mine to make but Il Hak's judgment, hopefully in the future, none of us will do similar thing." After saying that, Lee Sung-min immediately accelerated his pace and went straight towards Gyuchong. He was bowing his head and kneeling on the ground full of self-blame. It seems that Gyuchong is mentally prepared to leave forever like his friend. Suddenly, the 9-knife crown prince passed him and walked towards the main door. Gyuchong bewilderedly turned his head to look at that back, wondering, why? The uncle seemed crazy, screaming, "Young master, why did you spare my death? Young master, all the blame is my fault, why do you take all the blame on yourself? Because of me, Deokbi died, must die." Lee Sung-min looked at the knife in his hand and calmly replied, "This incident woke me up, later, it's for Il Hak's future, for us. I will try to learn and do better myself, I will bring Il Hak back to its peak like in the past. This is the goal I need to aim for, on this difficult path, I don't want a single useless blade. Therefore, on this path, don't hinder us, it's better to disappear, don't appear again, from now on, you are no longer one of the members of the 9 swords, Il Hak, on the path hey, I don't want to see a traitor like you." The other members of Il Hak also followed Sung-min to leave. Out in the hallway, Lee Sung-min suddenly stopped. Sung-min bowed his head and blamed himself, "How pathetic, how come I can't do anything but babble useless words, I think I haven't done anything for Il Hak." Uncle Chun-ho heard that and immediately denied, "That's not true, young master, you did the right thing, Il Hak's future work will still depend on you a lot, you are the leader of Il Hak." Lee Sung-min turned back to look at his uncle, confused and said, "I am the leader of Il Hak." Chun-ho nodded and replied, "From now on, every matter of Il Hak, every action of the association, every step, everything will be decided by you, young master, you need to be strong and determined, everything the young master's wise actions will help Il Hak regain his position." It was late at night in Seoul's sky. Baek Lee Soo does not interfere in Il Hak's internal affairs. He was standing alone on the rooftop, thinking. Lee Soo took out a cigarette and contemplated for a long time. Lee Soo searched for the lighter in his pocket. Suddenly, someone appeared from nowhere and gave him a lighter and said, "Can I use this?" It turned out that it was Sua, looking at the beautiful but sad secretary in front of him. Lee Soo nodded slightly and replied, "Ah, thank you." He took the lighter and added, "I don't remember where I put the lighter, why do you, as a girl, also have this, do you smoke too?" The secretary's sister replied to Baek Lee Soo, "That's the lighter that Baek Dokyung used to use before." Sua suddenly called out, "Baek Lee Soo." Hearing Sua call his real name, Lee Soo pondered. He leaned his hand on the railing and said, "You just called me Baek Lee Soo, I haven't heard my real name in a long time. Lately, everyone calls me Baek Dokyung, I can barely remember my real name anymore. I was too involved, pulled into this too deeply, and couldn't get out anymore. Revenge for him took over my mind, making me feel dazed, I can't act like my true self anymore. All actions, from speech, must be imitated to resemble Baek Dokyung, gestures, whatever decisions you make, you must pay attention to this and that, so that they are correct and best. Because of so many things, even simple drinking and smoking, I have to use these things." When he saw me like that, He didn't know if he agreed or scolded me, this. The girl next to her continued, I think he will be happy, you do everything for him. Sue's face suddenly looked sad, adding, but maybe I'm sure he will say something like this. It's true that even though we're twins, why are we so different? I think he would say that. Hearing this, he immediately turned around and replied, is that so? Lee Soo looked at her and smiled slightly, saying, would Baek Do-kyung say that? In an instant, the secretary stood still for a few seconds, seemingly standing in front of her was Baek Do-kyung. Suddenly, a distant call came, Director Baek. The two of them immediately looked towards the stairs where the voice came from. Are you here, Director Baek? The people who came were none other than Lee Sung-min and Uncle Chun-ho. Baek Lee Soo smiled slightly and looked at them and replied, President Lee, are you here, is everything okay? Lee Sung-min bent down and gave the knife back to Baek Do-kyung and said, thank you, you gave me a sharp knife, it is the best knife I have ever seen, unlike the dull knives before, here's mine. Lee Soo held the knife in his hand, looked at it for a while, then replied, is that so? I think you probably handled the incident just fine. That's the past, let's talk about the main thing now. Chun-ho behind him suddenly spoke up, sorry, Director Baek, I have something to say. Before discussing the upcoming events between the two guilds, can you give me the answer to my previous question? Baek Lee Soo looked at his uncle seriously and replied, what's the question? He remembered a time ago, Uncle Chun-ho asked Lee Soo a question, I want to ask something about your Tae-san, are you cooperating with Il Hawk or planning to take advantage of Il Hawk? Ending his thoughts, Baek Lee Soo immediately turned around and walked towards the railing and said, I will talk about this later. He tightly grasped the lighter in his hand and thoughtfully replied, Choi Chun-ho, I also need to confirm one thing, did Il Hawk also do shady things here in Seoul, is that true, or not? Chun-ho bowed his head and admitted, yes, but those are just things in the past. Lee Soo continued, so how much money does Il Hawk earn every day from those shady things? Chun-ho started recounting, that was about 15 years ago, although I don't remember exactly, I still vaguely remember, why do you ask about that? Baek Lee Soo asked coldly, replied, isn't that a very large amount of money? The uncle heard this and immediately grimaced and said, Director Baek, I don't understand what you are talking about. Baek Lee Soo smiled slightly and got straight to the point, to stand on top of Seoul, it's not just us who wish to do that, there are many other guilds that are also working hard for this. Chun-ho immediately continued, that's what I mean. Lee Soo added, no matter who we are, we must be managed by the government, they rely on the power of the law to manage us all. The business of guilds is also divided in a way, methodical and reasonable, they do everything to control the power of the groups. So there were many bloody purges against guilds that did not comply or went against their will. All of this was masterminded by that bastard head Jang. The plan, it's called One Sink. The guy sat on the table, what about Il Hawk? He sat down next to Sung Min, you don't even have 9 swords anymore. How are you going to get out of here today? If Tae-san Hoi hadn't brought that Russian guy and that blonde playboy too. Remember what Sion said to Lee Hyung-gu at that time, Captain, I advise you to retire and keep to yourself, understand? Yes, that sounds like you. Ryu laughed, ha ha. What the fuck are you talking about? Lee Soo carefully observed and saw Gu Chong's hand holding a gun aimed at him. He said in a low voice, so what does this mean? Sion suddenly let go of the rope, causing him to fall to the ground. What are you going to do? He quickly gave him another strong kick on his leg, forcing him to kneel. After that, Sion continued to tighten the rope around his neck. He looked, frowned and said, it looks like you're still very energetic. Chun-ho heard that and immediately remembered, at that time, he wondered and asked, what do you mean by the director's document that the previous president of Il Hawk had received from the department head? Baek Lee Soo nodded and replied, that's what I mean, Mr. Choi. Chun-ho and Lee Soo looked at Sung Min at the same time. Lee Soo continued to say, it's not easy for you to keep this secret from even people as close as you are. The uncle frowned and looked at Lee Soo and said, so Director Baek, I still don't understand what the purpose of this meeting is. Lee Soo replied, what is the purpose? It's nothing big, location, money, and guild competition don't mean anything to me. To me, standing on the highest peak in Seoul is nothing important. What I need to do is take down that bastard, Chief Jang, I have to destroy this plot of his, I can't let him achieve his goal. Or to put it simply, this is a personal hatred between me and him. Chun-ho spoke up, does defeating him mean so much to you? Baek Lee Soo immediately replied, yes, it is very important to me, he took away my family, that bastard will pay the price for his actions, so, when I have achieved that goal. He stepped forward and placed his hand on Lee Sung Min's shoulder, firmly adding, then I will withdraw, leaving all the management of Seoul to you. Lee Soo added, and there is someone who wants to meet you. Sung Min bewilderedly asked again, do you want to see it? Baek Lee-soo replied, that's right, even though it wasn't the right time because his condition wasn't good either. But that person really wants to meet you guys. Before that person can meet you, I will take charge of this matter. At Lee Sung-hak's mansion, bodyguards stood guard along the path from the gate to the inside. The fat director got out of the car, he looked around the villa and said suspiciously, hey, damn, what happened? Could something really big have happened? At the entrance to Lee Sung-hak's villa, it was guarded by many of Jia Lang's Jr. After sitting down, the chief angrily said, Humph, I'm speechless, do you dare to treat the police like that? Do you know that standing in front of you is the director of the inspection department? After finishing speaking, he immediately slammed his hand on the table to show his authority and continued, it's true that the tiger doesn't roar, the dog thinks the jungle has no owner, now these gangsters aren't even afraid of the police anymore. Chief Jang laughed loudly and replied, ha ha, you can just consider them as bodyguards, sit down quickly. The director glanced at the person behind him, Jang Sung-ho, and said, wait, stay there for me, who is this person? I have never seen this face before. Are you Ryu Taehyung? But it seems like you look a lot different than I imagined. You look strong, virtuous, and still very young. When Taehyung was complimented, he happily replied, ha ha, to be honest, everyone advised me to try hard so that I don't get told that besides being handsome and talented, I'm not good for anything. Suddenly he grimaced and said, but before, you had a bad idea about me, old man. The director took off his glasses, frowned and said, Chief Jang, is this it? Looks like we have some private matters to deal with. Before we talk, I think we should finish this, personal matters, right? Jang Sung-ho looked at him and continued, Director, it seems like you don't like cooperating with gangsters at all. These words made the old man immediately tremble, no, who's bleeding and spewing people to the station like that? The head of the house looked at him seriously and continued, is that so? I've told you this many times before, have you forgotten? We're not close friends, working side by side to help each other, right? From now on, stop babbling about stupid things about justice or honor. Don't even show your military badges to me, I hate having to say it a second time, remember that, and pay attention to your attitude when standing in front of me, that's it, now let's talk about work, where do we start? The scene shifts to the funeral home. After taking care of Uncle Deokbi's funeral, Lee Sung-min stayed behind, quietly looking at his grave, without speaking, his handsome face could not hide the sadness inside. A moment later, Sung-min sadly put his hand on the glass and called Uncle Deokbi. He recalls the close memories he had with his uncle since he was a child. Uncle Deokbi, little Sung-min sat on his uncle's shoulder and said happily, Uncle Deokbi is the oldest person. Uncle Deokbi heard that and immediately replied with a smile, hey, are you kidding me, boss, I'm still younger than the other brothers in the association. The boy looked at the tiled roof above and continued, because you are the tallest, Uncle Chun-ho said that the older people get, the taller they will be, is that right? Deokbi replied, what did Chun-ho say? If it's Chun-ho, it's probably right. I also want to grow up, grow old quickly, and one day I will be taller than Uncle Deokbi. At this moment, Uncle Chun-ho came from afar and said excitedly, but no matter how big you are, it's very rare for people to be as tall as Deokbi. Deokbi saw the man and immediately greeted, when did you come? When Lee Sung-min heard that, he grimaced and said, no, Uncle Deokbi is the tallest here, he should be the team leader, later, when I become the tallest, I will also be the team leader, everyone's. Chun-ho laughed happily and replied, wow, that's right, Mr. Deokbi, hello, Deokbi awkwardly said, don't say that. The uncle looked at Sung-min on his shoulder and quickly continued, master, that cannot be so arbitrary. Lee Sung-min saw his uncle so confused and smiled extremely happily. That smile was the complete opposite of his current mood. Sung-min said helplessly, why every time I come here I only remember that time. In the end, I can't be as tall as you, why can't you wait for me a little longer, why did you leave everyone so early, what should I do? He sobbed, constantly repeating the same sentence, take me back to my childhood days, please. After a moment of grief, Lee Sung-min regained his composure and calmly walked out of the funeral home. Outside, Baek Lee-soo was also present without realizing it. Seeing him, Uncle Chun-ho immediately said, Director Baek, are you here? Do-kyung replied, yes, I also intended to pay my respects, but thinking back, I thought it would be better to let you guys have privacy. I'm very sorry, if only we had acted a little faster then. Uncle Chun-ho said thoughtfully, no, this is not your fault. Director Baek, we are truly grateful to you and Tae-san. Sung-min bowed his head respectfully and said, actually, we hako Tae-san too much this time. So you don't need to blame yourself, even though something that no one wanted happened, on our future path, sacrifice is unavoidable, and this time, Il Hawk still exists. It's thanks to you. We sincerely thank you again. Baek Lee-soo walked over and put his hand on Sung Min's shoulder and said, "Come on, why are you being so polite? I'm getting goosebumps. You're our president. If someone saw you president bowing to me like that, I'd be very embarrassed. You also have to quickly calm down. Don't be too sad anymore. Uncle Deokbi doesn't want my departure to affect you that much." Lee Sung-min replied, "Yes, he is definitely the person who doesn't want to see me fall the most." Lee-soo suddenly remembered something. He said, "That's right, today I brought this guy with me. Lately, the Nine Knife's internal affairs have been through a lot of turmoil, right? So I think you guys I also need a sharp blade capable of cleaning up this mess." Lee-soo introduced and called a name in the car to get out. The person brought in was the inspector of the Russian Mafia prevention team, of Charka Boris. He was now temporarily attached to the Nine Blades. At Jia Lang's Red Ground Hotel, Tae Hyung was adjusting his outfit. Looking at the scar caused by the wire in the mirror, he was extremely angry. He remembered the day of the discussion with Jang Sung-ho the day before. Tae Hyung angrily slammed his hand on the table and cursed, "What now, we have to stand and watch those bastards, Tae-san?" Chief Jang frowned, held a cup of wine in his hand, and calmly replied, Think about it, if we now fight them in an eternal battle, will other forces just stand by and watch? Surely someone will take advantage of Jia Lang and Tae-san, suffering losses due to war, to jump in for profit. Do you think Chun Wong-yun of HHS Group really considers Jia Lang a friend? What if they participate in the battle? At that time, can you take responsibility for the consequences? The fat director said, "So I have a plan. Now, Jia Lang, please come out and negotiate with the party that destroyed HHS, not at first. Using words to solve the problem is the best method, or what, because after that, things won't be resolved with just words, right?" Tae Hyung looked at himself in the mirror, angrily swore, "Damn," while feeling bitter. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Tae Hyung frowned and replied, "Come in." He looked at his junior seriously, "Waiting already?" The other guy stammered and replied, "Director, about this, they are proposing to postpone the meeting schedule." Director Tae Hyung heard that and immediately glared and exclaimed, "What? Why did you suddenly change the schedule? What the hell?" The other employee trembled and said, "That's all they said." In the Chinese neighborhood of Dae Lim Dong, Baek Lee-soo walked into a restaurant and politely said, "Excuse me." The voice inside immediately spoke, "Welcome, please come in." An employee of the restaurant led him inside and continued, "Please sit here, our restaurant is too crowded." Lee-soo awkwardly replied, "Yes." Today the uncle frowned and added, "What do you want?" Lee-soo went straight to the point. He said, "Actually, I came here today because of something else, not to have a meal." The uncle sighed and replied, "If you come to a restaurant not to eat, but for another purpose, damn guy, what do you want from this place?" Baek Lee-soo looked at him and replied, "Can I meet your boss alone for a moment? Just tell your boss that someone from Tae-san is coming to see him." As he spoke, Lee-soo pushed his business card towards his uncle. The uncle now had a weapon in his hand. He put his hands on his hips and glared, "Ho ho, today our restaurant even welcomes Tae-san. Hey, if you come from Tae-san, you must be Tai Tianjold Kwan, right? But let's take this one hit and then talk again, you bastard." After saying that, he quickly took the axe and slashed it straight at Baek Lee-soo. Lee-soo gently avoided the attack, then turned around to control the employee. That guy's arm was broken and he exclaimed in horror, "Ah!" Baek Lee-soo frowned angrily and said to the employee, "When I'm still kind, don't cause trouble. I didn't come here to fight with you guys. You understand, I just came alone. Why do you have to call so many people to join in the fun?" Without waiting for Baek Lee-soo to continue, one of them grabbed an axe and rushed forward. Without a single unnecessary move, Lee-soo kicked the chair next to him to block that guy's way. Before he could react, Lee-soo grabbed his head tightly, sat on a chair and coldly slammed this guy's head onto the floor. Witnessed a child lying motionless on the floor. The remaining guys were extremely angry and exclaimed, "This pig." Suddenly, a sharp blade touched his chest, causing him to immediately stop. A hot girl boldly walked up and said, "You guys stay away, you idiots." As soon as the words ended, the girl quickly left to the bewilderment of her juniors. The girl jumped up and raised her sword to slash down. Lee-soo quickly backed away to avoid it. He thought to himself, "This speed is too fast." The girl suddenly let go of her hand holding the knife, and then the real move was shown. Lee-soo was slightly surprised, frowned and said, "Can you still change your hand to change the trajectory of the slash like that?" He smiled slightly and said to the girl, "Is this the butcher that everyone is rumored to be?" The beautiful woman gritted her teeth angrily and shouted, "Shut your dog mouth, otherwise you won't have a tongue to use, you bastard." The battle has opened. Il Hak's decline in the past was not a problem for gangs in Seoul. The area where most foreigners live in Seoul is Seo Nam Kwan, that is the territory of the Han and Korean people. the appearance of these two gangs makes the war increasingly fierce. In that place where blood flows like rivers, there is a gang that uses violence to suppress violence. That order drawn by blood is called Tianheng. Baek Lee Soo pulled out the knife from his body, looked at the girl and thought to himself, is this Tianheng's butcher? It seems that dealing with this person is not a big problem. The pretty girl saw him holding a knife and smiled happily and said, that's right, we have to bring out the toy, right, show me what you can do. Just as the two were about to fight, a familiar voice stopped Tu Lan. A tattooed lady walked over and shouted, what's going on here? The butcher's sister Tu Lan looked at the girl and said, what's wrong? I heard that there was an appointment with the leader. Why have you already returned? Have you been hit by the wind? Just leave this place to me. Anyway, these riotous bastards won't escape my knife. As soon as the words ended, she was given a painful slap by the big sister. The girl with short hair, wearing trendy blue glasses, coldly said, I asked what's going on here, are you deaf, or do you want me to clear my ears to answer this? Tu Lan replied lazily, there were a few guys calling themselves Tae-san who came to look for you, then as you saw. Hearing that, the tattooed big sister didn't continue to question Tu Lan anymore. She went to the table with an axe behind it and said, Uncle Min, is this your thing? The uncle stammered in response, yes, that's right, that's mine. The eldest sister kept calm and continued, it seems you have forgotten what we have to do to have enough food and warm clothes like today, right? From killing others, then in turn our relatives were killed by them. At that time, Uncle Min also went through it with us, right? She pulled out the axe, then sat down in front of her uncle and said, that piece that is exchanged for a bloody head cannot be easily broken, right? Our Tianheng died, not put down your weapons, have you forgotten even that? Baek Lee Soo stood aside silently observing. He thought to himself, Father Yua, leader of the Tianheng group. All the guild members, including the butcher, fell silent when facing this person. In just a blink of an eye, the chaotic atmosphere here was resolved. It looks like this person is really a wild beast. After thinking about it, he said, hey, I'm lucky to have met you. If I had been a little later, I might have died here. Director Cha. Director Cha Yua quickly took off his glasses and ran to Lee Soo, saying, oh my god, I'm so rude. Director Beck, are you okay? Lee Soo smiled softly and replied, yes, luckily I'm okay. Well then, can you spare me a little time? I came here just to see you today, as he said. He put the knife back in his pocket. In Tianheng's office, the hot beauty Tu Lan was looking at Lee Soo uncomfortably, knowing that even though she was not satisfied with him, she still had to listen to her boss's words. She didn't hesitate and just kept staring towards you. Seeing that, Baek Lee Soo immediately spoke up before her, is this Tu Lan's name? I hope you'll calm down. It's because your side attacked first, so I had no choice but to do so. Hearing that, Tu Lan immediately expressed her attitude and replied, yes, that's right, we misunderstood you first, sorry, don't worry, I'm just upset about something else. So I'm wondering if I should let this matter go or not. Hearing that, Lee Soo exclaimed, oh, it seems like your personality is quite strong. Hearing your apology, I feel so pressured. Father Yua was now carrying water and walking to the sofa. She smiled happily and said, Director Beck, you said you came here to meet me alone, but all this time I only saw the two of you whispering loudly. Okay, now tell me what you want. Actually, I can already guess part of it, but it's better if you say it directly. Lee Soo replied, you already knew, then I won't waste your time anymore. Let's talk about the main issue. We and Jia Lang will soon have a dispute. I don't know, which side will Tianheng take? Father Yua smiled softly and replied, whose side should I stand on? If it's not the two sides that are at war, then I should just stand on my own side. Lee Soo immediately continued, so Tianheng will not target the winner. His words made her freeze for a few seconds. A moment later, she calmly said, why do you think like that? Baek Lee Soo put down the glass of water in his hand, then replied, really not. Isn't it true that if there is a war, no matter which side wins, it will still suffer a lot of human and physical damage? At that time, you only need to fish in muddy water and you will be able to catch a catch, but I will definitely not let that happen. Father Yua glared at him and said, so you want us to take Tae-san's side or what? Lee Soo looked at the girl seriously and said, it's not like that, I just need you Tianheng not to show up in this battle. If so, we will absolutely not touch you Tianheng. Without waiting for Lee Soo to finish speaking, Tu Lan, hot as ice cream, grabbed a knife and rushed forward. She placed the knife on Baek Lee Soo's neck and said, are you threatening us? I should have cut out your tongue so you can't do it, can't be more vague. Lee Soo was completely mad at this point. He smiled slightly and warned, Butcher, I hate it when others put a knife to my neck, don't do that again. Father Yua glared angrily and shouted, Tu Lan, what did I tell you? This is our guest. Baek Lee Soo continued, Director Cha, I only came here alone. If I really wanted to threaten you, I wouldn't act like this. What I said today can be considered a negotiation, so I hope your side won't make things difficult for me anymore." As he spoke, he used his hand to push away the knife on his neck. "If not, I'll have to use strong measures, and of course, I won't ask you to do so for no reason. So today I've prepared some gifts. As for deciding to accept this sincerity, if not, you have to ask Director Cha." Having finished speaking, Baek Lee-soo took out a blue box and placed it in front of him. Seeing that the box looked like a ring box, Tu-lan immediately exclaimed, "Ha, a proposal ring." She went crazy and rushed towards Lee-soo and said, "Tae-san, you guys are too much." Lee-soo helplessly explained, come on, don't misunderstand, it's just a box." Father Yua calmly picked up the box and opened it. Inside the box is a USB, she wondered, reading the words on the one sync box. "What is this?" Baek Lee-soo immediately replied, "That USB contains the reason why we decided to destroy the Earth Wolf and the reason why you guys stood up for us, Tae-san. It's all in there too." When my sister heard this, she seriously thought for a while. Baek Lee-soo, after saying everything, waved goodbye and left. Tu-lan spoke up to wake up the dazed girl. "Father Yua, how do you plan to solve this case?" Cha Yu-hua replied, "I don't know yet." Tu-lan turned her head and looked surprised and said, "I don't know, you are the leader, and the leader must make decisions so the subordinates will know how to follow them. That is the responsibility of the leader." Cha Yua's lips suddenly began to tremble and replied, "So I've said it many times, I really don't have the strength to shoulder this big responsibility." After speaking, her tears continued to flow like rain. The weak girl clenched her fists and continued, "This fear will kill me." Tu-lan was confused and quickly reassured, "Is this girl crying again? Why are you crying again? You're doing very well today." Father Yua ran to hug Tu-lan and sobbed, "Didn't you see Baek Dokyung's scary expression just now? Hahu, how about you become the leader? That would be better." As soon as he finished speaking, Cha Yua took Tu-lan's fist straight to the face. She frowned and said, "This is not a joke. Am I the leader? Do you know what you just said?" Father Yua sat on the ground with a dark face and said, "Didn't you see that just now? Everyone is ready, the council is also broken, sooner or later there will be a bloody battle. We really need a more capable leader, everyone. Even Uncle Min already has a weapon in his hand. I can't see it. Has Tian Hung's oath been shaken?" Tu-lan picked up the scroll, then replied to her sister, "Hello Kitty, no one violated the oath, they all intended to live and die with Tae-san. When they saw them coming to find the leader, they just want to try to protect Tian Hung, protect their ideal. It doesn't matter if you're weak or strong, what's the point if the leader can't fight?" Tu-lan gave the paper to Cha Yua and continued, "Just leave that matter to us, and you just need to stand behind, cry or do whatever." Father Yua's eyes filled with tears as he took the paper from Tu-lan's hand. She said helplessly, "You're really selfish, do you know that?" Tu-lan smiled softly and replied, "Ha, what are you talking about? I'm not good at Korean so I don't understand, ha ha." After the day that Baek Lee-soo came to Tian Hung's area, Tian Hung's members were talking about it. "Yesterday, a guy calling himself Tae-san came here to cause trouble, but you didn't cut him." Uncle Min frowned and said, "Don't be fooled, that bastard has sharp eyes, just like a knife blade. One look at him makes me weak in the knees." Another person continued, "That's great, I want it too, to see him with my own eyes once." Uncle Min added, "But it seems like he came to find our leader to discuss the truth." The uncle next to him heard that and laughed happily and said, "So you almost committed a big crime." While the three comrades were chatting enthusiastically, suddenly a car drove straight towards them. Uncle Min looked at his junior in bewilderment and said, "What the fuck just happened? Are you okay?" The black-shirted uncle immediately replied, "I'm fine, what does this mean?" A large, masked bald man got out of the car. Next, two 12-seat cars also arrived. Uncle Min looked at the group of people and said, "There are so many guests, I wonder if they have made reservations in advance." The other guy immediately replied, "We have already placed the order. The person who placed the order is Tae-san." As he spoke, he intentionally revealed the Tae-san badge attached to his collar. Uncle Min heard that, immediately raised his axe angrily and said angrily, "It's you Tae-san bastards again. What, you guys are tired of living, right?" The bald man was not confused at all. He easily dodged Uncle Min's direct attack. Then he brought his knee down and kicked him in the face. Uncle Min was hit hard and immediately staggered. The axe in his hand was also taken away by the bald man. He coldly raised the axe and intended to strike a fatal blow. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. A person suddenly ran from afar and kicked a bald man into the distance. The person who came was the motionless Yuksha Jinyong. He pressed the device in his hand and said in bewilderment, "What is this used for?" "Oh, I heard it. I have reached the Tian Hung side. There are other guests here, but within Tae-san there are people I don't know yet, because everyone here has Tae-san's badge. The other end of the line suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Really?" The uncle immediately replied, "Yes, when did you do this?" "I don't know." Baek Lee Soo smiled softly and said, "That's really interesting. What should I do now? Or let me make one for you too." Lee Soo stood up and said, "Forget it, I don't need that crap." The uncle started his limbs and frowned as he said, "Now I have to deal with these imposters first. Let's see how strong these thieves calling themselves Tae-san are." The scene changes to Tien Hung's office. After hearing the news, Tu Lan sits thoughtfully on the sofa. Father Yua said, "Is it possible that someone is playing a trick?" Tu Lan continued, "You really can't believe this Tae-san group." She stood up, gritted her teeth and continued, "I should have let me kill that bastard at that time. Why did I stop him and let him live?" Father Yua also firmly defended his stance, but it was also Tae-san who helped us deal with them before things got out of control, so we can't doubt that everything was done by Tae-san. Get out. I saw it too, they are all fakers. Is there any reason for Tae-san to act so stupidly? At the same time, Manager Jang was calmly pouring wine in the room. A junior came to the door and announced, "The department director has arrived." "What should we do?" Jang Sung-ho coldly replied, "Lead me inside." They are the ones who want to cooperate with us, and when the person attacking us was wearing a badge, they kept calling themselves Tae-san's people. If anyone wants us to doubt Tae-san, wouldn't that be a great opportunity? Tu Lan slammed the knife into the table and continued, That's right, this is the best opportunity." So they deliberately pretended that someone wanted to use the wind to break bamboo shoots. At that moment, they came to our rescue, making us trust them even more. That plan is so clear, they are just dirty people good at acting after all. So they deliberately pretended like someone wanted to use the wind to break bamboo shoots. At that moment, they came to our rescue, making us trust them even more. That plan was too clear. In the end, they're just dirty people who are good at acting. Isn't that right? Father Yua is still trying to consolidate his reasoning. Actually, we can't rush to conclusions like that about this matter. I'm also thinking again. Tu Lan turned around and left. As she walked, she said, What do you think? Let's just go and deal with them neatly. The important thing right now is not finding the truth. We can't keep thinking in favor of those Tae-san guys. The important thing now is Tien Hung's honor. We are being seriously damaged. We must reclaim our honor. She stood up and walked to Cha Yua's side and said, "What should we do now? What are your thoughts?" Tu Lan walked next to Father Yua and said, "So what should we do now? What are your thoughts?" "I'm waiting for your orders." Leader Cha Yua bowed his head thoughtfully and did not answer. Seeing that, Yua immediately continued, "The problem is this, Father Yua, if even the leader is swayed, then who else will we listen to?" The tattooed lady held her head in thought and replied, "Let me think for a while longer, or we should try calling for Uncle Huang's help." Tu Lan was about to leave when she heard this sentence and immediately said angrily, "What? Why did you drag Master Huang here? Remember that our leader is you, not Master Huang." She said, "So what does that mean?" Father Yua was cornered, couldn't keep calm and shouted loudly, "I just said to try to ask him for help. Why have you been so angry with me all this time?" Although Tu Lan was also extremely angry, she tightly grasped the hand holding the knife to control herself. "I said, if you don't give orders, I will deal with those Tae-san bastards my way. I'm not joking." On this side, Baek Lee Soo arrived at the scene of the fight with the imposters. He bent down to observe, then picked up the dagger and thought, "These daggers are all old knives, quite worn out, due to long-term use. Could it be that these are also the knives they use every day? These are just knives that can be found anywhere, not military weapons. It seems that these are not Chief Jang's subordinate." After that, Baek Lee Soo continued to look for clues in the car. As soon as he opened the box above, a bill fell down. Lee Soo picked up the bill and said in bewilderment, "CNY money, why is it here? Could it be that the people who attacked Tien Hung at that time were a Chinese gang? Why is that?" At this moment, the phone suddenly rang. Lee Soo answered the phone and took something out of his pocket. "Hello, yes, it's me." "President, why are you calling me?" Lee Sung-min immediately replied, "I heard that you went alone to find the Tien Hung group." Lee Soo replied, "Well, that's true. Now, it wouldn't be a good idea to bring too many people to meet them, but do you know what happened between Tien Hung and the Chinese gang?" Sung-min said, "What's going on between Tien Hung and the Chinese gang? Those Chinese gangs have been silent for a long time. Anyway, let me ask Chun Ho." Lee Soo replied, "Is that so? Are you two on the road now? Then it's okay to ask for me later. Wishing your business trip a great success, President. I look forward to your results, very much." "Yes, I know." Lee Soo was lighting a cigarette when suddenly a man came to light it for him. Lee Soo looked at him and continued, "Okay, I'll hang up now. I'll contact you later." The man who had just arrived saw Lee Soo looking at him suspiciously and was a bit confused. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Ah, sorry, you must be very surprised, because you seem quite busy. I just wanted to help you light your cigarette. It's so rude, Lee Soo interrupted him. Sorry, but who are you? The man reached into his pocket to get something and said, my name is Huang Hao, I work at the foreign exchange counter right nearby, so who are you? Lee Soo puffed on a cigarette and introduced, my name is Baek Do-kyung, I'm a member of Tae-san Group. He looked at Huang Hao and thought to himself, this person clearly stepped on broken glass, but didn't make any noise at all. Huang Hao suddenly bowed respectfully and said, oh my god, that's so rude, I have eyes but can't see Tae-san, let me greet you properly again. Lee Soo waved his hand and said, oh, there's no need to do that, it makes me feel very inconvenient. He smiled friendly and continued, ha ha, is that so? If you don't mind, can I have a cigarette please? Lee Soo held out the pack of cigarettes in her hand towards him and replied, of course, you can smoke as much as you want. Huang Hao lit the fire and said, but what are you doing here? Director Baek thoughtfully replied, you probably already know, there's a group of people who pretended to be Tae-san's people and came here to cause trouble, so I'm investigating. He nodded and said, oh, so the people causing trouble here are impersonating Tae-san, you mean these things weren't caused by Tae-san? Baek Lee Soo smiled softly and replied, yes, that's true, because I was so wronged, I immediately came here, but you often use honorifics when you talk. Hearing that, Huang Hao reflexively bowed his head and replied, oh my god, ha ha, that's not true, director, because I'm still not very fluent in Korean, so sometimes the words I say don't come out naturally, of course. Seeing that, Lee Soo waved his hand awkwardly and said, yeah, I'm just saying that, okay, you're doing that to make me even more embarrassed, but Mr. Huang, what are you here for? Huang Hao replied, me, because I work at a money exchange station nearby, I have quite a bit of free time, so our boss sent me here to take a look and then take care of this place by the way. Hearing this, Baek Lee Soo seemed to guess something, he thought to himself, he was sent by Father Yua, did he come here to process the scene? Breaking from his thoughts, he turned to Huang Hao and said, so that's it, but I still have some things to investigate here, I don't know if it's about cleaning up the scene, can you postpone it for a while, is that okay? Lee Soo thought to himself, what is this person's real purpose? I also discovered there was foreign currency here a while ago, does this man have anything to do with those people? Huang Hao pointed to the opposite side and said, oh, you should just look at it from the other side first, I'll clean up the tables and chairs on this side a bit. Director Baek looked at him suspiciously and replied, yes, that's fine, if you find anything strange, please let me know. On the surface, Lee Soo appeared happy, but inside he secretly thought, don't let him erase all the evidence. Even though he said that, Baek Lee Soo still kept an eye on him. After that, he texted President Lee Seung-min to ask for information about this person named Huang Hao. A moment later, that guy suddenly said, oh, you said that if you found anything strange, you would let me know, right? Lee Soo immediately replied, yes, what have you discovered? Not really, I was just wondering if you changed the medicine. This sentence made Lee Soo suddenly freeze for a few seconds. He tried to stay calm and replied, change cigarettes. Huang Hao observed the scene and continued, that's right, I work at a currency exchange point, so there are a lot of people passing by that place every day, and word-of-mouth stories I've heard are countless. They say that Mr. Baek Do-kyung, originally a CEO at Gumi Uyama Japan, returned home 5 years ago. Even the cigarettes he smokes are only one type, which is premium red Marlboro. Lee Soo frowned and replied, it's just cigarettes, I can change it if I like it. The other guy immediately said, but, how is it possible that you didn't even know that the oil in the lighter was dry? He really looks like someone who just recently learned to smoke. Although Baek Lee Soo was silently cursing in his heart, on the outside he still calmly said, I'm so embarrassed, maybe I was so busy on the phone that I didn't pay attention. Suddenly, he picked up the broken glass on the ground and said, didn't you notice, it's true, every human being sometimes loses concentration, but what is that thing you just put in your pocket? At this time, he approached Lee Soo and it seemed that our director Baek also guessed the situation. In a split second, that Huang Hao rushed from behind. On this side, Chairman Lee Seung-min's car stopped at a rest stop. Seung-min was still sitting attentively looking at documents when Uncle Chun-ho opened the car door and said kindly, President, please rest a bit. Seung-min smiled happily and replied, I'm actually still not very familiar with this way of addressing you. That's right, just now Director Baek asked me to ask you about the identity of someone. The uncle asked in bewilderment, ask about whom? Seung-min continued, do you know anything about the guy named Huang Hao, or have you ever heard of him? He Dao Choi heard these two words Huang Hao and was suddenly surprised. Huang Hao, it seems like I've heard it a long time ago, is this guy still in Korea? He used to work at the foreign exchange station's name is Young Rang. In addition, he is also a messenger. Lee Sung-min heard that and exclaimed, "Oh, just a messenger, so it doesn't seem like such a big deal." The uncle immediately denied his words. "No, if we were to confront that guy, it would definitely not be a good thing, especially for Il Hak and Tae-san right now." Sung-min asked suspiciously, "Especially Il Hak and Tae-san?" Chun-ho began to tell the young president the story. 15 years ago, during the great decline of Il Hak, the southwest area of Seoul was controlled by foreign gangs. The situation at that time was truly chaotic. The leader of the southwest area at that time, the vanguard of Heilongjiang in the Three Gorges, was himself. That's the name Hwang Hao. It was because of confronting that bastard that we Il Hak had to suffer the consequences of forever losing our first sword. Hearing this, Sung-min immediately understood the seriousness of the problem. His face suddenly darkened with worry. Returning to Baek Lee-soo, he was suddenly attacked, but luckily he successfully dodged the attack. He gently pushed his way around and grabbed Hwang Hao's arm. But at this time, Hwang Hao used 2 iron nails to stab him in the face. Lee-soo moved quickly, but it still cut across his face, creating a small wound on his cheek. That guy Hwang Hao coldly praised, "Oh, the rumors about you are not wrong, your strength is quite good." Director Beck smirked and replied, "It seems like you're not an ordinary guy who only knows how to count money, right? What is your true identity?" He prepared to continue fighting and then replied, "What is our true identity? We still have a lot of things we don't know about each other. I'll ask you first." After saying that, he immediately rushed to Lee-soo and slashed like crazy, hitting him and saying, "You're not the real Baek Do-kyung, right?" Lee-soo dodged the attack and replied, "It's a pity, knowing that, I gave you my business card to look at carefully. I left in a hurry today, so I didn't bring any business card with me." At this moment, he secretly thought to himself, he can use everything as a weapon to fight, and his techniques are also very gentle. Obviously, his combat experience is very skilled. At this moment, a text message from the phone rang, attracting Lee-soo's attention. Baek Lee-soo signaled a pause and said, "Hey, wait a minute." He read the message Lee Sung-min sent. "Hwang Hao, he is the pioneer of the 3 associations. Now he is the 3rd member of the 3 associations of the Black Dragon River. Don't confront him, try to be as careful as possible, maybe." Director Beck finished reading and immediately exclaimed, "Wow, something big has happened. Someone told me absolutely not to fight with this guy. Looks like your ability is not average either." Hwang Hao sat at the car door and replied, "That person said that. These are all nonsense rumors that people have attributed to me, so are you planning to run away from here now?" Lee-soo put the phone in his pocket and said excitedly, "How is this possible? We still have a lot of things we haven't discussed with each other. We have to ask clearly." He pulled out his familiar knife and added, "By the way, let's check the strength of your 3 association." Having finished speaking, Hwang Hao immediately took a preparation position. Lee-soo on this side was also ready. The 2 cheetahs immediately rushed to compete against each other. Hwang Hao clutched a piece of glass and sharp nails as weapons. He said in a dangerous voice, "Honestly, it doesn't matter to me whether you are Baek Do-kyung or not." Then he walked slowly step by step towards Lee-soo, with a somewhat savage smile on his mouth. "It's just that, I feel that people like you who hide so many secrets are not trustworthy at all." On this side, Lee-soo held the heavy knife in defense. He coldly replied, "Oh, I also understand this, it's just that I also have the same thoughts as what you just said." Old Hwang still said proudly, "You seem confident. If you want to run away, it's not too late. Are you planning to run away from here like a turtle with its head withdrawn?" Director Beck raised the knife in front of his face and said, "Do you really think so? I thought we still had a lot to talk about, right?" Then they both brandished their own weapons, looking at each other with bullet-shaped eyes. "Let's see how powerful your Three Gorges Association is." Old Hwang made the first move. He waved his hand and threw glass shards and sharp nails in Baek Lee-soo's direction. Baek Lee-soo is also very agile in swinging his knife to deflect the direction of those dangerous sharp weapons. He frowned uncomfortably and thought to himself, launch hidden weapons to deceive the opponent, then use the east-west strategy to attack. Too bad you're slower than me. When Lee-soo's blade was about to reach Hwang Hao's neck, he thought he was sure of victory, but suddenly, Mr. Hwang swung his fist and gently knocked the knife in Lee-soo's hand away. He sarcastically said, "Are you planning on using a knife that way?" The knife rotated in the air, then Mr. Hwang raised his hand to catch it, preparing to stab Lee-soo. Hwang Hao used the knife he had just stolen to stab Lee-soo hard. Lee-soo quickly reached out to block the attack. The knife cut hard into his branded watch, creating bright flashing lines. Thanks to the watch, he was not injured by Mr. Hwang's recent attack. He coldly looked at Hwang Hao and sarcastically said, "Why do you act like that when you're old? How can you arbitrarily use other people's things like that?" After saying that, Lee-soo waved his knife back, then without hesitation slashed it down hard. Old Huang tried to avoid it but was still slashed on the arm. Old Huang's wound was also very large. He was very shocked and thought to himself, did he use his watch to block that knife? He squinted his eyes to look at the danger. Li Su's face turned black. He pointed the knife towards Old Huang, ready to continue fighting. That man was also not easy to deal with. He looked at Baek Dokyung in front and thought, I've reconsidered, I will fight you carefully. After that, Baek Li Su quickly rushed towards that direction and attacked. The other man also quickly lifted one leg, leaving only one leg as a support leg, then leaned back to avoid the knife. Baek Li Su also swung another punch towards the other man's elbow, punching hard. Baek Li Su also very quickly raised his other hand holding the knife towards his face. He also refused to let it go and pointed his knee towards Baek Li Su, then quickly jumped up like a rabbit, leaned to the side and gave a very skillful karate kick. Immediately, Baek Li Su received a kick to the face, making him proud and let out a loud noise. You really know how to make people uncomfortable, you can even block that attack of mine. Baek Li Su continued to hold the knife in front of him, then turned towards the other man and slashed the knife into a bright semicircle. Then, he also gently used his strong leg to trip him, causing him to lose his footing and fall backwards. He was suddenly attacked and panicked. What? He aimed for my leg from the beginning. When he lost his momentum and could not stand up immediately, Baek Li Su rushed forward with a sharp knife. Baek Li Su rushed closer to his man, preparing to swing a fatal knife. He also quickly swung his arms and legs to kick the knife aside, then pulled the car door in to close it. Looking at the knife swung, the man looked aside and saw a large, sturdy iron bar. Baek Li Su boldly opened the car door, but there was no one inside. As soon as he stepped into the inner space, the other man also quickly ran over, swinging the iron bar, intending to hit Baek Li Su. Seeing that, he quickly raised his hands in front of his face to avoid the blow to his face and head. Baek Li Su sinisterly said a few obscene words. Damn, are you the type of person who uses whatever he finds? Seeing that, he leaned down, bent down to pick up that iron bar and answered, only fools fight with knives with their bare hands. After pulling the iron bar on the ground a long way, he picked up the iron bar from the ground, then decisively swung it towards Baek Li Su. The knife in Baek Li Su's hand immediately broke in half, reducing its length to half, which also made him blind in shock. He was also very pleased. His sinister face was like a howling wolf. I lost my weapon, now how are you going to fight me? On the other side, there is a girl tying up her seductive long black curl. Then, she leisurely stepped forward, dressed very coolly. On top was a tank top, underneath was a pair of tight black shorts, revealing her slim, attractive, muscular body. Strong arms and abs appear with every step. Her face has some irritable parts, and her lips are red lipstick full of personality. Big round earrings accentuate her small face. On her waist she also carried a belt with a delicately carved knife. On his feet are knee-high boots, also extremely flattering black. She spoke in a hoarse and irritated voice. Why is this idiot so stupid? He should have attacked Tae-san and the others immediately. After that, she flexed her biceps like a god attracting spiritual energy, screaming like a loudspeaker, you stupid Cha Yua, I'm so annoyed. On the other side, Cha Yua with striking purple hair was sitting helplessly with her hands on her hands. In her eyes, there was a sadness that was hard to express. She recalled what Tu Lan said to her before, if you don't give orders, I will deal with those bastards Tae-san my way. I'm not joking. Father Yua sat down uncomfortably on the table and said sadly, I don't know what to do now, looking at me like this, what can I do? Suddenly there was a voice outside the door, Leader, are you in there? Father Yua was confused, raised his hand to put on and adjusted the dark glasses on his face to hide his sad eyes, then hesitantly said, please come in. As soon as the other man opened the door, he immediately introduced himself, I'm Gu Chang Jun, manager of the mahjong room at Shin Lim Dong. She was still confused and asked, why did you come here? Just let me go there directly. The old man happily said, I'm old too, I should exercise a little sometimes to stay healthy. I heard there was a bit of chaos happening here so I wanted to come take a look. Father Yua politely explained, everything has been resolved, please sit down here. When old man Gu Chang Jun heard that, he breathed a sigh of relief, then comfortably sat down on the chair and asked, then you're so lucky, doesn't Tu Lan always have to follow her closely? It's not okay to leave the leader alone like this. Father Yua said again, actually, there was a small conflict at the shop today. Gu Chang Jun calmly stroked his beard and said, is it a matter of disagreement? Then came to the shop to cause trouble with us. The leader doesn't know if what I said is right. Father Yua comfortably replied, it's okay, just say it. The old man calmly spoke every word of explanation and recounted, during more than 15 years of operation in this area, from the early days when Tien Hung was first established until she was promoted to the position of leader, I was present in all of those events. Cha Yua calmly closed her eyes and said, yes, I know too, what you have sacrificed to contribute to Tianheng is a lot. Old man Gu Changjun also calmly responded, if it is said that Tu Lan is a sharp blade that makes everyone fear Tianheng's power, then in addition, we must also mention Mr. Huang's power. There's no question about their loyalty to the leader anymore, right? He held out his left hand, adjusted his collar and right wrist. Looking at him, one could see that one of his hands was honey brown, the other hand was artificially straight and pale. But this is just my personal opinion, but sharp weapons that we cannot control are the most dangerous knives, he said, then took out his own fake hand. The sleeve was missing a part and fell to the ground. If there are such dangerous knives, shouldn't we smash them before hurting me? After finishing talking with the leader, the old man surnamed Gu spoke to someone on the phone as if reporting the situation. Yes, I'm Gu Changjun of the Mahjong room. That's right, the situation is not the same, it's as smooth as I thought. I told her to get rid of Tu Lan's position. I'm so worried that our Tianheng is being shaken. The man on the other end of the phone was also extremely irritated and gritted his teeth and cursed, can you stop talking nonsense? Why do you keep whining like you're crazy? It turned out that the person behind Gu's betrayal was Ryu Ti-hyung. He continued uncomfortably to manipulate the psychology of the old man surnamed Gu. Remember, this is just something I help you with, you are the one directly doing it, damn it, now you're going to go back and complain and cry, are you talking to me? Tianheng is slowly fading away in that damn piece, are you afraid of that nonsense? At this time, Gu Changjun was walking down the stairs of the building. The sound of the phone is still ringing in your ears. You must understand that this is not failure but reform. Everything will have to change with the times. Now we have to get rid of things like this. If that butcher goes, then everything can develop. Old man Gu Changjun also calmly said, no, I don't think so. It's just that everything is going quite smoothly anyway. I didn't expect her to be such a weak person. So. He raised his pale fake hand. It's true that no matter how sharp the knife is, there will still be cracks that you have to look closely to see. He stood by a window, waving and smiling happily. In short, that person Tu Lan can attack Tae-san at any time, and Cha Yua is alone. He looked at a group of people dressed in black with murderous intent below. They all looked towards him. So can we start now? My side has already prepared everything. Then he smiled another smile. This smile was unexpectedly sinister. Today will be the day that Cha Yua will lose his life at the hands of Tae-san. On the other side, under the golden sunset, Father Yua stood quietly by the window, looking full of loneliness. The wind blowing on her body further revealed her gloomy loneliness. On the table there is also a nameplate clearly written in gold-plated letters, Representative Director of Tianheng, Father Yua. She is attentively calling on the phone. She remembered what old man Gu had just said, Chief, isn't the most dangerous thing to hold a sharp knife in your hand but not be able to control it? If you don't want yourself to be injured by the blade, that knife, it's best we destroy it first. Cha Yua, after calling without any response, felt a bit angry and blamed Tu Lan. Why didn't you answer the phone? After that, she chose to take the stairs down from the building. There are many people standing in the lobby. They stared at her as she came down. They came to talk to Father Yua in a reasonable manner. Director, where are you going alone? What should you do if you encounter those Tae-san bastards again? But she didn't answer them at all, just focused on asking about one topic, Tu Lan. Does anyone know where Tu Lan went? The others replied. She said she was going to negotiate something with Tae-san group and then suddenly walked out. Cha Yua sighed, took out his sunglasses from his pocket and said, Sigh, always do what you want, everyone, get ready. The man with long curly hair, who seemed to be a bodyguard, waved his hand and signaled to the people behind him, let's go see Tae-san too. Cha Yua took the lead, her body exuding the true demeanor of a cool CEO. She thought to herself, it's really still too early to confirm that all the recent chaos is caused by Tae-san. If their real purpose was to disrupt Tianheng, they wouldn't have given me the information about one sink in the first place. The most important thing now is to stop Tu Lan. Attacking Tae-san now will only make things more complicated. When Cha Yua's group reached the door, they were stopped by a few thugs holding steel pipes in their hands and covering their mouths with black scarves. They calmly said when they recognized her, Director Cha Yua, where are you going? Cha Yua turned around and looked calmly, without fear. The masked man sarcastically said, it's very dangerous for women and girls to go out on the street at this hour, it's so late at night, maybe let us escort you. Father Yua turned around and looked at them contemptuously, then uttered the words, escort me, I don't know if you guys can handle it. The bandit narrowed his eyes and said in a teasing tone, of course, don't you know that playing numbers is our forte? A bodyguard of Cha Yua saw this and was angry, shouting, you damn brats, where did you come from to dare to speak so rudely? I will show you what it means, polite. Suddenly, the curly-haired guy from before used an iron bar to hit the guy's head so hard that he logged out on the spot. Father Yua was also extremely surprised by the presence of this person. Then, he raised his face to look at Father Yua and shouted loudly, "Director, all of this is for Tian Heng's future." His face still had blood stains from that bodyguard. His face was sinister and emotionless. Cha Yu's other bodyguards have all been controlled by his men, so you better stop quickly. Returning to Baek Lesu's battle, he also quickly avoided the iron stick swinging right at his head. Huang Hao did not stop but swung his hands in succession to attack. He provoked, "It looks like that is a knife that you treasure very much, what a pity." Baek Lesu looked at the broken knife in his hand, with countless thoughts in his mind. Then, he leaned to the side again to avoid old Huang's attack. Suddenly he let go of the iron rod in his hand, quickly changed hands and attacked Lesu. This attack surprised Lesu and could not avoid it. Huang Hao's move reminded Lesu of when he fought Tu Lan last time. She also used the same fighting method as Huang just before. Then, he staggered and stood up again. Seeing this, Huang Hao turned to look and said provocatively, "I thought that shot could finish you off. It seems your strength is definitely not ordinary at all." Li Su looked at his broken knife and coldly replied, "If you can break my knife, you are not average." The other man laughed loudly and patted his own head. "Ha ha ha, do you judge my ability just by that knife? It's true that I have compliments for you, but saying that makes you too arrogant, that's arrogant." After that, he twirled the iron rod in his hand out of habit. "That's really too objective, do you still not understand yourself?" Having said that, he pointed the tip of the iron rod towards Director Beck, his eyes full of unexpected sinisterness. Baek Lesu now looked at his own face displayed on the light knife that was broken in half, with the words Tay San engraved on it. He repeated the words that the other man said, "Not knowing yourself well can be considered that. Lately I've been asking myself a lot." Having said that, he took out another knife from his back. He turned black and said coldly, "Then today I will show you my true appearance. You should also find a way to repay me properly. From now on, give me everything you have." The man was stunned, not understanding what was going on, so he had to ask again, "What do you mean?" Baek Lesu did not respond but directly attacked him quickly, causing Huang Hao to have difficulty defending him. After that, a series of strong knife blows were swung in front of him, leaving him unable to react in time and could only slowly retreat backwards. He even had to use his elbow to block Lesu's attack. He silently assessed, the movement of the attack has become much quicker, and the attack has also become more dangerous. While he was still lost in his thoughts, the male lead quickly raised his knee and kicked him hard in the jaw, causing him to fall back and cry out in pain. Not letting him regain his composure, the male protagonist continuously attacked Huang Hao. He can't counterattack, he can only step back to block the attack. While blocking the continuous attacks from Lesu, the old king thought, "Can't just block attacks like this." He silently decided, "If so, I will show you what I can do." Just this one decisive blow. Thinking of doing it, old Huang used both hands to grasp the iron bar tightly, putting all the preparation for the spanking is over. But Baek Lesu read his thoughts. He leaned over, pushed hard on his shoulder and raised his voice to challenge, "Are you planning on giving me the finishing blow?" After that, Baek Lesu used his own strength to push him down, trip him, causing him to lose his footing and fall to the ground. He quickly sat on Mr. Huang's body, pressed him down tightly and raised the sharp knife high, preparing to stab him down. His face was filled with anger as he coldly said, "Come on." The man below fell into a situation where he could only barely utter a few words. "Are you really human? No, you are clearly a demon in human form." Baek Dokyung was like a hungry wolf hunting for a long time. He raised his knife high, wanting to stab him down and finish him off. His entire large, strong body was covered in dark black. When Li Su's knife tip was just a breath away from Huang Hao's face, suddenly, there was a very loud call, "Boss, you have to quickly come over and see the situation here, the situation is very urgent." At this time, Baek Dokyung also turned his attention to the guy in blue who just ran over. That was Lim the Ferret. This guy was also holding a chocolate-covered cake, eating it while saying very calmly, "Reactionary, no, a riot has occurred." Hearing this, Huang Hao couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Reactionary?" A bit of surprise appeared on his face. "What is the meaning of violence? What the hell are you talking about? Why in Tianheng?" On Cha Yu's side at this time, the scene was extremely chaotic. A bodyguard guy was fighting with the reactionaries and shouted, "Director, please run away quickly, open the way quickly, we have to take the director to a safe place first." At this moment, Cha Yu was confused, raised his hand, looked at the blood stain that seemed to have dried, and stammered, "This." Two other bodyguards also quickly came around to protect her. They shouted loudly at the same time, "Director, you must quickly leave here. What about information about Boss Tu Lan?" The bodyguard on the side responded, "We still haven't been able to contact her. Right now, protecting the director is the most important thing." He didn't pay attention to a masked thug holding an axe running towards him. ready to hit him on the head. Father Yuo was quickly taken out of this chaotic area. Others from both Tae-san Group and Tianheng Group are still fighting fiercely. Injured people were lying on the streets. On the balcony of a room above the building, there was a shadow that had been watching their every move. Then he blurted out one sentence, "Director Cha, I'm sorry." That's old man Gu Chang-jun. He even had a sinister smile. He was proud of his betrayal, but soon old Gu would have to pay a heavy price. Gu Chang-jun proudly exclaimed, "But after this, our Tianheng will definitely be even stronger." When the bodyguards brought Cha Yuwa to safety, she was not in a very good state. The bodyguard quickly grabbed her shoulder and said loudly, "Director Cha, please calm down." Father Yuwa was extremely depressed at this time, clutching his head. There were dried blood stains on her face and hands. In the end, why did things turn out like this? Tu Lan, where are you? Tu Lan here also just finished a battle with the traitors. Looking at the situation, it seemed that the group of people were not opponents of this butcher girl. The men in the car were all dealt with by her. But there were a lot of people who wanted to kill Tu Lan. Right in front of Tu Lan was a squad of strong men, holding weapons in their hands, preparing to attack her. However, Butcher Tu Lan was not afraid at all and stood there proudly as if challenging those people. Father Yuo was now curled up in a corner of the closed room. She was trembling in fear. Tu Lan, you said you would never leave me alone, please come back." She had to try to cover her ears to block out the sound of fighting outside. Out there, her teammates and the opposing faction were fighting fiercely. Each sound of curses could not be heard as he uttered, "Die, you bastard." Then there was a silence that surprised Cha Yuwa, followed by the sound of turning the doorknob and knocking, and a hoarse male voice rang out, "Open the door, we're Tae-san, it's okay, everyone, it's over." When Cha Yuwa opened the door, he saw a tall figure with some blood stains on it. Baek Lee-soo said coldly, "We don't have much time, so I'll keep it simple. Cha Yuwa, please make a choice. If you want to continue hiding behind this door, I won't stop you. Please stay hidden like now." This statement also made Cha Yuwa a little startled. Lee-soo continued, "The situation outside is very chaotic right now. If you want to go out, think carefully, because maybe you could also become one of the bodies scattered here. Now do you want to stay or walk with me through this rain of blood?" Having said that, he held out his large hand in front of her face. His eyes narrowed as if wanting to see each of her expressions more clearly. He said seriously, "Choose." 10 years ago at Tianheng headquarters, one of the two people sitting on the chair said, "Why did you call us at a time when everything was on the brink of collapse like this? In the near future, Il Hawk will divide the franchise business for other Korean organizations. Now, foreign powers like us have nowhere to cling to anymore." This person is the leader of the Korean gang, Wee Jang-ho, the representative of the Korean gang in the southwest region. He waved his axe and said, "Business rights in this southwest region will definitely falls into the hands of a Korean organization. Then won't we all get our asses kicked?" Belonging to the Chinese gang, Gu Chang-jun, representative of the Korean gang in the southwest region, slammed his hand on the chair and replied, "They see us as dogs, only knowing how to eat leftover rice and soup, huh?" The person sitting at the table raised his hand to adjust the nameplate and tapped hard on the table. "That's why I called you here. Actually, we still have another method." Gu Chang-jun looked at that person deeply. "What is the method?" The nameplate was straightened up and then knocked heavily on the table. "That we will make a Korean gang submit to us. He is the pioneer of the three associations of the Black Dragon River, Huang Hao, the branch leader of the three associations of the Black Dragon River." He continued, "The Tianheng Association was once one of the business associations that Il Hawk protected and granted business rights to in the past, but if Il Hawk collapsed, it would mean Tianheng would also go bankrupt. Even the director Tianheng's commander is also missing now. So it can be said that this Tianheng group is our lifeline. Now let's stand up together to take over this Tianheng." Gu Chang-jun thought deeply, "Then who will be the leader? If one of us becomes the leader, it won't be any different from before." Huang Hao pulled out his chair. "The daughter of the previous Tianheng Association's boss has been found. In other words, she is a female tycoon. This year she just turned 19 years old, completely qualified to stand as our leader." Gu Chang-jun objected, "What? It can't be like that, isn't that still too childish?" Huang Hao looked out the door. "Oh, are you here, everyone? Let's say hello. This is the face of our Tianheng. She is Cha Yuhua." Her expression was not very happy. Behind her is the butcher Tu Lan. Huang Hao pulled out a chair for Yuhua and said, "Ah yes, I think we should also change the company name. How about the name Tianheng Trading Group? We have to take a classy name, the world." Gu Chang-jun still disagreed, but it's impossible to entrust an entire organization to such an immature girl. Huang Hao reassured, "Don't worry too much, we will help her as much as possible. Tianheng Trading Group will forever be as strong as a rock." Big, sturdy arms stretched out, Father Yuwa chose to reach out and hold his hand. In the middle of the road, She stopped, stood up, bowed her head slightly and adjusted her glasses. Okay, you can leave it to me. Her eyes widened with a horrified expression of the bodies lying in the hallway. Ha, that's impossible. Everyone was the three of you who took care of all this. Lim Kyung-chun stood aside and calmly divided the cake into 2 parts and gave it to Cyan. The cake is very delicious. Do you want to have a piece? Cyan was confused. Why do you always give me a smaller portion? Lee Soo curiously asked Hua. But where is Miss Tu Lan? Why did things here turn out like this? Father Yua hesitated, took out his phone. That's right, I have to contact Tu Lan right away. A guy who was beaten to the point of losing his ability to resist laughed mockingly. What a bunch of idiots. His stomach was full of blood. Looking for Father Yua is of no use. Today, both she and Tu Lan should have died, but it seems that today only that idiot has to die without a master, next door person. Then Cha Yua was stunned. What did you say? The scene changes to Tu Lan before the battle. She crosses her arms across her chest, scowling and cursing. Damn it. She called out with a harsh voice. The junior sitting above turned his head. Yes. Tu Lan asked, how long will it take to get to Tai San and the others? The junior was confused. Yes, that. Tu Lan didn't wait for him to reply and continued complaining. There's more. Next to her were 2 fat men. Do you have to cram everything into such a small car? It's too tight. Please get out of the car less. If you want to take another car or jog, do whatever you want. The junior bowed his head. Sorry boss, but the other cars are all full. Tu Lan got irritated. Each hand pushed one person against the car window and shouted. Then you guys get down and go jogging. Let's see if it's okay to squeeze like this. Poor junior, it's almost there. Boss, can you bear with it a little longer? The driver was concerned. Boss seems more sensitive than usual today. Did something happen that made you unhappy? Tu Lan put her hands on the 2 juniors and said in annoyance, shut up, what the hell is going on? The juniors all realized that something had happened. The driver suggested, don't you want to tell me? If you keep that mood and vent your anger, it's not a good way for us. The person sitting in the passenger seat asked, there must be something that makes you upset, right? Tu Lan was irritated. Go ask your leader. The junior sympathized. Is that again? Our leader has many things to worry about, so sometimes it's a bit difficult to understand. Tu Lan scolded. What leader is not decisive? We always wholeheartedly follow the leader's orders, and even if she told us to die, no one would complain. It's not like we know how to use her judgment to run the organization, yet she can't even give me orders telling me what to do. The driver asked, do you always think that we can all live and die by following the leader's orders? But the truth is not like that. There are still many people who have too many regrets to let go, can face death. Not all of us have the same strong will as you. We are, to be honest, just small people trying to survive, not strong enough to face death. Tu Lan looked at everyone's expressions and understood. It turns out that death is so scary for everyone. So why didn't I think of this until now? She strangled tiredly. Sigh, it's because I'm a shallow person. If I don't say it, how can I understand? Tu Lan's eyes were sharp. But how long until we get to the Tai-san organization? I feel like you guys are driving me around. The guy sitting in the passenger seat didn't continue acting. That's enough, could you be quiet for a bit? Tu Lan quickly reached out and reached for the knife hanging at her side, but her arms were locked tightly by the 2 men sitting next to her. The guy sitting in the passenger seat turned around and punched Tu Lan's chin hard, causing her to throw her head back. After he finished punching, he shook his wrist. Damn, that was really good. I've been waiting to punch this bitch in the snout for a long time. The corner of Tu Lan's mouth pulled out. If you want to punch me so much, you better hold on tight. If you let me escape, you won't die completely. The driver was embarrassed. Boss, actually, we have no other choice. Because of life, we have to do this reluctantly. Tu Lan used her upper body as a support and then kicked the driver's face with her right leg. The other guys did not anticipate this action of hers. The car lost control. The friction on the road created a shrill screeching sound. The guy sitting on the right reacted quickly, faced the danger and quickly grabbed the steering wheel, but the guy sitting on the left refused to let go. Tu Lan grabbed the other man's hands tightly and used strong force to smash their heads together in a painful blow. Tu Lan finished dealing with them just like that. You guys have a lot of fat. You guys are really soft, very suitable for cutting meat and feeding it to the dog. The sound of wheels rubbing on the road creates a harsh sound. The car, without a driver, overturned several times on the road, with several broken pieces of the car scattered everywhere. The cars behind also stopped. The car door was kicked open and Tu Lan jumped out of the car. A sound came from inside the car. Tu Lan looked back slightly and saw someone trying to crawl out of the car, then spat. Little human trying to stay alive. Her eyes glanced forward. And you trash, are you all willing to sell your personality just to live? In her hand she held her sharp and powerful knife. Whoever says yes, come here. my knife will show you what the price of betrayal is. Several traitors shouted and rushed forward. Don't be afraid, he's only alone, don't be afraid. A person holding a knife stabbed at him. Chu Lan hit him in the face with the sole of her shoe until his entire face was distorted. He was kicked, his nose bled, then fell backwards. The knife in his hand also fell out. A guy with an axe rushed forward. Tu Lan slashed his hand hard. This guy screamed in pain. Ah! In Tu Lan's mind there was only one thought: die, you bastard. A guy who didn't know whether he was alive or dead stabbed from her side. Tu Lan's arm exerted force and pulled the knife in the other man's hand, making him hiss. Ah! She put her foot hard on his shoulder. This guy was kicked by Tu Lan. The guy hit him from the side so he couldn't miss. Her knife was also pulled out, causing blood to splatter, but she did not stop and immediately slashed hard, the sharp blade cutting the other man's wrist. His wrist was severed. Tu Lan also gave him an additional cut on his bicep. Ah, my hand. The guy holding the axe had her wrist cut off. Tu Lan pulled him up and slashed his other hand hard on the shoulder. One of her arms was slashed and flew out. The scene was extremely horrifying. Fresh blood dripped from the tip of Tu Lan's knife. The first guy rushed to stab her and backed away in fear. Hey, don't be afraid. Tu Lan waved the knife, looked down and said arrogantly, I'm the only one, right? The remaining guys were scared stiff. Tu Lan's foot stepped on the person lying on the ground. Have you ever asked why people call me the Butcher of the Heavenly Hung? I really like that nickname. Those guys were afraid of losing their nerve, turning to blame each other. Damn, from the beginning I told you this was not okay. Touch anyone. Don't touch this crazy woman. The other guy trembled. Sniff, it's not over, let's run. Tu Lan crawled out from a pool of blood like an evil Asura. That's right, those frightened eyes and those moans of yours are like animals about to be slaughtered. You can call me a crazy woman or whatever, but you can call me whatever you want. The sharp blade slashed out, blocking the car door that was about to close for a bunch of cowards. And don't forget, the Butcher is the last name you can call me. Huang Hao leaned against the wall while smoking and said, it will take 10 years. Only foreigners like us will be recognized and have a place in Seoul, even taking control of the southwest region. The name Tian Hung that you see today was written by the blood and tears of countless people. Huang Hao glanced at Gu Chang Jun who was kneeling on the ground, and yet you dare to disregard all of that. Old man Gu Chang Jun trembled and reached out his hand. I don't have it, Mr. Huang, listen to my explanation. Either way, Tian Hung has come to an end. Huang Hao walked over and kicked the old man's fake hand away. Can you still say those dirty words? Gu Chang Jun stammered, don't you understand this? The government has also directly interfered in our affairs. That One Sync project was created by the government to purge and control all underground forces. The world has truly changed, all organizations will collapse sooner or later, even Tian Hung cannot avoid this, even the General Association has disbanded, our Tian Hung then it will be swallowed up. He reached out to Huang Hao, think again, we will work together again. Huang Hao stared at the old man's outstretched hand, as if thinking about something. He grabbed Gu Chang Jun's hand. Are you saying Tian Hung will collapse like other organizations in Seoul? Gu Chang Jun thought Huang Hao had chosen his side and happily replied, that's right, we can't change. Huang Hao's eyes suddenly became scary. How dare you think about such stupid thing? Gu Chang Jun's fingers were squeezed tightly and bent back. He screamed and begged, Mr. Huang, spare your life. Huang Hao picked up the knife from the ground. A year ago, what did you say with your own mouth? This organization will be handed over to that girl. Do you remember what I said then? The Tian Hung organization will forever be as stable as a stone table. Tian Hung is the blood flower that blooms brightly in the dark night and is also the flower with the most thorns that no one dares to touch. Huang Hao placed the blade across Gu Chang Jun's hand and continued, those who don't believe in that will have to pay the price. Gu Chang Jun panicked, Mr. Huang, don't do it, Mr. Huang, spare your life. His fingers were severed after one cut. You are not qualified to touch that blood flower anymore. Gu Chang Jun screamed in pain. Huang Hao warned him, don't forget, this is my Tian Hung. A week later, at a certain campus of the Tian Hung Association, a group of subordinates were standing in a row outside the door. Cyan stood next to Jin Yong. Suddenly he said, Gorilla Uncle, I wonder if I missed something. He tilted his head. I clearly remember that we helped the Tian Hung organization, yet their attitude still looks so unsightly. What is it? And yet their attitude still looks so unsightly. What's wrong? Mr. Jin Yong explained, their leader was attacked. Furthermore, within the organization there are traitors. That's why they are like this. I think they still need time to be able to bring it up, decide whether we are allies or enemies. Inside the room, Huang Hao sat across from Li Su. Huang Hao spoke first, we hope you will sympathize with us. He expressed, our leader should have come directly and discussed with you, but due to some unavoidable trouble, this time I would like to be the reluctant representative. Li Su pondered, so you guys sent a money exchange station manager to represent Tian Hung. Should I accept and consider this a joke? Or should I feel satisfied that in front of me is the one who holds the real power, this, am I right, the boss of the Three Gorges? Huang Hao took off his sunglasses and laughed, ha ha ha. If you value me that much, everything will be resolved quickly, then let's summarize and resolve the matter here first. Tae-san, how do you feel about shaking hands with Tian Hung? Li Su was surprised, what? Huang Hao continued, we clearly understand the situation about the project called One Sink and a series of recent events, so aren't you guys in dire need of a quality ally right now, or what? He shook the wine bottle, when it comes to this matter, there is no one more suitable than us Tian Hung, what do you think? Li Su picked up the cup of wine and responded to Huang Hao's suggestion, this is not something I can decide, because now, our Tae-san has returned to Il Ha. Huang Hao leaned back in his chair, ha ha, I said I understand everything that's happened recently. Don't hide behind the puppet leader like that anymore, why don't we talk, can we be honest with each other? Li Su took out a cigarette, puppet leader, I thought this sentence should be reserved for Tian Hung, I've been annoyed since just now. He lit a cigarette and continued, in short, you want to attract us to Tian Hung, right? Huang Hao laughed, rolling up his sleeve to reveal the tattoo on his arm, ha ha, it's true that youth hasn't experienced life so their vision is too limited, you have to see the whole picture behind Tian Hung. Outside it started to rain. Cyan stood under the porch, reaching out his arm. Oh, it's raining. Xu Lan's clothes were covered in blood and she walked between two porches. Tian Hung's man stood up, boss is here. Tu Lan asked, where is Mr. Huang, is he inside? The junior replied, yes, that's right, he's talking to the president of Tae-san. Someone blocked Tu Lan's path, making her suspicious. Mr. Jin Yong adjusted the buttons of his shirt, this time, it's rude, our boss is discussing something inside. So everyone who is not allowed is banned from the door. Xu Lan scolded in annoyance, haven't you had enough of flailing your lips, why don't you quickly get out, don't act like the boss in someone else's home like that. Mr. Jin Yong was as patient and polite as possible, right now we are trying very hard to be patient with you. Xu Lan curled her lips and smiled, peace, standing on someone else's yard and demanding to be their father like that, is that an act of peace to you guys? Mr. Jin Yong signaled, then please excuse me, it seems we cannot avoid bloodshed here today. He took off his vest, Tu Lan also entered a state of alertness, Cyan hooked his nail. Well, just let her in, he blew a small amount of dust, what happens when you get in there, there's nothing she can do, at most, she can scream and curse a few words, but she can't do anything more. Tu Lan's face was filled with murderous intent, rushing towards Cyan, her knife slashed hard across the side of his face, Tu Lan stabbed the knife into the wooden wall behind Cyan. This cripple, do you want to cripple the other arm, let her give you the satisfaction. Cyan calmly said, what about my other hand? Cyan's small spinning knife is also waiting to stab Tu Lan's stomach. She was not afraid, threatening, this damn guy, let's try stabbing and see whose knife is faster. Cyan pretended, oh, I'm so scared, I almost stabbed myself. Huang Hao and Li Su came out of the room, Huang Hao frowned and shouted, Tu Lan, what are you doing? Tu Lan took back the knife and did not forget to turn around and warn Cyan, you're not done with me yet, you bastard. Cyan teasingly turned around and said to Jin Yong, hey, so you're asking me out on a date, right? Huang Hao questioned, what did you do? Xu Lan walked over, she looked at Li Su, it's a bit inconvenient to say it now. Li Su knew the intention to lead his people away, why are you getting so carried away, we're leaving now, we hope you'll help us later. Huang Hao asked, what's going on, why did you come here? Xu Lan reported, Yua's father has disappeared. Huang Hao opened his eyes wide, what, Father Yua has? Seriously, director, I don't understand anymore. Cyan grumbled, why do you help them, they're all scoundrels. Lim Kyung Chun used a dry towel to wipe his wet hair. Li Su replied to Cyan, calm down, this isn't really a waste of effort. Our prediction about that name Huang Hao is completely correct, the person behind Tian Hung and the central figure of the Three Gorges is him. The Three Gorges Association entered Korea through him. Father Yua is nothing more than a puppet. The three heroes entered Korea through him. Father Yua is nothing more than a puppet. Cyan sighed, sigh, turns out she's really a puppet, but why do you say that? When she's sitting right next to you like this, girls will be sad when you call them a puppet. Lim Kyung Chun poked his head up and accused, but you clearly said she was a puppet. Cyan scolded the boy, you're so talented these days. Cyan patted the boy's head, but after all, you've worked hard, kid. Back to a few hours ago, when Cha Yua was still under house arrest, the door to her room was opened. Lim Kyung Chun had a cake in his mouth and raised his hand to keep her quiet. Cha Yua recalled, I didn't expect you guys to dare to break in there to drag me away like this. Beck do know. Director Beck, why did you think I would agree to cooperate with Tae-san? Lee Soo replied, my intuition says so, I just have the feeling that no one wants to live and have to wear a mask to act all the time. I think you are the same, anyway, you are very welcome. Lim Kyung-chun shared some of his cake with Cha Yua. Lee Soo took the remaining portion from the boy's hand. As the leader of Tianheng, of course we have to give a warm welcome. Lim Kyung-chun saw that his cake was taken away and was extremely surprised. Tianheng sighed, Mr. Huang, I'm really sorry. He bowed low. At that time, it happened in just a short moment, but fortunately this time our army did not suffer many casualties. Huang Hao bent down to pick up something from the ground and said, it's not that we avoided casualties, it's that they didn't want to do that. In his hand was the crust that Lim Kyung-chun often ate. He also remembered the Lim boy he met last time. Realizing everything, Huang Hao was angry and the crust of the cake was tightened by him. Tae-san, everything will change at this point. 10 years ago at a certain school. Father Yua and his friends carefully looked outside and observed. The girl next to me carefully looked around, it doesn't seem to be there. The three of them walked out after school. See, I told you if we go through the back door, it'll be okay. At this moment, there was a loud call, Father Yua. Xu Lan was irritated, damn, I knew it would be like this, I told you to go out through the main door. She grabbed Cha Yua's collar, you still dare to try to escape. The girl accompanying Cha Yua shouted, what are you planning to do? Why do you threaten my friend like that every day? If it happens again, I'll call the police. Tu Lan threatened, call me and see, do you know who you're touching, you little brat? Father Yua was afraid that his friend would be in trouble, so he advised, come on, I'm okay, don't worry, just go home first. The girl was worried, Mr. Yua, her two friends shook the phone, then if you have anything, please contact us via Kakao Talk, if there's anything, you must tell us. The decorative phone chain representing their friendship also shook. In the car, Cha Yua couldn't stand it anymore. In the car, he questioned, why do you come to school every day to look for me? I have become the leader according to everything you asked. Tu Lan crossed her RMS, that's why I had to come here, leader. Father Yua loudly said, is it possible that whoever is the leader will be kidnapped by you like this? Tu Lan asked back, if you were really kidnapped, what would you do? Yua's father stiffened, was he kidnapped? Tu Lan frowned and explained to her, that's right, now an 18-year-old student like you has officially become the director of Tianheng Trading Company. If another organization really wants to kidnap you, then what will happen? How will you do that? You are not an easy prey to swallow, just target a high school girl, then lock her up, send a part of her body back to Tianheng every day, that's all it takes, threaten both the Three Gorges and Tianheng Guild. That's the world you're entering, so you should see how lucky you are to meet us at the gate like this. Father Yua became understanding, I know, I won't avoid you guys anymore, but at least don't be so rude to my friends, they're also worried, that's why it's just like that for me. Xu Lan looked at Cha Yua's phone with a cat-shaped lanyard attached, she remembered her other two friends had the same picture. She angrily propped her chin up and looked out the window, seriously, it's really annoying, okay, I understand, but just now, what did they say Kakao Talk was? It was Cha Yua's turn to laugh, don't you use your phone. Back to the present, Huang Hao now sat in his office chair, took out the crust he had just picked up and told Tu Lan. Yua's father has been taken away by Tae-san. I saw that Tae-san has a kid who always carries this type of cake, he even left the cover here like that, it's like laughing at us. They will definitely use her to take the initiative, so they foolishly overlooked the very important thing that now the association has disbanded and He Longjiang has decided to directly intervene, to Tianheng. Tu Lan frowned, even so, we still have to rely on Father Yua's reputation. Huang Hao told her, the most important thing for us is only Tianheng, the situation has reached this point, so we have to think about big things. The truth is that in the current situation, Cha Yua, how valuable is it to us? The convoy of cars followed each other on the road. Tu Lan frowned, how valuable is Father Yua? The driver announced, we've arrived at Tae-san's territory. Tu Lan ordered, quickly go to the underground parking lot, we will deal with them from below first. The convoy rushed forward, they rushed straight into the parking garage, after stopping, they all fully equipped and jumped down. Suddenly a voice came from the front, why are you so late, butcher? The car lights turned on, Tu Lan's group was blinded and covered their eyes with their hands. Lee Soo and his men stood blocking the opposite side. Tu Lan knew she was trapped. Damn, Lee Soo played with the lighter, you have to think about the people waiting for you, right? Tu Lan angrily shouted, why are you fucking dogs, where's Yua's father? A pair of glasses was thrown at her, Tu Lan caught it. These are Father Yua's glasses. Lee Soo slowly walked over, please keep polite when standing in front of us, this is not a problem that can be resolved with violence. He walked up to her and bowed slightly. You have to think carefully before acting. Don't forget that Cha Yua is in our hands. Do you know what we can do to her? When I'm angry, I easily commit evil actions. There. Xiu Lan's face darkened. She gritted her teeth. I will tear you apart, bastard. Li Su looked at Tian Heng's group. So you should put down your weapon. Tian Heng's group could only throw their weapons on the ground. Li Su looked at the person in front of him. You are no exception, Butcher, because you are the scariest person here. Xiu Lan remembered Huang Hao's words. The only thing that is important to us is Tian Heng. Since the situation has reached such a level, we have to think about big things. The truth is that in the current situation, how valuable is Father Yua to our Tian Heng? Tu Lan followed Li Su. Cha Yua stood next to the glass window watching. She clutched the phone hanging from the swinging hook below. Li Su called, Director, there's a guest here. She suddenly looked at the person entering, Tu Lan. Tu Lan's first sentence was to scold loudly. Damn, do you have a problem with your mind? Why did you let yourself be taken away like this? How many times have I told you to be absolutely careful with outsiders? Father Yua whispered, this is not kidnapping. Tu Lan was stunned. What? Father Yua gathered all his courage and shouted loudly, I was not kidnapped by them. I followed them here. Tu Lan couldn't believe it. What do you mean, you followed them here yourself? Do you know how much trouble our Tian Heng is now because of you? Father Yua weakly said, I'm sorry, but I can't. I can no longer handle being the leader of Tian Heng. Tu Lan grabbed her collar. What, are you starting to have a fit again? Cha Yua whispered, I can't stop trembling at any time. I can't stop trembling with fear. Really, up until now, I have never been so afraid of this life, because there are you and me there are people I can trust. I know everything everyone does is to protect me. Yes, I am a leader who always needs everyone like that. I always try not to disappoint everyone. Tears welled up at the corner of Cha Yua's eye. But I can never forget that look, the disgusting look in my eyes as I took the lives of the comrades I once trusted. They were ready to kill me just because they no longer needed me. Xiu Lan grabbed Cha Yua's shoulder tightly. Calm down, those bastards were sent to hell by my own hand. Tears fell from Cha Yua's eyes. I can't trust anyone anymore, so why did you come here to find me? Her eyes were blank. Are you here to take my life? Xiu Lan silently stared at her. Her hands clasped Father Yua's neck. This is completely reasonable. A person who is no longer effective is best eliminated. After that, the Black Dragon River of the Three Gorges will go up, continue govern Tian Heng and rule Seoul. Seeing that, Jin Yang was about to advance, but Li Su patted his shoulder to stop Jin Yang's action. Xiu Lan relaxed her arms but still hugged Cha Yua. Cha Yua, you are the problem. Have you forgotten who I am? I am a child abandoned at the age of 3, raised in Heilongjiang. How many lives I kill is not a problem for me. But I have chosen you to be the leader, Cha Yua, so I will not do anything against your will. Only you can give me orders. No one can touch a hair of yours. This is my will and oath. I will kill anyone who dares to harm you and Tian Heng. Xiu Lan's eyes were affectionate. Because I am the butcher of Tian Heng, and you are my leader, Father Yua. The atmosphere was very touching. Father Yua criticized, what is that? That's so disgusting. You've never said that before. Xiu Lan was irritated. You idiot, why don't you look at my Kakao Talk messages? Father Yua explained, because I left in such a hurry that I didn't have time to charge my phone. On the 2 girls' phones there are also 2 keychains to represent friendship. On this side, Huang Hao answered the phone with a cold face. Tu Lan, so you decided to follow that bit. He looked at the person opposite and said, it's such an important matter. How rude of you, let's discuss that first. A voice rang out and introduced, this is Mr. Ryu Taehyung, Representative Director of Jia Lang Group. Huang Hao looked at the other person and asked, and this person I seem to have never met before. He asked, are you Manager Jang Sung-ho? Manager Jang spoke up, nice to meet you, my name is Jang Sung-ho. Huang Hao said, our Tian Heng was attacked by Tae-san not long ago, even our Representative Director Cha Yua was kidnapped by them. As a temporary director to replace Tian Heng, I will definitely not forgive Tae-san. So I wonder if you two would be so kind as to join me in this battle. Huang Hao clasped his hands, we will crush Tae-san and Il Hawk. This time we must act thoroughly. Manager Jang stood up, it is truly an honor for us to cooperate with Mr. Huang. He lit a cigarette for Huang Hao and continued, to show some sincerity of cooperation, I will tell you interesting information about Tae-san. Did you know that Tae-san's leader Baek Do-kyung also has a twin brother named Baek Lee-soo? Huang Hao doubtfully repeated, Baek Lee-soo. He held a cigarette in his hand and blew passionately. I've also heard that Baek Do-kyung had a twin brother, but didn't he already die? Funeral of his younger brother is also a big rumor among us gangsters. He looked down, looking calmly at the extremely sumptuous table of food in front of him. Department head Jang Sung-ho raised his hand to adjust his glasses and calmly said, "The brother who was killed was once a member of our special forces team. His strength was extremely outstanding. The older brother is a person who came out of the Yakuza world and then stood up to establish an organization in Seoul, and the younger brother is an elite soldier of the special forces team. They are an extremely perfect pair of siblings and their faces are perfectly similar." Hwang Hao put the cigarette in his mouth, took a sip and asked, "Perfectly similar, what do you mean?" Head of department Jang Sung-ho seemed to be waiting for just that, smiled faintly and said, "I want to talk about Baek Do-kyung, the leader of Tae-san." What if it wasn't Baek Do-kyung? His glasses were shadowy under the light of the electric lights, revealing half a squinted eye that only showed a sinister look that was not easy to deal with. Then, he paused for a second and then continued, "Because who knows, behind that mask is a completely different person of Baek Do-kyung." Hwang Hao just remained silent, focusing on smoking his cigarette. He remembered Baek Do-kyung's recent actions when confronting him, then cautiously asked again, "Are you saying that the one who holds Tae-san now is not Baek Do-kyung but Baek Lee-soo?" "That's completely true, could happen." The long-haired man sitting across from him narrowed his eyes, suspecting he had a bad feeling in his heart. What the hell did they say? Isn't that Baek Do-kyung? His face stands out with 2 scars extending from his hairline down to his cheeks, looking very fierce. The man Hwang Hao now held a cigarette and pressed it hard on the table to extinguish it, then calmly said, "But whatever you say, if that person really isn't Baek Do-kyung, then it has nothing to do with it, to us." Department head Jang Sung-ho opened his vest and took something out of his pocket. He was still extremely calm, slowly placed his hands on the table, and said, "That doesn't concern you, but it does concern other people." Hwang Hao wondered, who does it have to do with? There was a large man's hand carrying a photo not far away. Department head Jang Sung-ho quickly showed that photo in Hwang Hao's direction. "Those are the people who will shake Tae-san." His hand still covered the face of the person in the picture. He said, "There is an ancient saying, if there is a high mountain, there must be a higher mountain." But in the tall Tae-san office building, the windows are still lit. Father Yuo ran to Baek Do-kyung's place, saying in fear and confusion, "Hey, calm down." Then, she shouted loudly, "Tu-lan, you don't have to do that." Tu-lan was now struggling to take off her white vest, revealing her muscular muscles hidden inside. Father Yuo was confused and ran to stop Tu-lan. Cha Yuo begged, "Listen to me." Tu-lan angrily spat out the words, "Humph, really?" Tu-lan was still extremely dissatisfied, pulled out the short, shining knife, engraving the delicate Chinese characters pinned to her waist. "She told you," boldly speaking every word, "I'll say it again, Tae-san, if you win against me, then everything about me and Cha Yuo will be decided by you, then I will swear allegiance." Baek Lee-soo loosened his tie handsomely, listening to Tu-lan's words, "But if the winner is me, then on the contrary, Tae-san, you will have to wear my control chain around your neck forever, after." Father Yuo opened his eyes wide in panic and advised Tu-lan to stop. "What if you have some fate?" Tu-lan didn't turn around, but stood still, glanced at Cha Yuo and reassured her, "Just stand there and watch a good show." Baek Lee-soo on the other side also comforted director Cha, "Don't worry too much." The guy just pulled out the knife, then dropped it on the ground, as if challenging Tu-lan. Baek Lee-soo twisted his wrist and said calmly, "I won't be too harsh on her, you can relax, I won't mind." The colorful tattoos, like ink paintings on his hands, appear more clearly with every move he makes. Tu-lan felt angry when she heard that. She got angry, turned around and rushed towards him, warning as she ran, "Stop talking so much, bastard, I'll take one of your arms to help you." Warning. As soon as she got close, she swung the knife really hard in a beautiful arc. But Baek Lee-soo is not ordinary. He just took a step back and immediately avoided it. Tu-lan's face looked a little surprised, then she continued to be enthusiastic, holding the knife and continuing to rush towards that direction to attack. Then, she frowned and said, "Tae-san, can you really defeat that person?" After that, Tu-lan strongly swung the knife down. "I heard that you won against Master Hwang. He is Hwang Hao of the Heilongjiang state." This knife almost cut Baek Lee-soo's body. Then, she held the knife and threw it in Baek Lee-soo's direction, causing him to jump back to avoid it. Baek Lee-soo remembers the past when facing rival Hwang Hao. First, there are continuous attacks like a storm. Then there are dangerous blows with unpredictable trajectories. Her attack style is exactly the same as Hwang Hao. Baek Lee-soo had to speak up. "What do you want to do?" Tu-lan still refused to give up. She held the knife and swung it, with only death and deadly danger in her eyes. "I want to see if you're ready yet, bastard." At this time, Baek Lee-soo also quickly took the opportunity and rushed over. He pushed Tu-lan's elbow, then punched her in the jaw from below, causing her to tilt her head back in surprise. It all happened in just a split second, leaving Tu-lan unable to react. Tu-lan gritted her teeth and howled in pain. When she regained her composure and prepared to attack, A big punch was pushed right in front of her eyes, making her surprised and not knowing how to react. Only then did Beck Lee Soo coldly speak, "What do you mean by asking me that question? Huang Hao raised and educated you in the Black Dragon River, but why did you abandon them to choose Father Yue? By doing so, won't you become a traitor to He Longjiang?" Xu Lan leisurely said, "My mission since I came to Seoul has only been one, that is to protect Director Cha Yue." "There's one more thing," Choi Chun-ho continued. "The organization that receives Uyama's support to develop in this country of Korea is Baek Dokyung's Tae-san. So I only followed orders. If the person targeting my leader was the He Longjiang clan, then on the contrary, those He Longjiang people were the traitors. And now answer my question, Tae-san, can you defeat the forces of He Longjiang?" "A barehanded fight with a swordsman, the speed of both sides is incomparable." Baek Lee Soo calmed down, lifted Tu Lan's hand, causing the knife to fly into the air. He frankly said, "Of course I can't do it alone." Tu Lan was so angry that she gritted her teeth when she heard that. She swung the knife at Baek Lee Soo again. He continued, "But that's why I try to rebuild everything from a dull blade." Tu Lan didn't care about Baek Lee Soo's explanations anymore. She raised her leg to kick him with a strong kick, but he also reacted very quickly, without any difficulty jumping over Tu Lan's body. She disdained, "It seems your blade is useless." Baek Lee Soo gently grabbed her ankle. There was a layer of black leather shoe between them. "Ha ha, it's useless or not, I don't know yet, but it looks like it's starting to make the first cuts. The power of Il Hawk and now Tien Hung." Then, he forcefully turned her legs, causing her to swing her legs and be lifted up. Tu Lan fell hard to the ground in pain. All she could do was wince and scream. It seemed like this landing caused her quite a bit of damage. Baek Lee Soo controlled her with one hand, placing her wrist in front of her neck, making it impossible for her to resist. Another hand swung a punch. "Even if it's Earth Wolf He Longjiang behind them and one sink, it doesn't matter." In the next words, he said every word clearly, "Because we are Tae-san." At this time, in Incheon, there was a bustling stream of people on the sidewalk. There are also luxury cars parked on the street. Sua stood in the hotel lobby and said politely, "You guys are very busy but still took the trouble to come here. This is so embarrassing." Chairman Lee Sung-min and Mr. Choi Chun-ho, a man wearing a white vest with a black shirt and a tie matching the vest, stood in front of the secretary. "You are the owner of the Il Hawk Investment Fund, holding the position Chairman Lee Sung-min, of the organization affiliated with Tae-san." Hearing that, Sung-min on the other end of the phone burst out laughing. "Ha ha, what you say is putting more pressure on me. Director Beck, take care too. Anyway, the situation over there these days. This seems quite sensitive." Xu Lan threw down her knife. "Ha." Lee Soo nodded. "Good. Now we can talk." Lee Suang-min wondered, "Who is it that makes us come all the way here to meet you like this?" Sua gently explained, "I'm sorry, everyone, but if you don't want to attract attention, then this is the only way." After that, she professionally went to the elevator and politely led the president away. "We have to go to the 6th floor, because that floor is a construction area. There is no elevator, you have to work hard to climb up, it's the stairs. And even if the elevator works, I don't recommend using it." Everyone quietly followed the secretary's instructions. When she arrived, she even put her finger on the fingerprint machine, and the door was immediately opened. Lee Sung-min thought to himself, could it be behind this door? Through a layer of curtain, one could faintly see the silhouette of someone lying on the bed motionless. Lee Sung-min's nerves were extremely tense. They came together to look at the person who was holding on to life next to his ventilator. Lee Sung-min opened his eyes wide and said without surprise, "Indeed, the room was surprisingly quiet." He looked at the motionless person and asked, "Is this the real Director Beck?" Lee Sung-min propped his hands on the hospital bed in deep contemplation. Choi Chun-ho stood aside and asked suspiciously, "Director Baek Do-kyung, but isn't he in Seoul now? So who is the person we met?" Sung-min lazily answered Mr. Choi's question. "The person we met is Director Beck's twin brother. His name is Baek Lee Soo." Choi Chun-ho asked further, "What about the funeral in Seoul at that time? Could it be that the person who died at that time was not his younger brother but Baek Do-kyung?" Sua explains that Director Beck is not dead. Baek Do-kyung is still alive right now. Choi Chun-ho saw Sua's reaction and clarified, "Forgive me, that's not what I meant." The secretary calmly explained, "We have to keep no one suspicious until Director Beck wakes up, so I have a favor to ask of you too," she said as she held up a small photo. Lee Sung-min looked at the person in the photo and asked, "Who is this person?" Sua continued, "Have you ever heard of a Japanese person named Uyama Gumi?" Baek Do-kyung's Japanese name is Uyama Ryugasaki. This is related to the person named Uyama Gumi. Thanks to the support of the Yakuza Uyama Gumi force in Japan, Tae-san was able to gain the position he has today in Seoul. That's why the presence of Baek Do-kyung, or more precisely, the presence of Uyama Ryugasaki, at Tae-san is indispensable. That's also the reason we had to disguise Mr. Baek Lee-soo as Director Baek Do-kyung. But if one day Uyama Gumi learns this truth, Uyama will punish everyone who dares to desecrate that name. At this time at the airport, the Japanese person Suwa mentioned had also arrived in Korea. He spoke fluently to his companion in Japanese. "See, I told you, Hayes is not polite at all. If anything happens, they are the ones who should come to you. You dare to call others to come here. These guys really don't have any basic decency at all. Even the dog knows how to wag its tail happily when it sees its owner coming. It seems we can't forgive this organization that's not as good as this dog." Uyama Shogo smiled a sinister smile, his eyes turned red. "So I wonder where Director Baek Do-kyung is now. He is the representative director of Uyama Group, deputy chief of Uyama Gumi, deputy leader of Wakakashira, brother of Baek Do-kyung." At the Roppongi Hotel in Tokyo, Japan, a person ran to meet the police car and quickly narrated the situation. "Quickly come this way." There was loud screaming in the suite room, top floor. I was about to go in to see what was going on, but was stopped by a group of people holding knives. The policemen were also very quick to say, "We have grasped the situation. Which direction is that room located?" The remaining police officer immediately consoled him. "Please calm down and provide us with the tenant's information." He immediately led them into the hotel. "I have a feeling they look a lot like the Yakuza." The police officer seemed surprised to confirm, "Yakuza." The police officer also immediately grasped the information. "In the middle of Roppongi, the Yakuza still appear. Do they no longer care about anyone else? Sigh, it would be great if we could get information about the previous tenant." After that, several police officers gave their opinion to the receptionist. "Just go downstairs, we will try to talk to them and see what happens. Absolutely don't be rash." After that, the police forcefully broke down the door and rushed in, holding pistols and threatening loudly, "Everyone stand still, quickly put down your weapon." The two bodyguards looked very rogue and thugs, holding knives in their hands and walking towards the police. As they walked, they threatened, "Weapons, are you talking about me?" Another guy replied, "It seems like that. If not us, who else would come in here?" The policemen saw their careless attitude and were also scared and shouted, "Didn't you hear what I said? Quickly put down your weapons." The police officer next to him saw that the situation did not look very good and quickly advised him, "Stop right now, there are Uyama's people over there." Just heard a loud gunshot. The police officer raised his gun into the air and shot once, with smoke still coming out of the gun's mouth. The whole room was filled with a strong smell of cigarette smoke. Then, he tensed up and shouted, "I warned you, Yakuza, quickly put down your weapon." Drops of sweat could be seen on his cheeks. The policeman next to him patted his shoulder and said nervously, "Matsuda, do you know what the hell you're doing?" A person with bare feet covered in blood, wearing a white bathrobe stained with blood, with tattoos on his legs, grumbled, "What's so noisy?" In his hand he was still holding a long sword, splattered with blood. He coldly asked, "Did someone just shoot?" He is the representative director of Uyama Group, deputy chief of Uyama Gumi, deputy leader of Wakakashira, Uyama Shogo, brother of Baek Do-kyung. He glanced at his dangerous red eyes like a fox's eyes, his cold voice without any emotion. "Oh, police, you just opened fire, right?" Then, he slowly walked step by step, leaving bright red bloody footprints on the floor. "Opening fire in the middle of a luxury hotel like this, are you still in your right mind?" The policeman next to him couldn't keep calm at this time. He moved to stop the other policeman's gun, shouting, "Matsuda." Then he stopped the gun with one hand, adjusted his hat to ease his tension, and said to Uyama, "We just came here based on the information we reported. Honestly, we didn't know there were people from you. Uyama is here." The other Uyama guy also asked suspiciously, Report, then it seems we can't do anything else. We will cooperate. After all, the party doing the wrong thing is us. Sorry for your attitude. Just now, I was startled by the sound of gunfire." He smiled to reveal his white teeth, but in those long, narrow fox eyes and in his smile, there was a very dangerous meaning. After that, he coldly walked ahead as if leading the way, leaving the two policemen behind, bewildered and scared. "If someone reports, you guys have to go check out the situation. Follow me." The policeman holding the gun now angrily turned to his teammate, as if lightly scolding him, "Senior, why did you do that? Why did you bow your head to those dirty Yakuza people?" The more experienced senior police officer calmly said to Mr. Matsuda, "Please calm down and help me. If you want to get out of here alive, then behave properly." At this time, Uyama led two policemen into the room. The two bodyguards outside respectfully opened the door. He calmly walked his bare, bloody feet into the room, past a corpse, and said, "Sorry, it's because some trash has tainted the name Uyama. You guys, you see, I accidentally caused a scene like this." After that, he calmly sat down on the sofa near the window. "This matter has been resolved with your superiors, but I forgot that other tenants can also report to the police." He placed the sword on the ground, his head bowed slightly, looking at the dark red blood flowing under his feet. It seems I have to bow my head and admit my mistake, even though this is our hotel, it's not should be used so freely, right? This is something adults will talk about with each other, we'll deal with who reports it later, I'll pay more attention in the future, okay? The young police officer, who didn't understand life, still couldn't calm down and said it like he was shouting in front of Uyama, "What, are you kidding me? This is clearly a motivated murder, yet there's only one sentence, I'm sorry and that's it." The policeman standing behind was also startled by his attitude. Uyama just smiled faintly and said in a cold, intimidating voice, "Ha ha, is this guy new? His name is Matsuda, right?" He stood up, causing fresh blood to splash around, all over his white, but not very clean, robe. "It seems like this guy still doesn't know a lot, that's what I said, but you still don't understand, Matsuda, what's wrong with killing people in a hotel?" Police officer Matsuda was confused. "What do you mean?" Uyama came closer and squeezed his shoulder with his bloody hands and calmly said, "Come on, don't look so excited. Look, now the floor is full of blood, who wants their floor to be stained with the blood of these trash? That's why I executed them in this hotel instead of my house, do you understand?" Then he showed a sinister and strange face, looking extremely scary, his voice also became hoarse. "It's very uncomfortable when the floor is dirty, isn't it? Or instead of killing people here, I'll kill people at your house, Matsuda." After that, they moved down to the lobby on the first floor of this hotel building. Before leaving, Uyama also patted police officer Matsuda on the shoulder, causing fresh blood to stain the police uniform, making him very surprised and angry. He looked towards Uyama, who was answering the phone very calmly, as if he had never killed anyone. "Hello, Uyama here, what's going on?" Korea, but what is this about?" When he heard the person on the other end of the line respond, Uyama's voice was a bit lost. What, could he be dead? His eyes became cloudy and dark. He asked again, "Ryugasaki, no, what happened to Baek Do-kyung?" Returning to Korea, two people, directors Lee Sung-min and Choi Chun-ho, also came out of the office building, discussing the situation as they walked. "Has Uyama personally gone to Korea?" Lee Sung-min said. "How terrible is the power of that Uyama organization?" Choi Chun-ho said, "This is the most powerful corporation in Japan, developed from the construction business, but that is just an outer shell. The truth is that it is a powerful Yakuza gang, absolute in the Japanese underworld. So, if they know the truth that the person leading Tae-san is not Baek Do-kyung, then Uyama will definitely not leave it alone." At this time, Uyama arrived at Tae-san's office. He looked over everything at once with an extremely unpredictable expression. Tae-san, it's not reasonable to name such a small mountain Tae-san, moreover, on this mountain there is still a lot of heat, smells like breast milk." Lee Sung-min and Choi Chun-ho walked calmly. Lee Sung-min bowed his head 90 degrees and said, "Pleased to welcome Mr. Uyama, I am Lee Sung-min, president of IL Hawk, currently cooperating with Tae-san. I would like to welcome you on your behalf, because today director Baek Do-kyung is not here today." Before Sung-min's greeting, he didn't pay any attention and coldly walked past, not forgetting to leave a comment. "What the hell, even the words are not consistent." Uyama also palely said a word full of contempt, "What kind of president are you? Call Baek Do-kyung here quickly." Choi Chun-ho frowned uncomfortably and said, "Ha, even though it's Uyama, how can you treat us so disrespectfully? No matter what, we are a famous organization in Korea." When Uyama's bodyguard pulled Baek Lee-soo past, Lee Sung-min immediately held his hand. This made the people of the Uyama group very surprised. Lee Sung-min spoke in a very charismatic, fluent and confident Japanese voice. "How can a small organization like us dare to compete with the great power of Mr. Uyama?" He grabbed the suitcase, pulled it away and said, "Furthermore, the purpose of my coming here today is to accompany Mr. Uyama. So please show your generosity and don't be too harsh with us, I also want to treat you with all my heart." Having said that, both he and the bodyguard stationed on both sides of the hallway bowed down to show their respect. Uyama smiled faintly, "Ha ha ha, if you're the president, you're doing this, why is your neck so light that it's so easy to bow your head?" Lee Sung-min has been patient a lot. He pursed his lips and thought to himself, "If I bow my head easily, then everything will go smoothly. If bowing my head helps everything go smoothly, I can bow as much as I want." Uyama walked over and patted his head like he was petting a puppy. "That's right, this position is the way you have to look up to look at us, Uyama. It seems you know some manners already. But there's one more thing, looking at the guy next to you, I think he doesn't seem to like us very much." Choi Chun-ho saw him mention his name and turned to look with a black face full of discontent. Lee Sung-min saw the tense situation and quickly spoke loudly to explain, "Absolutely nothing like that." But Uyama turned his head back and coldly said to his juniors, "Someone taught that old man how to bow quickly." They immediately approached, swinging their axes at Choi Chun-ho. Old people's neck bones are so stiff that they don't know how to use them. But although Choi Chun-ho is old, his bones are still very flexible. He leaned over, throwing his attack. The bodyguard Uyama saw this and gave an extremely sinister smile. He lowered his center of gravity and swung another move. Choi Chun-ho continued to dodge, but the axe grazed his thigh and blood spurted out. Lee Sung-min was panicking at this point, but was held back by Uyama's arm. "Mr. Uyama, this is final." Uyama just smiled faintly and said, "Ha ha ha, what's wrong, Chairman Lee? We only came here to solve a big problem and will return soon. Therefore, that guy's old life has no meaning at all. What does it mean?" Then, he said in a serious and authoritative voice, "Where is Baek Do-kyung? Tell me quickly." At this time, Choi Chun-ho suffered another strong cut on his arm. Blood flowed out and soaked the vest red. Choi Chun-ho's protest movements also slowed down a bit. Then, he swung a punch, causing the axe's flight to stray. He said in a hateful way, "Take it, you ungrateful people." When he swung his fist close to that bodyguard's face, he quickly grabbed his wrist. Swinging the axe, preparing to slash him hard, he laughed and said, "Do you understand better now, old man?" Lee Sung-min worriedly shouted loudly, "Choi Chun-ho." Suddenly, a tall black shadow rushed forward and used its hand to press hard on the bodyguard's head, making him unable to react. Baek Lee-soo said angrily, "What are you doing?" The bodyguard then panicked and turned back to see who was the person who had just pressed his head. He let out a howl, then took the axe and swung it down hard. Baek Lee-soo used his hand to stop him. The other hand grabbed the short hair on his head, causing him pain. Baek Lee-soo raised his voice to warn, "Just like Baek Do-kyung's demeanor, you still don't know when to stop." He slammed his head down hard, causing him to collide with the glass, causing the glass to break into pieces and scatter everywhere. After that, he turned to Uyama Shogo and said, "Brother, have you been criticized by your father? Why are you so difficult? No matter what the reason is, it's very awkward for me to do that. This is Seoul, it's not Uyama's area. He speaks Japanese really fluently, just like he speaks Korean." He even raised his voice, brought his face close to Uyama Shogo's face and warned, "More accurately, it's Tae-san's land, do you understand, arrogant brother?" These words made Uyama Shogo feel a little less irritable and intimidated by Tae-san as before. Jin Young went to Choi Chun-ho and said, "You should have stayed away from Uyama Shogo, that's too dangerous." A few hours earlier, Lee-soo read the documents in his hand and said, "This time, other than coming out myself, I have no other choice." With Uyama especially concerned about Baek Do-kyung's safety like this, someone must have spread rumors about Tae-san being on the verge of weakness. Hearing that, the other junior immediately wondered, who could do that? Could it be Baek Lee-soo? Interrupted. He said, "He is the head of Department Jang who wants to use Uyama's hand to overthrow him. It can only be him." Last time, when he confronted Lee Sion in the scrap warehouse, he knew he was still alive, so, he was even more certain that I was not Baek Do-kyung. Anyway, it's not necessarily a bad thing that I came out directly to Uyama this time. I have documents about Shogo's background and characters. Thanks to that, I was able to grasp the basics version of Uyama. However, there are still too many variables that could happen. If we reveal the truth, everything will be in danger. Lee-soo thought to himself, then, we have to act perfectly. Back to reality, Baek Lee-soo is now facing Uyama Shogo. The Japanese guy smiled softly and said, "Baek Do-kyung." Lee-soo heard that and immediately corrected Uyama. "It's Uyama Ryugasaki, call me correctly." After finishing speaking, he turned to look at Lee Sung-min and said, "President, please let Choi Chun-ho leave first. My brother probably misses me so much that he is behaving so aggressively." Lee Sung-min looked at Lee-soo in confusion and called out, "Director Baek." The Japanese guy Uyama suddenly stood still, looking intently at Baek Do-kyung, thinking to himself, "What's going on? Is this really Baek Do-kyung? This face, these tattoos are definitely Baek Do-kyung, but in the end, why do I always feel a little suspicious?" Ending his thoughts, he immediately turned to Director Baek and said, "President, do you call that kid president? This makes me a bit surprised. Even though you're just a Korean national who was kicked out of our headquarters, once you have the surname Uyama in your name, how can you bow to others like that?" Lee-soo frowned and replied, "What do you mean by that? Why do you like to make others mad like that?" He walked over to adjust Uyama's tie and added, "Didn't you leave Japan so as not to cause more disadvantages for me? There is always a brother who looks at me with affectionate eyes like a lion. How can I stay like this? Leaving is also reasonable." Uyama Shogo replied with a fake smile, "Nothing has changed in both words and actions, still this fake politeness. After all, there are many brothers in the Uyama family here, so just show your true face." As soon as he finished speaking, the blonde guy behind him pulled out a knife, aiming straight at Baek Lee-soo. The blade was pressed against his neck as if wanting to take his life. But our Baek Lee Soo was agile and easily dodged that stab. He looked at the tattooed blonde man and thought to himself, this is the person I saw in the documents. His name is Ishizuka Kaito, he is an assassin working under Shogo. This is also the first time he faced Baek Dao-kyung. After Lee Soo grabbed his hand, he said in Japanese, after all, I'm older than you. Why are you acting so disrespectful, kid? Kaito ignored these words, he continuously aimed straight at Baek Lee Soo's head and attacked. Lee Soo glanced at Shogo and thought to himself, doesn't he care if he's Baek Dao-kyung or not? If that's not the case, why doesn't he look like he has any doubts? The name Uyama then spoke up, hey, why does it sound like you're cursing me? Lee Soo was busy fighting and didn't answer it. When he was about to pull out the knife in his body, a stream of thought stopped him. If I pull out this knife, I will definitely make him suspicious. You must hide everything that could expose you. While Lee Soo was pondering, a person suddenly rushed forward. Lee Sion in just a blink of an eye pushed Kaito's knife-holding arm away from Lee Soo's hand. He hit and cursed, this damn guy. Do you know who you're stabbing at with a knife? Sion laughed mockingly, controlled Kaito and said, new guy. That's great, I'm also a newcomer. He looked at Lee Soo, thinking, I have to risk my life to use my trump card. Uyama stood next to him, watching the show with great interest. Seeing Kaito obediently kneeling on the ground, he rubbed his chin and thought to himself, can you easily control Kaito in just that short moment? I didn't expect it to be in Korea, there are also pretty brats like that. On the other side, the long-haired guy who had just been knocked down by Baek Lee Soo was slowly standing up. He picked up the axe and looked at the person in front of him with indignation. The person with the nickname Dazoa was standing in front of him. The long-haired man clutched his axe, ready to fight, then spoke. It's you, isn't it, that bastard people call Yaksha? As he spoke, he pressed his face close to Uncle Dazoa's face, he smiled provocatively. Returning to Baek Lee Soo's group, Lee Sion looked at the two uncles preparing to fight and immediately exclaimed, oh, look at that guy's appearance, compared to Godzilla, he's evenly matched. While waiting for something to happen, suddenly a knife flashed through Sion's body. He looked at Kaito who was holding a knife and slashing frantically, and was a little scared. Sion grimaced and said, I'm going crazy with this kid. You broke your own arm, didn't you? As soon as the words ended, Kaito used his other hand to crack the shoulder joint. Mr. Baek Lee Soo stood next to watch the play, afraid that his free hand would keep turning on the lighter in his hand. Uyama Shogo was attentive, his eyes never leaving the two boys for a second. Seeing this guy so crazy, Sion immediately said in bewilderment, don't you feel any pain? When Kaito was about to rush forward to attack, a hand was placed on his shoulder, calling, Ishizuka, that's enough, stop here. Uyama Shogo looked at Director Baek and continued, you also stop, Baek Dao-kyung, no, Ryukasaki. After speaking, he approached Lee Soo, patted his shoulder and said, it was just a joke for fun, maybe it's been a long time since we last met, so I find it a bit strange and hard to describe. Lee Soo had a clear look of hatred on his face. He pushed Shogo's hand away and said coldly, someone like me who never knew how to joke, even now knows how to joke. Without answering Director Baek, Shogo passed him and walked forward. Seeing that, Kaito also quickly put on his coat and followed, but in the middle of walking he suddenly stopped and said, that's right, do you have any cigarettes? As soon as I get off the plane, I'll be here right away so I haven't had time to buy cigarettes yet. Hearing him say that, Lee Soo no doubt replied, you even smoke now? Taking the cigarette from Director Baek's hand, Shogo said, nothing strange, looks like there's something you don't know. His eyes looked at Lee Soo deeply without speaking. Lee Soo saw him holding a cigarette and said, you have to put the cigarette in your mouth to light it. He smiled slightly and replied, oh really, I don't know. Because I don't actually smoke, smoking is bad for your health. His words made Baek Lee Soo immediately alert and ask, what do you mean? Shogo replied, this is Baek Dao-kyung's lighter. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time, it turns out you really don't know anything at all. Speaking of this, his face immediately became dangerous. If it was the real Baek Dao-kyung, he would never dare to show that lighter in front of me, so, who are you really? Uyama suddenly became angry, grabbed Lee Soo's hand and said, all of Baek Dao-kyung's actions, including his voice, I remember very clearly. Because all of those things are very annoying to me, I understand it best just because I hate it the most. Having said this, he suddenly released Lee Soo's hand and turned to leave. When leaving, he did not forget to sarcastically say, even so, you are quite good. I have a compliment for you, fake Baek Dao-kyung. Chairman Lee in the back saw this situation and thought to himself, how did it turn out like this? As I was about to leave, Shogo seemed to remember something. He turned back, raised the corner of his mouth, stretched out his left hand towards Lee Sung-min and said, Ah, I almost forgot. Before leaving, I must greet Chairman Lee properly. Seeing him aiming at him, Lee Sung-min quickly stepped forward. He bowed, held out his hand and said, "Please forgive me, next time, we promise to welcome you very carefully." Suddenly, Uyama thought to himself, he extended his left hand. Then I have no choice but to return the favor like that. Finishing his thoughts, he grabbed Sung-min's arm tightly. Shogo pulled Chairman Lee away and said, "Come on, it's not necessary to go to that extent, Chairman Lee." Having finished speaking, with no unnecessary movements, he placed Sung-min's hand on the body of the car. Then he pulled out the knife of the subordinate next to him. A strong stab cut off Lee Sung-min's pinky finger. Losing his finger, Lee Sol screamed in pain, and the group of people behind Lee Soo couldn't help but be frightened. "Look at Chairman Lee's hand shaking in pain," he said calmly. "Just this, for me, just apologizing like this is enough, Chairman Lee." After cutting off Lee Sung-min's finger, Uyama Shogo took a towel out of his pocket, picked up that finger and said, "You guys not only dare to deceive Uyama-gumi, but also say insulting words. With all that, this one finger is still a cheap price." At this time, Baek Lee Soo was suppressing his anger and said, "Uyama, what do you mean by that?" Cyan next to him tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand and continued, "Captain, I think we should give these guys a lesson. It's best to kill them all." As for Uncle Choi Chun-ho, he couldn't contain his anger anymore. He clenched his fist and shouted loudly, "Uyama!" Suddenly Sung-min shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" But contrary to everyone's worries, Lee Sung-min endured the pain and warned in a low voice, "Your president is here. How dare you show that disrespectful attitude?" He clenched his fist to stop the bleeding and continued, "When guests arrive, we must welcome them politely until the last minute." After finishing speaking, Sung-min bowed his head and said in Japanese, "Wishing you a safe trip, Mr. Uyama." The Japanese seemed surprised by President Lee's attitude. He stood still for a few seconds, then walked over and patted Sung-min on the shoulder and said, "Ha, looks like I didn't see the wrong person today. Whatever you say, you are the leader of this small mountain." As he got into the car, Uyama still looked back and continued, "We will meet again soon. I don't know if we will see each other often in the future." Sung-min bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Yes, we would like to thank you. Hello Mr. Uyama." He glanced at Baek Lee Soo and said, "Even you are no exception." Baek Dokyung is fate. When the convoy of Uyama and the others left, everyone immediately ran to Chairman Lee. Lee Sung-min could no longer hold on anymore and hugged his bleeding hand tightly and collapsed. Meanwhile, on the car that had just left, Uyama picked up the phone to ask about the situation on the other side. "It's me, how's the situation over there?" "Your Majesty," an uncle wearing glasses who looked quite knowledgeable on the other end of the line immediately replied, "Yes, Kashira is also handling everything over there." He closed the file and continued, "I have also clarified all the things that happened in Korea recently. Things are actually a lot more interesting than we thought." When Uyama heard this, he laughed happily and replied, "Ha, very interesting, do you guys also think so?" The strategist replied, "Yes, there are a few things that are completely different from the information we used to know, including two things." Uyama asked curiously, "There are two things, what is it?" The guy wearing glasses began to summarize the situation. "The first thing is, Baek Do-kyung had a twin brother who passed away. His funeral also took place not long ago." As soon as he finished speaking, Uyama seemed to understand everything. "What, does he have a twin brother? That makes a lot of sense," the military strategist asked in bewilderment. "What?" Uyama replied, "I've already met that twin brother. He's clumsily impersonating Baek Do-kyung in front of me." The other end of the phone exclaimed in surprise, "Impersonation? So, it seems that the person who died is the real Baek Do-kyung. And secondly, the General Association has disbanded. The cauldron that maintained balance in the underground world in Seoul has officially collapsed. Right now, the current situation of the guilds is no different. But during that time, there was no record of the disappearance of Tae-san Chairman Baek Do-kyung. On the contrary, Tae-san's power seems to have expanded even more recently. Even though Tae-san has officially submitted and worked under Il Hawk, everyone knows that is just a facade." Hearing this, Uyama became more and more interested. He lifted his shirt and looked at the blood stains, then grinned, "Il Hawk, I also directly consulted the situation over there. I think those Il Hawk guys seem more useful." "Just keep talking." The strategist just took out a bottle of something and put a few pills in his hand, and replied, "Those Il Hawks seem to be worth using. Well then, I can come to a conclusion about these things. The current situation in Seoul is very chaotic. The inherent balance has collapsed. There are forces like Il Hawk, Tae-san, a small part of Tianhung have also joined forces, making their forces gradually become stronger. And another third force wants to confront the two corporations I told about. It was these people who revealed the information to me. That was my initial conclusion. the person who spoke was military strategist Hanazawa Gunji, a member of the Uyama Group, head of the Strategic Planning Department, and effective assistant of Uyama Gumi. After hearing Hanawa speak, Uyama immediately praised, "That's really useful information, as expected of being a strategic advisor for Uyama Group." The strategist calmly replied, "Nothing, I have to confirm some information, and then report back to you later, that's it, I will proactively contact you another time." Turning off the phone, he immediately said, "Okay, so now let's continue the story. What do you know about Tae-san Group? Do you know how to speak Japanese?" He bent down, looked at the bloody man in front of him and said, "I still have a lot of work to do, so I don't have time to ask too many questions, hurry up and say it. You're working for Tae-san, why don't you say anything? Are you really one of Tae-san's people?" Scene changed to the Tianhung Association's area. At a warehouse containing transportation vehicle. Huang Hao was leisurely lighting a cigarette and said, "Has Tae-san Group offended Uyama Gumi? It seems things are becoming more and more interesting." "Do you see that?" Director Chang Jun, hearing him call his name, he immediately followed, "So, isn't this our chance? Sooner or later Tae-san will be defeated by Uyama." But Huang Hao did not agree with the old man's opinion. He said, "That's why you brought so many soldiers here. We will fight a fair battle with Tae-san." After finishing speaking, he frowned and shouted, "Tell your army to disperse quickly, let's calmly observe the situation first." Chang Jun heard that and immediately said frantically, What do you mean by that? Obviously this is an opportunity for us." Huang Hao stood up, straightened his clothes and continued, "Director Gu, you're always in such a hurry and you're ruining a big deal." "That's right, I understand everything, Director Chang Jun, you were also abused by Tae-san, so you are eager to take revenge on them, right? But right now is absolutely not an opportunity, please try to think about it. Because Uyama Gumi has come directly to Seoul, are you planning on having a conflict with them at this time? Do you know what Uyama Gumi came to Korea for this time? That means they have officially participated in this war. At the same time, the situation on Baek Lee-soo's side is also extremely tense. After reading the document, the secretary was speechless. After a while she said, "Uyama sent me this." Hearing the name Uyama, Uncle Chun-ho couldn't keep calm. Chun-ho clenched his fists, his voice close. "What did they say?" The secretary immediately read what was written in the file. "Because Tae-san committed the big crime of deceiving and disregarding the Uyama family, they also laid many charges against us. But other than that, all of Tae-san's previous activities were behind boss Uyama. So all the judgment actions in Tae-san are also decided by Uyama alone." After reading, the secretary opened the gift box on the table and said, "They also sent something else. They said this was to warn about Tae-san's attitude." As soon as she opened the box, she panicked and covered her mouth and held it away. Uncle Chun-ho next to him was also startled. He stood up and wanted to see what was inside the box. "What's the matter, secretary? Hurry and show it to me." The nine-bladed uncle held the box in his hand and remained motionless for a few seconds. Opening the box, inside was Lee Sung-min's bloody finger. He thought to himself. So their warning was exactly this. There is also a message to look back at your own mistake. Chun-ho angrily shouted, "You damn animal." Scene changed to the city hospital. The corridor of the hospital's VIP area was cold, filled with shadows. Baek Lee-soo is sitting thoughtfully next to his brother's hospital bed. He looked at the lighter in his hand, thought about everything and blamed himself. In the end, everything turned out like this. Did I miss something? I really don't understand. We are as similar as 2 drops of water. I am always confident that I can become a perfect being like you. After that, he will use his identity to lead and preserve Tae-san that he has worked hard to build. But maybe. Now I have reached my limit. Lee-soo was shocked. He put the lighter in Do-kyung's hand and said, "I'm sorry, maybe you can't become me perfectly. From now on I will do it my own way." Having finished speaking, Baek Lee-soo took out the bag next to him. He took off that uncomfortable Western outfit. "Then put on your familiar shoes." Putting on the familiar professional outfit also means he is back to being himself, back to being the real Baek Lee-soo. When Baek Lee-soo came out, Lee Sion was already waiting at the door. He looked at him thoughtfully for a moment, then finally spoke, "Captain, are you okay?" Lee-soo immediately replied, "I feel like it's been revealed, sometimes it even makes me feel more relieved. Our action strategy will officially change from now on." Sion put on his hat and replied, "Then continue, what do you intend to do?" Lee-soo continued, "Our identity has been revealed, so now we don't need to be afraid of anything. I will destroy anyone who stands in the way of this Baek Lee-soo." Lee Sion followed without objecting to this plan. He pulled up his veil and continued, "What is the goal this time?" Hearing that, Lee-soo calmly stroked his hair and replied, "Our goal will start from Uyama. But that bastard Uyama Shogo must be punished by me personally. Lee Soo has now officially returned to his identity, a Special Forces soldier, leader of the Special Task Force operating in North Korea, who has 4 years of experience working undercover in North Korea, completing 12 missions, destroy North Korean forces. This time at the Tae-san Association building. Uyama was aggressively approaching with his juniors, showing off his authority. As he walked, he said, "Tae-san, an organization whose name symbolizes a majestic mountain. However, no matter how big your mountain is, then you must kneel at Uyama's feet. So the majestic mountain that you still boast of. When standing in front of this great mountain stone of the Uyama family, it's just like a small rock. So keep your head down and admire this greatness of Uyama with the eyes of a weak person." After showing off, the Japanese Uyama Gumi sat down at the tea table. He looked at the tea brush for a long time without speaking. After a moment of silence, he looked at Lee Sung-min's hand, pretending to be concerned. "Is your hand okay, President?" Lee Sung-min heard that and calmly said, "Yes, I'm okay." The Japanese Avenger picked up the teacup and continued, "Leaving a finger to us Japanese carries the meaning of apology. Since I have received enough sincerity in my apology, you don't need to be so rigid when facing me like that anymore." Chairman Lee heard that and was extremely angry. He tried to restrain himself from showing it and calmly said, "Since you've said so, let me also say a few words. Right now, Tae-san is an organization working under our IL-HA. That's why, even if you Uyama are the organization behind it or whatever, you can't interfere in business." Not waiting for Lee to finish, Uyama interrupted, "About this, just do everything well like now. In other words, we will make Tae-san completely belong to you perfectly." When Lee Sung-min heard that, he was shocked and said suspiciously, "Why did you make this suggestion?" Gumi poured tea and replied, "I've also heard about the current situation here in Seoul. The chaotic gang fighting situation is exactly the same as before, right? Actually, I have no interest in Seoul at all. My only goal is to make all of Seoul know about Uyama's reputation. So to do that, I will make you dominate Seoul. You heard right, Uyama will help make you a loner and a loser on this battlefield." Chairman Lee saw him being so aggressive and was extremely angry. He did not rush to answer but slowly picked up the teacup on the table. Then take a sip to quell the anger inside. A moment later, Lee Sung-min looked at him thoughtfully, thinking about something. He calmly said to Gumi, "Actually, the word lonely and defeated that you said made me extremely emotional. But this is really not as easy as you think. This underground world in Seoul is absolutely not an ordinary organization." Uyama heard that and immediately laughed. "Ha ha, I completely understand what you said. And the underground organizations here are not ordinary. Does that imply your pride in IL-HA? But don't forget, we are Uyama. Don't compare Uyama to those lowly people's standard. I wonder if you have ever heard the legend of the Japanese demon Oni. People often call cruel people and cannibals devils, right? My Uyama organization also possesses such a devil. Occasionally there are people who don't know what to do and dare to disrespect Uyama. That day there was also an attack on our company commander. The scene can only be said to be extremely dire. On the floor at that time were scattered blood and the bodies of 9 people who dared to bring the corpses there. But there's one interesting thing. The one-eyed Lee Hyung-gu is now a member of the Tae-san Association. He is also hearing this story from his kidnapper. The story continues to the most interesting part. That is, they discovered that a few fingers were missing from the bodies, which could not be found at the scene. Hearing this, the one-eyed man immediately covered his mouth and trembled and said, "No, it's impossible. I have witnessed the horrifying brutality of both Jia Lang and Tae-san. But this guy, he's not human anymore." Having said that, Lee Hyung-gu immediately raised his eyes to look at the name in front of him. When he saw someone holding an axe approaching, Hyung-woo cried out in fear, "Please spare my life." Uyama's junior picked up his axe, intending to strike the one-eyed man off. At this moment, the door to the room was kicked open. The noise immediately attracted everyone's attention, not except Lee Hyung-gu and the axe man. Someone came and shouted, "Lee Hyung-gu, are you in there?" When the big brother heard that, he became angry and looked at the person who had just arrived with fiery eyes. The person who came was none other than Baek Lee Soo. Looking at him, a guy inside suddenly exclaimed, "Ryukasaki." Lee Soo walked in and calmly said, "What's with that look?" Uyama's crazy junior suddenly laughed and said, "Is this your true form? Trash fake guy." Another guy continued, "What a surprise, I thought this only happened in movies. Is there really someone who looks so much like Ryukasaki?" A guy next to him also held up a knife and said, "Just in time, because you have a face so similar to Ryukasaki. Then I can fulfill my long-standing wish of killing that son of a bitch." After saying that, he rushed straight towards Lee Soo. But before the knife could even touch the body, Baek Lee Soo used a technique to bend it back. The knife in an instant turned its tip towards the bastard. The next second, it stabbed straight into his throat. Seeing this scene, Uyama's subordinate stood still in horror. The big brother saw that and frowned and remained motionless for a few seconds. The other guy was stabbed but still looked majestic, saying, "Go up." The group of people behind immediately rushed up and shouted, "This son of a bitch dares to touch Uyama's body." Baek Lee-soo didn't play around anymore, he held the knife up high to gain momentum. Then a decisive blow slashed across his neck, causing him to leave forever. Seeing that his brothers were beaten to a pulp, the other guy immediately got mad and rushed over. "Your fate has come, you dog." Baek Lee-soo just used 2 attacks, this guy was completely defeated. The big brother behind him looked at him a little scared. However, seeing his junior being knocked out every turn, he was extremely angry. He picked up the axe and rushed straight towards Baek Lee-soo to take revenge. Baek was not fazed by the long-haired man's attack, he quickly dodged it. The two continued to fight each other. After a while of fighting back and forth, they still couldn't decide the winner. The long-haired man smirked and rushed forward. Baek Lee-soo did not get bored and stood up to continue the move. Seeing that his opponent was not tired at all, the long-haired man immediately changed direction to provoke him to take the opportunity to rest. "Ho ho, it seems your strength is not average. Then I'll play with you like that bastard, Ryukasaki." Baek Lee-soo smirked and said, "Anazawa Nobuhiro, I've also learned about you." He continued to talk while fighting. "It seems like you only like to fight with physical strength." When Longhair heard that, he went crazy, grabbed an axe and slashed at him. "What the hell are you talking about, you fake puppy?" Lee-soo did not respond but waited for the opportunity when he approached to counterattack. He fought him hand to hand, then bent down and slashed a line across his stomach. Without waiting for him to react, Lee-soo punched the other guy straight in the beak or nape of the neck. Then he was defeated with a series of cuts to his hand, causing him to collapse. Longhair knew she had encountered a monster, so she obediently sat still and remained alert. After teaching him a lesson, Baek Lee-soo pulled up his shirt and intended to leave. As he left, he still did not forget to disdainfully say, "There is a lot of power, but the accuracy in attacks is too little, waste product." Lee Hyung-gu had doubts in his heart. Baek Do-kyung is not, he is completely different from who this guy is. Baek Lee-soo approached and asked, "Lee Hyung-gu, are you okay?" Lee Hyung-gu replied, Yes, I'm fine, but who are you?" Baek Lee-soo reached out, "Yeah, how can you recognize this side of me? Just consider that from now on I'm your boss. Can you stand up?" Lee Hyung-gu leaned on Baek Lee-soo's arm to stand up. Yes." Lee Hyung-gu's face suddenly froze. The crazy Nobuhiro rushed forward. Lee Hyung-gu panicked, "Boss, be careful behind you." Nobuhiro hugged Lee Lee-soo around the waist and pushed him aside. "I caught you, you dog." His right hand tightly grasped the right hand, tightening the hug. Nobuhiro used his strength to lift Lee-soo up with the intention of throwing him back. "I'll throw you to the ground, you fake bastard." But very quickly the expression on his face stiffened. In some miraculous way, Lee-soo strongly jumped up and stomped on the ground. Nobuhiro was sent flying backward. Lee-soo's feet jumped up strongly. He flipped his body into an arc, forcing Nobuhiro down. He was pushed into a passive position, unable to move. Lee-soo escaped Nobuhiro's grip. His face grimaced. Lee-soo turned his leg and threw a hook kick straight to the face. Lee-soo's kick caused Nobuhiro to fall onto the table behind him. Lee Hyung-gu suddenly thought to himself, "What is going on? What am I seeing? This is a completely different level." Nobuhiro scrambled up and said, "You're all playing cheap tricks, you fake dog." Lee Hyung-gu shouted loudly, That guy is standing up again." Nobuhiro was crazy. "Come on, keep fighting." Lee-soo frowned and looked at him coldly. Nobuhiro screamed and rushed forward. Lee-soo avoided his attack and at the same time punched him in the face. The punch bruised one side of Nobuhiro's face. He was angry at me and cursed silently, "Damn, you bastard." He swung his hand back to attack Lee-soo, silently praying in his heart, "Just punch them once," but his attack was easily avoided by Lee-soo. He gently gave him a painful hook punch in the stomach. Nobuhiro's internal organs were so shocked that blood spurted out and he cried out in pain, "Ah!" He gritted his teeth and was determined to hit Lee-soo even just once. Thinking that made him clench his fist and suddenly swing it towards Lee-soo. Nobuhiro's punch landed on the side of his face. Nobuhiro was happy, that's right. But in truth, that fist was precisely blocked by Lee-soo's hand. He forced Nobuhiro's hand down and looked straight at him. "Is that all you can do?" Lee-soo's eyes were sharp, his wrist moved. Nobuhiro's arm was twisted. He arched his back and shouted, "Ah!" His eyes were venomous, "You son of a bit." Lee-soo gave him a kick straight in the face, knocking him back. Lee Hyung-gu, standing to the side, saw the whole battle scene and couldn't help but be surprised. Nobuhiro was lying on the ground, What the hell are you doing? Lee Soo stepped on his face and said contemptuously, you can't even try. He stabbed the knife hard into his palm. Wake up. Nobuhiro screamed in pain. Lee Soo's expression didn't change at all. I have a lot of things to ask you. Uyama Shogo found out I wasn't beat Dokyung when I looked at the lighter, then he said, I don't know what it means. Lee Soo stabbed the knife again. What does he mean? Nobuhiro yelled at him and said, that's something similar to the symbol of the Uyama Gumi gang. It's not something you Koreans can touch at will, do you understand? Lee Soo pulled out the knife. That's the symbol of Uyama Gumi. He raised the knife. I'll take this from you. The sharp blade slashed down, and Nobuhiro's finger was severed before his eye. His arm was broken and unable to move, he could only painfully twitch his fingers. Lee Soo took back the knife. You have to pay, this is similar to the meaning of an apology, right? Then I'll take it from you bastard. Nobuhiro tried to get up. You son of a bitch, I will definitely. He didn't care, his injured arm rushed forward to attack Lee Soo. He shouted loudly, tear this body apart. Lee Soo gave him a punch and planted his face on the ground. Nobuhiro's nose bled out, his jaw gaping open and not closing. The expression on Lee Hyung-goo's face was stiff, not making a sound. Lee Soo called, Lee Hyung-goo. Let's escape quickly, move. Lee Hyung-goo immediately replied, yes. He looked at Lee Soo's back suspiciously, flee quickly, is he a soldier or something? Lee Soo took out his phone and called Ms. Swa, lighter, Uyama's thing. Ms. Swa walked into the hospital, University Hospital. What's going on, sir? Ms. Swa took back her umbrella and asked again, how about a lighter? That would be great. I just went to the hospital, I'll take it back. Behind her, several cars stopped. The driver tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. The person looked outside the hospital. Baek Dokyung's secretary, Yusua, is at the hospital. The people inside the car got out. The man poured a few small round balls into his hand. If so. He put the bottle away and followed Sua and said, I'd better go in and check for myself. Ms. Swa uses the stairs in the hospital. She was still talking to Lee Soo, the meaning of the lighter. Lee Soo replied, yes, I heard that it was the symbol of the Uyama Gumi Association, and thanks to it, Shogo discovered that I was not Baek Dokyung. Ms. Swa opened the door. I don't know, I can't confirm that yet. Ms. Swa replied, I don't know anything except that it's something director Baek Dokyung always carries with him. She raised her hand to confirm the fingerprint. I guess that's the Uyama Gumi symbol engraved on. The door opened, only director Baek Dokyung knows the meaning. Suddenly Sua seemed to see something. She opened her eyes wide and was stunned. The phone in her hand fell down. Lee Soo noticed something was wrong and called out, Secretary, what's going on? Someone sat on the bed, holding a lighter in his hand. The coat Swa held in his hand also fell when he saw the other person's back. The man was attracted by the noise behind him. The voice suddenly rang out, I don't know who is coming, is it Ms. Swa? Mr. Dokyung chuckled, why, it feels like we haven't seen each other in a long time. Swa walked over trembling, she couldn't hold back her choked voice, it's been a long time because it's been a long time since we last met. The man wearing glasses led his people into the hospital. He discovered a sign posted next to the elevator. On it is written, Notice of construction on the 6th floor. The 6th floor is currently under construction. Changing the windows to ensure safety. All patients and visitors are strictly prohibited from entering or leaving. Hope everyone understands. Please understand. Thanks. The man raised his eyebrows. No entry or exit. He ordered his junior, go ahead and try. I'll find out if there's another way. The man pushed his glasses back. You must have left Seoul and gone to another hospital. Are you hiding something? The thing that Tae-san must hide at the hospital right now is indeed just that. Mr. Dokyung lay back on the bed, so. His hand was still shaking a bit. The association disbanded without me. That guy, did he come here from Japan to take over Tae-san group? He tried to push himself up. I can't lie down like this. Ms. Swa was worried. Don't overexert yourself. I've called the doctor. Just lie still. She adjusted the blanket for him. This is enough. Now this is enough for me. So leave the rest to us. Several people walked up the stairs to the 6th floor. They came out from inside, saying a few words in Japanese. Who is it? Seeing you here, it seems like there's really something going on. The leader of the Tae-san guard group, Yong, said in Japanese, you can't go any further. The other guys didn't listen to what he said. You guys still don't understand the situation. Something like you dares to try to stop us from the Uyama group. Mr. Yong was as steady as Tae-san. Even if it's Uyama, you can't pass by. The guy in the lead slapped his hand on Yong's shoulder. Hey, captain of the guard, it's just right, no one can see how hard-working you are. He sneered, even if you bark for 100 days, your master won't be able to hear you. Mr. Yuryong grabbed this guy's face. What do you think? His actions were so fast that he didn't have time to react. Mr. Yuryong slammed the guy's head on the ground. The other two guys saw that and were also scared. They calmed down and took out their knives and threatened, You bastard, do you dare to touch Uyama? Mr. Yuryong punched the nearest man in the stomach, making him numb. The other guy was dumbfounded because he had just taken out the knife. He used both hands to hold the knife and threatened, You'll regret it, won't you? Mr. Yuryong walked over, Regret, if that's the case then I've had enough. He caught his hand holding the knife, because I was a dog that couldn't protect its owner, the other guy couldn't resist. Mr. Yuryong's fingers tightened, pressing on the other man's knuckles. A dog can no longer bark in front, the owner needs its protection. The other guy screams in pain His knees are down, but from now on it's your turn. I'm looking down from above, so let's try barking. The screams mixed with the sound of rain outside, hitting the glass window. The man wearing glasses on the opposite side of the court witnessed everything. He looked and walked forward. Bodyguard standing in the way, who are you? It's forbidden to enter here. Before he could finish speaking, blood appeared on his neck. He used his hand to cover the wound. The man passed him and rushed towards the bodyguard behind him. His arm that had just pulled out the knife was grabbed. The man's remaining arm swung up. In his hand he held a small bloody pepper blade. Luck was there. Both bodyguards were summarily executed. Isn't this a hospital? If you press the help button right away, you won't die. He bent down to a bodyguard, then took out a card. Let me borrow this card. The sound of shoe soles echoed softly in the hallway. The room door opened and the invalid magnetic card was thrown to the ground. Do-kyung is lying on the hospital bed. He saw movement outside the door and tilted his head to look over. The two people looked at each other. In his hand, the man still held a bloody dart. Ryugasaki. The sound of hurried footsteps. Ms. Swa brought the doctor and nurse. Quickly, this way. The bodyguards tried their best to report. The secretary quickly responded. The director. Ms. Swa's face turned pale. She panicked and opened the door and shouted loudly, Director. When did Yuryong come here? Ms. Swa worried, Are you okay? What's going on? Mr. Do-kyung replied, Hanazawa Gumi is here. Ms. Swa was suspicious. Hanazawa, it's okay. Mr. Do-kyung closed his eyes tiredly. Yes, it's okay, just look at each other. He clicked open the lighter lid. It's a relationship where both sides have to be careful of each other. He wanted to sit up. Swa immediately supported him. Miss Swa, do you have my phone with you? Miss Swa reported back, that's Mr. Baek Lee-soo. Mr. Do-kyung sat up. Oh right, so Miss Sua, please lend me your phone. His eyes were cold. Anyway, I have to confirm a few things. The phone on the table vibrated every now and then. This person answered the phone in Japanese. Yes, I heard. The person on the other end of the phone greeted, Long time no see, Dad. The man was stunned. This voice. He relaxed and sat back in the chair. Is it Do-kyung? That's right, this person is the president of Uyama Group, the leader of the Japanese underworld, the leader of Uyama, the nine-tailed Uyama Tetsuji. He took off his glasses. I was worried when I heard the false rumors. Anyway, it seems to be true rumors. Do-kyung replied, The rumors are true, Dad. We know Baek Do-kyung is dead. Mr. Tetsuji teased, is that so? Then I really have been doting. Am I talking to a ghost on the phone? Do-kyung told him, so from now on I am not Baek Do-kyung, but Uyama Ukasaki. Uyama Tetsuji took out a cigarette. Hey, what you say means you've made up your mind. Do-kyung replied, yes, I will live according to your wishes. He firmly grasped the lighter. I will do anything according to your will. Uyama stood up. Why did you change your mind only now? Didn't you run away to Seoul because you didn't want to? Do-kyung said, so I'll do it now. Are you upset? Several subordinates helped Uyama Tetsuji open the door. That's right, this kid, it's been a long time since I've had fun, Do-kyung teased. It's really irritating. Uyama Tetsuji walked down the stairs. Do-kyung, now my will remains unchanged, my heir is you. That's why I entrust you with my lighter, as proof that everyone will acknowledge. But the situation has changed a lot since then, many family members do not recognize me. Do-kyung replied, of course, you know it's the Shogo faction, right, not as an official heir, but because you're Korean or something. Uyama confirmed, yeah, that's undeniable. Do-kyung told him, actually, I don't care who becomes Uyama's master, but... His eyes were cold. Shogo, it has crossed the limit, he has touched your family. So those who don't recognize me, those who side with Shogo, tell them all to go to Seoul. He declared war. Here in Korea, there is Ryugasaki, take off all your family ties and badges and come here. Several officers stood up. Then I only have one question to ask you. All eyes turned to him. Are you going to kill Shogo? Dokyung affirmed, yes, I will kill it. A person approached Uyama. Okay, I understand. He turned off the phone. After finishing work, Dokyung lay down exhausted. Ms. Swa was not very satisfied. As soon as you woke up, you said you had something to do, which was to declare war on Uyama the Nine-Tailed. Dokyung looked at her and smiled lightly. What, aren't you confident? It doesn't matter whether the opponent is Uyama or someone else, we are the Tae-san group, aren't we? Because more than anything, there's her. Baek Lee-soo opened the door enthusiastically. Miss Swa, is everything okay? Mr. Dokyung propped himself up and sat up. Hey, who is this? This is Baek Lee-soo. It's not called Baek Dokyung, right? Lee-soo's voice trembled. What is this? For the first time in a while, Lee-soo shed tears. Mr. Dokyung looked at his younger brother lovingly. Yes, it's me, Lee-soo. He teased. Ha ha, who is this? Should we call it Baek Lee-soo or Baek Dokyung? Lee-soo called, brother. Mr. Dokyung looked at his younger brother. Yes, it's me. Lee-soo, hey, are you crying? Baek, you seem to return to being the boy he once was. I intend to be. Baek Dokyung also returned to his sassy boy appearance. If you don't wake up, I will transform into you. Mr. Dokyung spoke softly and concerned. Is it worth it, becoming Baek Dokyung? What does that mean? Lee-soo wiped her tears. Because we are twins, I think if you can do it, I can do it too. He smiled, his eyes curved, but the truth is not like that, it's really difficult. Dokyung reached out and held Lee-soo's hand. You've worked hard. From now on I will take care of everything. So don't cry anymore, be strong like before. Lee-soo let out a smile from the bottom of his heart. During all this time, the two of them bumped into each other. Mr. Dokyung hugged his head and lay back on the bed. Hey, I'm a bit tired now. Tae-san, the association you worked so hard to build, is now handed over to Il Hawk. Unbelievable. But do you know what really surprised me in this situation? Lee-soo didn't dare look at him. Mr. Dokyung lamented. Everything was done by Baek Dokyung. I did everything in your name. Lee-soo is now very guilty. Secretary Swa said, thanks to that, Baek Dokyung's image is better known to the public, becoming an invincible gangster without rivals. Mr. Dokyung was not very excited and followed. Wow, so excited, so happy, I like it so much. He asked, so what's your next plan, Baek Dokyung? Lee-soo replied, first we have to return to Tai-san Guild. He repeated, Tae-san is my group, let's go back. Uyama Shogo and his henchmen, one by one, one by one. I will completely crush their bone. Shogo looked over his subordinate's injuries. You're seriously injured. Nobuhiro sat up. It's okay, I can still move. Shogo grabbed him. That's right, that's right. Nobuhiro was hit hard by the wound. The pain was so painful that he gritted his teeth and endured it, but Shogo didn't seem to care. Uyama's limbs have to be in a hospital bed, it's unreasonable. Nobuhiro said, I'm sorry for this incident, Kaisira. Shogo patted his shoulder. It's okay, but... His facial expression changed. But why is that imposter so strong? It must be about the same level as Ryugasaki. Nobuhisa's body was clearly shaking. He bowed his head. I have not personally witnessed Ryugasaki's strength. No matter how strong the imposter is, I can't imagine he could be as strong as Ryugasaki. Shogo's face darkened. Strong as Ryugasaki. Nobuhiro didn't dare look at his face and replied, that's right. It's a monster from a different world than us. Shogo, after suddenly calming down, grinned, close. Nobuhiro Onizawa, I like you as a person. Your passion and madness are what Uyama needs, Nobuhiro replied. Thank you Kaisira, but Shogo interrupted, but... His eyes didn't have any warmth at all, but this time, I'm really disappointed. He was seriously injured by an imposter, then blamed it on a monster from another world. Are you too scared? His voice was filled with menace. Is that right, Nobuhiro Onizawa? The man wearing glasses visited Dokyung standing outside the door. Shogo greeted, you're here, Hanazawa, did you discover anything new? Hanazawa took out his phone. Yes, before I report. Please answer the phone, the boss is looking for you. Shogo was surprised, my father. He answered the phone, Dad, I'm listening. Uyama sat on the steps. Shogo, what are you doing there? He took out the Tae-san Association's lighter. Dad has already given it to Ryugasaki, you have no rights left with the Tae-san Association. Shogo stroked his hair. Dad, have you heard the news? There are many eyes and ears around me. Uyama replied, I heard that from Ryugasaki. Shogo's eyes widened. Ryugasaki. The guy laughed. Ha ha ha, Dad, he's a fake, he's really terrible, he even fooled you. He's Baek Do-kyung's younger brother and Uyama interrupted. No, I know from what Ryugasaki said, that's him, I've already checked. Shogo frowned, so what does that mean? That guy is really an imposter, Dad. Uyama opened the lighter lid. Shogo, didn't I tell you it was confirmed? If I tell you to believe, then you must believe me. The glass window reflected Shogo's face in a very scary way. Uyama continued, that imposter said this. It says it will become Uyama's boss in the future, so, as the boss of Uyama and Taesan Guild, he won't leave me alone. Shogo wanted to know, so what else did Dad say to him? Uyama did not elaborate. As Uyama's current boss, I said what I had to say, that's okay to answer. Shogo asked, as the boss. Uyama did not directly answer his question. Shogo, you have no intention of returning to Japan at this time, right? Shogo snapped, Dad. His hand holding the phone was veiny. The person who said that to you was as a father, or as your boss. Uyama walked to the glass door next to the floor. Shogo, I have never once. The sound of the phone hanging up rang out, interrupting his word. Ashes from the cigarette in Uyama's hand fell. He was quiet. Shogo looked towards Hanazawa. The guy shoved the phone hard into him. Shogo's eyes were red. Is Baek Do-kyung really alive? Hanazawa calmly replied, I have already confirmed. Shogo gritted his teeth, but he just turned around. Hanazawa took the phone, because that's the real Ryugasaki. Shogo asked, are you also on the side of Chef Do-kyung? Hanazawa put away the phone. I only work for Uyama. This is something related to Uyama. He handed the man the file. I found it. A third organization leaked information in Seoul. Shogo was surprised. Where, this is? Hanazawa raised a finger. He said. Seoul. Shogo opened the file. His eyes looked out at the prosperity outside. Ha ha, Seoul. Inside are photos of 3 familiar faces. Outside it was pouring rain. The person in the car lit a cigarette. I heard that Uyama's people have taken over the Taesan Guild. Chief Jang pondered, along with Lee Sung-min's henchman. He was more stubborn and cunning than he thought. He didn't notice someone walking towards the car door. Nothing good will come of staying in Seoul for a long time. If he rushes into this game like that, he will lose. The person outside opening the passenger door was Chief Jang's daughter. Oh my god. Let's meet you. Why do you say you quit smoking but you smoke again? Manager Jang immediately threw the cigarette out. What, you're here? If it's raining, you should at least call. He saw his daughter go around to the back seat and asked, why don't you sit in the front? The girl frowned. No, I hate the smell of your medicine. She covered her nose. Oh my god, that's terrible. Even after sitting in the back seat, the smell is still strong. Head of department Jang explained. Dad tried to smoke quickly, but when there was still a breeze, I noticed that he was gone. The girl folded her raincoat. Dad, are you planning on secretly smoking? There's a bunch of them here. Manager Jang said softly, sorry daughter, let's leave now. Someone reached out to open the car door. Shogo entered through the back door. Sorry. Chief Jang, his face darkened as he packed away the uninvited guest. The girl was suspicious. Who are you? Shogo grabbed her arm. Oh my god, my precious daughter. The guy smiled perversely. Calm down girl, I'm your father's friend. His eyes looked towards the front seat. So. It would be great if we became friends soon, Chief Jang. The girl snatched her hand back. Dad, who is this person? What is he saying? Shogo said, sorry, you must be surprised, don't you understand Japanese? The girl looked at her father worriedly. Dad, Manager Jang loosened his tie. It's okay, Yuna. His hand holding the steering wheel tightened. He's a friend I haven't seen in a long time. Mr. Uyama. Shogo, what's the matter that brings you here? Shogo's elbow rested on the front car seat. I haven't heard from Chief Jang. I'm very. His eyes swept over Yuna. If I wanted to talk to you, I had to come here directly. I didn't know your daughter was also here. Manager Jang suggested, Mr. Uyama, it's better to talk about work than go out, right? Shogo got out of the car. Whatever I do, just do as you wish. The junior boy stepped forward to cover him with an umbrella. Manager Jang opened the car door and got out. Shogo stood leaning against the car door next to Yuna. Come on, let's talk again, Chief Jang, Manager Jang called. Hey. He took out the gun. What do you want to do? He used his body to hide the gun from his daughter's sight. It seems this bastard doesn't know the difference between right and wrong in a foreign land. I can respect you in Japan, but here it's different. Each land has its own owner, right? Shogo curled his lips and said, exactly the same as the name impersonating him, Baek Lee Soo. I heard he's your subordinate, Lieutenant Colonel Jang Sung-ho of the HID Special Operations Team. Every sentence and every word that comes out is a threat. In order for us to be able to work with you in Korea, we must investigate your entire background. The junior behind him took out a knife. He slammed it down onto the car's roof. The position right on top of Yun-A's head was like a threat. It seems like he loves his daughter very much. But you don't pity your subordinates at all. Chief Jang pushed his glasses. Shogo approached. I don't know why you're worried about not being able to get him out. He stretched out his hand, but if you both have the same enemy, wouldn't it be better to shake hands? Chief Jang took back his gun. Playing so big means you also want a position in there, right? But what should we do? Our table already has enough space. Shogo didn't mind. Then we can rearrange the table. I also don't want to arbitrarily share food with others. Chief Jang took out a cigarette, rearranged the area. Shogo waved his finger to signal his junior. He moved to cover Chief Jang from the rain so he could light a cigarette. He asked, "Can you do it?" Shogo proudly said, "Let me show you what kind of organization Uyama is." He called out, "Let's go, Kaido." Manager Jang called back, "His name is Kaido, can you meet me for a moment?" The cigarette butt shot towards Kaido. The hem of his shirt was grabbed and pulled tightly. Chief Jang kicked him hard on the heel. Chief Jang threw Kaido to the ground. "Your mechanical hand problem needs to be fixed, kid, not everywhere can pull out a knife like that." He pressed the knife close to his eyes. "When adults are talking, you should know how to stand still. Mr. Uyama, remember this too. Don't use this stupid method a second time, understand?" Red Crown Hotel in Lang Colony. Ryu is sitting alone enjoying wine. His phone was showing a call. Damn, what the hell is this? He ruffled his hair. Baek Dokyung. It's not Baek Dokyung that Tae-san Uyama defeated. Ryu gulped down his glass of wine. Why doesn't this cunning Chief Jang answer the phone? Damn it, there was a loud noise outside. Ryu saw one of his juniors being killed. What's that? What's that sound? He frowned. Ah, who are you? This is the first time I've seen you. Nobuhiro's mouth was drooling. The first time we met, you turned my junior into a rag like that. Ryu threw the wine cup aside and went down. It seems like we've encountered each other somewhere before. Why are you suddenly venting your anger so intensely? Nobuhiro bit a few pills. The North Korean bastard spoke as fluently as a bird singing. A bottle of medicine was gulped down. Afraid. Even if you wear Japanese bear gloves, it turns out it's you guys. He laughed. Are those Uyama Japanese people? You're planning on swallowing Tae-san, so you want to come over here and have another spoonful. Someone mumbled, Tae-san, Tae-san, everywhere I go, I see Tae-san, the name sounds boring. It's fair, that's Seoul's standard. Shogo walked over with his Japanese sword. Silly mountains, is that the complacency of a frog at the bottom of a well? Ryu twisted his wrist. Is this the real deal? Damn, that's all kinds of stuff. The guy made a stance about wanting to punch each other. Let's try pulling out the sword. Shogo brushed past him. Get down. This place is too big and not suitable for you. He picked up a bottle of wine and turned to look at Ryu. Don't you feel like this place is too much for you? Lee Hyung-gu was confused. So? Are there really two Baek Dokyung? Cyan grabbed his hair. Ah, no, twins, that's Baek over there. Lee Soo took off the blindfold. Why do you always wear it on the opposite side? Mr. Dokyung asked his brother suspiciously. Hey, is that guy next to us? I feel a bit uncomfortable with him. Lee Hyung-gu asked, but I have a question, which of the two is the real Chef Dokyung? I will follow the boss I have chosen. He held up his hand that was missing 2 fingers, so I asked, who is the person who cut this? Lee Soo was silent, pointing towards the person lying on the hospital bed. Mr. Dokyung remained silent. Lee Hyung-gu confirmed, so my boss is fake Baek Dokyung? No, it's Mr. Baek Lee Soo. Mr. Dokyung grumbled, I've been annoyed with you for a while now. Also, weren't you the one who bet at that time? Mr. Dokyung asked, but what about Jia Lang? How could you insult Tae-san? Lee Hyung-gu stroked his hair. I'm also a person who knows the times. As Big Brother Lee Soo said, I'm called the new symbol of this era. It's on a different level than Jia Lang. Mr. Dokyung frowned, but this bastard dares to talk to me empty-handed. Lee Hyung-gu looked at Cyan. That blonde Big Brother made Ryu Tae-hyung so scared that he didn't dare breathe loudly. Cyan was arrogant enough to cough a few times. Dokyung was surprised. You were able to suppress Ryu Tae-hyung. It probably wasn't easy. Cyan turned the small knife. Captain, I'll take action. Those guys are really quite ordinary. Lee Hyung-gu disagreed. That's right, blonde-haired boss. Apparently you defeated Ryu with just one blow. Big Brother is really that strong. Ryu Tae-hyung from us is not someone who can be underestimated like that. Jia Lang is the largest gang among the gangs in Seoul currently, and its leader is Ryu Tae-hyung. Even though he looks like that, he's also a former lightweight boxing champion. After avoiding Nobuhiro's axe, Ryu headbutted him under the chin, dirty boxing. But he was stripped of his rights just before the start of international competition. Nobuhiro was even more excited after being punched in the face. He swung the axe hard. Ryu turned around to avoid the slash. He gouged out his opponent's eyes. Nobuhiro moved, causing Ryu to grab his shoulder. Ryu immediately threw in a punch. Nobuhiro clearly suffered from eating. He swung his axe horizontally. Ryu stepped back, increasing the distance. Since that event, he has been permanently removed from the list. Ryu's sweat dropped. Phew, damn, I'm drunk, why is it so difficult to control these hands to my will? Each of his moves has the characteristics of a boxer. Suddenly, the thought of wanting to kill this bastard immediately arose. He retreated to the underground world and joined Il Hawk, the largest organization at that time. Ryu passed by and punched Nobuhiro in the stomach. Hey, where were you bleeding earlier? Shogo witnessed the battle, quietly clicked, then took out a small knife. With just 1 year of underground operations, he was nominated to be the youngest 9-blade in Il Hawk. Ryu gritted his teeth. Nobuhiro's face was excited because he had taken too much medicine. His eyes were red, and his mouth was drooling. That's right, it has to be like that. Shogo put his arm around Ryu's shoulder. No, you can use it. Ryu was caught off guard. Damn, something, wait, it's almost your turn. Shogo held a knife in his hand and pressed it to Ryu's stomach. There aren't many ways to deal with a normally stupid person like you. At Tae-san headquarters, Lee Sung-min called. Hey, Mr. Ishizuka, listen to me about this. Kaido kicked the door open. Lee Sung-min didn't know what to do. What, has it come to this? Kaito looked at the two people, Tu Lan and Father Yua. There has been an order from leader Il Hawk, but why are you still sitting here without doing anything? Tu Lan did not understand Japanese, so she asked Father Yua, what the hell is he talking about? Father Yua translated, he asked why we didn't follow leader Il Hawk's order. Tu Lan picked up her knife. Leader, ha ha ha, why does this damn organization have so many leaders? She faced Kaido, whose order is at this time, Tae-san or Il Hawk, or is it some scoundrel's order? We've decided to go with Baekdokyung, there's no reason to go along with what you guys say anymore. Kaido's knife stabbed Tu Lan's head hard. Luckily she reacted quickly and used her knife to block it. Tu Lan said harshly, "Aw, you're so bold, let's try again." Kaido said in Japanese, "It's so noisy, what are you talking about?" Lee Sung-min stopped him. "Ishizuka, please listen to me for a moment." Kaido took back the knife. "What a bunch of idiots," Lee Sung-min advised. "You guys, Tu Lan, I know your dissatisfaction, but right now we want you to cooperate and follow our instruction." Cha Yua spoke up. "Director Lee Sung-min, I know you are the leader of Il Hawk, but we have already supported Baekdokyung and joined Tae-san. But now I don't know where Baekdokyung is. If it's not a directive from the Tae-san Association, we won't follow it." Tu Lan crossed her arms. "Hey, Director Lee, you're acting like a child, aren't you the director of Il Hawk, a huge organization formed even before Tae-san was born? Where did you put Il Hawk's pride?" Lee Sung-min turned around and walked towards the door. "Now is not the time to talk about that, I need more time." Tu Lan was not satisfied. "So it's over." Lee Sung-min persuaded, "And Baekdokyung will come back soon, so now let's wait and monitor the situation." Nobuhiro's eyes were white, and the sound of a drugged person emitted from his mouth. Shogo also seemed to detect this subordinate's abnormality. Below the floor was Ryu lying unconscious in a pool of blood. Shogo enjoyed himself, sipping his glass of wine. "Very well, now let's quickly resolve this matter." Ryu's fingers moved. He tried to get up. "That's good, you bastard." Ryu got into a fighting stance. "You think you can defeat me that easily? Let's see who will die." Shogo held his sword. "What, do you still have enough strength to stand up?" Ryu still stiffened. "You bastards, how dare you, do you think you can confront the Jia Wolf group?" Shogo signaled Nobuhiro not to advance. Jia Lang is a corporation in Seoul. He used the tip of his sword to poke Ryu hard. "Are you their leader?" Ryu's whole body staggered. "Ah." Shogo grabbed his hair. "Look carefully." Shogo yanked Ryu's head in one direction. "See anything?" "No, a shadow of a person. Do you know why? Where have all your people gone?" "People often say that wolves live in packs and follow the leader. But with your gang becoming weaker and weaker, you are a group leader who gradually loses his prestige, so those disciples also change their minds, right?" The knives in their hands fell. "Your organization has abandoned you. And you are no longer the alpha wolf, just the hunted prey. Tae-san group, the elevator is shown going down to the first floor." Kaido walked out from inside, frowning in suspicion. His eyes looked to the right. Spotted a few human figures in the distance. Someone. "Lee Su, just solved it," one guy looked over. Kaido immediately pulled out his knife. Lee Su walked over. "It's you, Ishizuka." Kaido. Next to him was Cyan. His lips tightened, then Cyan recognized Kaido. "Captain, that person is Lee Su," replied. "Yes, I know, leave this matter to me to handle. I heard he's a person who doesn't know what pain is. Kaido took off his cumbersome outer jacket. Ishizuka Kaido, he was born as an orphan of unknown origin. A life where all he has to do is find a way to survive day by day. In some ways, it was fortunate that he did not know the feeling of pain, was not hurt by pain. Even in harsh and difficult circumstances, he can still move forward. This is an expression of faith and determination. Up until now, Kaido has always had one thought, because he cannot feel pain. So don't be afraid no matter who your opponent is. He launched an attack. Lee Su leaned forward to avoid a direct hit. Cyan commented, so fast, the speed is terrible. After that, a series of slashes were avoided by Lee Su. He looked at his arm holding the knife. Kaido's feet rubbed against the ground, borrowing force. With his other leg, he swung it up. Lee Su tightened his arm muscles, blocking the kick. Look at you, his eyes turned to Kaido. He turned around and caught his hand holding the knife. One hand on the arm, one hand on the shoulder, he made a backlocking motion. Kaido's arm was bent back, his shoulder blade making a cracking sound. His head was pressed against the floor. Taking advantage of his position, he launched a hook kick from below. Lee Su let him go and stepped back. He praised, that's impressive. Cyan observed, if a normal person got hit by that attack, he would faint from the pain, he wouldn't feel anything at all. If you try too hard, it will affect your bones and joints. Kaido stood up without changing expression. Lee Su said, it's true that you don't know what pain is. He adjusted his gloves, but besides that ability, you don't have anything else. Kaido didn't care about the wound in his hand and continued to attack. Lee Su grabbed his hand, using the other hand to exert force. His elbow slammed down hard on his arm. Kaido used his other hand to punch Lee Su straight in the face. A red mark appeared on Lee Su's cheek. Kaido discovered that his arm was deformed. Obviously the arm bone that had just been hit by Lee Su was broken. Lee Su stepped up, go ahead. Even though you don't know what pain is, the human body has limits. Kaido gritted his teeth, bastard. He swung his right leg up to kick, but was caught by Lee Su. He stared at it, sometimes I meet some interesting guys like you. He punched Kaido's leg hard, causing it to deform into a wonderful curvature. The expression on his face looked like he couldn't believe it. Lee Su continued, people like you who are filled with physical and mental strength are very special. Kaido's leg bones were broken, causing Kaido to be unable to stand straight and fall to the ground. His right hand was broken and he could no longer hold the knife. Lee Su step by step walked towards Kaido. Before, Kaido was fearless, no matter who his opponent was. Because I don't know what pain is, Lee Su stepped hard on his twisted leg. Don't you know what pain is? He bent down, one hand on his knee, the other hand holding Kaido's ankle. Sure enough, what would happen if I turned you into an invalid? If you're afraid, stand up and beg me. Kaido's body was drenched in sweat, with a terrified expression, but now he knew how to tremble. A car is driving on the highway, the person inside said, you mean Uyama is at Tae Sanhoi's place, right? The driver immediately replied, Master, it would be polite to leave empty-handed like this, let me buy you something. The person behind replied, stop talking nonsense. Manager Han looked through the mirror and continued, you're worried about something, aren't you? It seems like Baek Lee Su is already one step ahead. Dokyung looked outside blankly and said, Tae Sanhoi, I'll enter properly through the main door. No one can stop that. I was rumored to be a cold-blooded gangster, but when I said this, Baek Dokyung smiled slightly and stopped. The car continued to run until it parked right under the company gate. Chief Han quickly walked back and opened the door for Dokyung and said, we're here, wait a moment, I'll assist you. Baek Dokyung extended his hand to his subordinate and slowly stood up. He smiled slightly and said, if you think about it carefully, you said that you and your family have been getting a lot of attention lately, right? There are many eyes currently watching. Going in like this would be very embarrassing. After saying that, Baek Dokyung immediately withdrew his hand and boldly walked in himself. Underneath the parking garage, Tu Lan was now aggressively approaching with her fellow junior. One of them turned and glared at Tu Lan and said, damn, you're too slow, hurry up. After walking a while, they saw Cyan being hugged by a man. One guy frowned and said, hey, what are you guys doing, haven't started yet. In the blink of an eye, Cyan turned the situation around and slashed his neck. The other guy saw that and immediately exclaimed in horror, ha, what is that? Before he could regain his composure, Cyan rushed at him from afar and stabbed him. Immediately, he looked at him with hateful eyes and said, you're too noisy. Act like the homeowner. Tu Lan, standing behind, smiled softly and continued, isn't that right, Mr. Baekhyung? Seeing that, the guy who had just yelled at Tu Lan immediately picked up his knife and loudly said, you brat, are you a member of Tae Sanhoi? But before he could receive an answer, Tu Lan from behind rushed up to attack him. She smirked then looked at Cyan and asked, son, where is your leader? Siam just remained silent and then pointed upward. Right now, at Lee Sung-min's place. He is reclining in a chair resting. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. It immediately attracted Chairman Lee's attention. He turned to complain, "It's so noisy outside." Uncle Chun-ho replied, "I guess he's back." Hearing that, Lee Sung-min immediately stood up and said, "Let's go out and meet." At this time, the floor was littered with bodies. Surely the two of them had gone through a fierce battle. At this time, Ishizuka's side was still not done. He angrily cursed, "Damn it." After losing a leg and an arm, Kaido crawled along the wall and ran away. Beck Isity exclaimed from behind, "Can you still stand up? Try continuing." Just as he finished speaking, another familiar voice rang out. The wall in front is the symbol of Tae-san. Tae-san. An organization with such a proud name. Both Beck Lee Soo and Kaido simultaneously looked towards the direction of the voice. That man walked proudly, saying, "Uyama, you said you are the highest mountain. We are Tae-san Hoi. How dare you dare? Based on what standards to evaluate the greatness of Tae-san Hoi?" Hearing this, Kaido's face turned pale. He cowered and sat close to the wall, absent-mindedly saying, "Ryugasaki." It seemed like he couldn't believe the truth that was present before his eyes. Seeing that, Dokyung continued, "If you want to understand Tae-san Hoi clearly, then lie down like you are now, crawling on the floor, ruffling your hair and looking up there. That is the symbol of our Tae-san Association. It's been 2 months, and they are meeting together to discuss the next solution." Tu Lan suddenly burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha." She comfortably leaned back in her chair and said, "Don't you see that bastard? Until now, Tae-san Hoi is still in a bad state. Your brother is pretending to be you, right? It's funny, isn't it? Ha, why did we come all the way here just because of someone pretending to be the leader of the Tae-san Association?" After listening, Beck Dokyung calmly replied to her, "Like I said, I'm also very sorry about the situation between us. However, my younger brother has done a good job representing me. I completely agree with the decisions it made. I also have relationships with Il Hak and Tien Hung. In the current situation, although there are many things that are not as expected, I will try to fix them." To put it simply, what she said was exactly what I meant. Do you understand what I'm saying? So please listen to what he says. You should also think ahead, right? Because the current situation has changed a lot. Speaking of this, Beck Dokyung took out a cigarette. He picked it up and smiled softly. Seeing that he was about to light a cigarette, Beck Lee Soo immediately leaned up and took the cigarette from his mouth. Dokyung was bewildered, not understanding what was going on, and said, "What's going on?" Yua's father also spoke at this time. She pushed her glasses and said seriously, "Sorry, Mr. Beck Dokyung, but your subordinates are so rude. But other than that, the person we decided to follow was his younger brother. From our standpoint, Beck Lee Soo is naturally dissatisfied with this change. Because now it's not the Beck Dokyung we believed in before." Hearing these words, Dokyung immediately blushed. He raised his hand in front of Lee Soo, whispering, What did you do to Director 2? But Beck Lee Soo just looked at him without answering. Seeing that, Lee Sung-min interrupted, "Come on, everyone, don't get too excited, let's continue to talk gently. Isn't there another more important issue? What should I do?" After saying that, everyone immediately focused on reading the information in the newspaper. Father Yua also had no opinion. She looked at the newspaper thoughtfully for a moment, then said in surprise, "As expected, Uyama has taken control of the Earth Wolf. What happened to Ryu Taehyung?" Sung-min immediately turned his head to look at Beck Lee Soo and continued, "These are Jia Lang, the people who have the closest relationship with Department Head Jang. So Uyama's takeover of Earth Wolf means he may have already joined hands with Chief Jang." Beck Dokyung heard this and immediately pulled the card out of his pocket, raised the corner of his mouth and smiled and said, "Maybe you'll have to come see it in person to know. It's been a while since I thought about the conference. What do you think it will be? Isn't it fun? Go once and see. Let's see who will go out with whom in this case." Soon it was time for the party. The two bodyguards saw someone coming and immediately exclaimed in bewilderment, "Huh!" The sound of high heels clacking on the shiny floor. From Cha Yua, she boldly walked into that luxurious room alone. But she was stopped by two bodyguards who said, "What are you doing here?" Seeing that, Yua immediately took out the invitation card and said, "Leader Tien Hung, Father Yua, is that okay?" The bodyguard checked the card again and absent-mindedly said, Please come in." Looking at Yua's shadow, he wondered and whispered, "That's so strange. The leader of the Tien Hung Association has already been here." These words immediately attracted Yua's attention. Inside the conference room, Huang Hao was currently reading the content on the invitation card. "Dear representatives of Korea. My name is Su Uyama, CEO of Uyama Corporation. As for Uyama though, this is a small business. We organized this event to listen to the direct words and advice of the representatives of the guilds. Please come and participate and encourage us a lot. What is this? After reading it, he said in confusion, Uyama has taken control of even the small shops in the neighborhood. What do you intend to do? Shogo doesn't seem to care much about this. He slowly poured wine for Huang Hao, then burst out laughing and replied, Ha ha, I'm surprised too. Hak Long Jang has been in Korea for a long time. What business do you want to do on this small piece of land? It's confusing. Hearing that, Huang Hao immediately raised the glass of wine to his lips. He glanced at Uyama and calmly asked again, aren't we both thinking the same thing? Shogo also quickly replied, then maybe we should do something together. This Tian Hung will be ours. As soon as the words ended, suddenly an aggressive voice rang out from behind, it's mine. Just as Cha Yua walked in, hearing their words, she slowly walked closer and asked, isn't that so, you too? Seeing Cha Yua, both men were surprised. Huang Hao regained his composure and said, President too, I thought you wouldn't come. Seeing that, Yua didn't hesitate anymore. She came to an empty chair and naturally sat down, saying, the president is here, shouldn't the assistant be able to go home? Seeing Yua's eyes looking at him, Huang Hao frowned and replied, President too, you look so confident. Uyama Shogo also seemed to be unable to keep his composure anymore. He quickly greeted Huang Hao and left. Before he could take a few steps, Lee Sung-min walked in. He had to stop and shake hands with Chairman Lee. After shaking his hand, Lee Sung-min went back to his seat. Seeing that, Shogo immediately said awkwardly, please feel free. It seems crowded. Let's begin. As he spoke, he pulled out the remaining chair and intended to sit down. At this moment, another guest was also entering. The bodyguard saw that and immediately asked, what are you doing here? What is your name? Baek Dokyung smirked and said, name, you asked me. I'm Baek Dokyung. Seeing a noise outside, everyone immediately looked up at the door to wait to see who was coming. Both of the other bodyguards fell to the ground at the same time. Dokyung walked in and said coldly, why are you stopping me? Just let me in. Coming inside, Baek Dokyung looked at everyone and said gently, since this is my first time going out, I wore something expensive. As he spoke, he wiped his shirt with his hand as if he had just touched something dirty. Then he glanced at Uyama Shogo and said in Japanese, it's been a long time. Are you okay? Do you miss me? Sit down here, let's talk for a while. Only then did Uyama react. He stared at Dokyung and exclaimed in horror, Baek Dokyung. Immediately, Dokyung changed his face. He tapped his stick hard on the ground and said, no. Dokyung's eyes widened angrily as he looked at him and shouted, it's definitely Ryugasaki, you bastard. Baek Dokyung pulled the card out of his pocket, smiled happily and said, it's been a long time since I remembered. The meeting will probably be very interesting. Seeing that, Lee Soo immediately stood up to take the card and said, in that case, let me go this time, Uyama Shogo. But before he could finish his sentence, Baek Dokyung dodged and said seriously, hey, no way, this time I'll go. I said it last time, this time I'll do it. Back at the conference, Dokyung approached Uyama and Shogo said, dude, it's been a while since we last saw you. Looking at Shogo standing stiffly, Dokyung continued excitedly, I heard that while I was away, you left a formal greeting with Tae-san. It seems like you really want to meet your younger brother, right? Come here, sit down. Uyama Shogo was still in a daze, standing motionless looking at Dokyung. He exclaimed in horror, Baek Dokyung. Immediately, Dokyung changed his face. He tapped his stick hard on the ground and said, no. Dokyung's eyes widened angrily as he looked at him and shouted, it's definitely Ryugasaki, you bastard. Having finished speaking, he turned around to look at the dining table and smiled and said, what is it? Is there no room for me? After that, Baek Dokyung went straight to the empty table behind, pulled out a chair and sat down. He turned towards them and said, I'm sitting here. Seeing this, Huang Hao immediately began to doubt, isn't Baek Dokyung the younger brother Baek Lee Soo is acting? After finishing his thoughts, he smiled and looked at him and said, long time no see, Director Baek, how have you been? Hearing that voice, Baek Dokyung frowned and looked up and replied, who are you? Why are you pretending to be so close? Seeing Baek Dokyung's attitude like that, Huang Hao calmly continued, don't you remember me, boy? Baek Dokyung thought for a while then suddenly said, ah, I remember. He pointed at Huang Hao, smiled happily and said, it's that uncle, right? Uncle Huang Hao was beaten up by me, right? Because you're sitting in someone else's seat, a seat that doesn't belong to you, so I don't recognize you. Baek Dokyung's words were straight to Huang Hao's face. He slammed his hand on the table then stood up, his voice extremely annoyed and asked, someone else's place, what do you mean? Dokyung pretended to be innocent and replied, what's wrong? Even you don't understand. He pulled the chair next to him and said, please sit here too. That's where the directors talk, we better not interfere, just sitting alone is a bit boring. Huang Hao looked at him angrily and exclaimed, Baek Do-kyung. But he still went and sat in the chair next to him. As soon as he sat down, Huang Hao said, okay then, did you bring cigarettes with you? Hearing that, Do-kyung immediately played with the lighter in his hand and replied, yes, there is, but it's not Marlboro, so don't rush in hastily like last time. Having said that, he immediately gave the medicine to Huang Hao and was kind enough to help him light the fire. Uyama Shogo stood aside and watched. Seeing the lighter in Do-kyung's hand, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, it's that lighter again. Seeing the quiet atmosphere, Baek Do-kyung immediately spoke up, looking back, there are so many strange faces. He glanced at Huang Hao and asked, is the Earth Wolf now led by your uncle? Huang Hao did not answer but thought to himself, indeed, there is a little difference compared to that time, is this person really Baek Do-kyung? At this time, Uyama suddenly spoke up, the wolves have been cleaned up, and director Ryu Taehyung seems to be busy with company work, haha. But I only called the real directors, not the fake one. Is it really you this time, Baek Do-kyung? Hearing this, Baek Do-kyung remained calm as if nothing happened. He comfortably leaned back in his chair, smoking a cigarette, and replied, really, since when did you start talking like I was an imposter? Shogo did not answer, he blatantly grabbed the cigarette from Do-kyung's mouth and said, Tae-san now, it doesn't matter who the leader is anymore. Because that small mountain will be the perfect grave for you twins, brothers. As he spoke, he buried the burning cigarette on Baek Do-kyung's shoulder. Seeing that he was about to leave, Baek Do-kyung brushed off his shirt, looked regretful and reproached. Hey, this is very expensive, why are you being so childish? Shogo ignored Baek Do-kyung and did not respond. He walked back to his seat, gently sat down and said, but there is also another choice for you. You and I, together will see what all of Seoul is really about. And finally, Uyama will take control of Seoul. How about it, Ryugasaki? This time, under the name Uyama, you and I won't let him finish talking. Do-kyung immediately interrupted, if you don't like it, shut up. Don't you listen to what your father said. Uyama will be mine, I'm not kind enough to hand over that corporation to you. Any more and I will kill you, I have already decided that. You know that, you and I absolutely cannot get along. So I'll ask you just one more question, why are you so eager to take me down? Why did you come all the way to Korea to eliminate this damn guy? So I paid everything and left, what else do you want from me? Hearing that, Shogo immediately became mad, he slammed his hand on the table and angrily shouted, give it all back, do you really think those things were yours? Like a boring toy that you kindly gave me. Do you think by doing that you can become a martyr for the peace and safety of that organization? He grabbed Do-kyung's collar, he glared and said, from the beginning, that entire corporation is mine, Uyama, Dad, it's all mine, do you understand? Having finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Huang Hao, Sol Min and Cha Yua as if he was crazy and shouted, you all listen clearly. Mount Tae-san will collapse in the hands of the sword. If you want to stop me, you will all be destroyed, so, if you're planning on lining up to block me, stand firm. Because I will flatten everyone who stands in front of me. He glanced at Baek Do-kyung again, gritted his teeth and said, Baek Do-kyung, I will trample and take away everything you have. This is not looting or war, but resistance and taking back what belongs to me. As soon as the words ended, Baek Do-kyung immediately clapped his hands in a touching response, you must have practiced a lot, right? Do you know what rhetoric is? I used to do a lot when I was young, don't you know? His level is just like that, just grumbling like a child, so I can't hear anything. Destroy it and try it. Let's try to do it properly this time. Instead, if you still can't do it this time, I'll kill you. Having said that, Baek Do-kyung immediately left, leaving Uyama Shogo standing there stunned. Seeing this, Yua and Lee Sol-min quickly followed him and left. Passing by the name Huang Hao, Father Yua, did not forget to give him a satisfied smile. The three of them boldly walked out of the room. At this time, Huang Hao slowly took out his phone from his pocket and said, I don't intend to hear about your family history like this. Isn't that right, Chief Jang? He said to Jang Sung over the phone, by the way, I think it's Baek Do-kyung or Baek Lee-soo. Head of department Jang was thoughtful and did not answer. The other end of the line immediately added, he's limping, the department head doesn't seem injured, but he seems to feel uncomfortable somewhere. Hearing that, Jang Sung immediately exclaimed, leg. He leaned back in his chair and thought, if it's as Uyama said, then Baek Do-kyung was the one who was attacked at that time. Even though he survived, he was attacked like that, so it left behind such after effects. Why? After waiting for a long time, Jang Sung did not answer. Huang Hao asked again, are you listening, Chief Jang was now awake. He sat up straight, raised his glasses with his hand, and replied, "Yes, I'm listening." Right at that moment, there were several guys waiting for his orders. "From now on, we will handle it. First, we should draw a clear conclusion about Baek Do-kyung." After leaving that room, the three of Lee Sol-min were going down together. Suddenly, Baek Do-kyung felt something unusual. He stopped and said to everyone, "Everyone go ahead, I need to stop by here for a moment." Hearing that, Yua's father frowned in confusion and said, "Stop by, where are you suddenly going?" President Lee next to him also continued in confusion, "Is it a personal matter? You're still not feeling well, going alone is very dangerous." Baek Do-kyung looked at the two of them helplessly and sighed. He pointed to the bathroom and replied, "The bathroom, I'm going to the bathroom. These people are really not observant at all, why don't you all go together, really, to be?" "I'm not a kid either, just go ahead," Lee Sung-min replied bewilderedly, then, "See you later." A moment later Baek Do-kyung was looking thoughtfully into the mirror. He calmly stood there washing his hands. Suddenly, he said in a serious voice, "You all flock to the bathroom like that. Even children don't do that." Do-kyung didn't turn around, but his voice was extremely firm, like he had eyes behind his back. He continued in a loud voice, "Why, it's like those delinquent students sneaking away from their teachers to go smoke." Teacher Baek Do-kyung discovered the assassins in the bathroom and did not hide anymore. Seeing them come out one after another, Do-kyung said excitedly, "1, 2, 3, how many people are there?" Do-kyung was not afraid at all but still gently wiped his hands with a tissue, adding, "I have rarely encountered this type of case before. Kill him as soon as you discover him, I'm the one who has such intentions, ha. If that's the case, then this time, please try to do it properly for me." At this time at the port, it was already late at night. There are three guys in black clothes standing in front of a room. One of them opened the lock and said, "Time seemed to be getting better." He looked at the white powder packet falling on the ground. He continued to enjoy it. "In our time, we have to hide them in the belly of a tuna to transport these things smoothly. Is this what the carriers are doing publicly now? I cannot understand people's minds. What else does Korea contain?" The junior next to him immediately chimed in, "From now on, everything is legal, right?" The leader immediately replied, "It's not legal, it's accepted, the superiors have already discussed it." The other guy bent down to pick up the bag of flour and asked curiously, "But even if it's only accepted in Korea, isn't this the kind of business the president always wanted? He absolutely will not sit still." The leader grabbed the bag of flour in his hand and replied, "Don't worry about that. This is exactly what he wanted and we have decided to follow his wishes. In addition, the president has decided to withdraw from the front line, leaving the business to other positions." One person asked in surprise, "Is that true?" The leader looked at the pile of drugs stacked high like a mountain in front of him, and was in a very good mood. He seemed to know everything and said, "Ryugasaki and our boss argued directly with each other in the president's room. Managing the group is assigned to the organization's leadership. But in this situation, Baek Do-kyung came to the hotel. The leader locked the door and said with disdain, "Where is he that dares to enter the tiger's den by himself? Perhaps he has been dealt with by now." After finishing everything, he turned and asked, "Who are you? Mercenaries from Korea? Or a soldier? But I heard rumors that you guys are planning on doing something else, right? Just keep talking, I'm listening." However, when the leader turned back, the two men following him had been strangled by a rope. Lee Soo pulled the rope and replied, "Soldier." Seeing that, he immediately exclaimed in panic, "You guys." Another man came up from the stairs and said in a serious voice, "Before that, you told I to be treated well, right?" At the same time, at the hotel, Baek Do-kyung's stick was thrown aside. He is fighting alone with a group of assassins. They held knives and stabbed Do-kyung repeatedly, but none of them could touch his body. Do-kyung is quick and agile, even without help, he could still knock those bastards' knives away. He dodged the attack and then steadily retreated back. Seeing that the situation was not very positive, a guy standing behind pointed out, "Could it be? Left leg injured, let's aim there. Let's all concentrate, take it slow, calm down, don't just think of him as an ordinary thug, he's Baek Lee Soo's brother, so you can't predict anything yet." The guy who spoke suddenly took off his hat. He is none other than One Sync's special management team leader Park Chang-hoon. He coldly said, "There's no need to fight back harshly, just clicking continuously makes him unbearable, because we are predators. And he's just our prey." Even though he was surrounded on all sides, Baek Do-kyung wasn't worried at all. He quipped, "Park Chang-hoon, you talk strong." Chang-hoon pushed his teammate and said, "Okay, let's deal with him." Several juniors also immediately rushed forward enthusiastically. However, the first guy who rushed forward was immediately punched in the face by Do-kyung. Unfortunately, another guy took the opportunity to grab his hand. He immediately signaled his teammates to catch him. As soon as he finished speaking, Do-kyung whipped him on the back of his neck. His steps staggered a few steps and then fell to the ground. Chang-hoon, seeing that the situation was impossible, had to draw a knife and go into battle himself. He suddenly rushed forward to attack Baek Do-kyung. However, as soon as his knife moved forward, Do-kyung blocked it. He changed his moves and continuously attacked Do-kyung. After a while of attacking, in vain, he used his foot to kick towards him. His kick caused Do-kyung to step back. Do-kyung blocked the attack and silently assessed, "It's so uncomfortable." He suddenly stopped and thought for a moment. Park Chang-hoon also stopped attacking and said, "Your legs are still very strong." Do-kyung on this side also secretly thought that he was waiting for an opportunity. Surely he was aiming for the decisive moment. But if you wait for the opportunity, then so will I. Returning to the docks, a man was boldly walking up the stairs from the stairs. He said in a serious voice, "Say it again, I don't think I will be treated well." Although the leader was so scared that he was trembling, he still said boldly, "It was you, the ones who killed Kaido and Nobu-san." Baek Do-kyung's twin brother. The man suddenly took off his hat. Seeing this face, he immediately exclaimed, "You are a fake. We have seen your abilities clearly, imposter, but you shouldn't have come up here. Your brother, Baek Do-kyung, is already being sent by a group of our people to capture him." The other guy smiled sarcastically and replied, "Is that so? To catch Baek Do-kyung, you're so confident, Dad." The leader was now even more arrogant. He smiled happily and continued, "I heard that Baek Do-kyung has a crippled leg, right? With that body, what can he do?" The white-haired guy next to him immediately repeated, What body?" Baek Do-kyung is not so calm. He frowned and shouted, "You talk too harshly. Catching Baek Do-kyung, is it that simple?" As soon as he saw him step up, the leader sat down on the ground in fear, trembling and saying, Could it be you?" The guy sitting next to him replied, "If it's really Baek Do-kyung, it's worth a try, right? I'm that crippled Ryugasaki, damn it, do you want to try to catch me?" At the same time, at the hotel, Do-kyung pulled out the knife from his body, thinking to himself that he was looking for a weakness and an opportunity to strike, or not. From the beginning, we have been waiting for this opportunity. After finishing his thoughts, Baek Do-kyung immediately took the opportunity. He held a knife and rushed towards the other guy. Park Chang-hoon was standing next to him, observing. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "Is that the direction of travel? Step up with your left foot." It wasn't until Do-kyung escaped the siege that the group of people could react. They quickly attacked Do-kyung. An agile man wielding a knife attacked from behind. Just as the knife was about to touch Baek Do-kyung's body, he knocked it away. In the blink of an eye, that knife was in his hand. Baek Do-kyung put both hands and two knives into a fighting stance. He used the enemy's knife to take down his comrade. Any guy who rushed in was immediately knocked out by Do-kyung. As soon as another guy grabbed his hand, Do-kyung gave him 2 stabs in the rib. He grabbed his hand back and pressed it hard to the ground. Baek Do-kyung angrily said, "Prey and hunter. You are now in my hands, now who is the predator?" Having finished speaking, he quickly lowered a knife, causing blood to splat. At this time, Park Chang-hoon also realized the problem. He was a little frightened and said, "You are Baek Lee-soo, from the beginning, it was all an act, right?" At this point, Lee-soo didn't hide it anymore. He smiled softly and replied, "What, it's all just learning, to do things like infiltrating in disguise, isn't that right, Junior?" Park Chang-hoon quickly informed his teammates, "We also made a mistake in our calculations. The beta plan was cancelled and requested Alpha's support." Finishing speaking, he ordered the guys there, "Alpha is coming, the rest retreat, Alpha and I will handle this. If we stay here, it will only make the land more cramped." Hearing Park Chang-hoon mention Alpha, Baek Lee-soo was also a bit surprised. Chang-hoon generously replied, "Senior also knows, you are a legend to us, you also have a great fan base." Hello to someone who's a bit crazy. Before he could finish speaking, someone else stroked his cheek and said in annoyance, "Hey, shut up now. Don't make a scene, it's too annoying." Then, he turned to look at Baek Lee-soo and said, "Are you really Baek Lee-soo? It's really strange." Jisoo looked like she didn't really understand. The silver-haired man then added, "It's clear that you're dead, it's clear that I killed you at that time." After hearing what he said, Lee-soo gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Kill, you? Is this the bastard who made my brother become like this?" The white-haired man said suspiciously, "Really Baek Lee-soo?" Lee-soo frowned angrily and said, "It's impossible, right?" The guy with the long scar looked extremely scary and scowled and continued, "You're obviously dead, I killed you at that time." Hearing this, Lee-soo gritted his teeth and repeated, "Kill. It was you, the bastard who made my brother become like that. Only then did the white-haired man realize the problem. He said bewilderedly, "You," so that person at that time wasn't Baek Lee-soo. Park Chang-hoon next to him also continued, "This name is indeed Baek Lee-soo, so both of us." The silver-haired guy didn't let Park Chang-hoon finish speaking. He interrupted and exclaimed in horror, "That's not right, that's impossible. I personally killed Baek Lee-soo, you can't be Baek Lee-soo." While he was muttering, Lee-soo couldn't keep calm anymore. He came up and kicked him hard in the chest. White hair, while falling to the ground, still stubbornly refused to believe the truth. "No way. I have to kill Baek Lee-soo, you owe one, something imaginary does not exist, entities do not exist in reality. Team Yuling is such an organization that doesn't even leave its name in the world." One day, while the team was performing its mission, the captain of Team UO1, whose identity was unknown with the number G1, said, "Confirm the target is dead, withdraw from the scene, destroy everything in 2 years ago in Western Russia." The white-haired guy, after completing his mission, took off his mask and said, "Phew, it's done, let's go home." The captain behind saw this and immediately reminded, "G2, put on your mask, don't leave any traces." Another person in the team passing by also patted his shoulder and reminded, "Have you forgotten, we won't leave anything behind." He helplessly pulled up the mask and said, "Use it now, I'll just forget it, really." The white hair is the deputy captain of the Yuling team, whose identity is unknown with the number G2. On a blizzard winter night in Russia, the four of them were getting in the car to return. G2 leaned back in his chair tiredly and said, "Everyone has worked hard, I've spent a whole month on this mission, I want to quickly return to Seoul." The captain frowned at G2's stubbornness and lack of rules. G1 immediately said, "G2, I told you not to take off your mask while still in enemy territory." G2 remembers the person in front responding, "Oh, really, what's wrong with you? After all, it's just us, the battle is over, why do we have to be so rigid?" "Really," the group leader helplessly called G2, he immediately corrected, "G2, what the hell, I'm not G2, I'm Choi." However, before he finished speaking, a car came out of nowhere and crashed hard into their car. The car immediately overturned on the slippery snow road. Stepping down from the car were several strangers, fully armed. "I'm that crippled Ryugasaki, damn it, do you want to try to catch me?" At the same time, at the hotel, Do-kyung pulled out the knife from his body, thinking that he was looking for a weakness and an opportunity to strike. "From the beginning, we have been waiting for this opportunity." Withdrawing from his thoughts, Baek Do-kyung immediately took the opportunity. He held a knife and rushed towards the other guys. Park Chang-hoon was standing next to him, watching. Seeing that, he thought to himself, "Is that the direction of movement? Step up with your left foot." It wasn't until Do-kyung escaped the siege that the group of people could react. They quickly attacked Do-kyung. An agile man wielding a knife attacked from behind. Just as the knife was about to touch Baek Do-kyung's body, he knocked it away. In the blink of an eye, that knife was in his hand. Baek Do-kyung put both hands and two knives into a fighting stance. He used the enemy's knife to take down his comrades. Any guy who rushed in was immediately knocked out by Do-kyung. As soon as another guy grabbed his hand, Do-kyung gave him 2 stabs in the ribs. He grabbed his hand back and pushed it hard on the ground. Baek Do-kyung angrily said, "Prey and hunter, you are now in my hands, now AI is the predator." Having finished speaking, he quickly lowered a knife, causing blood to splash. At this time, Park Chang-hoon also realized the problem. He was a little frightened and said, "You are Baek Lee-soo, from the beginning, it was all an act, right?" At this point, Lee-soo didn't hide it anymore. He smiled softly and replied, "What, it's all just learning to do things like infiltrating in disguise, isn't that right, Junior?" Park Chang-hoon quickly informed his teammates, "We also made a mistake in our calculations. The beta plan was cancelled and requested Alpha's support." He withdrew his words and ordered the guys there, "Alpha is coming, the rest retreat, Alpha and I will handle this. If we stay here, the land will only be cramped." Hearing Park Chang-hoon mention Alpha, Baek Lee-soo was also a bit surprised. Chang-hoon generously replied, "Senior also knows, you are a legend to us, you also have a great fan base, hello to someone who is a bit crazy." Before he could finish speaking, someone else stroked his cheek in annoyance and said, "Hey, shut up now, don't make a scene, it's too annoying." Then, he turned to look at Baek Lee-soo and said, "Are you really Baek Lee-soo? It's really strange." Jisoo looked like she didn't really understand. The silver-haired man then added, "It's clear that you're dead, it's clear that I killed you at that time." After listening to him, Lee-soo gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Kill, you, is this the bastard who made my brother become like that?" The white-haired man said suspiciously, "Really Baek Lee-soo?" Lee-soo frowned angrily and said, "It's impossible, right?" The guy with the long scar looked extremely scary and scowled and continued, "You're obviously dead, I killed you at that time." Hearing this, Lee Soo gritted his teeth and repeated, "Kill, it was you, the bastard who made my brother become like that." Only then did the white-haired man realize the problem. He said bewilderedly, "You, so that person at that time wasn't Baek Lee Soo." Park Chang-hoon next to him also continued, "This name is indeed Baek Lee Soo, so both of us." The silver-haired guy didn't let Park Chang-hoon finish speaking. He interrupted and exclaimed in horror, "That's not right, that's impossible. I personally killed Baek Lee Soo, you can't be Baek Lee Soo." While he was muttering, Lee Soo couldn't keep calm anymore. He came up and kicked him hard in the chest. White hair, while falling to the ground, still stubbornly refused to believe the truth. "No way, I have to kill Baek Lee Soo. Ghost, something imaginary does not exist, entities do not exist in reality. Team Yuling is such an organization that doesn't even leave its name in the world." One day, while the team was performing a mission, the leader of the Yuling team, whose identity was unknown with the number G1, said, "Confirmed the target is dead, withdraw from the scene." Total destruction 2 years ago in Western Russia. The white-haired guy, after completing his mission, took off his mask and said, "Phew, it's done, let's go home." The captain behind saw this and immediately reminded, "G2, put on your mask, don't leave any traces." Another person in the team passing by also patted his shoulder and reminded, "Have you forgotten, we won't leave anything behind." He helplessly pulled up the mask and said, "Use it now, I'll just forget it." Really, white hair is the vice captain of the Yuling team, whose identity is unknown with the number G2. On a blizzard winter night in Russia, the four of them were getting into the car to return. G2 leaned back in his chair tiredly and said, "Everyone has worked hard, I've spent a whole month on this mission, I want to quickly return to Seoul." The captain frowned at G2's stubbornness and lack of rules. G1 immediately said, "G2, I told you not to take off your mask while still in enemy territory." G2 remembers the person in front responding, "Oh, really, what's wrong with you? After all, it's just us, the battle is over, why do we have to be so rigid?" "Really?" The group leader helplessly called G2, he immediately corrected himself. "G2, what the hell, I'm not G2, I'm Choi." However, before he finished speaking, a car came out of nowhere and crashed hard into their car. The car immediately overturned on the slippery snow road. Stepping down from the car were several strangers, fully armed. In the car, the group leader called out in panic, "G2. Wake up." However, even though the car was overturned, the group of people continued to shoot at it. Bullet casings were now falling all over the snow-covered ground. One of them informed his superior. "Completely suppress the enemy at the scene, we will now withdraw from the scene." Unexpectedly, when they were about to leave, one guy was gagged and had his throat cut off immediately. Another guy heard the noise and turned around in bewilderment and said, "What's going on?" They did not know there were still survivors in the car. They panicked and picked up their guns and shot continuously. A loud scream rang out. A loud scream rang out. In an instant, the next two people were handled well by the captain and G2. The leader of the enemy group angrily opened fire at G1 and G2, swearing, "Damn." However, the other two disappeared like a shadow. This made him stand motionless in horror. When they appeared, they were standing behind the group leader. G2 put the knife to his neck and calmly said, "Peekaboo." After saying that, the ice surface was decorated with a layer of bright red blood. After dealing with those guys, G2 calmly sighed and said, "Phew, those crazy people only know how to shoot nonsense. Vodka's country is at least a little interesting." Having said that, he turned to look at the captain and asked, "Captain, are you okay? Are you okay? Erase our traces first." The captain glanced at him and replied, "Burn it all down." So the two people burned the car they were carrying, which also contained the bodies of G-Tam and G4. White-haired said thoughtfully, "Oh my god, I'm sorry, I still don't know the names of G-Tam and G4. Seeing that the group leader was still smoking, G2 immediately grimaced and continued, "Hey, cigarettes, are you crazy? Didn't you say you wouldn't leave anything behind?" The captain looked blankly and replied, "There's no need to be so rigid, everything's over." He turned to look at G2, smiled softly and said, "It's the last time, let's forgive each other." Seeing the group leader's expression at this time, White Hair noticed the wound on the group leader's leg, which made him unable to stand anymore. White Hair immediately pulled the captain away and said, "Damn it, let's quickly get out of here." The captain held his hand and replied, "No, you go alone G2. With this body, I will definitely be caught up, I have to stay to erase the traces." G2 opened his eyes wide and asked in bewilderment, "What are you talking about?" The captain calmly replied, "Have you forgotten? We won't leave anything behind." Having said that, he turned around and walked towards the burning car to kill himself. The departure of all three made White Hair unable to keep calm. He stood motionless and shouted, "Ah ah." The next day, he was in Korea. When he recounted that painful incident, he only received calmness from the boss, so the assassination mission was successful. All other team members died at the scene. Chief Jang coldly said, G2, now you're the only one left to go back. Good job, at least you can still come back, you've worked hard. They said they would hand over the bodies burned in Russia to us, saying they would repatriate the remains or something. White-haired heard that and quickly said, then the funeral. Unexpectedly, the boss coldly replied, I'm sorry, but we can't accept it, because that would be admitting that it was caused by us. Even so, it seems like this operation was leaked somewhere, can you guess where? Whitehair angrily looked at him and said, damn it, in the end, what answer do you want to hear? Jang Sung smirked and said, ha ha, if I had him, this probably wouldn't have happened. At first, I wasn't sure if establishing Yuling as an organization would be a problem or not. I wonder if there are too many people acting so it's easy to be detected. From now on you will be Uriong Yuling and no longer G2, indeed, the more people there are, the more useless they are. Hearing this, Whitehair could no longer keep calm. He pulled out a knife from his body, intending to deal with the bastard Jang Sung. At this moment, a subordinate ran in to report to the department head, there is news from the Defense and Security Command. Baek Lee Soo is back, but he was suspected of being a double-edged snake, so he was arrested at headquarters. Hearing that, the boss quickly picked up his shirt and was about to leave, saying, who is in charge? The other guy quickly replied, it's Lieutenant Colonel Kim Jae-wook. I heard he was interrogated for several days. The boss said enthusiastically, bring my military uniform here, I'll go myself. The white hair next to him saw this and confusedly exclaimed, what is that? Who is Baek Lee Soo? Who is he that you are like this? Is he that good? Jang Sung immediately threw him a bucket of cold water. You're different from Baek Lee Soo. From the beginning, your usage was different, you and Baek Lee Soo. You'll know later, because it was these things repeating over and over in his head that made the white-haired man dazed. He took a full kick from Baek Lee Soo. Baek Lee Soo is like a legend, that's right, Baek Lee Soo is a legend. Different from people like us whose existence is denied. He stood and muttered, what's different about Baek Lee Soo? He turned to look at Park Chang-hoon and continued, you said your name is Beta, you don't have a name either. Chang-hoon replied bewilderedly, that's the number, don't be distracted. The white-haired guy grumbled and said, don't worry, being hit with one blow made me wake up completely, I understand now. We can't win against that thing, now. Tell the people on the first floor to turn off the power from the lobby to the bathroom. Beta asked confusedly, what? The white-haired man frowned and shouted, do as I say, quickly, although he didn't quite understand. Under the urging, Park Chang-hoon immediately announced, Beta is calling. A creature comes, whose name does not exist in this world. Yuling is exactly that kind of thing. The two of them were now covered in darkness. The white-haired man happily said, I will show you how the Yuling team works, Legend Baek Lee Soo. Even though he was surrounded by darkness, when the knife flew towards him, Baek Lee Soo still quickly dodged. He said, using the darkness, it's useless, I can still vaguely see the sword's reflection. Something fictitious, neither real nor existing in reality. It's Yuling. Baek Do-kyung helplessly looked at the Special Forces uniform on his body. He put on gloves and grumbled, does it really have to come to this? It's all been discovered, why do I have to do these things? Baek Lee Soo smiled softly and replied to his brother, ha ha, because I was exposed, I had to do that. He suddenly turned solemn and said, by this time, Chief Jang must have believed that both you and I are still alive. From now on, one of us could get killed if we're not careful. In that case, he already has a physical disability so he would be more likely to become a target. In that case, I will pretend to be you and act as bait. Do-kyung also agreed with this thought. He hugged his neck dejectedly and continued, that's right, even if he wanted to kill us, he would have been defeated. Once, you will be their favorite prey. That's right, by the way, let me ask, what's that guy like, are you still alive? Baek Lee Soo didn't understand and asked in bewilderment, what name? Do-kyung remembered that day, frowned and replied, does the person who tried to kill you know who he is? That guy is also quite a dangerous guy. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Sion behind him said, if I had met those bastards, I would have given them each a skewer. Do-kyung smiled happily and said, oh, your strength is not bad, I heard that you also gave Ryu Taehyung a lesson, right? Sion replied happily, seriously, I told you I'm not ordinary. Returning to the harbor at this time, Baek Do-kyung put his hand on the wound and said angrily, damn it, I will finish that guy myself anyway, last time I let my guard down. Lee Sion took off his hat and continued his brother's words, however, their strength is no joke. After all, both that guy and we are professionally trained, but we are assassins, who have gone through many battles. We won't lose to normal people or those gangsters. In recent battles, Do-kyung has turned many people into ghosts so wild that they are unrecognizable, indeed, our big brother. At the hotel at this time, Lee Soo in the appearance of his brother is fighting the guy who previously murdered him. He looked at him and thought to himself, that guy, he has also been well trained. Those are truly dangerous characters. He specializes in assassinating key figures, and will have no hesitation in killing people, act quickly and decisively. I can attack suddenly to take advantage because I have received similar training. But his fighting spirit is formidable, it wouldn't be surprising if both of them could lose. Cyan said, so, if you meet him, be careful, he is an evil guy, specializing in assassinating key people, you can't let your guard down. Lee Soo calmly replied to his younger brother, yes, I understand. After speaking, Cyan frowned and said to Baek Do-kyung, I feel so insecure. Do-kyung smiled softly and asked, what's wrong, assassination expert, is that really terrible? He put his hand on his shoulder to reassure him and continued, think again, what is your captain an expert in? An expert in playing the role of a gangster. The battle in the hotel is now extremely fierce. In the darkness, Lee Soo was still dodging all the white-haired man's knives. When Lee Soo was caught off guard, he rushed behind him. I caught you, Baek Lee Soo. As soon as the knife was brought close to his neck, Lee Soo immediately pushed it away. Our captain has no specific expertise. But if I have to point out specific expertise, then it would probably destroy other experts. That's his expertise. The battle seemed to be about to be won or lost. The white-haired man was now lying motionless under Baek Lee Soo's knife. Just as he was about to finish this bastard, Park Chang-hoon rushed forward and kicked the knife away. The white-haired man took the opportunity to pull out a knife and slash him across the body. Captain Park behind him also attacked. Lee Soo quickly used both hands to block two attacks. Next, Baek Lee Soo took the momentum to retreat, and behind him, Park and Yu Ling also gathered to one side. The white-haired man smiled softly. What can I say, you're also helpful. Park Chang-hoon frowned and replied, is that your way of saying, thank you? Yu Ling said excitedly, okay, let's keep going, continue to attack him. On this side, Cyan is also talking about him with Do-kyung. There's only one thing I'm worried about, Captain Baek Lee Soo. The other person is the one who stabbed Baek Do-kyung. Will he lose his temper when confronting him? After settling down, Park Chang-hoon and the white-haired guy rushed forward, wanting to take down Baek Lee Soo. However, Lee Soo flicked his hand and the captain immediately fell out. He only attacked the white-haired guy. At this time, Park also secretly recognized Baek Lee Soo. He is so persistent that he only targets Alpha, the person who harmed his brother. In addition, movements become faster and more violent. This name is really interesting. Even though the white-haired man counterattacked madly, it was all useless against Lee Soo. He angrily cursed, damn it. Lee Soo, whose blood was boiling, jumped up and punched him in the face, causing him to fall backward. As he fought, he thought to himself, let's see what I can do. He screamed in horror, why is this happening? Why didn't he use a knife to attack me? Baek Lee Soo grabbed his head and pulled him back. He held the knife and said fiercely, you can't die that easily. After a moment of bewilderment, Park Chang-hoon also took the opportunity to let Lee Soo lose his guard and attack. Seeing him easily dodge the attack, he angrily said, damn, you can dodge it too. Seeing that he couldn't resist anymore, he turned to the white-haired man and said, Alpha, this is a bit too much, let's retreat. The white-haired man said blankly, retreat. Park Chang-hoon continued, yes, as expected, Baek Lee Soo cannot defeat him now, let's retreat first. He remembered the look on Captain G's face at that time. Then stubbornly said, there is no way to retreat. You cannot turn back when the target is right in front of you, that is not possible. Before Park Chang-hoon could react, Yu Ling, who didn't know where he got his strength from, rushed in front of Lee Soo. He was like a crazy person constantly attacking Lee Soo. A direct knife strike was easily blocked by Baek Lee Soo. He smiled savagely and said, because we can't leave any evidence behind. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he was thrown away. He fell to the ground, terrified and not believing what had just happened. Lee Soo's footsteps were getting closer and closer to his face. He quickly yanked the rope that had been wrapped around his body, causing Lee Soo to fall backwards. Seeing this, he immediately rushed over. Lee Soo stepped back and kicked him right in the chest. Park Chang-hoon watched from behind and thought to himself, damn, why is Alpha like that? When Lee Soo was about to rush forward to attack, the lighter in his pocket suddenly fell out. Lee Soo focused on fighting, not knowing about this, he beat him to a pulp. White Hair was now beaten until he vomited blood from his mouth. He seemed to have gone crazy, looking at Lee Soo with a savage smile as if he wanted to devour him alive. Baek Lee Soo looked at him expressionlessly without speaking. He risked his life and rushed forward with a knife. Suddenly, White Hair saw something on the floor. Lee Soo was bewildered and didn't understand why he stopped. White Hair quickly ran to that object. It turned out that it was the lighter Lee Soo had dropped. He said, "Lighter." Holding the lighter in her hand, Yu Ling absent-mindedly recalled the image of the captain walking into the fire and burning himself. It made him think back to the pain he felt when he saw all three of his teammates burn in front of him. Suddenly he burst out laughing. "Aha, okay, this will work." He shouted like crazy, "Burn and burn everything, don't leave anything behind." Scene changed to the dock. Baek Dokyung's three brothers are standing below looking up. Dokyung exclaimed, "Oh my god, it's all burned, a lot of money is on fire, oh my god." Lee Syan immediately turned to ask, "What's wrong, are you regretting its value?" Baek Dokyung replied, "This is a place that Uyama never lets anyone touch." Uyama's homeowner, he also said this is a forbidden area. This was definitely caused by that bastard Shogo. He is a man crazy about money, as long as he has money he dares to do anything. Was this ordered by Uyama, based on recent actions? It's possible. Suddenly, Lee Kyung took out a choco pie. He gave it to Baek Dokyung and said, "Choco pie, I never thought I would go to the south and have the opportunity to see this piece of cake." Hearing that, Dokyung immediately replied, "Ah, that's right, you're a North Korean, so isn't this cake too global? It's available everywhere now." Lee Kyung-chun suddenly became speechless, his face slightly sad as he said, "In the Hamjeong-do area of North Korea, floods occur constantly. No matter how hard people try to fight the floods, food, cabbage, potatoes, and everything else will be swept away by the current, until nothing remains." After hearing that, the other two exclaimed in surprise, "What, are their lives that miserable?" Lee Kyung continued, "People always lived in hunger, thirst and disease. Life was truly hell on earth at that time. If someone has this cake to eat, that person will become unusual and will be noticed by many others. At that time, they became crazy, fighting just to win that piece of cake. I really don't like that at all." Dokyung was eating cake, and after hearing his story, he suddenly couldn't swallow anymore. He helplessly brought the cake to Lee Kyung and said, "Take it and eat it. What you said sounds so pitiful, how can I eat alone?" Lee Kyung-chun calmly peeled off a cake before replying, "Why should that be? But I don't need it." He took a few bites and then gave it to me. Who would eat that unclean food? Being teased by the boy, So Kyung got angry and shouted, "What kind of talk is that, boy? Haven't you been taught properly?" Lee Kyung ate a piece of cake, then looked at him happily and replied, "Why do I have to go to school in South Korea? It's not necessary for me." Lee Syan immediately continued, "Oh my god, I can't even talk about this kid. By the way, didn't those people just burn this place down?" Dokyung suddenly replied seriously, "There is no such thing. If it was Shogo's personality, there would be many things he planned in advance. I don't know what else he's planning to do now. Maybe he went there thinking that he would be full AVF safe with those bastards in the One Sync project. Yes, it sounds like that, reasonable, right? Burn everything down, don't leave anything behind, let's get out of here." From the One Sync project team leader, then to department manager Jang. Then came Uyama Shogo, "I will not forgive them." At the same time, at the hotel, the white-haired man looked at the lighter, laughed maniacally and said, "Burn everything, don't leave anything behind. Burn everything, erase all traces." Baek Lee Soo saw him holding his brother's lighter, frowned and said, "Give me that thing quickly." Next to him, Park Chang-hun also panicked and continued to answer, "Alpha, what are you planning to do?" That crazy guy Alpha saw Lee Soo being so enthusiastic and burst out laughing. "Ha ha, Baek Lee Soo, is this so important to you? Okay, let me give it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and ran away, not forgetting to provoke, "If you're good, come after me and get it." Baek Lee Soo saw that and immediately went crazy. He held the knife tightly and rushed away like a standing wind. Seeing that the situation was not okay, Park Chang-hun immediately called to announce, "Hello, this is Beta, there is a problem happening, Alpha is there." On the outside, the crazy Alpha is running wild. As he walked, he muttered, "Burn everything, don't leave anything behind." "Is that so, Captain? Total destruction." He remembered what the captain said in the past. "There's something flammable here." Another teammate heard this and immediately replied, "Let me see if there is any kerosene." The captain opened the refrigerator and excitedly said, "Here there is an interesting item from Russia. In Russian slang it is called soup, it's vodka, this is it." Returning to the present, the white-haired man smiled and said, there is the most reasonable thing." He ran quickly towards the elevator to go upstairs. Seeing Baek Lee Soo, he suddenly raised his hand to provoke. As soon as Lee Soo chased her, the elevator door suddenly closed. He angrily slammed his hand on the door and said, "Damn, I let him get away." Suddenly the squeaking sound of the elevator attracted Lee Soo's attention. Seeing the elevator going up, he bewilderedly said, "Where is he running to?" Inside, the white-haired man was sitting on the ground. He held his head in pain and exclaimed, "Ah, is it a concussion, you bastard monster Beck Lee Soo?" He remembered what Chief Jang once said, "From the beginning, your purposes were different, you and Beck Lee Soo. Have you ever thought you would become a legend? If you don't think, that is not allowed, someone who knows of your existence. You guys have to live like a ghost." That hurt him even more. He writhed on the ground, scratched his head, and groaned, "Ah, it hurts." After a while, he regained his strength and pressed the elevator. Alpha walked out with her head still not clear. He staggered into a large room. The mouth kept muttering, "Why has it changed so much?" He walked over, took out a bottle of wine from the cabinet and said indignantly, "Useful, damn it, we are all the same. If you receive an order, then everything will be done." Having said that, he poured wine all over the floor. "Maybe both of our hands are stained with blood, we have killed a lot of people, isn't that right? But why do you have such a noble position? Are you remembered as a legend? Is that right, Beck Lee Soo? No, we are both the same, you cannot be different from me, you have no qualifications to be better than me." The white-headed guy turned on the lighter and stared at it, saying, "That's why. Let's die together here, is that so, you bastard?" The elevator opens on the second floor, the whole floor was now burning red. Beck Lee Soo boldly walked in and couldn't help but ask in doubt, "What the hell is this?" Seeing the big fire ahead, Lee Soo still walked inside alone. "The deeper you go, the bigger the fire." Lee Soo covered his nose with his arm and said loudly, "What's going on?" The voice inside immediately replied, "Ah, Beck Lee Soo. You're really not normal, right? You dare to go into a fire pit like this." The bastard Alpha looked at him and said, "What a crazy person, did you come here just to get this, or are you trying to avenge your brother?" "No, brother, you're still alive, if so, I wouldn't have done anything wrong." Hearing that, Lee Soo was extremely angry. He held two knives, aimed them straight at that crazy guy, and walked over. "Shut up." Hearing that, the white-haired man immediately understood what Beck Lee Soo meant by being so angry. He laughed provocatively and said, "You said I almost made your brother die, ha ha, ridiculous." Lee Soo frowned, climbed up to him and said, "I told you to shut up." The white-headed man was not only not afraid but also laughed loudly, "Ha ha, we both have to die, we will both burn to death." After saying that, he immediately pulled the rope and made the chair fly towards Lee Soo. The burning chair got closer and closer to Lee Soo. He looked at it, thinking, "Tie it up. Take advantage of your negligence." Alpha bastard tied the rope around Lee Soo's leg. He suddenly jerked, causing him not to have time to react, spreading a line on the ground. Suddenly, this crazy guy grabbed the wine bottle from earlier and smashed it straight into Lee Soo's face. He quickly moved and immediately cut the vase in half. Smelling the pungent smell, Lee Soo immediately exclaimed, "Is it alcohol?" Then he took off the rope from his leg, threw it aside, and said, "Stop doing stupid thing." After saying that, Lee Soo boldly walked inside. He angrily said loudly, "Don't hide anymore, come out quickly." At the top of the wall, the silver-haired man was waiting for him. When he saw Lee Soo coming, he immediately slashed the burning lighter at him, but the lighter did not follow the trajectory he wanted. He said angrily, "Ha ha, your number has come." Three brothers, Beck Do-kyung finished solving the problem and left the harbor. Lee Kyung-chun was eating some choco pies, regaining his strength. In the next seat, Director Beck is seriously waiting for the phone call. "I'm calling President Lee Sung-min to ask about the situation over there." As soon as the other end of the line picked up, he immediately said, "Yes, President, this side is finished." As soon as the words ended, Sung-min's panicked voice rang out, "Director Beck Do-kyung, there's been a fire." Hearing this, he immediately asked with a serious face, "What? How do you know that? Can you see it there too?" Lee Sung-min explained, "No, it's not something over there. There was a fire at Shogo's hotel here, in the hotel." "Yes, besides, Beck Lee Soo is still inside." Beck Do-kyung's face darkened, he only heard the words "only inside." Inside the hotel. At this time, the white-haired man was opening the lighter. He stood on the edge of the house behind him, waiting for Lee Soo to come into view. Seeing him, he immediately said, "Peekaboo," then threw the lighter at Lee Soo. When Beck Lee Soo found out, he was one step late. He looked at it, thinking, "Lighter. Is this the purpose of what he threw at me just now?" Lee Soo used his sword to slash the lighter into the distance. But unexpectedly, the alcohol caught fire and burned his arm. Seeing that, the silver-haired man happily said, "Okay, sure enough, my luck is on fire." Then, he rushed down from above to attack Lee Soo. Beck Lee Soo used his burning hand to block his attack. Although he was able to block it, his knife also followed him and flew back. Seeing that he had lost his weapon, the Alpha immediately turned and slashed, but Baek Lee Soo's body was very fast so he dodged. He was not afraid but rushed madly. Ha ha, aren't you hot, your movements have slowed down. Say something. You see the agony of being burned. Baek Lee Soo curled his lips and smiled sarcastically, you say this is suffering. While talking, Lee Soo was suddenly slashed across his body and injured. Even so, he still managed to give him a memorable punch. Alpha received this punch and immediately collapsed on the ground. Lee Soo angrily continued, do you think this alone will make me miserable? If it's a burning pain, I know it well. He remembered his pain in the past and then angrily continued, because from that day until now, my pain keeps spreading. Having said that, he immediately gave the approaching silver-haired man several punches in a row. You asked me if I was in pain, Lee Soo said while venting his anger. I'm so miserable that I want to die, so, I made up my mind. Steal everything from you guys. So let's die together, in this fire of hatred, come on. The Alpha heard this and immediately shouted angrily, fuck you, I asked, do you feel pain, what the hell are you talking about? He suddenly picked up the chair next to him and smiled savagely and said, but isn't it too stuffy in here? Maybe lack of oxygen is why you're like that. Having said that, he took the chair and slammed it against the glass door until it broke. Seeing that, Baek Lee Soo immediately asked in bewilderment, what are you doing? Alpha knocked on the door and replied, do you know what is called backdraft? This is a phenomenon that occurs when heat and smoke are heavy, fuel particles fly up but have not burned completely, still mixed in the air, and the air at this time, there is not enough oxygen left to maintain the fire, but once air is suddenly added to the fire will be reactivated, the fire will flare up strongly, causing a large explosion. Alpha continued, if a fire occurs in a closed space, what about the oxygen in the air? Well, you know it when you see it. As soon as he finished speaking, the glass door on this side was also broken by him, a large array. The outside air at this time caused the fire on Lee Soo's body to burn. At this moment, he still hadn't had time to regain his composure and stood there bewilderedly looking at him. Baek Do-kyung was in the car and could see the fire at Shogo's hotel. His heart was as hot as fire. Urgently, he urged Lee Syan, damn it, go faster. Do-kyung kept calling his younger brother, muttering, please pick up the phone, Baek Lee Soo. You are the champion, right? Inside the hotel, fire covered the entire second floor. Baek Lee Soo was lying unconscious next to his knife. The phone ringing woke him up. Lee Soo, whose body was covered in wounds, tried to sit up. He held the knife tightly in his hand and pressed the answer button. Hello. The other end of the phone urgently said, where are you, Baek Lee Soo? Lee Soo walked away and replied, inside the hotel. Do-kyung continued, I'm going there, get out quickly. Baek Lee Soo answered him in a low voice, not yet, that guy is still here, he wanted to kill me. You have to kill it, it's probably here somewhere. Baek Do-kyung heard that and immediately understood that his younger brother wanted to avenge him. He held his head and said helplessly, but then you will also die, it's on fire. I don't care, it must die. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Do-kyung, if you have any fate there, what should we do? You are the leader of Tae-san, if the leader dies there, what will your brothers or I do? We will also go crazy to avenge you, and then we will also want to rush into the fire, like you are now. 6 years ago, I almost did the same, that's why I ran away to Korea. I've seen many guys engulfed by anger and facing fire. And I thought I couldn't go crazy like that son of a bitch. But if you die then me. This time I will definitely go crazy like that bastard. So don't be swallowed by the fire, there's no need to burn yourself out of anger. You've decided to suppress that anger, right? Lee Soo heard him say that, pondered for a moment and then replied, behind the hotel there is a place for trucks carrying goods to enter. Do-kyung repeated, the cargo truck is behind the hotel. Lee Soo walked towards the door and continued, I'll go out there. Do-kyung quickly replied, okay, I will go there right away. Somewhere in a sea of flames, the white-haired guy had also woken up at this time. He raised his arms and tried to stand up. He gasped and said, Baek Lee Soo, where are you? Hey. What should I do if you leave me behind? Let it burn until the end, isn't that so? At this moment, the figure of a familiar person appeared. Park Chang-hun walked up to him and said, Alpha, are you there? Where is Baek Lee Soo? White-haired saw an acquaintance and smiled happily and replied, I don't know, right when I was looking for it, it must have been so scared that it ran away. When Beta heard that, he was surprised and asked, what, why are you doing all this? What a crazy guy. Whitehair patted the captain's shoulder and continued, hey, even so, I'm so happy to see you here. Baek Lee Soo is also injured so he won't be able to go far, opportunities like this don't come twice, so you support me. As soon as he said that, the white hair took a knife right into Park Chang-hun's stomach. He said coldly, it seems you misunderstood something, I received orders to come find you. White-haired cursed bitterly, fuck, is it Chief Jang? Beta immediately replied, yes, you should know just right. The ghost is not Choi Yo-jun, from this moment it will be blackout. Baek Lee-soo had also gone to the back door at this time. As soon as he opened the door, he was immediately surprised by the scene before his eyes. Car lights shined directly in his face, a voice rang out, why are you just showing up now? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Fake, the person who spoke was none other than Uyama Shogo. He and all his juniors were waiting for Baek Lee-soo. Uyama walked closer to Lee-soo and continued, no, that's not true, your name is department head. Jang next to him suddenly interrupted and exclaimed, Baek Lee-soo. Long time no see, Lee-soo. Baek Lee-soo stood looking at the bastard Jang Sung without speaking. On the opposite side, department head Jang pushed up his glasses, observed him carefully before speaking, long time no see. Lee-soo, finally met each other again. Baek Lee-soo was now in the identity of his brother, so he looked at him seriously and asked, are you sure I am Baek Lee-soo? Jang Sung immediately replied, that time, when we met, I always felt very hurt, now it's clear. Lee-soo held his head in his hands, smirked and replied, is that so? Do you still remember what I said at that time? No, it won't end with just one life, if we meet again. I will give you an answer about what I will do. As he spoke, he walked towards Chief Jang. That Jang Sung never bores anyone, he took off his glasses and spoke. What's your answer now, Lee-soo? Baek Lee-soo stopped talking to him and immediately rushed to attack. The department head also pulled out a knife from his body and threw it at him. The two just kept rushing at each other. Baek Lee-soo jumped high and kicked Jang Sung straight in the head. He was also not average, in an instant he blocked that attack. Lee-soo didn't stop there, he bent his legs and punched him with his right hand. Because he was so surprised, Jang Sung was hit and received the entire punch, he staggered a few steps and then fell to the ground. The manager used his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his lips and said, as expected, you are Baek Lee-soo, only Baek Lee-soo can do that. Lee-soo couldn't calmly talk to this bastard anymore, he grabbed a knife and rushed towards him, saying, don't be shy anymore, be serious, Jang Sung-ho. Chief Jang quickly picked up the knife next to him. He used one hand to block Baek Lee-soo's slash, with the other hand he slashed below. Both sides have equal defenses, so both can block the opponent's move. The two fell into a very tense struggle. Chief Jang turned his hand and attacked Lee-soo's legs, forcing him to step back. He did not forget to lecture Baek Lee-soo, because you put too much force into that jab, the movements will increase, many actions are easy to predict. Emotions have made him weak. Lee-soo. So Baek Lee-soo, today will you? Before he could finish his words, Captain Baek rushed in and interrupted, you've said too much, let's do it again. Uyama Shogo's juniors watched the two masters fight, each of them eyes widened in surprise. One guy said, damn, what the hell? We cannot interfere in this match. What should we do, Anazawa? At this time, Anazawa was also absent-mindedly thinking to Baekyu, I underestimated him too much, it was because of my arrogance and wrong assessment of him. That's why I lost, I became a failure and am still alive, returning only to tarnish Uyama's reputation. However, it's not my job to stay alive, if you take your chance, there won't be a next time, I will practice hard. This is my promise, I will not fail again, this is Nobuhiro Anazawa's determination. This moment, when I still haven't witnessed the battle taking place, right before my eye. I felt the difference in level. Shogo glanced at Anazawa who was trembling because he witnessed this battle, so he comforted him, don't try too hard, Nobuhiro, you just need to work within your ability. After speaking, he went to another junior, Kaido. Can you move your hands? Kaido immediately replied, not yet, it's a bit difficult. Shogo put one hand on his shoulder, the other took something out of his pocket, and continued, that arm will be very difficult to move in the near future. But you can still use your other hand, right? Isn't that right? Kaido withdrew his words and immediately placed a pistol in Kaido's hand. On this side, in front of the hotel gate, are countless police cars parked there. Not only that, it was also blocked by several huge fire trucks and ambulances. When Baek Dokyung's car arrived, it was impossible to continue going. Cyan frowned and said, damn, the police are here, they're still blocking the road. Baek Dokyung worriedly asked again, police? He continued indignantly, did Chief Jang have a hand in this? After that, he quickly took the phone to call President Lee. Inside, Lee Sung-min picked up the phone and answered, yes, Director Baek, Lee-soo has he gotten out yet? Looking at the fire, Chairman Lee thoughtfully replied, we are waiting in the lobby but haven't seen anything yet. Dokyung helplessly cursed, damn it. The police are out here now, I don't think I can get there because the main gate is blocked. First, you guys should get out of there. Lee Sung-min asked curiously, what about Baek Lee-soo? You said we could go to the warehouse later, let's go there and leave. Sung-min continued, if the main gate is blocked, it's likely that the back gate is also blocked. Baek Do-kyung was silent for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, then there's no way. Go straight through, destroying everything in the way. Chairman Lee hesitated and said, it's really careless to rush straight in like that. Father Yua next to him suddenly spoke up, President Lee Sung-min, please lend me your phone for a moment. She said, Director Baek, it's Cha Yua. We will not participate in that action, we cannot obey your orders. Hearing that, Baek Do-kyung shouted loudly, what, listen, now is not the time to fight. Father Yua quickly explained, that's not what I meant, Director Baek. Just calm down already, you're too impatient and in a hurry, look around, calculate the situation first, we were already in here near him. We will help Mr. Baek Lee-soo, so let's ensure a way out for him once we get out. Do-kyung looked outside the car window and said thoughtfully, we will need to consider the situation here first, but to open a way out in this tough battle with many forces, Yua replied, what, aren't you confident enough? Tu Lan, she is also coming with Chinwon. I'll send her along, it'll take a while, so please handle it yourself while you wait for them. Baek Do-kyung held his head and replied worriedly, no, that's not a problem, what can you do in there? From what I heard, Tu Lan only brought about 100 people. Yua immediately reassured him, don't worry. Our president won't come empty-handed either. It's about time, President. Take those blades out. Hearing that, Baek Do-kyung immediately agreed, okay, I will wait at the back gate. Please help me save her. As soon as he finished speaking, Lee Syan immediately demonstrated his superior driving skill. He turned around 180 degrees and ran towards the back gate. A police officer saw this and quickly reported. A suspicious car just arrived, they were heading towards the back gate. Repeat, a car is heading towards the back gate. At this time, at the back gate, another team of Chief Jang was also waiting. Hearing the announcement, he immediately took out cigarettes from his pocket and said, they are coming, prepare to go. Because they won't come empty-handed. So we must welcome the guests who are coming here, that's great. The person who spoke was Huang Hao, he and 500 brothers stood blocking the back gate. Scene changes to the match between Chief Jang and Baek Lee-soo, blood was flowing on Jang Sung's left arm. He looked at the wound on his hand and pondered for a long time. Looking at the assassin he trained, Jang Sung-ho immediately exclaimed. You're so different, Baek Lee-soo, always the same, even though you're so injured, you can still make me do this. Lee-soo glared at him and replied, let me ask you a question, Jang Sung-ho, I mean. Why are you aiming? While Baek Lee-soo was speaking, gunshots suddenly rang out. The shooter was Kaido, he sat on the ground in a daze. Uyama Shogo saw this and smiled crookedly, ha ha, sorry, it's too boring to watch. Manager Jang blushed angrily as he looked at him cursing Shogo. The son of a bitch, named Uyama, didn't bother to talk to Jang Sung-ho but turned to look at Baek Lee-soo and said, Baek Lee-soo. It's time for us to end it together. On this side, Chief Jang and Baek Lee-soo are fighting extremely fiercely. Uyama Sugo looked at Kaido's dark face and seemed to understand something. He went to call Kaido, making the boy tremble. Shogo smiled softly and said, is that guy Baek Lee-soo? Seeing it with my own eyes, I already understand a little bit. The reason why both he and Anazawa were beaten up like that. However, even if you get beaten up, it's okay, Kaido. No matter how many times you break your arms or legs, you can stand up again that many times, right? Just combine them and you can attack a few more times, right Kaido? Can the arm move? Kaido hesitantly replied, yes, maybe not yet. Uyama Sugo grabbed his hand and continued, no, Kaido. This arm is still usable. After saying that, he placed a pistol in the boy's hand. This immediately made Kaido frightened, standing motionless. The boy looked at the gun in his hand, trembling and speechless, his face became darker and darker with fear. The war besides that has not ended yet, every move the two of them used was dangerous, but each was dodged by the other. Baek Lee-soo glanced at Jang Sung-ho and then rushed forward. He bent down to dodge the attack and then took the opportunity to attack below. Chief Jang almost got hit. He leaned over and thought to himself, damn, if you're a little slow, your head will fly away. I thought Baek Lee-soo was seriously injured so I would have the physical advantage, so that's not the case. He stepped back and said, as expected, Baek Lee-soo is not easy to deal with. Over here, Kaido is still holding the gun in his hand, pondering. The department head added, if I had known this in advance, I would have taught you a little worse. Baek Lee-soo forced a smile and replied, is it worse? Don't talk nonsense. We shouldn't have become like this in the first place. Kaido's hand, due to injury, kept shaking and could not hold the gun firmly. Baek Lee Soo slowly walked towards the manager and said, I just ask one question, Jang Sung-ho. Mr. Why did the scene in front of him suddenly make Jang Sung-ho scared and his eyes widen? Before Lee Soo could finish his sentence, a bullet shot him straight into his right leg. At the same time, the back gate was also extremely bustling. Huang Hao wore sunglasses and stood with his back against the car, very leisurely. He said, the world is changing. So there needs to be a new trend and a new character to match that. However, what we are doing is no different from 15 years ago, even during times of chaos, we took advantage of our opportunities, therefore, it can be considered that nothing has changed now. Throughout the ages, guilds, then and now, have only been busy fighting each other. At this time, suddenly a car came. Huang Hao and his juniors immediately lined up to welcome them. Baek Dokyung boldly stepped out of the car alone. Seeing that, Huang Hao smiled sarcastically, really, no matter how many times I see it, I still can't get used to these two guys, so who is it this time? Agent Baek Lee Soo. Or is it the real director Baek Dokyung? Dokyung rubbed his head and replied, hey uncle. If it were a normal day, maybe I would have joked with him a bit, but I don't have time right now. Get out of the way, or we'll figure it out ourselves. Huang Hao continued, there is such a thing as the sincerity of someone who waits, how can you talk to me like that, you're too hasty. Baek Dokyung glared at him and replied, yes, I'm in a hurry because someone is waiting for me inside. Can you handle it, Baek? Before the words were finished, several of them were immediately attracted by the noise inside. Lee Sion exclaimed in horror, gunshot. Baek Dokyung in front also froze, silently praying, Lee Soo. I can't calm down anymore, rushing forward, damn it. Just as the battle broke out, the sound of car brakes behind them stopped them. A familiar voice rang out, hey, Baek Dokyung. Huang Hao looked at the person who had just arrived and exclaimed, oh my god, you also came after Tu Lan. Tu Lan tied her hair and boldly walked forward, saying, damn, don't start the battle before me. You step aside and watch, I will clear the way for this bastard. Huang Hao immediately rolled up his sleeves, preparing to attack. Tu Lan led a powerful army behind him and said, do you understand? Smoke rose from the barrel of the gun. The person who shot was none other than Kaido. Uyama Sugo put his arm around the shoulder of the boy who was sitting absent-mindedly on the ground, and said happily, ha ha, sorry, anyway, just standing there watching is a bit boring. Jang Shong-ho looked at him with a red face and angrily cursed Shogo, this bastard. He didn't pay attention to him but squeezed Kaido's shoulder and said, now let's finish slowly. Well, one more time, Kaido, hurry up. Kaido pointed the gun at Lee Soo, his hands shaking. Because of the precaution of death, combined with the injury to Kaido's hand, Lee Soo quickly dodged 2 bullets in a row. He was injured and sat behind a nearby car. Uyama Sugo looked at the boy excitedly and continued, last shot, this time you have to aim properly, Kaido. At this moment, Jang Sung-ho rushed forward and stomped hard on the hands holding the guns of the two of them. Kaito and Sugo looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding what was going on. Uyama angrily stood up and said, what are you doing now, Chief Jang Sung-ho? The manager angrily grabbed his collar and shouted, are you kidding? Your crazy guy dares to open fire, haven't I said it already, this place is not Japan. Uyama glared and said, let go. The junior behind him immediately placed the axe blade on Jang Sol-ho's shoulder and said, grandfather. Who do you dare put your hands on? Not only did they not praise, but on the contrary. Shogo looked at his junior and frowned and said, get out of the way, Anazawa, this place has no place for you to interfere. The dissatisfied junior replied, if you give this bastard another chance. Uyama said coldly, shut up, Nobuhira, I told you to get out. Nobuhira stood dumbfounded for a moment. Then he sadly said, yes, I'm sorry. Uyama Shogo pulled Jang Sung-ho's hand from his collar and said, what's the matter, Chief Jang, with just a few shots, you have to do this much, you can cover it up with this much, what's the big deal? Or has he come to this point and feels a pang of conscience, feeling sorry for his former subordinate? Why, that's not the first time someone has been shot dead. Jang Sung-ho saw his attitude like that and immediately became angry. He pulled out a gun, pointed it at Shogo's head and said, you gangster bastard, what do you know? At least they have to be finished by me, understand? Uyama Shogo smiled sinisterly and replied, that's certainly true. Okay, I know, just handle it well. Anyway, from the beginning my target was not him. That name is left to you, do as you please. Right at this moment, the sound of loud footsteps rang out, accompanied by the voice, where are these people who want to beat and kill someone else's precious little brother? That stupidity still can't be fixed, so I told my father this. That bastard needs to be beaten to wake up. Baek Do-kyung was walking over with Lee Kyung and Lee Syan. When Lee Soo saw them, his eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed, "Brother! Crazy Uyama." Shogo heard this familiar voice and burst out laughing, "Ha ha, that's right, I'll know for sure when I see this. This is the real Baek Do-kyung." Do-kyung looked at his brother who was covered in wounds and asked worriedly, "Lee Soo, are you okay? Tell me, who bullied you? Which one should you kill first?" Baek Do-kyung held the knife in his hand and said angrily, "Who should I kill first?" Shogo hugged his face and burst out laughing, "Ha ha, unlike the other guys, you really don't know how to be afraid. Why did you rush in here without any defense? Oh, how did you get here? Isn't Huang Hao guarding the entrance?" Baek Do-kyung immediately replied, "Ah, Chen Wong ha, he's probably a bit busy fighting outside. So why don't you guys worry about me? Hey, come on, whatever it is." Outside, Tu Lan has also finished preparing. Huang Hao's juniors covered their eyes with their hands and said, "The headlights are blinding, go away." The old man wearing a hat behind him continued, "Mr. Huang Hao, why did you send Tae-san into there like that?" Huang Hao immediately replied, "We are outnumbered, we could have won against them, I understand what you mean." He took a breath and added, "If we now accept to sacrifice quantity to compensate for quality, we will have the upper hand, is that what you mean? But when you consider sacrificing quantity to compensate for quality, do you include yourself?" Hearing that, Mr. Jang bowed his head and replied, "I'm still injured, boss." When Huang Hao heard that, he clicked his tongue and stepped forward and said, "TSK, I really don't expect anything from you. How can I teach my juniors like this? What if they watch and learn? Am I right, Tu Lan?" Tu Lan did not answer but said to her junior, "Everyone stay back." Huang Hao on this side also raised his hand to signal his juniors to step back. He smiled happily and said to the girl, "This trip will be very fun. The butcher that I raised myself in the past is coming to visit me. He even threatened to anger me here. But a direct attack like that is far from defeating me. It's been so much time and yet we still haven't improved at all." Tu Lan answered while fighting, "Yes, why not?" The headlights behind him blinded him, so his tactics were slower. Huang Hao thought to himself, what about car headlights? So he left the car headlights like that on purpose. Taking this opportunity, Tu Lan continued to swing the knife at the teacher. Huang Hao was an expert so he easily dodged this move, but it still caused him to lose some hair on his head. Taking advantage of the victory, Tu Lan's face was full of murderous intent, her eyes were cold, she held the knife and continued to attack. She threw attacks continuously, but all of them were dodged by the old man. Huang Hao backed away until he finally hit the railing. Tu Lan rushed forward, thinking that this was a good opportunity to attack him. Tu Lan jumped up and slashed but still could not reach him. Huang Hao looked at her with some surprise and exclaimed, "There's progress, Tu Lan." Tu Lan did not answer but thought to himself, "Don't give him a chance to counterattack." Huang Hao continued, "But you should remember that speed cannot be achieved. Losing patience means losing your life." After saying that, he used his foot to kick Tu Lan's knife away. Tu Lan looked at her knife in horror, not believing the truth. While she was caught off guard, the old man immediately kicked her straight in the face. Tu Lan took the full kick, making her head spin, thinking to herself, "Damn." Not stopping there, Huang Hao continued to give her a series of kicks from him. He fought but still did not forget to teach, "You're not too bad but." He punched him in the stomach, knocking him out directly. Tu Lan was in so much pain that she couldn't say a word. He continued, "On a long journey, you will know if a horse is good, Tu Lan. Go back inside the hotel." At this time, Baek Do-kyung proudly held a knife and walked towards Shogo's group. Seeing this, several juniors around him immediately held their weapons and got ready to fight. One guy put a cigarette in his mouth and said aggressively, "Ryugasaki. Get out of my way, I will finish it myself, let me see how talented you are." Lee Syan didn't know how long he had been standing next to him. He looked at Do-kyung and said, "This bastard must have vision problems or something. I'll deal with this guy for you, go to the captain." Do-kyung heard that and immediately replied, "Give me a hand." Kaido on this side immediately walked over to pick up the gun from earlier. Seeing that, little Lee immediately pulled the gun towards him and said, "Aren't you afraid? I'll confiscate this gun. Who, as a human, would bring this with you? Because I'm responsible for handling you, I've been taking care of you until now. So lie down and rest for me, if you resist you will die faster." Another Shogo Jr. was standing from afar observing, looking at the person who had just arrived. He thought to himself, "Is that Baek Do-kyung? Things are starting to get complicated, priority must be given to arresting Lee Soo first." As he spoke, he went to the place where Baek Lee Soo was hiding, but when he arrived, no one was there. Baek Lee Soo jumped down from the roof of the car and attacked suddenly. The situation on Dokyung's side is also extremely tense. One guy secretly said, "You seem bold." Ryugasaki, Dokyung smiled softly and replied, "Hey, what are you still standing there doing? If you want to slash or kill whatever you want, it's up to you, but at least you have to jump in." Provoked, those guys immediately rushed forward like crazy, constantly muttering, "Mom, jump in and catch him." Baek Dokyung calmly stood still waiting for them to come. Anyone who comes close will immediately be logged out of the game. They surrounded him on all sides, but Dokyung remained undeterred. He was quick and agile, hitting every hit. A guy holding a knife jumped high, intending to stab Dokyung straight in the body. He took 2 steps forward, then grabbed him by the neck and flipped him forward. The knife in his hand accidentally slid across the shoulder of his shirt. Dokyung calmly stood there complaining, "Your shirt is torn, why are you hugging someone from behind? It's so disgusting." The big brother saw his junior being beaten down in the blink of an eye and immediately rushed up angrily, "Bastard." Baek Dokyung held a knife stained with fresh blood and looked at him coldly. As soon as he got close, he was immediately knocked down on the spot by a knife. Another guy saw this and exclaimed, "His skills are really agile, his movements are very simple, but those idiots can't even touch a strand of his hair." After dealing with those guys, Dokyung immediately walked forward. The blade is shiny and cold, not bothering anyone. The other guy was fearless, aggressively rushed to attack him and said, "Then you can fight this much, no one." Baek Dokyung fought while grimacing and shouted, "Ah, stop, you guys are so annoying. As you know, I'm also very busy." Suddenly, a strange voice came, causing Uyama Shogo's Jr. to exclaim in bewilderment, "Huh?" He continued, "So don't get in my way." After saying that, the boy wearing a white vest similar to Il Hack's person immediately received a punch on his chin. The person who just fought is the new generation of martial artists. Seeing that, Dokyung immediately asked, "What are you doing here?" Lee Solmin suddenly walked over and said, "Go quickly to Director Beck. From now on, the situation here will be under our control." The sound of knives and cutlery clashing. This side, the battle between Beck Lee Soo and Department Head Jang has not ended yet. He looked at his attack and thought to himself, "Beck Lee Soo. His skills are faster than before." After thinking, Jang Sung Ho immediately grabbed his arm holding the knife. He kneeled and elbowed Lee Soo straight in the left rib. Mr. Beck was seriously injured and could no longer fight back. The department head took the opportunity and continued to jump up to attack. When he was about to deal with Lee Soo, suddenly a knife appeared, slashing across his face. Baek Dokyung was present promptly and saved his younger brother's life. Looking at old Jang's grimace, he smiled softly and said, "You finally got beaten, huh? Chief Jang, you damn bastard. The scenario where Il Hawk dominated all at his peak will not return. Those blades had long since broken off, and their fangs were worn away. With such broken wings, it is now difficult for Il Hawk to stand firm among the forces. That is the situation Il Hawk's Soul Min is facing at present." A guy from Uyama saw Lee Sol and the others coming in and immediately said in bewilderment, "Isn't this bastard from Taesan? How did he get in here?" However, within those broken wings, new feathers gradually grow and develop. Uyama and the others were beaten by Il Hawk and shouted angrily, "These bastards, you guys are definitely dead, it will become even sharper and sharper wing." Having endured the terrible pain of that rebirth, the wings grew again. Even bigger and stronger than before. The son of Il Hawk, the leader of this generation, Lee Sung Min, has begun his first flight on new wing. Got beaten up, one guy in Shogo's team couldn't believe his eyes and said angrily, "You bastards, where did you come from?" Hearing that, the 9 Dao boy immediately grabbed the knife in his hand. Then hit him with an elbow that sent him flying away. After finishing the fight, he even evaluated himself, "It's quite slow, it seems like I won't be able to keep up with my seniors." The person who spoke was the strategist Il Hawk Si-young. Another guy behind saw this and also rushed forward and shouted loudly, "This bastard." Si-young turned around reflexively. Another white-shirted friend promptly came to his aid. He coldly used a knife to cut off the attacking man's wrist. Si-young frowned, stepped back and said to his friend, "Hey, don't let his blood splash around like that, I'm still wearing white." Il Hawk, the fighting master, Oh Gu-jun immediately replied, "Then you will have to suffer blood splatters." As he spoke, he used a handkerchief to wipe the blade clean. An uncle standing next to Chairman Lee looked at the two of them and said, "I will deal with the big brother, leave the rest to the other 2 people." Jang Si-young and Oh Gu-jun, hearing that, Lee Sol immediately asked, "How did you guys find those 2 people?" The guy next to me excitedly recounted, "The chairman guided us to create a new plan. So we went around the country looking for new talent for the association. The first person we found was Jang Si-young. He was originally a professional boxer. Until there was an unexpected accident that took away one of his eyes. Right before the official match, during a practice match, his opponent allegedly threw a barehanded punch into his eye. That day, the coach panicked and said, "That crazy bastard, Si-young, are you okay, Si-young?" That's how his sports career ended so absurdly. Yes, I'm sure the president has heard some similar version of that story. The opponent saw him like that and said even more enthusiastically, "Come in here again, bastard." The opponent mentioned here is Ryu Tae-hyung. He arrogantly provoked, "Come here, come and fight me." Bastard Lee Sung-min looked at little June and continued, "So that person also sought revenge, huh?" The other friend replied, surprisingly that's not the case. The second person we found is Oh Gu-jun. He is the son of the first 9-blade master, Oh Manhwa. While fighting, Lee Syan stopped to listen. He looked at a few people in white clothes and said, "Oh, is that the newly selected 9 knight? He fights quite effectively, thanks to those two." A few stupid, troublesome bastards had gathered there. "I wonder if Boris is still busy. That's too bad. I learned a little Russian to talk to him." Seeing that his friend Onizawa was injured but still wanted blood to attack him, Syan immediately said, "Hey, relax and lie down to rest. If you keep like this, you will really die." Suddenly his eyes darkened and he said, "No, it's probably too late now. The medicine you took before is not for the flu." Hearing that, he angrily replied, "Isn't that right, bastard?" Syan continued, "No matter what, let's clean up all of you. I also need to join forces with the captain." At this moment, a guy suddenly rushed forward and hugged Syan from behind. He happily shouted, I caught him, come here quickly." Nobuhira's mouth was foaming with a sinister smile and he replied, "Hold it tight. If you let it go, you will die." After saying that, he held the axe tightly in his hand and rushed forward frantically. The guy behind suddenly said in horror, "What are you doing?" Syan quickly wrapped his legs behind him to trip the guy hugging him. Immediately the two of them fell backwards. Handsome Mr. Lee just like that avoided a fatal blow. But that guy is getting crazier and crazier. He jumped up with the axe, intending to strike a powerful blow. Seeing this, the junior shouted in horror, "Hey, wait." Lee Syan quickly jumped out to escape, but the other guy was not so lucky. Witnessing this scene, Syan couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. He angrily said, "Bastard, do you want to die? Isn't he your junior? How could you?" Nobuhira curled his mouth and smiled sinisterly and replied, "We have a lot of that kind of thing among our juniors, so we'll just die, isn't that right? If you want, I can also give you one, just consider it a gift." Scene changed to Baek Dokyung's battle. As soon as he arrived, he gave the head of the room a blow right in the face, causing blood to splatter. He smiled happily and said, "It took me a long time to get a precise hit. How are you, Chief Jang?" Jang Sung-ho stepped back. He carefully observed the two Baek brothers. A moment later, Jang Sung-ho said, "Oh, luckily it's Baek Dokyung, so things turned out like this." Baek Dokyung did not answer him but turned to ask, "Is your brother Han okay?" Next to Lee So, Baek replied, "Yes, brother." Dokyung continued, "So that guy is head of Department Jang." Lee Soo turned to look at Jang Sol-ho and introduced, "This is the first time my brother has met you in real life." The head of the department has been twirled around by these two brothers all this time, and is extremely bitter. He frowned and replied, "First time, is that so? I think we've met at least once." Baek Dokyung smirked and continued, "Well, if you had met me, you would have died immediately, understand?" As he spoke, he raised his middle finger to challenge him. Jang Sung-ho calmly replied, "Really, do you really think you're stronger than your brother?" Dokyung smiled triumphantly and said, "Seriously?" Baek Dokyung turned back and asked, "How is your condition?" Lee Soo held his wound and replied, "I'm okay, please wait a moment." Looking at the blood continuously flowing on his younger brother's body, Baek Dokyung was extremely heartbroken. He was stunned for a few seconds. After that, Dokyung looked at Jang Sung-ho with determination and added, "Just sit there and watch your brother, I'll deal with him quickly." Jang Sung-ho stiffly replied, "Sure, but let's see who takes care of who. What if you showed me some of your skill? Truly pathetic. Look how careless you are holding the knife. This is your skill level, huh?" As they spoke, the two of them struggled fiercely. Jang Sung-ho fought, but his mouth did not forget to provoke his opponent. "It seems like you can only talk." As soon as he finished speaking, he was slashed by Dokyung and almost returned to his mother. Jang Sung's face turned pale and bewildered. Seeing that, Baek Dokyung immediately kicked him backward. He smiled happily and said, "What do you think about this trick?" This one blow made Chief Jang bloody. On the face, Baek Dokyung also fell down with that kick. Seeing an opportunity, the department head immediately rushed to attack. Baek Dokyung saw that and immediately stepped back to avoid the attack. He looked at the manager thoughtfully and said, I aimed for the chin but I didn't get there yet. Do-kyung thought to himself, as expected, he doesn't fit either. On this side, Jang Sung-ho was also grimacing and thinking, Baek Do-kyung, Baek Lee-soo's older brother, his strength is more than I thought, it's not natural that Ur-yong mistook him for Lee-soo. At this time, a voice came from far away, Baek Do-kyung, no, it's Baek Lee-soo, that's right, it's Baek Lee-soo. Haven't I said it already, it doesn't matter who it is. Do-kyung heard that and immediately turned his head to look back. Lee-soo, his younger brother, was slumped on the ground in pain, a Japanese sword is raised high, ready to slash down. Baek Do-kyung shouted in horror, Shogo, you crazy guy, what are you trying to do? Uyama Shogo stood next to Lee-soo, weakly smiling and said, finally, here, today will become a tombstone for you too. Uyama Shogo walked away dragging his sword, he laughed savagely and said, no, Baek Lee-soo, that's right. Haven't I told you already, that's not a problem right now. Do-kyung heard the sound and turned around in bewilderment. He was holding the sword raised high, intending to slash down. Baek Do-kyung saw that and immediately ran over and shouted, Shogo, you crazy bastard. Shogo did not stop but smiled happily and replied, here today will be the grave of your two brothers. In that moment, Lee-soo weakly sat down on the ground, without any strength left to resist. Do-kyung rushed like an arrow towards his younger brother. He shouted angrily, don't touch me, you bastard. Shogo slashed down with both hands and said, I'll start by taking care of your younger brother first. At this moment, Do-kyung's teammates appeared, and Lee rushed forward and slashed the sword in Shogo's hand. The kid smiled slightly and said, since you came all the way to Korea to cause trouble, I think you should also know the language here, I'll teach you. Uyama frowned in surprise and looked at Lee Kyung-chun and said, is there another guy like this in Taesan? After saying that, the two of them immediately rushed to show off their talent. Uyama smirked and said, it seems like you guys are looking down on me. Immediately, he threw out a sword attack, intending to slash Kyung-chun's head. Young Lee, with his agile movements, dodged the attack, but it also made him sweat. He looked at the Japanese man in surprise and thought, what is that? Uyama Shogo continued, I didn't think you could dodge that sword, it seems like your body is quite light. Seeing that, Baek Do-kyung lost patience and asked, hey, are you okay? On this side, he was fighting with the bastard department manager Jang and said, because I can't help you much while dealing with this department manager, so, be careful. Don't be careless, I know Shogo, he looks crazy like that, but his swordsmanship is very. Chief Jang saw Do-kyung fighting with him and lost concentration. He said angrily, you look quite relaxed when confronting me, Baek Do-kyung, but I think now is not the time for that. Do-kyung looked at him, smiled provocatively and replied, you should try your best, if you keep fighting like this, I'm about to fall asleep. Chief Jang, it was like that on the outside, but inside Do-kyung was also somewhat worried, thinking, damn, I think it's going to be bad when I confront this old man. He glanced at his younger brother thoughtfully, over there. Lee-soo, she doesn't look very good. At the same time, outside, Hwang Hao read the words on Tu Lan's sword, his voice full of sarcasm, Van Hoa Kai. That's what we're seeing over there, right? When I gave you this knife, there was only one thing I wished for. That you will grow up and make those flowers bloom. He picked up the knife and pressed it close to Tu Lan's face, who was lying on the ground, and continued. But now look what it has become, has the flower bloomed yet, Tu Lan? Having said that, he stood up and boldly walked forward. Look at the crowd that just arrived, he said excitedly, oh, we have another guest here. The person who came was none other than Il Hak's 9 swords. Hwang Hao was a little surprised and exclaimed, I was wondering who came here. It turned out to be the 9-bladed man Choi Chun-ho. The juniors behind him didn't think that one day they would meet the 9-blader, so they exclaimed in bewilderment, that's the 9-blader Choi Chun-ho, why didn't I think that I would meet him in the flesh here? Uncle Ku Dao looked at the bastard Hwang Hao, frowned and said, Hwang Hao, isn't there some debt between us? The bodyguard behind him suddenly spoke, we will support you. Chun-ho immediately replied, you all have work to do, save your strength and leave this place to me. On this side, Hwang Hao also ordered his juniors, let someone go back to Taesan first. The guy next to him heard that and replied in wonder, but what if I send too many brothers there? Hwang Hao pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and said, why, don't you listen, with our gang people, don't orders and reason always come first. Niet Dao, 9 Dao's predecessor, Manhwa, died at my hands, so if he comes here to take revenge, then I have to take the blame and handle it. But that doesn't mean I'll let him win, don't you understand, Choi Chun-ho? Hearing this, Uncle Ku Dao immediately ran in and shouted, that's enough, you bastard. Just as Choi Chun-ho was about to punch him, Hwang Hao counterattacked. The second punch was also easily blocked by him. Hwang Hao kicked him right in the ear. I thought the uncle would throw him out, but Choi Chun-ho seemed unharmed. He punched that bastard right in the middle of his stomach, making him double over. Hwang Hao held his stomach in pain and stepped back. Tu Lan was being helped to stand up by her junior. She looked at the two of them and commented, "Do you think that bastard Hwang Hao will be strong enough to face 9 Dao?" The junior immediately replied, "His opponent is Choi Chun-ho. I have heard that he is the person with the highest strength, close to the peak of the previous Niet Dao." Hwang Hao held the knife in his hand. He conveniently lifted his shirt to show off the 2 dragons in his hand and said, "You are really old. However, his strength remains the same," Choi Chun-ho continued, "and you still seem to like playing this killing game." Hearing that, he looked at the knife in his hand and said, "Ah, you want to say this? I can see it has a lot of effect in this mat. Well, now things have become like this. We should solve it like the old days." After saying that, he immediately grabbed a knife and rushed towards his uncle. Neither side was afraid of the other, they fought tooth and nail. Hwang Hao used a knife to slash at Choi Chun-ho. The uncle had anti-knife gloves, so he calmly continued the attack. Taking advantage of Choi Chun-ho's vulnerability, Hwang Hao immediately threw a hook kick. Then he gave me another sword across his body. The uncle quickly stepped back and forth until you hit a nearby car. Hwang Hao took advantage of his victory and rushed forward, triumphantly saying, "You have a lot of things holding you back, right? It seems your actions are much slower." As soon as the words ended, a huge fist appeared. Choi Chun-ho counterattacked, punched him and fell backward. However, the knife strike just now left him with a long tear on his body. Looking at it, Choi Chun-ho thought to himself, "He almost killed me with this wound." Luckily I counterattacked right before he slashed again. Hwang Hao suddenly burst out laughing, "Ha ha, this crazy old man, did that slash penetrate your flesh?" "Choi Chun-ho, your fighting skills have improved a little." Uncle 9 Dao coldly replied, "No, it's just that you're weak, Hwang Hao, you and I are just 2 old men left behind by time. Do you sometimes still think about your previous enmity?" Hwang Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, "Why not? You're just avenging those I murdered, right?" Choi Chun-ho continued, "Revenge is not why I'm here." Hearing that, Hwang Hao exclaimed in surprise, "What?" The uncle said seriously, "There is no longer a place for us in this new generation, and revenge is the same. Just wait, the blade that will end your life will eventually come." Scene changes to Lee Sion's battle inside. He looked at the melee behind him and whispered, "Ending this is so difficult, it would be good if someone took care of them, even just a few of them." While thinking, Sion suddenly felt someone coming. Nobuhiro saw that he was vulnerable and rushed forward. Sion frowned at him, "Hey, aren't you tired? How the hell are you still standing up?" After saying that, he immediately prepared to attack and said angrily, "Damn it, I need to come save the captain as soon as possible." At this moment, a person walked up to him and said, "It seems you are having difficulty. It's a bit troublesome for you to deal with a professional like him. We should let another professional do it. The dreamer goes up to fight other dreamers. Come and help your captain." Sion looked at his brother Il Hawk and replied with great peace of mind, "I will leave him to you." Nobuhiro widened his eyes and said, Are you my opponent now?" The other brother coldly said, "Your name is Nobuhiro, this is not the way I wanted to meet you." Nobuhiro took another axe from behind his back and replied, "The unshakable god of Tae-san, rumors about you, even in Japan, I hear it all the time. Show me what you're capable of. Show me Tae-san's power." After saying that, he frantically rushed up and slashed the axe blade at his brother Tae-san. The older brother frowned, clenched his fists and replied, "I'm sorry but..." He suddenly threw a punch in his face. The second and third shots continued, causing his whole face to distort. He grabbed his collar and sarcastically said, "I don't know Japanese. Next time, remember to learn Korean before you come here." In the blink of an eye, Nobuhiro was beaten and lay motionless on the ground. A few juniors saw this and immediately exclaimed in panic, "Nobu, he's been beaten up." Seeing this situation, Uncle Il Hawk from earlier immediately turned his wrist and said, "We won't be defeated that easily. Everyone go take care of those idiots." As soon as the words ended, Il Hawk's juniors excitedly rushed forward to attack. On the other side of the battle, Uncle Choi Chun-ho was talking to his opponent, Hwang Hao. "What do you think now?" Hwang Hao calmly replied, "It seems too noisy. Every time it appears, it surprises me. Even though I'm old, my strength is still strong." Hearing that, the uncle frowned and said, "Okay, we have fought each other too many times. Let's see who will die at whose hands today. You have heard this sound, right?" As he spoke, he punched his hands together. Hwang Hao smiled softly and replied, "That's good, my old friend still seems to be fighting too much." But I'm not afraid because of that, my old friend. Today the two of us here may decide to win or lose one last time. Choi Chun-ho, come here, show off the power you have. This is also our last confrontation before the next younger generations emerge and inherit this era. Uncle Il Ha quickly jumped up and responded, okay, let's see if you, Huang Hao, still have any strength left. Huang Hao used his hand to block his uncle's punch, thinking to himself, the punching speed is still too fast, even with age, it's just not suitable. But this guy's attack is still too simple, I can deal with it. After saying that, he gave his uncle a painful kick in the stomach. It seemed like the uncle read Big Brother Huang Hao's thoughts. He smiled and said, even though I'm old. But this power will never be lost. So, the uncle made a sudden attack with super fast speed, hitting Huang Hao directly in the stomach. Huang Hao looked at Choi Chun-ho and replied fiercely, if it's okay, it must be done. But to do it is not simple. Then, he threw a blow at his uncle's shoulder. The uncle took the hit and immediately fell out. It didn't stop there. When Choi Chun-ho tried to stand up, Big Brother Huang Hao immediately promoted another punch straight to the face. Continue with a few consecutive kicks and punches, knocking out the opponent. Tu Lan watched the battle of the two masters with her eyes wide open and speechless. Returning to the battle, I only saw my uncle lying on the ground motionless. A few juniors behind were talking in surprise, is it over, Choi Chun-ho, he's defeated. The uncle was gradually waking up. Sitting on the ground he said, you're right, I may be old, but I'm not finished here yet, my blood is still boiling right now. Choi Chun-ho used his hand to wipe the blood from his face, smiled and said, let's continue. Huang Hao smiled triumphantly and replied, anytime this old friend of mine wants, I can accept that challenge, okay, then let's continue this match. Suddenly there was gunfire. The director walked over and said angrily, stop, these bastards. He led his soldiers, surrounded them all, then continued aggressively, you guys are causing too much trouble here, now raise your hands and surrender, this is not the place for you to show off. He suddenly laughed loudly, ha ha, damn, anyway, it's over here, I'll tell you anything later. And where is that bastard, Chief Jang? The battle inside is also reaching its climax. Uyama Shogo used his long sword to decisively slash Lee. The boy dodged the attack for a while and was tired. He stepped back, looked at him, dodged and thought to himself, I'm too familiar with this attack. Still it repeats, it seemed he was trying to push himself away so he could cause a fatal cut. He has the advantage of using a sword that is longer than his knife. Shogo dragged the sword towards the boy, that said, kid, keep going. If you can, rush in here, I'll see what you can do. Lee Kyung-chun immediately rushed to him. He continued to use the same technique, swinging a blow back and then slashing forward. Little Lee thought thoughtfully, if I can dodge this sword, it will all be over. Seeing him approaching, Shogo immediately smiled triumphantly. He used his sword to cut off Lee's dagger to the boy's horror. At that moment, a hand appeared and pulled him back, saving him a loss. See. Lee Sion grabbed his collar and said angrily, hey, that's on you. Why does this idiot keep playing with his life like that? Do you want to die under that sword, boy? Lee replied, I didn't think it was that dangerous. Uyama Shogo saw the guy who had just arrived and exclaimed, oh, you look like you want to participate in this war, what are you bastards my disciples doing? Sion pointed back and smiled smugly, you said those were the people following you, then look over there, they're all fighting with us Tae-san. Hearing that, Shogo immediately said, is there a war? He raised his eyes in the direction of Sion's hand, the other side was fighting haphazardly. Nobuhiro was unconscious, he was being helped up by two juniors. Seeing this scene, Uyama Shogo's face immediately darkened, I see, it's such a feeling of excitement. But it's okay, we'll win anyway. Switching scenes to Baek Dokyung's battle, right next to him, he was slashed on the arm by Chief Jang. He frantically rushed forward, but all of his attacks were dodged by him, he continuously took advantage of his loopholes to counterattack. Jang Sung-ho threw a kick at him, causing Dokyung to only defend. It seemed that his injured legs were hindering him from unleashing his full strength. Lee Sion on this side saw this and grimaced and said, damn, he doesn't seem to be able to fight against that bastard department head Jang, then he seemed to be in danger. Young Lee heard that and immediately said, okay, let me return to this battle. This time, this bastard won't be able to do anything to you. After saying that, he turned the knife and rushed forward. Sion looked at his brother worriedly and said, be careful, Kyung-chun. While fighting with Shogo, young Lee silently calculated, this is not the fighting style I usually use, but today there will be new tactics that I need to do. It's all about trying to close the distance so I can make the most of my blade and reduce the mobility of the long sword. This time, little Lee was more experienced, he used the handle of the knife to push Shogo's sword away. The kid looked at him, smiled provocatively and said, "It seems I've grabbed this sword." Shogo calmly replied, "Oh, that's great fighting skill. But with both hands pushing out, let's see if you can hold this sword." After saying that, he used both hands to push the boy hard. Kyung-chun was pushed away, but he still calmly said, "It's true that the attack just now failed. But I understand your attack style much better now. Now look at my blade dancing. Through the attack just now, I knew he was left-handed. When I try to approach him to the right, it seems like the sword swing will be slower." He was forced to switch to using both hands to hold the sword. At that time, the strength and speed of the sword were increased. Shogo saw Lee dodge the attack and exclaimed in surprise, "Kid, it seems you've realized something. Why don't we show each other what we can do?" Baek Lee Soo has gradually regained consciousness. He vaguely saw Shogo fighting with Kid Lee. Uyama rushed forward and swung his sword across his body, but Kyung-chun was able to step back and avoid the attack. He held the sword tightly with both hands. Then make another quick slash from the left. Young Lee tried his best to block the attack and exclaimed, as expected. Shogo grabbed Lee's hair and replied triumphantly, "But that's not the way for you to win against me, now what?" Kyung-chun grimaced and cursed, "Bastard, he's stronger than I thought." At this moment, a familiar arm appeared behind Uyama Shogo. Seeing the person coming, Shogo immediately threw little Lee away. The person who just arrived is none other than Baek Lee Soo. He grabbed Shogo's hand and glared. "Okay, now it's a battle between the two of us." Baek Lee Soo blocked Shogo's knife and said, "I've decided to kill you, bastard." Uyama pushed his hand away and swung a knife across his body. Seeing that, Kyung-chun panicked and hugged him and pushed him away. Seeing that, Shogo suddenly burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha." Head Jang and Do-kyung on this side heard the laughter and stopped to look at him. He laughed like crazy. Uyama held his eyes in pain and said, "You dare to look down on me like that? Do you know what the hell you're doing, Baek Lee Soo?" Baek Lee Soo angrily tried to attack him but was stopped by Lee. He looked at him and frowned and said, "Didn't you say that cutting off a finger means asking for forgiveness? I have received a gift right now, so let's continue." When Baek Do-kyung heard this, he was stunned for a few seconds. After regaining his composure, he suddenly laughed with excitement and said, "Ha ha, really, Lee Soo, you cut off Shogo's finger." Shogo is also a person with typical strength in Uyama. "If it's swordsmanship, I didn't expect you to be able to overpower it despite being injured like that. Even you shivered. I didn't do anything to upset you, right?" Jang Sung-ho saw Do-kyung comfortably fighting with him, so he kicked, scowled and said, "Don't be careless." Do-kyung immediately fell to the ground. Head of Department Jang took advantage of the victory and rushed forward like crazy towards Do-kyung. Suddenly, a knife was thrown at him. Jang Sung-ho, in a moment where his life was at stake, quickly dodged it. A familiar voice rang out, "In any case, you have really good eyesight. But this time you will really die." Manager Jang saw Lee Sion coming and immediately held his neck and said thoughtfully, "That's right, what about you?" Sion continued, "There is no comfortable ending for you." The head of the department reached into his pocket and replied triumphantly, "I wonder if it would be faster to just shoot them all like last time and then clean up." Lee Sion calmly replied, "Let's try to pull it out. This time I will definitely kill you, Jang Sung-ho." At this moment, a voice from far away said, "That's not possible, Chief Jang Sung-ho. If you do that, it will be very difficult for us." Seeing him, the department head immediately swore angrily, "Fuck you, who else are you? Are you also Uyama?" Do-kyung on this side was the complete opposite. He happily said, "Ah, you really timed it right." The guy wearing glasses looked over and thought to himself, Ryugasaki. This look reminded him of that time, when Do-kyung was still in the hospital. "When he came to Korea, he came to visit me. Long time no see, I didn't expect to see you here looking like this." Baek Do-kyung smiled softly and replied, "Ah, look at this, it's enough to know that you didn't come to visit the sick, right?" The guy wearing glasses continued, "Ah, nothing special, I was just going to confirm in person." As he spoke, he looked at the sharp knife in his hand. Hearing that, Do-kyung immediately held his forehead and burst out laughing, "Oh my god, you must have done that. Compared to that, running into you here means you're following Shogo now," he seriously replied, "Now. From the beginning you've never followed Mr. Ryugasaki either," Do-kyung exclaimed in surprise. "What? I don't know how much money it took to raise you. I just follow the Uyama organization. Because the ideals you pursue there are the same as mine, that's why I supported you," Mr. Beck thoughtfully recalled. "That's when I supported you, what about now?" After he left the organization, Mr. Shogo took over and a lot of things happened. Since without you Uyama had been defeated countless times and had to become more solid. So the leader that Uyama recognizes now is of course Lord Shogo. Dokyung frowned and said, "You know what kind of guy Shogo is, so the organization now is the ideal you want." He pushed up his glasses and thoughtfully replied, "Because after Mr. Shogo came to power, Uyama is showing exceptional growth, which is also true. Don't you care what that method is for?" He stood up and said, "Didn't I tell you, I'm the one following Uyama." After that, there is now Uyama Tae-san. Hearing this, Baek Do-kyung immediately grasped the lighter in his hand. He glared at him and said, "Then from now on, I will show you what Tae-san is really like." He looked at Baek and thought to Ryugasaki, "I understand what you mean, but I can't help you. But that person is different, the only person who can help you now." The guy wearing glasses slowly walked towards Department Head Jang and introduced, "I'm Hanazawa Gumi, assistant to President Uyama Tetsuji. Mr. Tetsuji wants to talk to you directly," Department Head Jang Sung-ho said. He handed the phone in his hand to Jang Sung-ho. He turned to look at Baek Do-kyung and continued, "Mr. Shogo and the two people there, please stop for a moment, the president is talking." Hearing that, Shogo immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Why father?" Holding the phone in Jang Sung-ho's hand, he didn't say anything. President Uyama immediately spoke first, "It's a bit rude to greet like this at the first meeting. I am Uyama Tetsuji. My sons are there, right?" Chief Jang took out a cigarette and replied, "Yes, there is one right in front of me." Baek Do-kyung heard that and silently called out, "Father." President Uyama continued, "What are you doing to my son?" He slowly replied, "Well, unfortunately we have a lot of things to settle between us. It's a pity, but here." Before Chief Jang could finish his sentence, Do-kyung's father spoke up, You better say your next words carefully. If the answer doesn't satisfy me, then I have to settle with you. So Baek Do-kyung also has Shogo, both of them are my beloved son. Even though right now, they're having a disagreement over family matters, it would be very awkward if our manager Jang intervened. That's enough for you to pay, now stay away and disperse. With my sons causing trouble, how about you accept ownership of that hotel as your sincerity towards your project? Sincerely, the chairman immediately explained, to put it simply, think of it as a document. This means that Uyama will support the One Sink project. The department head was approached and said, "What if I don't accept it?" Tetsuji calmly said, "In that case, I will come directly to you and resolve the matter. Maybe then, we won't be able to sit face to face in peace." Chief Jang Sung-ho. The department head added, "Then let me ask just one more thing, do you always cause trouble like this?" President Uyama replied, "Not really. Until my two sons' succession war is over, Uyama will withdraw his hands from them. Later, what happened there will be the solo actions of Shogo and Baek Do-kyung, not Uyama anymore. We recognize Tae-san as two independent organizations, my Uyama will not provide any support to those two organizations." Hearing the old man say that, Shogo was not willing, rushed to the phone and said, "Father, how could you? I am Uyama." The old father immediately replied, "Shogo, I remember you asked me. The words I say to you are said by considering you as my son, or by considering you as a subordinate of the organization." Shogo quickly replied with a cold face, "What does that have to do with anything now?" "Shogo, that is such an obvious question, you are my son, that thought does not change for a moment. So this time I will ask you, can you please me as a member of Uyama's organization? But not my son." Outside at this time, the director was angrily cursing, "Fuck, something bad has happened, what a bit." After speaking, he immediately raised his hand to signal his subordinates and shouted, "Charge." At this moment, the noise in front became clearer and clearer, the crowd inside had now dispersed. Baek Lee-soo, covered in blood, leaned on his brother's shoulder and walked out. Seeing him like that, Koo Dao-choi worriedly exclaimed, "Baek Lee-soo." The district chief and police officer pointed at them and shouted, "What are you doing? Just going out?" Jang Sung-ho patted the shoulder of the policeman next to him and replied, "Just open the way, District Chief Jo Won-ho, today ends here. Because we also got what we had to get, huge fire in Central Seoul." The fat police officer blushed, looked at him angrily, and shouted. If Chief Jang Sung-ho has made up his mind, he must follow through until the end. At this point, it cannot be considered that nothing has happened. The fire of that day made everyone cherish their own story. Hwang Hao put his coat on his shoulders and said, "How's Uyama?" The humiliating feeling of failure. And the hate is brewing. The fire remains and the smoky hatred has not yet fully flowed out. The smell of fire that these stories leave behind has also become a new torch. This torch is a signal for everyone to know. A new era has begun. Baek Do-kyung lit a cigarette, then pulled out a knife from his pocket. Then stand and look at it thoughtfully, thinking about something. Around him was the sound of rushing ocean waves under the clear blue sky. But his mood looked extremely sad. At this moment, a group of black cars arrived at the beach where he stood. A tall man got out of the car and walked closer to him. He said, "Mr. Chairman, the preparations have been completed." Baek Do-kyung looked into nothingness and thoughtfully replied, "Good, it's finally over, let's go, let's get there." Back to the present, it's been 2 months since the hotel fire. A press conference was opened by the district chief. The reporter below saw him walking up to the podium and immediately said, "Oh, it's starting." The fat guy took the mic to test. "Hello. Dear respected citizens. About the recent hotel fire in Han-nam district." He stopped, hesitated to say something, but immediately encountered Jang Sung-ho's watching eyes below. He was so scared that he was sweating, and quickly said again, "Ahem, I'm truly sorry, let me explain again. Currently, there are many unconfirmed rumors that the hotel caught fire due to conflicts between gangs. Those unfounded statements have raised people's anxiety. The investigation team confirmed that the incident involved members from the gangs just mentioned. However, please understand that it is difficult to discern issues related to gang conflict. The police have now arrested the main suspect of the case and conduct investigations as well as provide basic solution." A reporter heard this and immediately raised his hand to ask, "Let me ask, recently there have been countless incidents related to gangs in Seoul. I don't know if the police have taken measures to fix them, any uniforms in that area." The district chief slammed his hand on the table and replied harshly, "Seoul is currently facing a state of emergency because of the threat of gangs, therefore, in response to terrorist acts that threaten the people's safety. We will begin a special security operation, One Sink. It is a deployment operation, sending forces to key areas first to prevent violence." The scene changes somewhere. Below there is a group of young men wearing black hats holding a gang conference. He was angry and shouted, "Stop. The special security operation will be carried out by combined forces of the army and police to protect the people." The guy in the black shirt from before punched the guy in the white shirt hard in the mouth and said, "You thugs, you have to be beaten to listen." After finishing speaking, he immediately turned to point at the bald guy and continued, "That guy." The bald head was scared, trembling and said, "Am I calling me?" He pulled down his hat and coldly replied, "From now on you are the leader here, understand?" The bald head asked in bewilderment, "Me, what?" Hearing that, he immediately pointed his finger behind him and said, "If not, the guy behind you will do it." The bald head quickly said, "No, I will do it, I will do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the black suitcase in front of the bald man. The bald head trembled as he opened the zipper to see what was inside. He held the tightly wrapped shopping bag and said in bewilderment, "This is." The other guy took off his hat and replied, "We will bring it every month. You are responsible for exchanging money, just change it into money for us. The task is extremely simple, do you understand yet?" Scene changed to Tai-san's office. Right now they are also talking about the One Sink project, once the plan is implemented. "Seoul will definitely change," Lee Hyung-gu said, "understood." Below are the leaders of the 3 guilds including Lee Sung-min, Baek Do-kyung, and Cha Yu-wa listening intently to his explanation. A 9-knife guy raised his hand and said, "I still don't quite understand." Lee Hyung-gu held his head and helplessly replied, "Come on, rookies, listen carefully, I'll just explain one more time." Hearing that, my friend happily exclaimed, "Thank you." After finishing speaking, Lee Hyung-gu immediately explained again, "Up to now, the underground world in Seoul is maintained by 5 large organizations called the General Association. However, after the General Association collapsed, the organizations underwent restructuring. During that process, Tae-san-hoi merged several factions, including Il Hak and Small Guild. But Uyama from Japan took over Jia Lang, and with the cooperation between different forces and government forces, One Sink was born. So the 2 dominant forces of Seoul now are Il Hak and Tae-san-hoi. Chief Jang's original plan was for One Sink to infiltrate the guilds in Seoul, Baek Do-kyung stated. In any case, it seems to have everything under control. Lee Hyung-gu immediately nodded in agreement, "That's right, currently, we are also an organization of considerable scale. However, One Sink tolerates illegal activities of organizations affiliated with it, that is why the scale of income has such high variability. The income of illegal activities is all related to One Sink. One Sink then distributes those accumulated funds back to its child entity." The new Generation 9 Dao said in surprise, It's like a government organization that decentralizes the apparatus below it, something like that." Hyung-gu immediately replied, "Yeah, it's about the same. That's why many small organizations are very willing to join One Sink." The guy next to Ku Dao heard this and said indignantly, "It's really the damn capitalists." Chairman Lee also began to worry and said, "At this rate, the scale of the One Sink organization will continue to grow. Above all, there is still the biggest variable in the Gangnam-gu area." Father Yua immediately continued, "Up to now, Han Hae-sung has not made any move. As he was about to deal with his former student, the sound of a car in front immediately attracted him. Huang Hao rolled down his glasses and said seriously, "I didn't know we still had guests coming."